Chapter 1. Qinshu and Feng. Ah! At long last, you have perished. You, a mere bastard, dared to thwart my endeavors. Were it not for the spirit hall, you would not even exist. Ah! A man, his visage grotesque and his eyes ablaze with fury, bore numerous gaping wounds that marred his body. He reveled in his maniacal laughter, appearing utterly disheveled. Tragically, this repugnant figure was adorned with 6 holy wings. Behind him, 9 rings of various hues stood in solemn array. 2 others, equally disheveled and bearing 9 rings of different colors, flanked him. This realm was the Douluo continent, and those rings, known as soul rings, served as proof of a soul master's advancement, bestowing upon them unique skills. A bloodied man lying upon the ground gazed with a calm demeanor at the deranged figure before him, speaking in intermittent bursts, cough, cough. Qinshu and Ji, you speak the truth. Were it not for the spirit hall, I would have surely met my end long ago. However, that does not grant you the liberty to act with impunity. Thus, it is my duty to stop you. Cough, cough, cough. Qinshu and Ji, the reigning pope of the spirit hall, was a malevolent being with a supreme spirit, the 6-winged angel, a rarity seldom seen in a century. With gritted teeth, Qinshu and Ji seethed. Silence. Stop me? Yes, you are formidable. Even with the combined strength of the 3 titled Douluos, we barely managed to subdue you. Before your arrival, everything was mine. But once you emerged, all within the spirit hall regardless of their rank revolved around you. By what right? Simply because your spirit surpasses mine? Because you are more empathetic? Spare me the farce. Qinshu and Feng, you are not but a dog raised by my father. Qinshu and Feng remained silent, his gaze growing dimmer, a harbinger of impending demise. Qinshu and Ji continued to roar, you are my brother, albeit not by blood. Yet, why does our father favor you? Without you, I would reign supreme. Bye-bye Dong, my disciple, and your beloved brother. Hey race, a delightful tidbit. Bye-bye Dong is indeed carrying your child. I merely played you like a pawn, exploiting your affection for her to draw you back to the spirit hall, where I shall ambush and eliminate you. Cough, cough. Wounded and kneeling on one knee, Qinshu and Ji gasped for breath, his voice hoarse from fervor. Brother, you must have realized that among the 3 of us, one is a member of the Haotian sect, and he now serves under my command. I will frame your death upon the Haotian sect, igniting a war that will allow me to dominate the entire continent. But before that, dear brother, relinquish your soul bones to me. Qinshu and Feng erupted in laughter, a joyous sound unfazed by the specter of death looming over him. Qinshu and Ji, thank you. I am a child. I am a child. Come at me. By the end, Qinshu and Feng's voice was a triumphant shout. Very well. One of the men behind Qinshu and Ji swung a hammer downwards. Thud. 3 soul bones. Splendid. I thank you both. You are less injured. Kindly bury him. Qinshu and Ji spoke calmly, devoid of mirth. Ha. Your Holiness, you are too modest. Brother, let us bury him. At this moment, Qinshu and Ji was not yet the Pope, but after Qinshu and Feng's demise, the Pope would undoubtedly be him. Indeed. Another burly man behind Qinshu and Ji nodded in agreement. Qinshu and Ji turned around, murmuring to himself, the Pope? Ha. I shall soon ascend to that position, dear brother. I shall remember you. Ha. After hastily burying Qinshu and Feng, Qinshu and Ji departed with the 2 men. Unbeknownst to them, a woman in the distance bore witness to it all. Covering her mouth, tears streamed down her face, as if they were of little value. After a long moment, she gritted her teeth and declared fiercely, Qinshu and Ji, I, Bibi Dong, swear that I will kill you sooner or later as for the Haotian sect. I will not let you have an easy time either. This woman was indeed Bibi Dong. Due to the distance, she merely glimpsed the Haotian hammer and did not overhear that the individual was a traitor to the Haotian sect, thus harboring hatred towards the sect as well. Upon reaching the spot where Qinshu and Feng was buried, she unearthed his corpse with her bare hands, placing his head upon his abdomen. Brother Feng, can you hear? The child is calling for his father. Brother Feng, please, say something. Speak. I promise. I will avenge you and slay that scoundrel. But for now, you must rest in peace. She quietly interred Qinshu and Feng in the tomb of the Spirit Hall, a resting place for past popes and super Douluos, filled with individuals of noble status, each possessing their own chamber. 6 months later, Bibi Dong had now ascended to the position of saintess of the Spirit Hall, and Qinshu and Ji had become the Pope. Kneeling in her chamber, Bibi Dong caressed her burgeoning belly, smiling gently. My dear, you are now my only treasure. The Spirit Hall has received word that Qinshu and Ji intends to slay a 100,000-year soul beast that has recently been reformed at IT. Is said that the beast's husband is also of the Haotian sect and a candidate for the next sect leader. Regardless of who perishes, they shall accompany your father. Are you pleased? However, should Qian remain alive, then an opportunity must arise to eliminate him. Half a year passed, and within the spirit hall, amidst the cries of an infant, Bibi Dong successfully gave birth to a baby girl. Child, let us name you Qian Shui. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes and continued, your father's demise is partly due to you, Brother Feng. Since you desire a child, I shall keep her after all. She is the bond between us. By the way, that soul beast also gave birth today. On the same day, Qian returned to the spirit hall, bearing grievous injuries. Cough. Cough, cough. Your Holiness. Your Holiness, the Saintess has just given birth. Perhaps you should go see her. Cough. What is there to see? The Saintess has given birth? Quickly, summon the Saintess and the child to me. Your Holiness, the Saintess. Quickly go. Understood. After a while, a servant approached the Saintess' door and indifferently informed the guard, please relay that the Pope requests the Saintess to bring the child to him. The guard hesitated, considering the Saintess had just given birth, yet the Pope's authority loomed larger. Saintess, the Pope requests your presence, along with the young. Saint says that in the sanctity of her chamber, Bibi Dong opened her eyes and cradled Qian Rinxue in her arms, murmuring, Hee, my dear Shui, let us see what our esteemed Pope desires. Your Holiness, please take care and be mindful of your health. Bibi Dong truth, no weddies. Let's proceed. Report, Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden has arrived. At this moment, Qian had already risen, observing Bibi Dong's entrance. He commanded, Ahem, all of you may leave. I wish to converse with the Holy Maiden. With an impassive expression, Bibi Dong replied coolly, what does Your Holiness require of me? Have you succeeded in acquiring the 100,000-year soul beast? Qian chuckled softly. Ahem, I was on the verge of success, but alas, that soul beast chose to sacrifice itself. Ultimately, it was no match for the Douluo. Let's not dwell on it. May I see the child? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Very well. Here, Qian took the child, gradually infusing his soul power. Already gravely injured, Qian appeared even more on the brink of death. In a feeble voice, he said, Bibi Dong, I must apologize. As the six-winged angel martial soul is a singular lineage, I have no descendants of my own. I must borrow this child. I trust you would not wish for her to inherit the same martial soul as you, would you? I have devoted my life's cultivation to transform this child's martial soul into that of the six-winged angel, enhancing her innate gifts. This is a unique ability of my six-winged angel martial soul. I now only desire to cling to life. Please summon my father. By the way, what is the child's name? Bibi Dong replied with a cold smirk, Qian Rinxue. But tell me, Master, do you not aspire to dominate the entire continent? Qian nodded silently, understanding that only through experience can one truly comprehend the necessity of relinquishment. Bibi Dong's voice turned icy. Master, I shall summon the grand offering, but you shall not witness his arrival. With a swift motion, Bibi Dong severed Qian heart meridian with her soul power, signifying his inevitable demise. What? You? Bibi Dong laughed maniacally. Ha! Master, you killed Fengge and still wish to cling to life? I have yet to grant you that mercy. Qian eyes widened in shock. You know, Bibi Dong responded with a mocking tone. Indeed. Master, I was present when you slaughtered Fengge, and had it not been for Douluo, you would have likely killed me as well. Now, perish. Qian eyes widened in disbelief as he breathed his last. Bibi Dong, having killed Qian embraced Qian Rinxue, stating, Swear, we shall avenge your father. With a blend of laughter and tears, Bibi Dong transformed back to her usual demeanor. She commanded, summon someone. At your service. Notify the grand offering. The Pope has succumbed to grievous injuries inflicted by the hammer, and has passed away, leaving behind his soul bones and the six-winged angel martial soul. What is this? Soon, the grand offering, who is also Qian father, arrived. The grand offering of the spirit hall, named Douluo, was the overseer of the hall, which was filled with 95-level super Douluo, and the strength of their leader was indeed formidable. Bibi Dong, what has transpired? What of Qian? Bibi Dong wept, exclaiming, Great Elder. Master has heard of a 10th Asanier spirit beast that has transformed into a human. In an attempt to hunt it down, he took 2 titled Douluos with him. Alas, due to the beast's sacrificial powers, the Pope was overwhelmed and suffered a severed heart vein. Now, he cannot rest in peace. This turmoil dispelled Qian lingering doubts about her. In a fit of rage, the great elder declared, Alas, I have lost both my children, all gone. It is all the fault of the Haotian sect. With tearful eyes, Bibi Dong vowed, "Great Elder, I shall seek vengeance against the Haotian sect." However, this quest for retribution bore no relation to Qian Xuanji. It was for the sake of Qian Xuanfeng. Observing Bibi Dong's genuine resentment towards the Haotian sect, Qian Daolia's final shred of skepticism dissipated. Bibi Dong shouted, "Come forth. The Spirit Hall commands. From this day forth, I, the Holy Maiden, shall assume the role of Pope. Let be known, for every disciple of the Haotian sect encountered, one shall be slain." When no one heeded her command, the great elder's dissatisfaction grew. He unleashed an imposing aura, leaving everyone breathless. "Did you not hear me?" "Yes." They replied. "Depart." "Yes." The great elder turned to the tearful Bibi Dong, saying, "Bibi Dong, why do you no longer call me father? Also, let me see my granddaughter." She handed him the child, stating, "As I am now the Pope, I must adhere to decorum. With your strength, why could you not protect your children?" Qian Daolu replied, "It matters not, you may still call me father. Fenger has also met with misfortune. It is my failure to care for him. We shall choose an auspicious day for the Pope's succession ceremony." Upon hearing Qian Daolu mention Qian Xuanfeng, Bibi Dong's eyes moistened once more. "Great Elder, decorum must not waver. As for the succession ceremony, let it be as you wish." A month later, the succession ceremony was held as scheduled. Bibi Dong ascended as Pope, wielding an astonishing soul power of level 83, making her the youngest Pope in history. Many were discontent, yet all were silenced by the great elder's overwhelming presence. Though dissent lingered, none dared to oppose the might of the 99th rank limit Daw. With Qian Xuanji deceased, the three spirit bones of Qian Xuanfeng returned to Bibi Dong, who chose not to merge them, but kept them treasured at her bedside. Bibi Dong declared, "I want to see you the moment I open my eyes, Phone Brother. Qian Xuanji is dead, and I have avenged you. Phone Brother, I love you. Soon enough, the Haotian sect shall accompany you in death." Chapter 2. The 10,000-year spirit beast, the soft-boned rabbit. 3 years later, within the spirit hall, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong occupied the Pope's seat. Over these 3 years, she had transformed into a figure of ruthlessness, growing cold towards all, including Qian Renshue and Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong believed that Qian Zunfeng's demise was due to Qian Rengshu's intervention, which had afforded Qian Xuanji an opportunity. Moreover, as a limit de law, Qian Daolu had failed to safeguard his own child, leading to Qian Zunfeng's death. In truth, Qian Daolu also harbored guilt towards Bibi Dong. Consequently, she held little affection for either Qian Renshue or Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong consolidated her position as Pope through a combination of brutality and iron-fisted policies. Certainly, in this brief span of 3 years, Bibi Dong has successfully transcended her limits, attaining the esteemed title of Title Daw. Otherwise, dissent would still linger. She places little value on the position of Pope. Her true ambition lies in leveraging the Spirit Hall's desire to dominate the continent, to eradicate the Haotian sect, avenging Qian Xuanfeng in her heart. The demise of Qian Xuanfeng is attributed to the Haotian sect, as evidenced by the distinct Haotian hammer imprint upon his lifeless form. Moreover, ascending to the papacy and ruling the continent would grant her access to vast resources for cultivation. Now that Bibi Dong has become a title de loi and is aware of the existence of deities, she harbors aspirations of divinity. Seeking to resurrect Qian Xuanfeng, this quest serves as her sole motivation for survival, aside from Qian Renshue in the Daw continent. Reaching level 90 signifies the rank of title Daw, level 99 denotes the peak of Douluo, while level 100 elevates one to godhood. The nature of divine power remains a mystery to many, yet Bibi Dong holds a firm belief that such power is sufficient to bring Qian Xuanfeng back to life. It is less a matter of faith than a source of solace, for Bibi Dong herself is uncertain of the extent of divine might. The high priest, Qian Daolu, gradually entered the Pope's palace, observing Bibi Dong's impassive demeanor, and sighed, "Ah, Bibi Dong, you have endured much. You have just ascended as a title de law and should seek a spirit ring. Tomorrow, I shall instruct 2 priests to accompany you in acquiring a spirit ring aimed for one that is 100,000 years old." Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Very well. I have recently heard of a solitary 100,000-year spirit beast residing in the Douluo forest. We shall set off at dawn." Qian Daolu responded, "Excellent. I will now find 2 super Douluos to prepare." Super Douluos, ranging from level 95 to 98, represent formidable title Douluos, and ordinary title Douluos appear as mere children in the presence of such might. This illustrates Qian Olia's care for Bibi Dong, as she is still relatively weak, merely an ordinary title Daw. The following day, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the 2 super Douluos assigned by Qian Daolu and a legion of Spirit Hall soldiers, marched resolutely towards the Douluo forest. These 2 priests, both possessing level 96 spirit power, our brothers wielding the dragon staff as their martial spirits, ranked 6th and 7th in the priest hall. Their titles are Qianjun and Zhangmo as they delve deeper into the Stardow forest. Qianjun slightly bowed and addressed Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, we had detected a rabbit ahead, which is indeed the solitary 100,000-year spirit beast known as the soft-bone rabbit. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, gesturing for the troops to encircle the area, preventing the spirit beast from escaping. The 100,000-year spirit beast is a treasure trove, not only dropping a red 100,000-year spirit ring, but also guaranteeing the acquisition of a soul bone. Soul bones, rarer than spirit rings, can provide skills and enhance one's physique, enabling the absorption of higher quality spirit rings. As the encirclement solidified, the soft-bone rabbit remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Bibi Dong approached, flanked by Qianjun and Zhangmo. The soft-bone rabbit spoke. Human, what is it that you desire? Its voice was melodious, exuding a sense of tranquility, a manifestation of the soft-bone rabbit's innate charm. Bibi Dong tossed her head and fixed her gaze upon the soft-bone rabbit, stating, if it were solely based on my strength, I would indeed be no match for you. However, it is worth noting that regardless of the type of spirit beast, as long as it surpasses 10,000 years in age, any spirit master may absorb a soul ring, provided their body permits it, thus acquiring a corresponding soul skill. Moreover, you will be gifting me a soul bone. Pray tell, what purpose do you believe I serve here? The soft-bone rabbit retorted furiously, Humph. You humans are insatiably greedy. I would rather perish than allow you to have your way to if deciphering the rabbit's innermost thoughts. The demon hunter Daw let out a scornful chuckle. Do not entertain thoughts of self-detonation. Our spirit hall possesses a toxin that prevents spirit beasts from doing so. Thus, it would be wise for you to surrender without resistance, lest we be compelled to take action. Realizing the futility of self-detonation only fueled the soft-bone rabbit's fury further. Cursed, shameless wretches. The Thousand Junlaw offered a slight smile, baring his teeth. Observe these pristine white teeth. How could one claim I am toothless? Bibi Dong interrupted the conversation, urging, hurry, we must act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes, for soul beasts are remarkably united. The domain of the god of killing. A power Bibi Dong acquired over the past 3 years became her singular ambition during this time, to grow stronger and ascend to divinity. Her progress was rapid, focusing on fortifying her allies, disrupting the minds of her foes, and weakening the enemy. Qianjun Douluo and Zhangmo Douluo nodded and charged forward. The soft-bone rabbit, inherently weak in combat, proved no match for the two formidable Douluos, especially considering their profound bond as brothers. Shortly thereafter, the soft-bone rabbit fell, a crimson soul ring emerging from its lifeless body, alongside a precious soul bone. Indeed, a soul ring and bone nearly 20,000 years old. What a treasure! Half a day later, Bibi Dong and her companions set forth back to the spirit hall, leaving behind a cold corpse. La la la, ha ha ha. The outside world is quite amusing. How delightful it is to be human. I must be 3 years old now. A young girl wandered through the Stardow forest, unperturbed by fear. She approached the soft-bone rabbit's lifeless form, gazing at the small pool of blood in shock. Ha ha ha, mommy, are you tired? Please wake up and see little Wu. Woo, mommy, wah wah wah. Her sobs were loud, attracting numerous soul beasts. A massive ape approached, speaking in human tongue. What is it, little Wu? Huh, what about her? Little Wu remained silent, tears streaming down her face, yet she resolved to avenge her mother. Chapter 3. Qian Xiaoi Wa Wa Wa. Just as Bibi Dong's group was about to exit the Stardow forest, the sound of a baby crying reached their ears, prompting Bibi Dong to furrow her brow. Qianjun Douluo, go investigate. Is it a 10,000-year soul beast taking human form? Indeed. Responding to Bibi Dong's command, Qianjun Douluo moved toward the source of the sound. Soon, he returned cradling an infant, declaring, Your Holiness, it is an abandoned child, devoid of any soul beast aura. It is not a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. Of course, if it were a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, it would undoubtedly be protected by other powerful beings. One would never venture out alone. Bibi Dong, without a glance, coldly ordered, eliminate it. Since it is not a 10,000-year soul beast, it holds no value. There is no reason to spare it. Qianjun Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the Pope's cold-blooded nature, yet he never anticipated her ruthlessness would extend to an innocent infant, merely because the child's cries disturbed her. Bibi Dong, sensing Qianjun Douluo's hesitation, contemplated taking matters into her own hands. However, Upon gazing at the child, she was rendered speechless. The resemblance to her late husband, Qian Feng, was striking. Perhaps as the child grew, the likeness would become even more pronounced. Feng, have you returned to me, unable to part? Bibidong mused, taking the child into her arms. To her astonishment, the previously wailing infant suddenly quieted, looking up at her with a cheerful smile, emitting sounds akin to mama. Bibidong laughed for the first time since Qian Feng's death. Bring the young master food and drink to his satisfaction. From this moment forth, he shall be my son. This declaration left Douluo utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had spoken of killing the child, and now, with a mere glance, he had transformed into her son? What a dramatic twist. The baby seemed overwhelmed, while the members of the spirit hall displayed a variety of expressions, their thoughts unknown. Though they pondered, none dared to contradict Bibidong. Those who had previously opposed her had mysteriously vanished. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibidong wore a constant smile, leaving Douluo in a state of confusion. He began to doubt her sanity. However, as he looked at the child in Bibidong's embrace, who bore a striking resemblance to Qian Feng, he too chuckled. I remember when I brought Feng back. It was just like this. Truly, he resembles Feng. 6 years later, in the Pope's chamber of the spirit hall, Bibidong's voice resonated. Soon you will undergo your soul awakening. Please prepare yourself. Mother, what is a soul awakening? And why today? I still want to play with my sister, came the boy's youthful voice, clad in luxurious attire and beaming with joy. He lay on Bibidong, seeking affection. She gently stroked the head of her 6-year-old son, smiling tenderly. Silly child, when is it ever wrong to play with your sister? Here in our Douluo continent, the soul awakening is of utmost importance. It marks the emergence of one's spirit. This moment is a pivotal turning point in a child's life. It could lead to great success or significant downfall. But fret not, my dear ear, for regardless of the spirit you awaken, your mother will never abandon you. I shall always protect you. The little boy giggled. Ear is certainly a genius. Bibidong chuckled softly. Indeed, Ear is destined to be a genius. Children typically undergo their soul awakening at the age of 6, though there are exceptions. Some awaken at birth, yet the vast majority do so at 6. Your sister's spirit is the 6-winged angel, a supreme spirit bestowed upon her by the enemy responsible for your father's death. But fear not, for I have avenged him. Father's enemy? Mother killed him? Bibidong nodded, yes. Now, let us not dwell on that. Prepare yourself. Okay. Qian responded softly and departed, leaving Bibidong alone in her thoughts, gazing at his retreating figure while murmuring, Fenggu, this child truly resembles you, kind-hearted and with a striking likeness. These past 6 years have brought me immense joy. Wait for me. It won't be long before we meet again. Throughout these 6 years, Bibidong had smiled more and taken fewer lives, her ambitions waning, all thanks to the arrival of Qian. Initially drawn to him for his resemblance to Qian Feng, she had genuinely grown fond of this obedient and understanding child. After a considerable time, Bibidong brought Qian to the spirit hall, the site of soul awakening. With an impassive expression, she led the 6-year-old boy into the awakening chamber. A middle-aged man, bowing slightly, spoke in a subdued tone, Your Holiness, you have graced us with your presence. Although Bibidong had become somewhat more understanding over the past 6 years, her reputation for ruthlessness in securing her position as Pope remained unforgotten. Bibidong maintained her stoic demeanor, stating, I am here for my son's soul awakening. Prepare promptly. Do not squander time. Chapter 4. Soul Awakening. It was not that Bibidong was incapable of awakening Qian soul. Her sole intention was to satisfy his curiosity. The middle-aged man began to perspire nervously, quickly responding, Yes. Everyone in line, step aside. The Pope's son is to awaken his soul. Those with sense will. Wait a moment. Before he could finish, a youthful voice interrupted. The middle-aged man's sweat drenched his clothing as he thought, This reckless child. Don't drag me down with you. Silence. He exclaimed, I am speaking. It is His Highness. The penetrating gaze of Bibidong, filled with lethal intent, left the middle-aged man trembling in fear. Although this prince was not her biological son, the Pope held him in higher regard than her own daughter. To accompany a ruler is to walk with a tiger. Qian remarked, Here, everyone is treated equally, including myself. We can simply wait for a while. After all, I am not in a hurry. Mother, is that all right? What initially began as a serious statement gradually transformed into a playful plea. Bibidong chuckled softly as she affectionately ruffled Qian hair, responding, Listen to my son. After an extended wait in line, the moment finally arrived for Qian Xiaoyi. An elderly gentleman approached and bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, addressing her as Your Holiness. We may commence. Bibi Dong remained silent, merely nodding to signal the beginning. This elder was an esteemed Soul Douluo of the 86th rank, holding the highest position within the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall. Yet, even in the presence of the Pope, he maintained a demeanor of deference. The elder extended his hand, palm facing Qian Xiaoyi, as a continuous flow of soul power emanated from him. The awakening of a martial soul involves harnessing soul power to stimulate a child's latent abilities, prompting their martial soul to awaken. However, this process can temporarily affect the child's body, and children under the age of 6 often face challenges due to their incomplete meridians. Therefore, it is advisable to undergo awakening at the age of 6 to prevent any physical discomfort. Buzz. A hum emanated from Qian Xiaoyi, and soon, the palm of her left hand began to radiate a luminous glow. Qian Xiaoyi raised her palm, the center of her hand facing upwards, and beheld the source of the radiance, a mark, also known as the soul seal. Though the original text did not include the soul seal, it has appeared in the manga, so I have added it here for convenience. The soul seal symbolizes the martial spirit, with each unique martial spirit corresponding to a one-of-a-kind soul seal. In the palm of Qian Xiaoyi's left hand resides a soul imprint resembling a ghostly visage. Gazing upon this eerie countenance, Qian Xiaoyi's mind is beset by a million thoughts akin to a herd of long-necked alpacas racing past. Goodness, I awaken a martial spirit, and you present me with a ghastly face. Are you suggesting I am to adopt a whimsical demeanor? Fortunately, there are few witnesses at present, otherwise it would be utterly mortifying. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the elder conducting the assessment wore a countenance that suggested he had just swallowed something distasteful. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. The elder offered an awkward chuckle and said, "Ah, Your Highness, please take this crystal ball and ascertain your soul power. Since you have only just awakened your martial spirit, your soul power will range from level 0 to level 10, commonly referred to as innate soul power." Qian Xiaoyi grasped the crystal ball, channeling her martial soul. The crystal orb remained unresponsive, causing her lips to twitch in disbelief. Could it truly be? Was her mother's intuition so remarkably precise? Indeed, it had plummeted to unprecedented depths. The elder felt an increasing sense of embarrassment and trepidation, fearing that the esteemed Pope before him might, in a fit of rage, dispatch him with a mere gesture. Suddenly, a sound of shattering resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Their gazes converged on the source of the noise, the very crystal ball that filled Qian Xiaoyi with both anger and disdain, now marred by a multitude of cracks. Bang! In a fit of rage, Qian Xiaoyi shattered the crystal ball upon the ground, reducing it to a multitude of fragments. Wah! Mama, that crystal ball tormented me. Please, don't abandon Ir, he cried, clinging to Bibi Dong with fervor, terrified that she might forsake him. The petite figure of Qian Xiaoyi stirred the drowsy Bibi Dong from her reverie. With a gentle smile, Bibi Dong said, "All right, Ir, let us return home." Despite her tears, Qian Xiaoyi responded with a soft and bid farewell to the elderly man. He continued to weep but offered a greeting before departing with Bibi Dong, leaving the unsettled elder behind. Alas, what a pity! Such a polite child. It is rare to encounter such humility in one of high standing. He truly resembles the esteemed Xuanfeng Douluo. No wonder he is so endearing. The elder gazed thoughtfully at the shattered crystal orb scattered about, suddenly enlightened, and recorded the name Qian Xiaoyi with a smile. In the Hall of Spirits, only those with innate soul power exceeding level 5 are permitted to register their names in the Awakening Hall. Upon returning home, Bibi Dong comforted Qian Xiaoyi, saying, "Ir, do not cry. Everything will be all right." Qian Xiaoyi continued to weep. "Whoa, mother, I detest this martial spirit. I prefer another." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, tenderly caressing his little head. "Regardless of your feelings, the martial spirit cannot be altered. It's perfectly fine. If you dislike it, we shall simply set it aside. Mother will care for you for a lifetime." At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi appeared bewildered, gazing at Bibi Dong with innocent eyes. "Mother, you misunderstand. I meant I won't use this ghastly face martial spirit. I wish to employ another." Bibi Dong lightly tapped Qian Xiaoyi's head. "Silly child, are you suggesting there exists another? Do you possess yet another martial spirit?" Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly, remaining silent as he extended his right hand, revealing a soul mark in the palm that resembled a sword. Gradually, a sword materialized from his right hand, as if it had grown directly from his palm. The blade was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to flow continuously, its colors shifting with an ethereal grace. Chapter 5. The Sword of Judgment. Bibi Dong gazed at the sword in Qian Shaoi's right hand. Her composure shattered. A sword? Your martial soul is also a sword? A twin martial soul? I thought as much. It is a martial soul that has never been seen before, suggesting a remarkable caliber indeed. Qian Shaoi remarked, a twin martial soul? That sounds quite impressive. By the way, mother, what is father's martial soul? Bibi Dong smiled. Gazing at the sky, his martial soul, much like yours, is also a sword, known as the soul-cutting sword. Ear. A twin martial soul signifies that an individual possesses two martial souls and an innate full soul power at the moment of awakening, which is level 10. Any soul master with a twin martial soul is destined to have innate full soul power. In other words, you are a genius among geniuses. Qian Shaoi, in a daze, asked, why did the crystal ball shatter? Does it not look down upon me? Bibi Dong chuckled heartily and replied, my dear ear, do you know? When your sister Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, the crystal ball shattered as well. Yet, the final assessment of her soul power revealed a remarkable level. Can you guess how much? It was 20. When you were tested, the crystal ball merely cracked, indicating that your soul power is likely below 20, but certainly above 10. Qian Shaoi, feeling wronged, exclaimed, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me cry, you awful mother. Bibi Dong, instead of becoming angry, laughed even more heartily, saying, ha ha. If I had told you, would I have had the chance to witness my precious baby crying? Qian Shaoi felt even more aggrieved. Mother is bullying me. I won't be good with mother anymore. Bibi Dong stifled a laugh and said, all right, mother was in the wrong. Will you forgive mother, Shaoi? Qian Shaoi's eyes glimmered with mischief as she said, then if you tell me what your martial soul is, I shall forgive you. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of distress as she replied, little e, could we perhaps choose another topic? My martial soul is rather unsightly and may frighten you. Qian Shaoi persistently insisted. No, how could such a beautiful mother be ugly? Mother is deceiving. Bibi Dong replied, mother is not lying. After the manifestation of my martial spirit, I truly became quite unsightly. Qian Shaoi shook her head gently and insisted, it's all right, mother. No matter how unappealing you may seem, you will always be my mother, and I love you the most. Hearing these words from Qian Shaoi brought tears to Bibi Dong's eyes, plunging her into memories of the past. Once, Qian Xuanfeng had uttered similar sentiments. No matter how unappealing you become, you will always be my wife, and I will love you regardless. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to stream down Bibi Dong's face. Observing her mother's sorrow, Qian Shaoi, mistaking her distress for struggle, said, please don't cry, mother. If it's too much, I want to look. I was wrong. Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's voice, Bibi Dong regained her composure and shook her head, replying, it's nothing. Shaoi, it's not your fault. I was merely reminiscing. Didn't you want to see mother's martial spirit? Allow me to show you, but please don't disdain me. With that, she summoned her martial spirit. Martial spirits are categorized into weapon spirits and beast spirits, and the manifestation of a martial spirit is a unique ability of beast spirits. Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly as she bent down, her purple-black exoskeleton rapidly enveloping her form, transforming her into a colossal spider. Tentatively, Bibi Dong raised her head to gaze at Qian Shaoi, eager to discern his thoughts. Qian Shaoi furrowed her brows and remarked, indeed, it is quite unattractive. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lowered her head, feeling a twinge of sadness and a desire to weep. Qian Shaoi revealed a smile that spoke of devious triumph, yet Bibi Dong, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to it. Qian Shaoi approached Bibi Dong and said, mother, you may be quite unattractive, yet you remain my favorite. Bibi Dong smiled with a sense of warmth. You little rascal, how dare you tease your mother? Qian Shaoi, feeling somewhat defiant, blinked and declared, humph. Who made you cry? I am merely returning the favor. With that, she embraced one of Bibi Dong's spider legs. Bibi Dong, who had just been smiling, instantly changed her expression, hastily disengaging from her martial spirit manifestation. It is crucial to understand that once she manifested her martial spirit, she was enveloped in lethal poison. Should any harm befall Qian Shaoi, Bibi Dong would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Shaoi, are you all right? Mother will help you detoxify immediately. Someone, come quickly. Bibi Dong asked anxiously. Qian Shaoi scratched his head and innocently remarked, it's nothing. What could possibly be the matter? What poison to be detoxified? What's wrong, mother? Bibi Dong was taken aback, puzzled as to why there was no poisoning. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find that indeed there was nothing amiss. Qian Shaoi tilted her head in astonishment and inquired, "What is the matter, Your Holiness? Do you have any commands?" A soldier from the spirit hall entered and knelt on the ground, stating, "Yes, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. You may leave." "Yes." Bibi Dong, intrigued, observed Qian Shaoi, only to be captivated by the brilliance emanating from the palm of her left hand. Chapter 6. The Eight-Winged Demon. Is it that ghastly visage? She pondered. Can this spirit withstand my poison? Soon, Bibi Dong discovered something astonishing. The ghastly visage morphed, gradually contorting into a truly fearsome demon. Normally, she would be overcome with excitement as she exclaimed, "Ear, you must perform the spirit possession at once." Qian Shaoi awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I can't do that." To which Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly as she suggested, "Just use your soul power to stimulate it." Qian Shaoi responded affirmatively, sensing the soul imprint. With a mighty shout, martial soul manifestation, a radiant light emanated from the palm of his left hand, startling Qian Shaoi into hastily closing his eyes. Subsequently, two horns sprouted from his head, and his originally short black hair rapidly transformed into flowing red locks. 8 black wings unfurled from his back. Qian Shaoi slowly opened her eyes and gazed at her hands. "Wow, this is so much fun. This soul mark is no longer a ghostly visage. How imposing, I adore it." "Hee." Bibi Dong remarked, "Ear, the name of your martial soul will imprint itself in your mind upon awakening. Let us see what it is called." Qian Shaoi remarked, "Indeed. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. That sword is called the Sword of Judgment, and the ghastly visage, no. It should now be referred to as the Eight-Winged Demon. It bears a resemblance to Sister Schwerer's martial soul." Bibi Dong chuckled. "All right, Ear, you are quite the genius. Remember, you must diligently cultivate from now on. Do you understand?" Qian Shaoi responded with a simple acknowledgement, "Understood. Mother, may I go play with Sister Schwerer?" Bibi Dong's lips twitched as she supported her forehead and replied, "You just promised me to focus on your training. Nevertheless, go ahead. Oh, by the way, do bring your grandfather along." Goodbye, Mother." As Bibi Dong watched Qian Shaoi dash out, she reflected on the child's playful nature, attributing it to her own indulgence. Hee. After all, who could resist spoiling him? Qian Shaoi arrived at the entrance of the worship hall, nodding slightly to the guard before stepping inside. Upon seeing Qian Douluo seated with eyes closed in the hall, she spoke, "Grandfather, Mother requests your presence." "Oh, where is Sister?" Qian Douluo opened his eyes, revealing a rare smile. "Oh, my grandson has come to visit me? No, wait, you are here to find your sister." "Humph. Grandfather is not pleased." "Oh dear. Grandfather. Ear has missed you too," Qian Shaoi replied with a chuckle, planting a kiss on Qian Daolu's cheek, leaving him with a face adorned in drool. Qian Douluo bore no disdain, merely smiling foolishly. "Go ahead. Your sister is cultivating within. I shall visit your mother first." Since Qian Shaoi was brought back, apart from being provided with food and clothing, he has never exhibited any airs of nobility and has never looked down upon anyone. Consequently, he is immensely adored by all, even earning the affection of the servants. Qian Shaoi entered Qian Rushue's room and beheld a young lady engrossed in her cultivation. Aware that interrupting someone during their practice is a grave offense, he quietly seated himself opposite the little girl, remaining utterly silent. The young girl, Qian Rushue, possessed waist-length golden hair, a delicate visage, and soft, rosy skin. Her white dress accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her exceedingly charming. It was not that Qian Shaoi shunned the company of other children. Rather, they fled at the mere sight of him, fearing to offend. As time passed, Qian Rushue became the sole companion with whom Qian Shaoi could play. Qian Shaoi had just seated himself before Qian Rushue when she spoke. You have arrived." Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, are you aware of my presence? Were you not in meditation?" Qian Rushue coldly remarked, "Humph. It is merely the sensation of something most distasteful. Meditation is a widely practiced method of cultivation along the path of enlightenment. One must close their eyes, calm their mind, and steady their breath to achieve true meditation." Meanwhile, in the papal palace, Qian Douluo inquired, "What brings you here, Your Holiness?" Bibi Dong, with a stern expression, replied, "Today, I facilitated Ear's soul awakening. His innate soul power is akin to Schwerer's. However, unlike her, Ear possesses a twin martial soul." "Twins? Just like you?" Qian Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Bibi Dong nodded, indeed. Alas, I have named him Xiao Yi, hoping for a life of ease for him, but now. Douluo inquired, what is a martial soul? The martial souls that had never been encountered before were named the Sword of Judgment and the Eight-Winged Demon. However, Ear is likely unaware that the Eight-Winged Demon is unusable. Unusable? What does that mean? Bibi Dong shook her head, expressing her concern. I am not entirely certain either. That martial soul is quite peculiar. It does not respond to Ear's control. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 7. The Hunt for Soul Beasts in Qian Rengshu's Chamber. Qian Shaoyi sighed. Sister, do you still despise me? Each time we are in the presence of others. You treat me kindly, but is it merely for the sake of our mother and grandfather's perception? I remain silent, yet your arrival has usurped everything that was once mine. Mother and grandfather greet you with smiles, while they disregard me. Why is that? I am the one who is truly related to them. You, a mere illegitimate child, understand nothing. Qian Rinxue suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, her aura surging forth as two yellow soul rings materialized behind her. In the Douluo continent, soul power is categorized into ranks every 10 levels, with each rank requiring the absorption of a soul ring. Soul rings are the remnants left by soul beasts upon their demise, and their strength varies with color. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, includes white, yellow, blue, black, and the legendary red. White represents a 10-year soul ring, which drops from soul beasts that have lived for less than 10 years. Yellow signifies 100 years, blue 1,000, black 10,000, and red can only be acquired from soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. Not all soul rings can be absorbed. One must assess their own capabilities and physical condition to determine if they can successfully absorb a ring. Naturally, soul beasts do not wait for you to hunt them, and many have perished in the pursuit of capturing them. Qian Rinxue possesses 2 yellow century-old soul rings, a formidable presence that is beyond the capability of the newly awakened Qian Shaoyi to contend with. Qian Shaoyi soared through the air, crashing against the wall. How could he, with his newly awakened martial soul, possibly contend with the formidable second ring soul master, Qian Rinxue? Cough, cough. Sister. Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Shaoyi, who lay sprawled on the ground after colliding with the wall, her expression tinged with reluctance. Have you come seeking a beating? She inquired. Qian Shaoyi slowly approached, raising her right hand, from which a sword gradually emerged, the Sword of Judgment. Do you wish to gain some insight? Come forth. Qian Rinxue activated her martial soul, revealing 6 wings behind her. Qian Shaoyi shook her head and handed the Sword of Judgment to Qian Rinxue. Sister, I have just awakened my martial soul today. This is my martial soul, the Sword of Judgment. I understand that you harbor resentment towards me for having taken everything from you. You may strike me to vent your frustrations, but please refrain from using your martial soul. If I were to be gravely injured, Mother would surely find out. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth and retracted her martial soul, declaring, all right. She gazed at the judgment sword she had raised, yet hesitated to strike. Qian Shaoyi glanced at Qian Rinxue and smiled, saying, in truth, my dear sister has always cared for me. You still love me. The Sword of Judgment, raised by Qian Rinxue, transforms into luminous particles that scatter through the air. Qian Rinxue embraced Qian Shaoyi, weeping as she lamented, oh, I am so sorry, Shaoyi. I merely felt an imbalance within my heart, and thus I vented my frustrations upon you. Qian Shaoyi was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that his sister would actually apologize. Soon after, a smile graced his face as he gently patted Qian Rinxue's back. Sister, it's all right. For I love you as well. Shaoyi had always cherished his sister. In truth, the differing attitudes of sister, mother, and grandfather towards us stem from their varying expectations of us. Qian Rinxue pushed Qian Shaoyi aside and asked, what do you mean? Qian Shaoyi remarked, you possess the 6-winged angel martial soul, akin to that of my grandfather, with an innate soul power of level 20, where your ultimate destination lies remains uncertain. The notions of a gentle haven and a hero's grave cannot afford to be lenient with you. As for myself, I am playful. My mother harbors no expectations for me. Thus, she has never been stern. Today, I awaken my martial soul, and I too am a prodigy. Henceforth, I shall diligently cultivate, for the sake of my sister, so that she may bear less burden. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face as she sobbed against Qian Shaoyi's chest. Sister, from this day forth, allow me to be your guardian. I am your outlet for frustrations and your protective shield. You can turn to me for anything, Qian Shaoyi comforted her. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a faint white light emanated from Qian Rinxue, while a dark aura surrounded Qian Shaoyi. one pure and sanctified, the other sinister and strange. The following day, at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong addressed Qian Xiaoyi, saying, The advantage of possessing twin martial souls is the ability to acquire double the soul rings of an ordinary soul master. The optimal path for cultivation is to focus on nurturing one martial soul first. Although your second martial soul currently lacks any soul rings, the potential for the years of the soul rings it can endure remains unchanged. Thus, upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, your second martial soul could potentially be endowed with soul rings of 100,000 years. Therefore, you must now decide which will be your second martial soul, the Judgment Sword or the Eight-Winged Demon. Take your time to ponder this choice carefully. Qian Xiaoyi hesitated momentarily before declaring, I desire the Eight-Winged Demon as my second martial soul. I find it unappealing. Moreover, for some reason, I am unable to utilize this martial soul. The Judgment Sword, however, seems far more suitable for my development. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to the Sunset Forest, where you shall obtain your first martial soul, the Judgment Sword, and its initial soul ring. She commanded, Summon forth my attendants. I shall accompany my son to the Sunset Forest. Yes, the Sunset Forest, renowned across the Douluo continent, is teeming with soul beasts, unlike the monotonous Stardew Forest, which is solely filled with trees. This forest boasts vast grasslands, shimmering lakes, and more. On this occasion, Bibi Dong brought only a small retinue. Yet finding a century-old soul beast would suffice. Naturally, she would not select just any century-old soul beast. As the Pope, Bibi Dong would ensure her son received the very best. After half a day's deliberation, they finally settled on a 500-year-old blood-eyed, saber-toothed tiger. Typically, a soul master's first soul ring should not exceed 400 years. But Qian Xiaoyi's second martial soul, the Eight-Winged Demon, had enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to barely absorb a 500-year-old soul ring. Initially, Bibi Dong was reluctant to let Qian Xiaoyi take this risk, for many had attempted to absorb soul rings beyond their level, only to meet their demise. It was only after Qian Xiaoyi's insistence that she reluctantly acquiesced. The blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, with its crimson eyes and towering stature, appeared formidable. Its two sharp tusks served as its primary means of attack, and its robust limbs exuded great strength. Bibi Dong inquired softly, Is this beast suitable to you? Qian Xiaoyi nodded, feeling a deep affinity for the chosen spirit, particularly due to its name bearing the word sword. Bibi Dong, somewhat taken aback, questioned, Is it truly fitting for you just because it has the word sword in its name? Surely, you jest? Wait, mother, I wish to give it a try myself. Qian Xiaoyi interjected calmly, interrupting Bibi Dong. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong firmly countered, Listen to me. It is already quite commendable for me to allow you to absorb a 500-year spirit ring, but engaging it in a one-on-one battle is out of the question. Moreover, the blood-eyed sword-toothed tiger is a formidable contender among its peers. Observing the resolute expression on Bibi Dong's face, Qian Xiaoyi shook his head. Mother, even with an exceptional spirit ring configuration, if I lack practical combat experience, I cannot protect myself, let alone safeguard you. Therefore, please allow me to proceed. Besides, you will be there with me, and dealing with a 100-year soul beast should be manageable. Bibi Dong sighed. All right, but do take care, she cautioned. The crowd from the spirit hall surrounded the blood-eyed, sword-toothed tiger, encircling it without attacking. The creature, having been battered from side to side, was no longer in its prime fighting form. As the 6-year-old Qian Xiaoyi approached, his eyes gleaming with determination, it became evident that this age of soul beast lacked independent consciousness, rendering it incapable of fleeing. An escape was utterly impossible. Bibi Dong instructed her followers to clear a space for combat, and Qian Xiaoyi stepped forward into the arena. In Qian Xiaoyi's hand materialized the Sword of Judgment. As if by an unspoken agreement, a person and a tiger charged towards one another simultaneously. Qian Xiaoyi understood that a century-old soul beast would fight solely driven by instinct, lacking any semblance of strategy. However, despite this knowledge, one must not let their guard down. Raising the Sword of Judgment, she struck down with force, while the blood-eyed blade-toothed tiger also lifted its paw. The clash of what appeared to be a feeble paw against the Sword of Judgment resonated with the sound of steel colliding. The blood-eyed blade-toothed tiger lunged at Qian Xiaoyi with its jaws, only to be narrowly evaded. Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brow. Having realized that your claws and teeth could withstand the Sword of Judgment, I shall evade your fangs and talons, seeking another opportunity. Bibi Dong anxiously observed Qian Xiaoyi's evasive maneuvers. Her palms already slick with cold sweat, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. In truth, there was no need for such trepidation on Bibidong's part. In battles of this caliber, not only could she, a titled Douluo, intervene, but even a mere four-ring soul master could provide timely assistance. It merely illustrated that Bibidong's concern led to her disarray. Qian Xiaoyi evaded the attacks of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, narrowly escaping each time, sustaining several scratches that rendered him quite disheveled. Suddenly, the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger lunged at Qian Xiaoyi, who took a running leap and then crouched low. The beast soared over him, and seizing the opportunity, he brandished the judgment sword and thrust it into the creature's flank. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced the tiger's side. Yet Qian Xiaoyi was sent sprawling by a kick from its hind leg. Coughing and gasping for breath, he was relieved it had not been in its full form. Otherwise, he certainly would have met his match. Truly, it was a formidable soul beast, one of the finest among its kind after 5 centuries. However, for the sake of my soul ring, it was worth it. The blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger lay on the ground, convulsing, clearly not yet lifeless. The judgment sword still embedded in its side, having not yet been withdrawn. The members of the spirit hall looked on in astonishment, exclaiming their admiration. Indeed, the young master is extraordinary. If it were me, I would have perished long ago. Yes, although the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger was not at full strength, it is still not to be underestimated, chuckled one. When I was at level 10, I was chased by a century-old soul beast, and it was my father who saved me. They marveled at how the young master single-handedly vanquished this 500-year-old soul beast of noble lineage. Huh, can you even compare with His Highness? The spirit hall members engaged in lively banter. This time, the usually stern Bibidong remained silent. Had she not been the Pope, she would have joined in the praise, her heart brimming with joy. As Qian Xiaoyi gazed into the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger's resentful eyes and its pitiful, bleeding form, he felt a pang of sympathy and guilt. He withdrew the judgment sword and said, I am sorry for disturbing your life, but in order to survive in this perilous Douluo continent, to protect my mother and sister, I must claim your power. Qian Xiaoyi has brought an end to the life of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, and from the creature, an accumulation of energy has manifested into a yellow soul ring. Qian Xiaoyi suppressed the urge to retch, seated himself, and took a deep breath, recalling the method Bibidong had imparted for absorbing spirit rings, meditation. Guiding the spirit ring with the judgment sword martial spirit, regardless of who one was. The method to absorb spirit rings remained constant, utilizing the martial spirit to draw the spirit ring in, subsequently absorbing it into the body, and digesting the soul power stored within the spirit ring. The yellow spirit ring enveloped the judgment sword held by Qian Xiaoyi, and he sensed a wave of pressure. The energy from the spirit ring flowed into the judgment sword, then coursed into Qian Xiaoyi's body, where he began to digest it. However, the pace of digestion lagged far behind that of absorption. Gradually, Qian Xiaoyi began to experience pain, an excruciating sensation coursing through his entire being. Qian Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down, each drop hitting the ground, a testament to his profound agony. Bibidong, filled with a twinge of compassion and regret, lamented her decision to acquiesce to Qian Xiaoyi's request. Had she chosen a soul beast of a lesser age, his suffering would have been alleviated. The 500-year soul ring exceeded the threshold for what a soul master could typically absorb as their first ring. It rivaled the ages of many second and third soul rings. Bibidong found herself powerless, for if a soul master were interrupted during the absorption of a soul ring, the outcome would be either death or grave injury. In this moment, all she could do was offer her prayers. The energy of the soul ring had been fully absorbed. Now, it was merely a matter of digesting the energy within his body to complete the process. After a considerable time, Qian Xiaoyi finally stood up, casting a grateful glance at the members of the spirit hall before fixing his gaze on Bibidong, whose eyes were already red, clearly overwhelmed with anxiety and excitement. Mother, I have succeeded, he declared. Bibidong rushed over and embraced Qian Xiaoyi, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, you frightened me to death. Promise me you won't take such reckless risks in the future, do you understand? Qian Xiaoyi nodded, but the thoughts in her heart were likely known only to herself. Chapter 9. The External Soul Bone. On the way home, she recalled, by the way, what is your first soul skill? After absorbing the soul ring, you will instinctively understand the skills and characteristics it bestows. Bibidong inquired. Qian Xiaoyi did not conceal anything. The sword of judgment appeared in his grasp, accompanied by a circle of yellow soul rings. This soul skill is called Sword Chi. Its purpose is. He spoke as he swung the sword of judgment. And a flash of sword light flickered, causing the trees it touched to split into two segments. With a swift release of sharp sword energy, it enabled long-range attacks. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the first soul ring represents a minor application of the martial soul, yet this sword chi was astonishingly powerful. The members of the spirit hall gaped in astonishment. Hey, did you see that? The young master's first soul skill is remarkably potent, rivaling my third soul skill. Haha. Your third soul ring is merely a century old. It's not much different. It's incredibly sharp. As a two-ring soul master, I could never achieve such prowess. The hushed whispers of the soldiers failed to capture Bibi Dong's attention. She continued to gaze at Qian Xiaoyi with disbelief. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoyi inadvertently noticed a flash of a golden-haired beauty. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong had separated from Qian Xiaoyi when he awakened his martial soul. Leaving him in solitude in his own chamber, Bibi Dong retreated to her own quarters, while Qian Xiaoyi made his way to Qian Rinxue's room. Pushing open the door, Qian Rinxue looked at the weary Qian Xiaoyi and said, "You have arrived." Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "It seems my sister was aware of my impending arrival." Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, "I heard you have returned. I anticipated that you would come. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Qian Xiaoyi fell silent for a moment before declaring, "I have resolved to depart from this place." Qian Rinxue's gaze flickered momentarily as she softly inquired, "Why? Is it solely because of me? Is it not sufficient to be here?" Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and said, "Sister, your reasoning is but a fragment of the truth. The primary issue lies with our mother. Her excessive indulgence has hindered my growth." Although Qian Xiaoyi had not finished speaking, Qian Rinxue had already grasped her meaning. With a hint of disappointment, she replied, "Is it not possible to stay?" Qian Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Sister, your melancholy signifies that you still hold me dear in your heart. You remain the caring sister who cherishes her younger brother. However, I must depart, for only then can you embrace a brighter future." Yet, there lingers a sense of hesitation. Qian Rinxue wished to express more, yet she was interrupted by Qian Xiaoyi. "All right, sister, it's not as if you're not coming back. You're merely going out to attend school." Qian Xiaoyi stepped outside, leaving Qian Rinxue gazing at her brother's departing figure. "Oh, dear brother, have I truly regarded you as my sibling? It is entirely my fault for being so willful, while you have consistently indulged me, this so-called sister. Soon, I shall embark on a mission, and perhaps we may never meet again." Upon returning to her chamber, Qian Xiaoyi called out, "Come in." A soldier entered. Kneeling on one knee, "Young master, how may I serve you? I require an investigation into a matter. No, rather, I need you to seek out a school for me. This institution must be modest and impoverished, otherwise they may recognize me. To maintain the secrecy of my identity, it is imperative that it be somewhat remote. Do you understand?" The soldier appeared somewhat troubled. "As you command. However, young master, it may take some time." Qian Xiaoyi nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine, there's no rush. Take your time to find the most suitable option. Anything less is unacceptable." Understood. The soldiers withdrew. In the palace of the Pope at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong pondered. A small, impoverished, and remote academy? What is Ear planning to do? It's so far away. What if danger arises? She resolved to inquire further and hurried to Qian Xiaoyi's chamber. "Ear, what are you seeking in that academy?" "Mother can teach you," Bibi Dong asked. Her eyes filled with reluctance. "Mother? What brings you here?" "Oh, I intend to venture out and experience the world beyond. Although the Spirit Hall is grand, it does not encompass the entirety of the continent. I cannot keep relying on you, Mother," Qian Xiaoyi declared, exuding determination. Bibi Dong wished to say more, but at that moment, Qian Douluo entered. "Your Holiness, a true stronghold is never nurtured in the comfort of a cradle. You may desire a life of ease for him. Yet why not consider his own aspirations?" Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Xiaoyi with a heavy heart. "Alas. Ear, I leave the decision to you." Qian Xiaoyi embraced Bibi Dong, who was only half his height, and thus he could only hold onto her thigh. "Mom, it will take quite a long time to find such an academy. Besides, Eo will often come back to visit you." Mother, it's not like I am leaving right now. I still have to wait for several years." Bibi Dong nodded and stepped outside, but no one noticed the 2 trails of tears that had formed on her face. The next day, Qian Xiaoyi gazed at his left hand, which was entirely covered in a white, bony substance, with his fingers transformed into sharp blades. He waved it towards the ground, and 5 deep gashes appeared on the surface. This seems quite impressive. I should ask mother what this is. Just then, Bibi Dong, having just finished her tasks, spotted Qian Xiaoyi's arrival. Qian Xiaoyi extended his left hand and inquired, "Mother, what is this?" "It appeared after I absorbed the spirit ring. How can I remove it? Otherwise, I shall become a monster." Bibi Dong stared blankly at Qian Xiaoyi's left hand, pondering the external spirit bone. Qian Xiaoyi tilted her head and inquired, "What exactly is an external spirit bone?" "The external spirit bone is exceedingly rare, typically produced only by high bloodline spirit beasts, which indicates that the blood-eyed, sword-toothed tiger is quite remarkable. Let us first discuss spirit bones. Spirit bones are exceptionally unique entities, similar to spirit rings. They also originate from spirit beasts and share the same age attributes. However, they differ significantly from spirit rings. Primarily, the probability of spirit bones manifesting is merely 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally, only those spirit beasts that are immensely powerful and experience extraordinary circumstances at the time of their demise may produce spirit bones post-mortem. Unlike spirit rings, which can be found on any spirit beast, spirit bones are therefore exceedingly rare and invaluable. Another distinction between spirit bones and spirit rings lies in their usage. Spirit bones do not require the killer of the spirit beast to be the one who utilizes them. Instead, one can discover and absorb spirit bones from the remains of the spirit beast, greatly enhancing the physical prowess of the spirit master. This augmentation allows for the absorption of spirit rings of higher ages, thereby amplifying attributes such as attack power, speed, and strength, as if one were perpetually accompanied by a supportive spirit master. A spirit master can absorb a maximum of 6 spirit bones, corresponding to the 4 limbs, head, and torso, akin to the limitation of absorbing 9 spirit rings. Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. "Is this a bone from my left arm?" Bibi Dong shook her head gently and responded with patience. "No, what you possess is an external soul bone. External soul bones are remarkable entities, classified as a special category distinct from the 6 main types of soul bones. Their most extraordinary trait lies in their ability to evolve alongside the absorption of soul rings, bestowing upon you a unique soul skill. If the probability of a regular soul bone manifesting from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, the occurrence of an external soul bone is even rarer, falling short of 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the prerequisite for absorbing an external soul bone is that one must first absorb the soul ring dropped by the corresponding soul beast. The term torso-type soul bones typically refers to the bones of the chest, while limb type generally pertains to arm and leg bones, and those of the head are usually identified as cranial bones. However, the soul bone you have absorbed is from the hand. Based on my prior observations, I can confidently assert that it is indeed an external soul bone. Child, do you realize that within the realm of soul masters, there exists a hierarchy of the most coveted treasures known as the Soul Master's Dream List? Notably, external soul bones consistently rank second on this list, surpassed only by the nearly mythical 10,000-year soul ring, which is deemed almost unattainable. Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, that's incredible. Ha ha ha. Mother, from now on, I shall protect you." Bibi Dong chuckled as she gently ruffled his hair. There are many powerful beings on this continent. If you wish to safeguard your mother, you must strive harder. Now, let us observe the abilities of your left palm bone." Qian Xiaoyi clenched her fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Crush! I can obliterate anything I encounter into dust." Bibi Dong smiled. The stronger Qian Xiaoyi became, the more joy it brought her. Indeed, it was time for to venture out into the world. Chapter 10, Serendipitous Encounters 3 years later, within the Spirit Hall. 9-year-old Qian Xiaoyi was practicing her swordsmanship when she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A soldier rushed in, kneeling on one knee, and reported, "My lord, after 3 years of searching, we have finally located an academy that meets your requirements. If it weren't for the presence of a branch hall there, we might not have discovered it." Qian Xiaoyi retracted the judgment blade of his martial soul. "Oh, which academy are you referring to? What is its name?" "Young master, this academy aligns perfectly with your requirements. Tucked away in a remote mountain, it is impoverished and dilapidated, boasting only 3 students, making it the sole institution where the number of teachers surpasses that of students." "What is its name?" "Ah, yes, it is called Shrek Academy." "And what of the quality of education?" Qian Xiaoyi inquired further. The soldier responded respectfully, "It is quite remarkable. Every graduate is at least a soul master, and they are typically youthful soul masters, destined to become high-ranking soul saints in the future. However, the admissions process is somewhat stringent. Qian Shaoi smiled and remarked, "A college with only 3 students is quite remarkable. It is entirely reasonable for the teaching to be of high quality and the admissions to be stringent." Indeed, splendid. May I inquire as to the location of this esteemed institution? The soldier then provided Qian Shaoi with the address of Shrek Academy. Qian Shaoi instructed, "Go find the Pope and inform him of my impending departure. I shall prepare my belongings first." Understood. Bibi Dong entered Qian Shaoi's chamber, accompanied by Qian Renxue. "Sister, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Qian Renxue trailing behind Bibi Dong, Qian Shaoi inquired. Qian Renxue remained silent. Her gaze towards Qian Shaoi imbued with a hint of regret and profound reluctance. "Shaoi, are you leaving now?" Bibi Dong inquired, her pink eyes glistening with tears. Qian Renxue, too, was not faring any better, shedding tears of her own and shared sorrow. "Yes, I'm leaving now. Mother, sister, farewell." After gathering her belongings, nothing more than a bit of money and a few garments, she declared, "Let's go. Mother will personally see you off. Take this watch. It serves not only to tell time, but also as a soul guide artifact." The soul guide artifact is a spatial device designed for storage. It merely requires the infusion of one's own soul power to activate. As she bid farewell to Qian Shaoi, watching her retreating figure, Qian Renxue's heart was a tumult of emotions. "It is all my fault. I am sorry, Shaoi. Safe travels. I wonder how long it will be before we meet again." In a flurry, Bibi Dong returned to the spirit hall. "Someone. The crown prince has departed. Dispatch a title Douluo for protection. Report any matters to me. And do not take action unless absolutely necessary. However, if anything were to happen to the crown prince, you will answer for it." Meanwhile, within the spirit hall's offering chamber, Qian Douluo opened his eyes, listening to the reports from his subordinates. "You say Shaoi has left? Very well, you may go. Summon the 6th and 7th offerings." In a secluded room, Qian Renxue wept softly. Today marked the 6th anniversary of her martial soul awakening at the tender age of 6, and for the first time, she refrained from her training. It was only now that she realized how much she had become reliant on her ever-indulgent brother. Regret washed over her. A sorrowful acknowledgement that she had failed to cherish the moments spent together, much like Bibi Dong. "Hey, have you heard? Our esteemed Pope's son has left." "Left? How did he die?" Alas, the young master treated everyone equally, never displaying arrogance, and yet he has departed. Such is the cruelty of fate. "Fool, he hasn't died. He has gone off to school." "Well, you could have been clearer about it, I thought." Meanwhile, Qian Shaoi, unaware of the stir his departure had caused, journeyed forth. A month later, a 9-year-old boy found himself traversing a narrow path. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. After a month of travel, I am finally nearing my destination. Yet, this place is incredibly remote. I have truly ventured into the countryside." From a distance, Qian Shaoi discerned a small village approximately a mile ahead. With the keen vision bestowed by the purple extreme demon eye, he could clearly distinguish that the village housed around 100 families. Encircling the village was a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a safeguard against wild beasts. A considerable number of people appeared to be gathered at the village entrance, the cause of which remained a mystery. This must be it, Shrek Academy. Yet, what could possibly draw such a crowd? I shall investigate. Without hesitation, Qian Shaoi sprinted towards the gathering. "Oh, is there someone ahead?" As Qian Shaoi took a few steps, he soon noticed a figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely one person, but rather 2 youths, approximately 11 or 12 years old, one male and one female. The girl was perched on the boy's back, which created the illusion of a single silhouette from a distance. "I'm so tired. Brother, look over there. There's a small village. Is Shrek Academy truly located there? It appears so dilapidated. I can hardly fathom that such an academy could have a student like Dai Mubai," the girl remarked sweetly. The boy, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Yes, that must be Shrek Academy. If it can produce a student like Dai Mubai, the academy must be quite remarkable. The teacher summoned me here, but didn't invite you. Moreover, do you have the right to complain about being tired?" "Hee, I was just speaking on your behalf," the girl said playfully. Listening to their conversation, Qian Shaoi approached and exclaimed, "Oh, are you also here to study at Shrek Academy? What a coincidence, so am I. Haha, perhaps we shall be classmates. By the way, what are your names? But truly, it looks quite shabby." The boy was startled, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Qian Shaoi with caution. "Who is this person? I didn't even notice his arrival." Suddenly, Qian Shaoi's appearance startled the girl as well, causing her to bury her head in the boy's shoulder and scream. The proximity of her voice to the boy's ear made the sudden outburst jarring, leaving him momentarily dazed and his vigilance towards Qian Xiaoyi dissipated. After a brief moment, the boy shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu, please lower your voice, my ears." The girl, named Xiao Wu, showed no awareness of the disruption. "Tang-san, you scoundrel. You scold me instead of reprimanding this frightening stranger." Qian Xiaoyi did not anticipate that her inadvertent action would frighten the two individuals. Hastily, she bowed and apologized. "I am truly sorry, brother and sister. It was unintentional. I didn't mean to scare you." At that moment, Tang-san and Xiao Wu scrutinized the figure before them. Or rather, the child. This child possessed an unremarkable appearance, standing half a head shorter than themselves, seemingly around 8 or 9 years old. With long black hair cascading over her shoulders, crimson eyes, and clad in deep red garments that exuded an air of the uncanny. "Oh, young one, are you here to study? You are quite small," Xiao Wu exclaimed candidly. Qian Xiaoyi's lips involuntarily twitched. "Small? Where am I small?" Tang-san patted Xiao Wu and said, "It's all right, little one. My name is Tang-san, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. Oh, I am called Xiao Yi. You may also refer to me as Xiaoyi." After emerging from the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoyi donned a human skin mask, concealing his true identity. Now, his visage was not his own, and his name had transformed into Xiao Yi to prevent others from recognizing him. After all, Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope, was a well-known figure across the continent. Otherwise, it would fail to serve its purpose of honing his skills. The friends he made would merely seek to curry favor due to his lineage, rather than forging genuine connections. Qian Xiaoyi, throughout his life, has encountered many who sought to curry favor with him, yet only one has truly connected with him, his sister, Qian Ruxua. Thus, Qian Xiaoyi chose to conceal his identity, adopting a new visage and name. "Xiaoyi, Tang-san, Xiao Wu, 135, let us proceed together," Xiaoyi declared. Tang-san and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement and approached. As they drew near, Qian Xiaoyi sensed something amiss. At the village entrance, a considerable crowd had indeed gathered, predominantly composed of youths of similar age, many accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man, seemingly in his 60s. To the astonishment of Xiao Yi, Tang-san, and Xiao Wu, a somewhat tattered sign hung from an archway constructed of wood, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Before these characters, there was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, appearing somewhat adorable. The elderly man seated behind the table bore a similar green circular badge on his chest, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Chapter 11. Shrek Academy, could it be? Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping down from Tang-san's back, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at the sign and then back at Tang-san. Both of them momentarily stunned. Although Xiaoyi was already aware of the circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy, witnessing it in person elicited a wave of nostalgia. "Brother, could Master have made a mistake? This hardly resembles an academy. Could it be a deception?" Tang-san replied with a wry smile. "Now that we are here, let us see for ourselves." Xiaoyi reassured him, "Since we have come, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Your teacher must have a purpose in bringing you here. I have heard that none who graduate from Shrek Academy are weaklings. Even in the royal courts of various nations, they can secure positions of influence." Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt a measure of astonishment and her spirits lifted somewhat. It should be noted that those serving in the royal courts as sole masters are at least sole emperors, underscoring the exceptional educational quality of Shrek Academy. The faces of the parents accompanying the children were marked by deep disappointment. Perhaps you won't even pass the entrance exam," Xiaoyi remarked quietly, already aware through the spirit hall that gaining admission to Shrek Academy was a formidable challenge. Xiao Yi's gaze, however, lingered not on the applicants for long. Instead, he focused on the front of the line, where the registration took place. His vision and hearing were heightened under the influence of his second martial soul, allowing him to discern the conversations occurring there. The elderly man seated behind the table, responsible for accepting registrations, appeared lethargic, his clothing described generously as simple, resembling more that of a village elder than a teacher of an academy. At that moment, a young boy stepped forward to register. The elderly man, in a languid tone, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The youth's father hurriedly produced 10 gold soul coins and placed them into a wooden box fashioned from several planks. Extending a hand, the elder spoke. The youth complied, offering his hand to the elder, who pinched it twice and shook his head, stating, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The father, taken aback by the elder's keen discernment, quickly responded with a smile, "Esteemed teacher, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Surely, you could make an exception?" The elder, growing slightly impatient, retorted, "An exception? Certainly. However, one must be over 13 and attain a level of 25 or higher. Do you meet that criteria? Since you do not, please do not disrupt the others waiting." The youth's father protested, "But what about our registration fee?" The elder coldly replied, "Once registered, fees are non-refundable." Unable to contain his anger, the father exclaimed, "This is clearly a scam. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disrepair, we would never have come." The elder glanced at him dismissively and stated, "Mubai. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, declaring, "If you wish to retrieve your fee, you must first contend with me. I will refund you double." Xiao Yi, observing the situation, wore an expression of helplessness. Dai Mubai wasted no words. Summoning his soul power and revealing his 3 soul rings, 2 of which were a century old and 1 a millennium. The overwhelming aura created an invisible pressure in the air, with a cold light flashing in his eyes as he regarded the father and son. Xiao Yi sighed, muttering, "This is nothing short of extortion." Among soul masters, soul rings always held the greatest authority. Witnessing Dai Mubai's 3 rings, including one of a millennium, illustrated the ideal soul ring configuration for a soul master. A rarity indeed. The father's complexion paled, aware that he was no match for Dai Mubai, with a resigned comment that it was their misfortune. He hastily led his son away. Dai Mubai returned to his previous position, casting a cold glance at the youths and their parents waiting to register. The threat in his demeanor unmistakable. The oppressive force emanating from his 3 soul rings was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Following this encounter, the queue diminished by a third, as many sought to avoid becoming easy prey, especially considering the Shrek Academy's unremarkable appearance. Another youth approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, and the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder pinched his hand, casting a dim gaze at the boy, and stated, "Just right at 12. Now, release your martial soul for me to see." The youth nodded gently as a pale green aura emanated from his body, a century-old yellow soul ring rhythmically encircling him. The presence of this century-old soul ring was unmistakably formidable. His martial soul manifested as a thick vine that spiraled around his form. This martial soul bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass. However, his was not a grass but a direct vine, akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxins. The elder shook his head and declared, unqualified, "You may leave." The boy's parents, initially brimming with confidence, were struck dumb by the elder's words. The mother could not restrain herself from asking, "Why? My son is an outstanding student in the junior academy. Did you not see that his soul ring is 100 years old? Few soul masters possess such a ring." The elder replied nonchalantly, "While the first soul ring being 100 years is indeed commendable, he is merely an ordinary person." The boy's father furrowed his brow and said, "I do not comprehend your meaning." Growing somewhat impatient, the elder rose from behind the desk, addressing not only the boy's parents but also those waiting in line. "We only accept prodigies here, not ordinary folk. Those who have not reached the second ring as a soul master by the age of 12 should not waste their gold." Chapter 12. Registration. Tang Sin glanced at the composed Xiao Yi, his gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. He mused, another prodigy. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from the elder, a rich crimson light erupting from him. A long staff, adorned with countless intricate patterns, appeared in his right hand. Most astonishingly, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance capturing the attention of the entire assembly. The hues of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The elder, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was, in fact, a superlative soul emperor of over level 60. He waved dismissively at the astonished family before him, signaling, "Next." As the brilliance of the soul rings faded, all traces of soul power vanished instantaneously, and the elder resumed his previous languid demeanor, as if the aura of a soul emperor had never belonged to him. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, for they were all commoners. Who would dare to offend a soul emperor? The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the parents and aspiring students evaporated in an instant. With a teacher of over level 60 overseeing the registration, the strength of Shrek Academy's faculty became abundantly clear. Soon, most parents wore expressions of regret, quietly leading their children away, for the requirement of reaching level 20 in soul power by the age of 12 was exceedingly stringent. Those who remained evidently held confidence in passing the elder's scrutiny, as the subsequent applicants displayed soul powers exceeding level 20, each possessing 2 soul rings. After paying the registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second phase. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. Daimubai, responsible for overseeing the proceedings, escorted the successful candidates into the institution. Those who passed the test waited nearby, and upon gathering 3, he would lead them into the academy, which was part of his duties. At this moment, Daimubai finally spotted Tang San and his companion, Xiao Wu, as well as Xiao Yi, his expression initially one of surprise at the sight of such young students. However, he soon came to terms with it. The academy only stipulated that applicants must be under 12 years of age, leaving the upper age limit ambiguous, thus allowing Xiao Yi to register without issue. The elder in charge of registrations displayed a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as he stood before a young girl with short pink hair, who had just withdrawn her outstretched hand. The girl stood alone, devoid of parental accompaniment, clad in a simple yet pristine white dress. Her neat, chin-length hair framed her face, and she appeared shorter than Xiao Wu, yet slightly taller than Xiao Yi. With her back turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, her features remained hidden, but the smoothness of her neck hinted at her fair complexion. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a certain boldness, yet possessing a softness that evoked a sense of tenderness. Xiao Yi, observing Daimubai's gaze towards the girl, surmised that she must possess striking beauty, as the glint in Daimubai's eyes resembled that of a wolf. Gradually, the elder's surprise waned, and he frowned as he asked, "Are your family aware of your presence here?" The girl did not directly respond to his inquiry but smiled and replied, "It is said that education knows no bounds. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason to reject me, do you?" The elder shook his head and said, "Please wait aside. We can only send 3 in at a time, otherwise, Mubai will become too fatigued." The girl obediently stood to the side, awaiting her 2 companions. At last, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi trailed behind, with only one other candidate remaining, a girl who appeared to have arrived recently. She seemed even younger than Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed. Her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white dress, and her skin was similarly fair. However, there was an indescribable uniqueness about her. Her remarkably voluptuous figure seemed at odds with her age. Without considering her face, one might easily mistake her for an adult, undoubtedly captivating the attention of all men. Contrasting her alluring physique was the cool demeanor etched upon her face, a chill emanating from deep within, pure and unyielding, her dark eyes devoid of any hint of anger, creating a stark contrast to her otherwise beautiful visage. A quintessential ice princess. Xiao Yi mused to himself, "This girl has developed more than my sister. When she grows up, will she be able to move freely? Are you registering or not? If not, please do not block the way." The voice of the elder pulled Xiao Yi's thoughts back to the present. Xiao Yi noticed an amusing detail. Tang San had been fixated on the girl behind him, evidently drawn by Daimubai's gaze. Subsequently, Xiao Yi observed that Xiao Wu was glaring fiercely at Tang San, whose hand was already bruised. A knowing smile crept across Xiao Yi's face. It was now Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. "We will register together." Tang San endured the pain in his hand and placed the 20 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. Since he was not well acquainted with Xiao Yi, Tang San did not consider Xiao Yi's registration fee. After all, his attire suggested a modest background, and Xiao Yi required no assistance. Chapter 13. The Millennium Soul Ring. After passing the test, Tang San and Xiao Wu were directed to enter with the short-haired girl. "Wait," Xiao Yi exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd. He scratched his head and continued, "Could you please wait a moment? You see, there are still 2 registrations left. It would be better if we all enter together afterward. I would feel quite embarrassed to trouble Daimubai again." The elder chuckled. "If the 3 of them have no objections, I have no issue." He gestured toward Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the young girl. Naturally, neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu objected, and the girl glanced at Xiao Yi before shaking her head, indicating she was not in a hurry. "All right, young man. Extend your hand, the elder instructed. Xiaoyi complied, and as the elder examined him, he furrowed his brow. You are only 9 years old? Xiaoyi nodded, grinning. Yes. Indeed. Elder, you only specified that those under 12 could register. You did not mention an upper age limit. The girl expressed her surprise. 9 years old? Can someone of such an age attend the academy? Dai Mubai also appeared incredulous, having initially assumed that Xiao Yi merely looked youthful. He was astonished by his actual age. The girl behind Xiao Yi remained expressionless, though her eyes betrayed considerable emotion. Meanwhile, Tang Xin wore a knowing smile, while Xiao Wu was best left unnoticed. The elder paused momentarily, then chuckled. Ah, a sharp-witted lad. It is permissible, but do release your martial soul and soul ring. Given your age, your soul power must be at level 15, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. Xiao Yi shook his head. There is no need for special treatment. 4. Qian Xiaoyi summoned the judgment sword of his martial spirit, adorned with 1 yellow and 1 blue soul ring, which quietly encircled the blade. I have met the standards of your academy, Qian Xiaoyi declared. The elderly man stared blankly at Qian Xiaoyi's blue soul ring. A millennium? You possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Not only the elder, but also Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 2 young girls wore expressions of disbelief. Indeed, I recently made a breakthrough. Qian Xiaoyi replied nonchalantly. He mused. How would they react if they knew that his sister awakened her martial spirit at the age of 6 with a level of 20? He overlooked the astonishment that a 1,000-year soul ring instilled in others. Over the past 3 years since his martial spirit's awakening, Qian Xiaoyi had diligently cultivated. He initially possessed innate soul power, absorbed his first soul ring, and subsequently augmented his soul power by 2 levels. Recently, he had also broken through to become a great soul master, fortunate enough to encounter a howling moon sky wolf on the verge of its own millennium breakthrough. Taking advantage of the wolf's momentary lapse in attention, Qian Xiaoyi struck it down and absorbed its soul ring. However, the process of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was perilous, nearly costing Qian Xiaoyi his life, were it not for his second martial spirit. The elder gradually regained his composure. Go. Next. As he retracted the soul ring, it was the turn of the long-haired girl, who did not wait for the elder's prompt but extended her hand to reveal her martial spirit and soul rings. She sprouted 2 cat ears and a tail, with 2 yellow soul rings slowly rotating around her. Age is appropriate, and exceeding level 20, you may proceed. Dai Mubai, take these 5 inside. I too shall take my leave to negotiate a salary increase with the dean, the elder announced. Upon entering the village, one could see nothing but wooden structures, aptly described by the words simple and unadorned. Dai Mubai instructed, prepare yourselves. I shall lead you to the next testing area shortly. As Qian Xiaoyi was readying for the second test, a soft, melodious voice interrupted. Sausages for sale. 5 copper coins each. Delicious and affordable. The 5 turned their heads to see a vendor pushing a cart, calling out his wares. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and several students already queued to make purchases. Xiao Wu tilted her head and remarked, it smells quite delightful. Let us give it a try. Brother, you're so kind. Observing the sibling duo of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Qian Xiaoyi reminisced about his distant sister. Sister, how are you? Chapter 14. Oscar Dai Mubai's expression turned somewhat uneasy as he cautioned Qian Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, there is plenty to eat here, but you must be wary of that sausage vendor. Under no circumstances should you consume his sausages. Remember that. It smells so good. With that, Qian Xiaoyi dashed off towards the stall. Dai Mubai's face fell, realizing that it seemed as though his words had gone unheard. However, upon observing the direction in which Xiao Yi was running, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, darkening as he strode towards Xiao Yi. As Xiao Yi approached, he noticed that the sausage vendor was of similar height to himself, with a wooden sign affixed to the cart that read specialty sausages. The vendor, upon noticing an approaching customer, immediately greeted him with warmth. Would you like a sausage? Delicious and inexpensive. I assure you, you'll find it irresistible. Xiao Yi, not particularly tall, barely reached the cart, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said, Sir, could I trouble you for 2 sausages? I'm quite hungry. The vendor's expression suddenly turned stiff. Sir? You, what did you call me? Xiao Yi was taken aback. I called you sir. Is there a problem? My mother said to address the elderly as sir. The vendor chuckled bitterly. Elderly? Nonsense. There is indeed a problem. Brother, I am only 14 this year. How could you call me sir? Xiao Yi shot back. Who are you trying to fool? You can't be 14. The vendor, undeterred by the remarks of a 9-year-old, replied assuredly, "Indeed, I am Oscar, 14 years old, a student of Shrek Academy. Surely, you cannot call me sir just because my hair is a bit thick. I am a student of the academy. Ask anyone, and they will confirm my age." Oscar picked up 2 bamboo skewers from his cart and skewered 2 sausages for Xiaoyi. Just then, Dai Mubai approached, his expression darkening as he glared at Oscar. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar's face turned forlorn. "Boss Dai, would you like a sausage?" "Get lost," Dai Mubai snapped, glaring at him. "You are bringing shame to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages here. Do you want everyone to be disgusted? Xiaoyi, heed his warning, you must not eat that sausage." "Why?" Dai Mubai's expression grew peculiar. "Oscar, produce a new sausage." Oscar's demeanor became awkward. "Boss Dai, is that really necessary? We've been classmates for years. Your actions might cause resentment among the newcomers." Dai Mubai scoffed. "I am merely offering a caution to my friends, and Xiaoyi is still young. He must not fall for your trickery. Hurry, do not make me take action." Clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand. "I have a large sausage." A surge of yellow light suddenly coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet, followed by a sausage appearing in his hand, identical to the one in Tang San's grasp. The ambiguity of his words, combined with his soft, feeble voice, rendered the sausage unappetizing to everyone else. A sound of chewing captured everyone's attention, as Xiaoyi was joyfully indulging in a sausage, swiftly devouring the first one before reaching for a second. Dai Mubai twitched his lips in dismay. Could this mischievous child not heed my words? He intercepted Qian Xiaoyi and said, You cannot eat that." Qian Xiaoyi inquired with a hint of confusion. "Why? I find it quite delicious." Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, It's just that the soul curse. Do I not have a big sausage? What is wrong with that? Can someone who sells sausages be without sausages?" Observing the innocent and bewildered child, Dai Mubai felt reluctant to elaborate further. What on earth is happening? It's all rather perplexing. Oscar, moved to tears, exclaimed, "Douluo, my dear brother, you are the first one to show me such courtesy. Don't say anything more. Eat as much as you desire. It's on me." Qian Xiao shook his head, saying, "No, I have money. My mother always said that taking small advantages can lead to great losses. Sir, or rather, brother, my name is Xiaoyi, but you may also call me Xiaoyi. However, your sausages are truly delicious." Tang San looked at this pair of lively characters and sighed. "Ah, innocence and naivety are indeed formidable. They have bested me." "Yes, innocence has also triumphed over me," Dai Mubai remarked. "Let us not tarnish a child's pure heart. Come, I shall escort you to the second testing area. Wait for me. Brother Oscar, I'll grab a few more and give you a golden soul coin. That should suffice." As he spoke, Xiaoyi handed Oscar a golden soul coin, which was equivalent to 100 silver soul coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins. Not only could he buy a few sausages, but he could also purchase the entire cart. Dai Mubai said, "Let us proceed to the next testing area." While speaking, he led the 5 of them forward. The rules for the next testing area stipulated that those with soul power exceeding level 25 could directly advance to the 4th examination. Otherwise, they must progress step by step. Among their group, only Xiaoyi was below level 25, and the testing would not take long, allowing Xiaoyi to move on shortly. Chapter 15. The test. Xiaoyi grasped the crystal ball, and in an instant, it emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating a display of level 21. The boy beside him scoffed. "Humph, it seems impressive, but it's still not as good as mine." The teacher in charge of the test inquired, "Your name?" "Age?" "Xiaoyi, 9 years old, level 21 Great Soul Master." Upon finishing, he looked at the boy with a condescending gaze. The boy lowered his head, too intimidated to meet Xiaoyi's eyes. A 9-year-old Great Soul Master indeed had the right to look down upon him. Xiaoyi did not pursue the matter further and handed the crystal ball to Tang San and the others. Tang San and Xiao Wu displayed levels of 29. The Ice Princess showed 27, and the short-haired beauty revealed 26. The teacher's face betrayed an uncontainable astonishment. Such prodigies were rare, and this year, there were particularly many 5-in-1 go. "Very well, it seems I may have a chance for a raise. Mubai, you may take them to the 4th challenge." "Understood." Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to lead them into the academy. This time, no other students raised objections. Their strength had spoken for itself. The same martial soul, when developed in different directions, leads to varying future achievements. The second challenge primarily served to assess the inherent strength of the candidate's martial souls and whether the first two soul rings had conflicts that could affect future cultivation. Dai Mubai stated, "The Academy has regulations that if a registered candidate's soul power exceeds level 25, regardless of their martial soul, they may directly pass the second and third challenges. Just like a single strength can overcome many weaknesses, even if your martial soul's quality is somewhat lacking. With superior soul power, you can still become a formidable soul master." The third challenge assesses the candidate's proficiency in wielding their martial souls. Possessing soul power and developmental potential alone is insufficient. One must also demonstrate a degree of mastery over their martial soul. The higher the rank of the martial soul, the more challenging it becomes to control, often leading to complications. Should a candidate fail to exhibit an adequate level of control, it signifies a lack of diligence on their part. Such individuals are not welcomed in our ranks. The fourth challenge evaluates practical combat experience. Some candidates may possess commendable martial souls and demonstrate a fair degree of control over them. However, those raised in affluent households, sheltered from the realities of the outside world, are often ill-prepared for combat. Such candidates are also unfit for our academy. The esteemed director has proclaimed that we shall not accept those who have been overly pampered. Xiaoi chuckled lightly, remarking on the director's intriguing personality. Dai Mubai sighed with a wry smile, explaining that since the academy's inception, only 42 students have been admitted, an average of just over 2 per year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a new record. It has been 2 years since we last welcomed any new students. Presently, including myself, there are only 3 students actively studying at the academy. Dai Mubai jested, noting that within the entire Douluo continent, we might be the only institution where the number of teachers surpasses that of the students. Even with your admission, the student count will never exceed that of the faculty. Xiaoi inquired, "It's no wonder this academy appears so dilapidated. Why not recruit more students? Otherwise, it hardly seems profitable." A glimmer of respect crossed Dai Mubai's face as he recalled the director's words. Better to have none than to accept the unworthy. The academy will never admit waste, only exceptional talents. The academy has accepted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have successfully graduated. Each of these graduates has gone on to become remarkable individuals. The director has stated that if one does not reach at least level 40, they should not disgrace themselves by stepping outside. As Dai Mubai concluded, his demeanor visibly shifted with excitement, reflecting his profound respect for the director of Shrek Academy. Chapter 16. The unmovable king arriving at their destination, Dai Mubai approached a gentleman and bowed respectfully. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th challenge." This year we have candidates for the 4th challenge? And 5 of them at that." The middle-aged man turned, his surprise evident as he regarded the 4 young individuals before him, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Due to his height, Zhao Wujia's gaze did not initially land on Xiaoi. "Hey, don't forget about me," Xiaoi protested, feeling overlooked. Zhao Wujia turned towards the voice. "Whose child are you?" "You bear witness to a 9-year-old soul master," Xiaoi declared proudly. 9 years old, a soul master? Is that you?" Zhao inquired, pointing at Xiao Yi in disbelief. Do you have any objections?" Xiao Yi retorted, nodding defiantly. Zhao chuckled. "All right, enough with the pleasantries. Let us proceed. My name is Zhao Wujie. Bored and seeking amusement, I shall personally engage with you. I will grant you the duration of a fragrant incense stick to familiarize yourselves and devise a strategy. After this time elapses, the trial shall commence. The challenge is for the 5 of you to collectively withstand my onslaught for the duration of another incense stick. If even one of you manages to endure until the end, you shall be deemed successful. However, do not entertain thoughts of evasion. None can escape this realm through mere speed. I must also caution you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my attacks. Only through mutual coordination and cooperation do you stand a chance of success." Upon finishing my declaration, I produced an incense stick from an unknown source, pinching its tip. I ignited it effortlessly. With a flick of my fingers, the incense was firmly embedded in the ground, unwavering. Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, remarked, "This time, I cannot assist you." To his astonishment, Teacher Zhao was indeed taking matters into his own hands. Tang Sen interjected with a laugh. Could it be that Teacher Zhao is akin to the instructor at the entrance, a soul emperor of formidable caliber? Dai Mubai shook his head, clarifying, "Not quite." Tang Sen responded with a smile, "Then there is nothing to fear. After all, the 5 of us possess nearly level 30 capabilities, facing one opponent. Provided our strengths are not vastly disparate, We should be able to last the duration of an incense stick, should we not? However, Xiao Yi's expression grew serious, for he was acutely aware of Zhao Wujia's prowess. Dai Mubai continued, Teacher Zhao is not merely a soul emperor of level 60. He is a soul sage of level 76, a formidable beast martial soul wielder, and the vice principal of the academy. With such a level, even against 1,000-strong army, a soul sage can navigate with ease. Though Xiao Yi had encountered many soul sages in the spirit hall, he was apprehensive about facing one directly for the first time. Tang San, incredulously, exclaimed, he is level 76? Yet he appears significantly younger than the instructor at the entrance. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly, age is never a definitive measure of strength. Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely overseeing the fourth trial. Your opponent was meant to be me. If you could endure my assault for the duration of an incense stick, you would have succeeded. But who could have anticipated that today he would choose to intervene personally? Dai Mubai shared insights regarding Zhao Wujia's age and strength, leaving the remainder to the new students. In the past, Zhao Wujia, known as the Unmoved King, had a history with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him but found themselves thwarted as he broke free from the siege of 16 bishops. That incident eventually faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were all soul emperors of at least level 60. Yet Zhao Wujia was likely only in his 60s at that time. Xiao Yi was unfazed, having long been acquainted with Zhao Wujia. Chapter 17. The Battle. Dai Mubai silently nodded. At the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Zhao unleash his full power. Therefore, I advise you to prepare yourselves. Teacher Zhao possesses 7 soul rings, each optimally matched, and you can imagine the terror he embodies. Now, take this time to familiarize yourselves and formulate a strategy. Without it, victory shall elude you. After a brief introduction, Xiao Yi discovered that the girl with short hair was named Ning Rongrong, a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Her martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, could only be possessed by direct descendants of this sect. It is the most formidable auxiliary martial soul across the continent, favored by all combat-type soul masters as their ideal companion. Xiao Yi was aware that among the 6 symbols of the Spirit Hall, one represented the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, highlighting the immense prestige this sect holds within the spirit world. Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhances strength and speed by 30%. The principal weakness of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul is its limitation of cultivation, capping at level 79. Xiao Yi stated, if we merely evade, we will undoubtedly fail the test. Therefore, we must also take the offensive while ensuring our own safety. Tang San, I shall refer to you as third brother. I will engage Zhao Wujing to distract him, while Zhu Shuqing and Sister Xiao will harass him. Ning Rongrong, you shall provide us with support, but be cautious, as it will be challenging to protect you. If a soul sage seeks to eliminate you, no one can prevent it. Tang San frowned. Can you really hold him off? Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment before replying. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao should not make things overly difficult for us. After all, a great soul master is no match for a soul sage. Besides, I want to confront him head-on. It will be fine. Very well. What about you, Xiao Wu? Tang San inquired about the opinions of Xiao Wu and the others. No problem. This was the best strategy they could devise in such a short time. Have you finalized your discussion? Zhao Wujing's booming voice resonated as the 4 turned to see that the incense on the ground had burned down to its end. Teacher, we are ready to begin. Dai Mubai nodded at Zhao Wujing and quickly stepped aside to watch, as observing was also a form of learning. Dai Mubai would not miss any opportunity to absorb knowledge. Zhao Wujing stood up again, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists, a series of audible cracks echoing ominously, intensifying the palpable pressure. He conjured another incense stick, but before he could light it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures spun forth, radiating a dazzling array of colors as her body elegantly twirled in place, a resplendent spectrum of hues illuminating the surroundings. In her right hand appeared a delicate, translucent 7-tiered pagoda, while 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from her feet, slowly revolving around her. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. The first soul ring gleamed, enveloped under Ning Rongrong's left hand, as 4 beams of multicolored light simultaneously emanated from the 7 treasures glazed tower, surrounding Tang San and his companions. A member of the 7 treasures family among this year's candidates? Ha ha ha, the continent's premier auxiliary martial soul. How exhilarating to think about, he exclaimed, casually tossing the lit incense into the ground. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Again, for beams of colorful light floated forth as Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring. The interval between the release of two soul skills was merely a few seconds. His body instantaneously became light, as if he were about to take flight, with his strength and speed augmenting by 30%, bestowing upon the four a sense of boundless energy. At that moment, Zhao Wujie sprang into action, however. He did not charge at his adversary, but instead slammed both fists down towards the ground. Chapter 18. Perseverance. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Rong, run." At the instant Zhao Wujie initiated his move, he comprehended his opponent's intent. It is a well-known principle in the Douluo continent that if one ever encounters a soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the first order of business is to neutralize the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Soul Master. Otherwise, one could face significant trouble. Zhao Wujie's attack was clearly not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. His objective was to interrupt her support. A blue-black vine suddenly lashed out, ensnaring Ning Rongrong around her waist and pulling her out of the attack range. A muffled explosion resounded as the earth trembled violently within that vicinity. Even soul masters struggled to maintain their footing. A wave of earth and brown ripples surged forth towards Tang San and his companions. Xiao Yi drew forth the judgment sword and charged at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. "Come, let me see your strength. Let's see how many of my strikes you can withstand." Xiao Yi remained silent, raising the judgment sword to deliver a downward slash. Zhao Wujie, unperturbed, chose to withstand the blow, eager to gauge the child's capabilities. As Xiao Yi observed Zhao Wujie's decision to endure, his first yellow soul ring shone brightly, unleashing sword energy. The blade gleamed, and before Zhao Wujie could brace himself, it struck at his waist, leaving a crimson mark. This sword energy, amplified by 30%, possessed power comparable to that of a three-ring soul master. However, it was of little consequence against Zhao Wujie, a soul sage. Though Zhao Wujie maintained a stoic demeanor, internally he had already envisioned delivering several blows to Xiao Yi. The waist is a vulnerable area, and even a soul sage would feel pain from such a strike. Zhao Wujie raised his fist to strike at Xiao Yi, who deftly evaded and countered with another slash at Zhao Wujie. Thus, every time Zhao Wujie attempted to land a blow, Xiao Yi skillfully dodged and retaliated. Although Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained any serious injuries. Simultaneously, two muffled thuds echoed as Xiao Wu's feet landed precisely on Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Yet, Zhao Wujie did not budge, grinning as he mused. "Is that little one attempting to draw my attention? However, it seems she lacks strength, young lady." With a cold snort, Xiao Wu's feet seemed to adhere to Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Her toes suddenly drew inward, striking the carotid arteries on either side of his neck, and her body twisted with all its might, spinning through the air. It was evident that Xiao Wu alone could not move Zhao Wujie's physique. However, at this moment, she was not the only one taking action. The barbed vines had wildly ensnared Zhao Wujie's body, wrapping him tightly. Simultaneously, the vines surging from the ground pushed against him, rendering his feet incapable of finding purchase. No matter how great one's strength, without a solid foundation beneath, stability is elusive. Their weakness lay in brute force. Thus, they sought to overcome strength with cunning. A spin could be amusing as well. Zhao Wujie's voice echoed through the air, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly rotating body come to an abrupt halt, a tremendous force yanking her backward, countering her backward flip. Zhao Wujie bellowed, and his already formidable physique expanded instantaneously. 7 radiant spirit rings ascended simultaneously, exactly as Dai Mubai had described. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, all enhancing his power. As Zhu Zhuqing began to emerge, her speed was already fully revealed. The most alarming aspect was that she executed her every movement in complete silence, darting forth and striking without a hint of energy or sound to betray her presence. After embodying her martial spirit, her claws became sharp and spiky, leaving behind faint phantoms during her movement, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her lethal claws targeted vital points, forcing Zhao Wujie to unleash his own martial spirit. Thus, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing created distractions while Tang San exerted control, preventing Zhao Wujie from concentrating on the formidable Xiao Yi, who was enhanced by Ning Rongrong's support. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi diligently wielded the Sword of Judgment against Zhao Wujie, employing a myriad of techniques, slashes, stabs, cuts, and strikes, with exquisite finesse. Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself. "You have succeeded in compelling me to employ a mere 20% of my strength. You may take pride in that." His large hands became exceptionally heavy, resembling oversized fans. For a soul sage of level 76, a few soul masters in their 20s were woefully inadequate. He merely wished to engage in some playful sparring with these children, as he had an appreciation for talent. A simple demonstration of skill from Xiao Yi and his companions would suffice. Yet, their capabilities surpassed his expectations, prompting Zhao Wujie to decide to prolong the encounter. Eager to witness the limits of their potential. Children, come forth. Let us continue. Chapter 19. Victory. At this moment, the incense had burned for over half its duration. Yet Zhao Wujie had begun to take the match seriously. He launched a direct assault on Xiao Yi. A focused Zhao Wujie was not something mere soul masters could withstand. Even a simple punch from him would be unavoidable for Xiao Yi. Just as he was about to be struck, Xiao Yi felt a powerful force at his waist. Tang San's blue-silver grass had ensnared him and pulled him out of Zhao Wujie's attack range. Xiao Yi nodded appreciatively at Tang San and charged back towards Zhao Wujie. Each time Xiao Yi was on the verge of being hit, Tang San would timely pull him back. The scene unfolded like this. Xiao Yi darted in and out, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surrounded Zhao Wujie, creating disturbances. Zhao Wujie, feeling quite uncomfortable, resembled a living target under the relentless assault of the trio. Despite being a soul sage, he could hardly withstand such torment. Unfortunately, his reaction time and speed were his weaknesses. With a furious roar, Zhao Wujie unleashed a tremendous force that sent Xiao Yi and his companions flying to the ground. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted, gazing at the fallen Xiao Wu with fury directed at Zhao Wujie. Haha, splendid, little monsters. You are quite exceptional, however. The incense has not yet extinguished, Zhao Wujie proclaimed with pride. Yet, he refrained from uttering his next thought. In truth, you have already met the requirements, and even exceeded the task. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiao Yi declared, enough of this hiding. Let us reveal our true strength. Zhao Wujie thought to himself. What a remarkable boy, he can still stand. He possesses a commendable physique, a promising talent. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Dai Mubai dragged them out of the arena. With a deft motion of his fingers, dozens of icy beams erupted from Tang San's hands, targeting Zhao Wujie's eyes, shoulders, throat, and heart. Each strike aimed at a vital point, with no repetition. Although Zhao Wujie could evade the assaults, his nature forbade retreat. In his lexicon, the word dodge did not exist. To confront head-on was the true path. With a low growl, Zhao Wujie unleashed his soul power, fully activating the immovable King's body. A cacophony of 10 explosive sounds erupted almost simultaneously as the icy beam struck Zhao Wujie's body, only to be repelled by his overpowering golden aura, causing him no harm. Despite the lack of injury, pain was inevitable. Zhao Wujie roared in anger, channeling his soul power to create an invisible wall around him, halting the icy beams in midair. At that moment, Xiao Yi raised the judgment sword, wildly slashing at the suspended projectiles. Zhao Wujie was momentarily baffled. Had these children turned against each other? What were they doing attacking those weapons? However, he quickly realized something was amiss. The projectiles, deflected by Xiao Yi's strikes, ricocheted at sharp angles towards him. By the time Zhao Wujie reacted, it was too late. The projectiles had already pierced his skin. Ha ha, Teacher Zhao, we have triumphed, Tang San said with a slight smile. Humph, it merely struck me, and though it is poisonous, the fragrance has yet to dissipate. Uft. Huh, what? Zhao Wujie turned his incredulous gaze backward. On Xiao Yi's left hand lay a coating of yellow bones, extending to his fingertips and forming a blade that had already penetrated Zhao Wujie's back. This was the external soul bone, the left palm bone, acquired by Qin Xiaoyi upon absorbing the first soul ring. It turned out that Zhao Wujie had been so focused on those hidden weapons in Tang San that he had overlooked Xiao Yi. Allowing Xiao Yi to quietly approach him from behind and unleash his external soul bone, the accompanying skill of Xiao Yi's left palm bone, shatter, had struck at Zhao Wujie's cervical spine. While it could not claim the life of a soul sage, it could certainly paralyze him. Had Zhao Wujie not been careless, Xiao Yi's ambush would not have succeeded, but it was inevitable for a soul sage to underestimate 3 great soul masters. Teacher Zhao, it seems we have one, Xiao Yi said weakly, a faint smile gracing his lips before he slowly collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. He had exhausted far too much soul power. Zhao Wujie stood there in a daze, as if frozen in time. I actually lost. How is that possible? Even though I only used 30% of my strength, it should have been more than sufficient to deal with them. Zhao Wujie had merely intended to assess the abilities of these examinees, never fully exerting his power. Yet he believed it should not have been difficult to handle a great soul master. Truly, they were remarkable. The outcome was clear. Only Ning Rongrong and Tang San remained standing. Had it not been for Tang San's feigned attack, he too would likely have fallen long ago. Oscar, come here. Dai Mubai called out, using his soul power to amplify his voice, a feat achievable by any soul master. I'm coming. What is it? After a moment, Oscar pushed a cart, speaking leisurely. Your soul skill, give it to the teacher, Dai Mubai said, pointing at Zhao Wujie. For a moment, Oscar did not recognize him. Zhao Wujie's face was bruised and battered, and Oscar could hardly believe that anyone at Shrek could reduce him to such a state. Teacher Zhao? Oscar inquired cautiously. Seeing Zhao Wujie's murderous expression, he chuckled awkwardly and, with a couple of soul incantations, produced 2 sausages, one large and one small. Chapter 20. Passing the assessment, Zhao Wujie instructed, Mubai, you are responsible for accommodating these 5 new students. Classes begin tomorrow. With that, he walked away. As they watched Zhao Wujie retreat into the distance, Oscar could no longer contain himself. What was up with Teacher Zhao today? He seems rather irritable. Did you provoke him? Dai Mubai replied with exasperation. Why would I find leisure in provoking him? That would be courting death. And you, can you not be so distracted by trivial matters? Bring Xiaoyi along. As he spoke, Dai Mubai lifted Zhu Shiqing from the ground, while Tang San carried Xiao Wu. Oscar glanced at Dai Mubai, then at Tang San. Mumbling to himself, why are you both carrying beautiful girls, while I'm stuck with a child? Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. That's a matter of character. When Qian Xiaoyi awoke from his slumber, he found that the sky outside had gradually darkened. As he opened his somewhat dazed eyes, he realized he was lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest in size, approximately 12 square meters, featuring not only the bed he occupied but also 1 or 2 others nearby, indicating it was a dormitory for 3. Oscar sat on one of the beds, lost in thought, his expression rather impure. Where am I? Qian Xiaoyi's voice was slightly hoarse. Upon noticing his awakening, Oscar replied, this is our dormitory. From now on, you will share it with me and Tang San. Tang San has gone to see Xiao Wu and will return shortly. Xiaoyi, you were truly remarkable today. Even Zhao Laoshi, who is known for his fierce demeanor, suffered a great loss at your hands. There is no need to conceal the details of the test. Dai Mubai has already recounted the entire sequence of events, though there was certainly an element of dissatisfaction with Zhao Wujie's conduct. Qian Xiaoyi smiled, but said nothing. Oscar, unwilling to remain silent, spoke up. From now on, we shall be roommates. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Oscar, a 29th level soul master, with the martial soul of a sausage. I am affectionately known as the sausage vendor. You may call me sausage vendor Oscar, or simply Xiao Ao. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, Xiaoyi, a 21st level assault system soul master. By the way, is it appropriate to call you little Ao? How about old Ao instead? Let us not dwell on those trivialities. Tell me, Xiaoyi, among the 3 girls who came this time, who do you think is the most beautiful? I believe it's Ning Rongrong. She is truly stunning. The goddess in my heart. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew that in this lifetime, Oscar would love only her. As he spoke, Oscar displayed a rather foolish expression. Xiaoyi's lips twitched. You're only 14 and already discussing lifelong matters. If I and my sister wait, what am I even thinking? That is your sister. To banish such incredulous thoughts, Xiaoyi felt compelled to engage Oscar in conversation. Sister Rongrong is indeed remarkable. No, all 3 are quite splendid. However, you must steer clear of thoughts regarding Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing. Why? Oscar, oblivious to Tang San's infatuation with Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai's distress over Zhu Shiqing's injuries, remained unaware of the underlying reasons. If you wish to challenge a formidable assault type like Dai Mubai and a control type like Tang San as a support type, feel free, Xiaoyi stated. I only have eyes for Ning Rongrong. She is gentle and kind, truly the epitome of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Oscar declared earnestly. Then perhaps you should shave that beard of yours to enhance your appeal. At this rate, Sister Rongrong would hardly see you as anything but a creepy uncle. Without granting Oscar a chance to respond, Xiaoyi began to meditate, as he had yet to fully recuperate. For some reason, hearing Oscar's intention to pursue Ning Rongrong left him feeling slightly discontented, prompting him to avoid further discussion on the matter. Not long after, Tang San returned to the dormitory, where he shared quarters with Xiao Yi and Oscar. Upon his return, Oscar was already fast asleep, while Xiao Yi was still in training. The following morning, Xiao arose to find Tang San's bed vacant. Oscar remained wrapped in his blanket, sleeping soundly, even drooling. Little AO, wake up. Xiaoyi nudged Oscar. What is it? Let me sleep a bit longer, Oscar mumbled sleepily. Xiaoyi frowned and said, get up already. It's getting late. Don't you know that the morning is crucial for the day? Aren't you going to class? With a hint of reluctance. Oscar opened his eyes and glanced at Tang San. I'm not like you guys, you're battle soul masters. I'm a tool soul master. Specifically of the food type. I don't require the same arduous training as you do. Please, let me sleep a little more. Lounging in bed is quite delightful. If you have nothing better to do, why not visit the girls' dormitory? Just head 100 meters east, but remember to behave. Otherwise, you'll get scolded. Xiaoyi was somewhat speechless. Hey, what do you even do in the girls' dormitory? Besides, why would I go there? Never mind, I'll just take a stroll. You lazy pig. Stepping outside the room, he noticed Tang San meditating on the rooftop. He caught sight of Tang San facing the rising sun, gradually concluding his meditation. As he opened his eyes, Xiaoyi chuckled and complimented. Third brother, you are indeed diligent. At this hour, most people are still in slumber. His words were laden with implication. Tang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, not really. I'm merely bored. Since I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, I figured I might as well put in some effort. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he inquired, oh, by the way, Xiaoyi, I'm going to find Xiao Wu. Would you like to join me? Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Sure. Let's go. I have nothing else to do, and visiting Sister Xiao Wu sounds fine. Oscar just provided me with the address. In truth, I was aware that the Shrek Academy was rather impoverished. The institution had merely rented a third of the village's area and constructed some rudimentary facilities. The so-called dormitories were merely the wooden houses of former villagers. Fortunately, its proximity to Soto City made procuring supplies somewhat convenient. Soon, Xiaoyi and Tang San arrived outside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's dormitory. Shall we just go in? Tang San hesitated briefly before softly calling out, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Xiao Yi, with a mischievous grin, shouted loudly, Sister Xiao Wu, Tang San has come to take you on a date. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Tang San broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly covered Xiao Yi's mouth, exclaiming, what nonsense. We are siblings. Xiao Yi wriggled free from Tang San's grasp and, with a skeptical gaze, remarked, come on, siblings. Yesterday, when Xiao Wu was injured and unconscious, you were in quite a panic. Tang San retorted defensively. That's simply because an older brother must take good care of his younger sister. Then how about marrying Xiao Wu in the future? Xiao Yi provocatively suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San declared loudly, absolutely not. Just as Xiao Yi was about to respond, a loud bang interrupted him. There stood Xiao Wu, fuming at the doorway, and she complained, what are you all doing? Can you keep it down? What is all this noise so early in the morning? Xiao Yi pointed at Tang San and said, it's him. He wants to take you out for a meal. Tang San ignored Xiao Yi and stepped forward, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Wu, why did it take you so long? Xiao Yi and I have been chatting for a while. Perhaps Xiao Wu was experiencing a bit of morning grumpiness. As she retorted, can I change my clothes? Does changing take no time at all? Xiao Wu, are you feeling all right? Chapter 21. The chubby one. It turned out that Xiao Wu had awakened from her coma in the middle of the night, and Ning Rongrong, fearing for her well-being, had kept vigil by her side. Once she regained consciousness, Ning Rongrong recounted the events that had transpired the previous day. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, yesterday's fight was incredible. Xiao Yi was truly remarkable, managing to ambush a soul sage. It was nothing much. Xiao Yi replied with a bashful smile, eliciting a shiver from Tang San. Tang San took Xiao Wu's soft hand and said, let us go find something to eat. You must be hungry after not having eaten since you fainted yesterday. Indeed. I am hungry. Xiao Yi, would you like to join us? Xiao Yi nodded, her vivacity restored as she took Tang San's arm with enthusiasm. Of course, otherwise. Will we starve? A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skipped leaves one in a state of panic. Do you know where we can eat? I do not. What a coincidence. I do not know either. Had I known, I would have invited Ning Rongrong along. As the trio prepared to seek a farmhouse for sustenance, they noticed a young man and woman engaged in a heated argument not far ahead. The youthful couple appeared quite young. The girl seemed around 14 or 15, her looks unremarkable yet brimming with the vitality of youth, clad in simple rural attire, suggesting she was a villager's child. The boy, embroiled in the dispute with her, appeared even younger, roughly the same age as Tang San and Xiao Wu. He was of short stature, plump yet exuding a sense of robustness. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. Oh, look at that, a young Maya? So young and already in a romantic entanglement? Brother San, let us go take a look. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and nodded. There was no rush, and observing wouldn't hurt. As they approached, it became apparent that the plump boy was coercing the young girl. Xiao Yi interjected. Hey, you there. Let go of that girl. Never mind. Continue. Initially brimming with bravado, Xiao Yi quickly altered his tone upon receiving disdainful glances from those around him. The boy, Ma Hongjun, glared at Xiao Yi with fury in his eyes, his anger intensifying upon noticing the seemingly underage Xiao Yi. You little brat, are you looking for a fight? You're the first to dare call me fat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and remarked, Brother San, this boy is quite the bully. Not only does he pick on women, but he also targets children. Shameless and without dignity, with veins bulging on his forehead. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth. Very well, I see I have a second person calling me fat so soon, but you are even more outrageous. If I do not turn you to ashes, I shall not be called Ma Hongjun. Phoenix embodiment. Upon hearing the term phoenix, a shiver ran through Xiao Yi and the others. The phoenix, revered everywhere, is the king of birds, reigning over the skies, and is a counterpart to the dragon. The fire phoenix martial soul not only grants its bearer the ability to fly, but also bestows formidable fire attributes for attack, ranking among the finest battle-type martial souls. However, observing his appearance, Xiao Wu burst into laughter. Is there really such a fat phoenix? No matter how I look at him, he resembles a common hen. Xiao Yi's eye twitched involuntarily. What on earth? This rotund figure is a phoenix? Good heavens! Please do not tarnish the magnificent image of the phoenix in my heart. After manifesting his martial soul, Ma Hongjun's round body sported arms adorned with long, purplish-red feathers, and his hair stood erect like a comb. If he were to be deemed a phoenix, others would undoubtedly chuckle. Are you jesting? A common hen cannot be a phoenix, can it? Just as I don a yellow robe, does that make me a monarch? As if provoked at his very core, Ma Hongjun erupted in fury. Who dares to call me a country chicken? If I do not teach you a lesson today, then I am not Ma Hongjun. He raised his hands, and his first soul ring suddenly blazed to life. With a fierce roar, a stream of delicate purplish-red flames erupted towards Xiao Wu. The terms country chicken and fatty were his taboos. Had he just been about to utter country chicken? Uncertain, he decided to handle the situation for now. The intense heat warped the air, and the purple flames, though seemingly mild, shot forth like a fiery thread. Like the phoenix, dragons come in many forms. Yet the most powerful and noble bloodline belongs to the fire phoenix. The flames wielded by the fire phoenix are not mere fire. They can only be extinguished by a select few methods, otherwise, they burn eternally, incinerating everything in their path. This flame is known as the eternal flame. Xiao Yi began to regard Ma Hongjun with newfound respect. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was indeed the fire phoenix. Although his flames were not as unquenchable as the eternal flame, they nonetheless represented a top-tier martial spirit. A surge of sword energy sliced through the purple flame, severing it in twain, and both halves extinguished. Xiao Wu, unwilling to be outdone, exclaimed, Hey, who asked you to intervene? I could easily defeat him, you know. Chapter 22, Evil Fire Ma Hongjun. What are you doing? In stark white attire, with his hair impeccably styled, Dai Mubai approached them. Boss Dai, you're here? Ma Hongjun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation towards Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu pointed accusingly at Ma Hongjun and the girl, saying, This fat country chicken is bullying a decent woman. Are you going to do something about it? Dai Mubai's stern visage suddenly broke into a smirk. Xiao Wu, I believe you are mistaken. Miss Zuehua, have you also reached your limit with him? Zuehua blushed, nodded, and fled. This time, Ma Hongjun did not attempt to stop her, his face falling into despair. Xiao Yi stepped beside Dai Mubai, his brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth is happening? Dai Mubai turned to the fat one, asking, Will you explain yourself? Or shall I do it for you? Ma Hongjun shot Dai Mubai a glance before lowering his head. You go ahead. Dai Mubai chuckled. What is this? The fat one is shy? Very well, I shall speak on your behalf. He nodded. This fat one is also a student of Shrek. Although I did not witness the incident firsthand, I can certainly deduce what transpired. This is not the first time. However, one cannot entirely blame him. It is merely that his martial spirit is rather before he could finish, Ma Hongjun bellowed. Your martial spirit is the real country chicken. My martial spirit is a phoenix. Dai Mubai maintained his amused demeanor. A phoenix? Then I shall reluctantly refer to it as such. However, the fat one's martial spirit is actually a mutated one. A mutated martial spirit? What two martial spirits merged to create this mutation? Tang Xin inquired further, and Xiao Yi promptly addressed his query. During the awakening of a martial soul, it may undergo a mutation. Should such a mutation occur, there are only two possible outcomes. One is an extraordinary enhancement in power, while the other entails a diminishment of strength. The martial soul of Ma Hongjun before them evidently belonged to the former category of positive mutation, having spent 9 years in the martial soul palace. Xiao Yi possessed extensive knowledge regarding martial souls. It was not uncommon for martial souls to mutate, and he was well aware of this fact. Dai Mubai remarked that the specifics of Ma Hongjun's martial soul remained a mystery to all. He only knew that the dean had brought him back 3 years prior. According to the dean, the martial souls of the villagers from Ma Hongjun's community were predominantly poultry or avian, devoid of soul power, which meant they were ordinary individuals. However, Ma Hongjun was an exception, as he had been found to possess innate full soul power. Although the quality of his martial soul was not supreme, it was undoubtedly of high caliber. He was likely of a similar age to the others, with the exception of Xiao Yi. The mutation of his martial soul endowed Ma Hongjun with formidable flames that not only reached exceptionally high temperatures, but also exhibited strong adhesion and were difficult to extinguish. If his martial soul were to evolve further, it could potentially transform into the legendary Fire Phoenix, said to possess eternal flames. However, such power came with a drawback. Ma Hongjun's fiery passion was intense, and his desires surged tenfold compared to ordinary individuals, necessitating a certain outlet. What outlet? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Best not to ask too much, Tang San interjected, his expression turning uneasy. Some matters were perhaps better left unspoken. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the envy in Xiao Yi's gaze directed at Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai continued. Thus, he often finds himself consumed by desire, requiring a means to vent. Despite the inherent strength of his martial soul, this fiery passion is not easily managed. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun is a decent person who values mutual consent and has never coerced anyone. That girl, Sui Hua, was indeed his girlfriend. The reason for their separation was the overwhelming intensity of his fiery nature, which ordinary people simply could not endure. Ma Hongjun smirked. If I were as handsome as you and Oscar, would I find myself in this predicament? I would have preferred to explore those places like you. Dai Mubai cast a furtive glance behind him, his eyes flashing with mischief as he lowered his voice. Fatty, while you may indulge in food, you must choose your words wisely. Keep your voice down. Xiao Yi chuckled and remarked, who would have thought? Brother Dai, you possess quite the charm. Could it be that your martial soul harbors a peculiar flaw? Not at all. Tang Xin interjected, unable to restrain himself. Ma Hongjun, now that you are without a girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation? Ma Hongjun shrugged and replied, what else can I do? My life is paramount. I'll consult the dean later to see if he has any solutions. Xiao Wu chimed in. Do you know where the academy dines? I'm on the verge of starving. It has been ages since I last ate. Dai Mubai admitted, that was indeed my oversight. Follow me, please. Ma Hongjun, would you like to join? Or will you head directly to the dean? Of course I'll eat. If I don't fill my stomach, how will I have the strength to lose weight? The 5 individuals returned to the vicinity of Shrek Academy, led by Dai Mubai, who guided them to the dining hall. This so-called dining hall was merely an arrangement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to manage the meals. Although breakfast was rather simple, it was plentiful enough to satisfy hunger. Upon their arrival, Ning Rongrong and the aloof Zhu Zhuqing had already settled in. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing's pale complexion, she appeared to be in good spirits. Perhaps due to their collaborative efforts the previous day, both women acknowledged Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Yin with a nod. Deliberately overlooking the plump Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing remained somewhat distant, while Ning Rongrong's demeanor exuded warmth, her smile revealing charming dimples that made her all the more endearing. Ma Hongjun stared at the 2 women, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself. It's best to keep your urges in check. Ma Hongjun retorted, why? Are you going to intervene again? I mean, Dai, even if you are the leader, you should leave some room for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him again, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to their antics, slowly consuming her breakfast with an icy expression. Xiao Wu settled next to Ning Rongrong, giggling and engaging her in conversation. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's surprised glance towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him, which deflated his spirits as he slumped down, taking solace in the breakfast laid out on the table. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, Xiao Ao is still indulging in slumber. He is perpetually lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, it appears everyone is present. We will be living and studying together for a while. Let us take a moment to get acquainted. Allow me to introduce you. This plump fellow is another student from our academy, Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is a grass. Oh, I mean, a phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Zhu Zhiqing lifted her gaze but merely glanced at Ma Hongjun. Her cold demeanor seemingly intensifying as her eyes swept past Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun then inquired, by the way, Dai, I heard that the new student caused quite a bit of trouble for teacher Zhao yesterday. Who is it? Dai Mubai replied, that would be him. You have already met. It's them. He gestured towards Xiaoyi and Tang San as he spoke. Ma Hongjun looked incredulous at Xiaoyi. What? A rank 20 and a less, then 30, level soul master? How could they possibly cause trouble for teacher Zhao, who is a rank 76, soul saint? I refuse to believe it. While Tang San remained unfazed. Xiaoyi felt a bit embarrassed by the remark. Hee. It was merely luck. Teacher Zhao didn't even use 30% of his strength and underestimated us. So Suddenly, Tang San recalled something and asked, by the way, I almost forgot to ask, how did you alter the trajectory of my hidden weapons? Xiaoyi wiped his mouth and replied, oh, I was born into a large family and have encountered numerous spirit masters, most of whom rely solely on brute force through their soul power. The only aspect that involves technique is the soul skills. However, during my meditation, I suddenly realized that soul power is not the only means to enhance a spirit master's prowess. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun all perked up, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing also approached, evidently intrigued by methods of strengthening one's abilities. At that moment, I pondered how to perfectly apply soul power, dedicating an entire year to distilling my insights into 3 key points. Just as Xiaoyi mentioned this, he took a bite of his food. Xiao Wu, gritting her teeth, kicked Xiaoyi's food away, exclaiming, could you hurry up? What are you even eating for? Do you want a 6 to die of anxiety? Xiaoyi, observing the fury of the crowd, wore a pained expression and replied, Sister Xiao Wu, I need to eat too. Xiao Wu smiled and leaned closer, saying, Xiaoyi, if you don't want to perish, you best hurry. All right, I declared. These 3 methods are just as I was about to elaborate. A cheeky voice interrupted, igniting everyone's ire. Everyone is here. On the very first day, our Shrek Academy people have gathered in the cafeteria. I came at just the right time. Oscar had just risen, having shaved his beard to leave a good impression on the younger girls. Upon entering the cafeteria and seeing that all but his own group had assembled, he stepped forward with what he believed was his most charming smile. Yet, there was no applause or flowers, only fiery glares filled with indignation. Oscar was perplexed. Having just shaved, he considered himself quite handsome. His deep-set, peach blossom eyes lent him a mysterious allure, complemented by a face as smooth as jade, handsome and harmonious. His appropriately thick eyebrows framed a roguish smile, making him appear like a dashing nobleman. Logically, such a visage should have garnered admiration. Yet the anger in their gazes was bewildering. Feeling somewhat awkward, he stammered, you all? Xiao Wu slowly retracted her right leg, gazing coldly at Xiaoyi, and said in a frigid tone, continue speaking. Wrap it up within 3 minutes. Xiaoyi nodded vigorously, understanding well that no one wished to face a beating, especially under life-threatening circumstances. All right, I'll say this. My martial soul is the sword of judgment. After its awakening, I began honing my sword techniques. In essence, there are 3 crucial aspects: the intensity of soul power, its application, and technique. That is it? Indeed. Did you not ask me to get to the point? Xiao Wu clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the innocent Xiaoyi. Little one, I am seriously beginning to suspect you are toying with me. Could you be a tad more specific? Noticing the murderous intent emanating from the crowd, Xiaoyi nodded and asked, can any of you tell me what the decisive factor in a battle is when both sides are of equal rank? Dai Mubai, being the impatient one, was the first to respond. Of course, it's the soul rings, martial souls, and soul bones. Xiaoyi nodded and remarked, indeed. However, it is not entirely accurate. No matter how formidable a soul technique may be, if it cannot strike its target, it is rendered futile. Much like the purple fire line unleashed by Ma Hongjun. I can effortlessly evade it and seize the opportunity during the delay of his soul technique to defeat him. This applies not only to soul techniques. Even Dai Mubai's punches can be dodged. Moreover, the mastery of soul power is crucial. Soul masters often rely on a brute force clash of soul power. Yet this is the most inelegant approach. In truth, soul techniques are merely a manifestation of soul power control. But why do we always return to discussing Ma Hongjun? At this juncture, Oscar had already joined the seven and spoke up. Xiao shrugged and replied, "There is no alternative. He is the most fitting example at present." Continuing, Xiao elaborated, "Ma Hongjun's purple fire line is essentially a compression of flames. Ma Hongjun, I offer you a suggestion. Try to make your fire line rotate. Its potency will surely escalate to a new level." Tang San nodded in agreement. "Yes. Just like my hidden weapons, if they could spin at high velocity, their power would increase exponentially." Xiao affirmed, "Precisely. Mastery of technique and control over soul power are swift pathways to enhancement at times. They can even enable one to challenge opponents beyond their level." Chapter 24. Soul Flow. I merely offer you a suggestion. It is not strictly necessary to have soul power rotate at high speeds. Compression and transformation are equally viable. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate my application of soul power. With that, Xiao summoned his martial soul, the Sword of Judgment, and led the seven outside. Ma Hongjun hesitated momentarily, and then, as if making a momentous decision, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it. Another meal wasted." Ning Rongring chuckled, "Haha. I thought you had something significant to announce." Ma Hongjun retorted, "Isn't eating a significant matter? What is life without food?" Xiao Wu shot him a glare and said, "Then take your time eating. We shall leave. By the time we return, you will be the weakest one. Let us see if you can still hold your head high." "Who said I'm not going? I am merely reminiscing about my breakfast." "Oh, my beloved breakfast. Fear not. I shall make up for it at noon." "Ugh. Xiao, what are you searching for?" Oscar inquired. Xiao replied, "I'm looking for something sturdier. Otherwise, I cannot conduct the demonstration." "Will a stone suffice?" Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat dazed. "Not at all. Just stacking stones won't do. Brother Dai, it's up to you." Xiao realized with clarity. Dai Mubai nodded and said, "All right. Watch me." With that, Dai Mubai stacked a pair of relatively flat stones into two piles, forming a stone pillar. Each pillar stood nearly 1 meter high, roughly matching Xiao Yi's stature. Xiao Yi grasped the Sword of Judgment. With a forceful downward strike, the Judgment Sword cleaved through the upper half of the stone pillar, leaving the lower half unscathed. The sword became lodged within the pillar, unable to penetrate further. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Xiao Yi retracted the Judgment Sword and remarked, "As you all witnessed, I utilized my soul power and exerted my utmost strength, yet I only managed to penetrate half a meter." Dai Mubai chuckled wryly. "Half a meter? Without using my soul skills, I could surpass that with a full force strike, especially considering our 6-year age difference." Xiao Yi smiled and replied, "Brother Dai, do not underestimate yourself. I have previously mentioned that my martial spirit is the Judgment Sword, known for its sharpness. Your weapon, however, is a fist. The essence of a fist lies in its ability to shatter. My attack affects merely a portion of the pillar, one might say a line, whereas your fist impacts the entirety of it. I can only split the pillar in two, but you possess the capability to obliterate it. Each has its merits." Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Dai Mubai's mood lightened. "I understand now." Xiao Yi continued, "Consider this. As a melee-type assault soul master, your primary paths for development are attack, defense, and technique. Your attack and defense stand at the pinnacle among your peers, yet your technique is lacking. I should clarify, it is not that your technique is poor, but rather that all of yours is deficient. You all seem fixated only on strength, disregarding finesse. Apologies for digressing, let us proceed." With that, Xiao Yi raised the Judgment Sword, his expression growing solemn. He closed his eyes and summoned his soul power. Soon, the sword emitted a low hum, its blade trembling and glowing red. Abruptly, Xiao Yi opened his eyes and swung towards another stone pillar. To the astonishment of all present, there was no resounding clash, nor the sound of metal meeting stone, only a soft slice reminiscent of a knife cutting through tofu, almost imperceptible to the untrained ear. The Judgment Sword cut through the pillar effortlessly, leaving a deep scar on the ground beneath. At that moment, disbelief washed over everyone, including the composed Tang San and the icy Zhu Zhuqing. "Incredible," they exclaimed. "This fellow has concealed his abilities well." As Xiao Yi approached the severed pillar, he shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, "Alas, I have yet to master it fully." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Dai Mubai's lips twitched in disbelief. "What do you mean you haven't mastered it yet? Have my years of effort been in vain? You still have room for improvement? Xiao Yi, be content with your achievements." Indeed. We cannot reach your level. It is quite alarming to see you so far ahead," others chimed in. Now, let us not rush," Xiao Yi interjected. pointing to the severed pillar. This illustrates the application of my soul power, its flow. Everyone knows that the martial soul is a manifestation of soul power, capable of maximizing our potential. I harnessed the soul power at varying intensities, affixing it along the blade of the judgment sword, creating serrated waves of energy. By controlling the rapid flow of this power, I can augment its potency, characterized by its ability to breach defenses. If this method of soul power manipulation is perfected, the cross-section of the stone pillar should be as smooth as a mirror. However, as you can see, the surface is quite rough and uneven, indicating a lack of mastery. Zhu Shiqing couldn't help but interject. Indeed, you are correct. Once I refine this technique to perfection, I shall be ready to advance to the next level. Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. The next level? There's still more? Xiao nodded and replied, yes. It involves not only the flow of soul power, but also incorporating vibrations and compressions of that power. My martial soul is a sword, not a spear. This rotation of soul power is not suitable for me. However, this requires immense mental strength. That's outrageous. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am not outrageous, and I have already shared the methods to grow stronger with you. Consequently, you shall all inevitably become formidable. Xiao Wu clenched her fist and retorted. Xiao, do you wish to be struck? No. Then teach us more. Xiao nodded and said, very well. I shall impart my knowledge to each of you. I have studied extensively since childhood and possess a profound understanding of martial souls. However, I need to learn about your martial souls, soul rings, soul skills, and capabilities to facilitate our discussions. That makes sense. Everyone, please introduce yourselves in detail. Dai Mubai, being the eldest and with the longest time at the academy, spoke with authority. He began his self-introduction. I am Dai Mubai, approaching 15 years of age, a level 37 assault-type soul master. My martial soul is the evil Eye White Tiger. My first soul ring is a century old, and my soul skill, White Tiger Shield, enhances my attack and defense. My second soul ring is also a century old, with the soul skill White Tiger Radiant Wave, which unleashes a powerful wave of light with a shattering effect. The third soul ring is a millennium old, granting me the skill White Tiger Diamond Transformation, significantly boosting my attack and defense. Ning Rongrong chuckled and remarked, how detailed. If we aren't thorough, it wouldn't be fair to Brother Dai. Just as Xiao was about to speak, Oscar stepped forward and said, I am Oscar, 14 years old. A level 29 food-type support soul master. My martial soul is, sausage. Both of my soul rings are century old. I shall refrain from naming them. My first soul skill restores stamina and soul power, while the second removes negative effects, though it is not absolute. If the enemy's soul power is too high, it cannot be dispelled. Chapter 25. 3 applications. Thirdly, perhaps due to the nature of his name, it was Tang San's turn. I am Tang San, 13 years old. With the martial soul Blue Silver Grass, a level 29 control-type soul master. I possess 2 century-old yellow soul rings, with my soul skills being Bind and Parasitism. Famed for his understanding, 1 ensnares foes, while parasitically entwining them with the Blue Silver Grass. Additionally, I possess a modicum of agility and skill. Dai Mubai inquired, are you referring to your concealed weapons? Tang San nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. At that moment, Ma Hongjun interjected, let us first complete the introductions of the boys. I am Ma Hongjun, 12 years old and soon to be 13. I am your senior at Shrek Academy, wielding the martial soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. A 27th level assault system soul master, with 2 century-old soul rings. My first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, unleashes a violet fire line to attack enemies, accompanied by an explosive effect. My second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, enhances my attack and defense capabilities. As Ma Hongjun concluded his introduction, Xiao Wu eagerly exclaimed, now it's your turn, Xiao Yi, being the youngest among us. I am Xiao Wu, aged 12 and a half, with the martial soul, Softbone Rabbit. A 29th level agility system soul master. I shall refrain from discussing my soul rings, as they are all century old. My first soul skill is Soft Technique, and my second soul skill is Charm, which allows me to control and daze enemies for a brief period, though it proves less effective against those significantly stronger than me. Ning Rongrong, maintaining a gentle smile, softly stated, I am Ning Rongrong, just turned 12, with the martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tile, a 26th level support system soul master. I possess 2 soul rings, which can enhance the speed and power attributes of my companions by approximately 30%. Zhu Zhuqing, her demeanor as cold as frost, remarked, I am Zhu Zhuqing, soon to be 12. My martial soul is the Netherworld Spirit Cat, a 27th level agility system soul master. I possess 2 soul rings. My first soul skill is Netherworld Thrust, allowing me to instantaneously accelerate and strike at foes. My second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws, unleashes 100 thrusts instantaneously. Though the individual attack power is relatively low, Xiaoyi chuckled. Since you all have shared, it would be impolite for me to remain silent. I am Xiaoyi, aged 9, with the martial soul, Sword of Judgment, a 21st level assault system, Great Soul Master. My first soul skill, Sword Qi, projects a blade of energy capable of severing targets. Should the target's defense be excessively high, it will reduce their defense. My second soul skill, which is a Millennium Mold, enhances my attack, defense, and speed by 10% each. Remarkable, someone exclaimed. This is perhaps attributable to the nature of Xiao Yi's martial soul. It is well known that even when the same soul beast is used, the soul skills conferred upon different martial souls yield varying effects. This exemplifies the distinction in the quality of martial souls. As Tang Xin spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his features, though he quickly regained his composure. It was likely due to the perceived inferiority of his martial soul's level. However, unbeknownst to Tang Xin, his martial soul was far more extraordinary than he imagined. Xiao Yi interrupted the collective musings, stating, Allow me to elucidate further. I categorize the application of my soul power into 3 forms: vibration, flow, and rotation. The compression of soul power is a well-established phenomenon, a capability applicable to all soul masters. Vibration involves high-frequency oscillations upon contact with an enemy, requiring the harmonious coordination of soul power and physicality. It is particularly suited for blunt weapon users and close combat beast soul masters, especially within the assault system. Rotation entails the rapid spinning of soul power, achieving a strangling effect, necessitating only the mastery of soul power control. This is ideal for soul masters who project their soul skills outward. The flow of soul power, when accelerated, becomes invincible and is particularly suited for sharp weapon spirits, such as my judgment sword. This also requires a deft control of soul power. I have discerned your characteristics, and now I shall offer you some advice. Firstly, Brother Dai, you must enhance your physical prowess without relying on your weapon spirit. Your soul skills augment your attack and defense by a percentage. Thus, improving your physical condition will significantly amplify the effects of your skills. If you wish to grow stronger from this day forth, engage in weighted running and allow others to strike you. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat bewildered and inquired, I understand the need to enhance my physical condition, but why should I let others hit me? Xiaoyi responded with calm assurance, it is, of course, to bolster your resilience to hits. Weighted running will enhance your attack and speed. What kind of expression is that? Do not presume that speed is unnecessary. Otherwise, you will merely become a living target. I surmise that, given your temperament, it would be quite frustrating not to catch up to others. Moreover, practice your techniques. Imagine how delightful it would be if others could not strike you. As for the duration, that is for you to determine. Next, you should refine your mastery over soul power. Currently, you lack the capacity for breakthroughs. You are a close combat soul master, and your arsenal consists not only of your fists, but also of your palms. Dai Mubai appeared puzzled. Palms? Indeed. But not just any palms. Have you heard of the knife hand technique? Oh, are you suggesting that I could? Xiaoyi nodded, yes. And it would be even better if you could incorporate soul power compression. Dai Mubai was visibly excited. The prospect of creating his own soul skill thrilled him. However, he underestimated the complexity of such a task. Without prolonged practice, it would be unattainable. Next, let us proceed from the larger to the smaller. Oscar, and yes, Ning Rongrong as well. You both belong to the support class, and therefore share similar deficiencies. Can you tell me what a support class should accomplish? Support teammates. Oscar replied, his expression one of simplicity. Ning Rongrong scoffed, how foolish. We support types have numerous weaknesses, without unique soul skills. Support soul masters are merely targets on the battlefield. With slow movement and low defense, they are the easiest to eliminate. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, precisely. So, what do you believe you are lacking? Oscar fell silent, aware that his upbringing in a mountain village limited his knowledge. Ning Rongrong stated, as a support, there are only a few things we can do. Assist our teammates at the appropriate moment while ensuring our own protection. Hence, we must learn to multitask. Xiaoyi praised her indeed. Quite remarkable. On the battlefield, support roles often prove to be the decisive factor, sometimes wielding even greater influence than control types. As you mentioned, self-protection is crucial. Thus, you should focus on enhancing your stamina and speed. It is common knowledge that support types are the weakest in one-on-one combat. Why is that? Because they lack offensive skills. Consequently, in the minds of many, support soul masters are seen as soft targets. But what if, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you possessed offensive skills? Attack skills? Can we? Oscar exclaimed in surprise. No support type soul master wishes to remain perpetually in a logistical role. Circumstances simply do not permit it. Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, how can that be? Even if they cultivate attack skills, it will inevitably affect their training, resulting in a lack of achievement. After all, it is the quality, not the quantity, that matters. Xiao Yi, undeterred by Tang San's skepticism, smiled and replied, you are mistaken, Brother San. The attack skills I intend to teach them revolve around the control of soul power. Practicing these attack skills will enhance their ability to control soul power, ensuring that not a single ounce is squandered on the battlefield. This is also a form of cultivation, is it not? Tang San nodded slightly, no longer denying the possibility. If such skills truly existed, it would be advantageous. Ning Rongrong had always desired an attack skill. And with Xiao Yi stating that it would not hinder cultivation but rather benefit it, she was eager to seize the opportunity. What are we waiting for? Teach me, she exclaimed with excitement. So can we learn? Asked Xiao Wu, her eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Yi shook his head, explaining that this method was only suitable for support-type soul masters, while they, as battle soul masters, had their own paths. However, they could take inspiration from it. Chapter 26. Choice. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, actually, I have only researched the flow of soul power. I have yet to fully grasp the concepts of soul power vibration and rotation. Thus, what I propose is merely a hypothesis. He cleared his throat, but we must try. What if it succeeds? Observing Xiao Yi's awkward demeanor, the others questioned, Xiao Yi, you don't mean to say that what you're teaching us is merely speculative, do you? Yes, he admitted. In truth, the attack skills I plan to teach Ning Rongrong and Oscar are the very foundations you will learn. Ma Hongjun remarked. I suddenly feel as though you are jesting with us. Not at all. Just watch me, Xiao Yi declared, raising his right hand as soul power surged forth and coalesced within it. The atmosphere grew tense. Without the ability to release soul skills and extraordinary talent, it was challenging to achieve mere soul power projection. Xiao Yi's sphere of soul power began to rotate slowly, gaining speed until it ultimately formed a vortex reminiscent of water. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, what is going wrong? It should be a sphere. Why does it resemble a swirling mass of water? How can I achieve the effect of strangulation? Daimubai and the others shook their heads. While the manifestation of soul power was impressive, it was not what they desired. The 7 of them intended to engage in weighted running to enhance their speed and strength. Just as they took a few steps, Xiao Yi burst into laughter. Huh? I've got it. Strangulation. Listening to Xiao Yi's laughter, everyone paused in their steps, turning to gaze at the eccentric figure of Xiao Yi. He called out loudly, Brother Dai, you all come back. I figured it out. Hearing his call, the crowd halted, engaging in hushed whispers. Should we go back? I don't know. Let's return and see. After all, there's nothing else to do. Xiao Wu clenched her fists and said, speak up. What have you discovered? If you dare to play tricks on us, I realize now where I went wrong. It was in my arrogance. That's true. I was just thinking that if the rotations are in the same direction, no matter how fast, it won't achieve a strangling effect. But if they rotate in different directions, The crowd was once again captivated by Xiao Yi's words. Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Well, I can't do that either, as it's merely my conjecture. But you might as well give it a try. Are you serious? Xiao Yi stated, I'll share my thoughts with you now. First, project your soul power outward, concentrating it in your palm, letting it spin in a chaotic manner. Wait, chaotic spinning? What do you mean? Xiao Yi chuckled. It means spinning in different directions. Not just left or right, but also up and down, and so forth. Xiao Wu couldn't help but interject. Is that even possible? Spinning in 2 directions is already complex. Xiao Yi smiled. Precisely because it's complex that we should learn it. Moreover, don't you find it intriguing to challenge limits? Just imagine, Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. If it were to spin chaotically, its power would rival that of the 3rd soul skill. When compressed into an arrow shape, it could compare to the 4th soul skill. Daimubai laughed. Haha. Excellent. I've decided to learn this skill. Xiao Yi, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, Brother Dai, This method may not be suitable for you. In fact, it is ill-fitted for any soul master without a radial soul skill. Dai Mubai, slightly displeased, inquired why not. It's disheartening to finally find a skill I like that isn't suitable for me. Xiaoyi explained, what I just mentioned is merely an application of rotation, as I've stated. Besides that, there are also flow and vibration. Vibration and compression are what suit you and Zhu Zhuqing best. Moreover, the concept of vibrational soul power is merely my imagination. Yet it is highly challenging. Concerned for herself, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask why. Can't beast martial souls learn this? It can be learned, but it's not appropriate. Sister Zhuqing, you can see it from your battle with Teacher Zhao. Your weapon is your claws, specifically your fingers, which are sharp and primarily used for stabbing. Just think. Applying soul power rotation on your fingers would render your sharpness ineffective, resulting in a loss. However, if you compress your soul power at your fingertips during an attack, and then vibrate it at high frequency upon contact, your attack would multiply several times over. Even Dai Mubai under the third soul skill would find it difficult to defend against. Dai Mubai gazed at the frenzied expression of Zhu Zhuqing and instinctively took a step back. Like you, big brother Dai, the path of vibration and compression is your journey. Mastering two applications is essential, otherwise, one risks overextending themselves. Moreover, big brother Dai, do you truly wish to tread a different path than Zhu Zhuqing? As he spoke, Xiaoyi slyly winked at Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong, with her finger poised at her lips, inquired, then why do you practice flowing, alongside vibration and compression? Xiaoyi replied, that's because I only require offensive capabilities, and my strikes are not point-focused like Sister Zhuqing's, but rather linear. Both flowing and vibration are applicable. It is the advantage of having a martial soul. Furthermore, I possess a second martial soul. Xiao Wu glanced back and forth, expressing, what about me and third brother? We seem to be the odd ones out. She pouted as she spoke. And I as well. Ma Hongjun interjected. Xiao Wu scoffed, pig. Xiao Yi has already pointed out that you're suited for rotation. I truly wonder how someone of your stature can manage to rotate. Xiao Yi began. All right. Third brother is a wise individual, well aware of the path he intends to pursue, and there is much I can learn from him. As for you, Xiao Wu, let third brother decide. Tang Xin pondered for a moment before stating, I choose vibration, and Xiao Wu will select the same. Xiao Yi responded, very well. I respect your decision. Now, let me summarize. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. You shall practice vibration, and I will instruct you shortly. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong will focus on rotation. Remember to embrace a chaotic form of rotation. Compression of soul power is essential for everyone, as is weight-bearing. From this day forth, each of you must carry an appropriate weight at all times, without removing it. Only after complete adaptation may you increase the burden. Over time, your strength will naturally amplify. Dai Mubai gestured towards Oscar and the others, saying, all right, you three may go. We will delve into the vibration technique that Xiaoyi mentioned. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Ma Hongjun, with a hint of dissatisfaction, declared, Humph. You've heard our training methods. Why should we not be privy to yours? I shall insist on hearing it back. Xiao Yi intervened, calming the irate Dai Mubai, and asserted, if they wish to listen, let them. But remember, do not overextend yourselves. Understood, Ma Hongjun replied. Are you not going to eat? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. After much hesitation, Ma Hongjun struck a righteous pose and said, well, breakfast is already gone. It's far better to be with you all. You speak so earnestly that I almost believe you, Xiao Yi continued. Enough of the banter. Big brother Dai. You four must listen carefully. The vibration of soul power requires not only the control of the soul energy but also of the body. Strictly speaking, this method of cultivation is the most challenging. Wonderful. This is precisely what I relish, Dai Mubai exclaimed, visibly excited. Oscar, feeling competitive, retorted, Humph. We shall see who masters it first. As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Dai Mubai. Very well. Let us see who can successfully cultivate first. My vibration technique is decidedly more challenging than your rotation. If I win, you shall owe me a favor. With Dai Mubai's indomitable spirit, he readily agreed. It's a deal. Xiao Yi chuckled wryly. May I speak now? Noticing the silence, he continued, then I shall proceed. I can only impart the principles of soul force vibration, which involves utilizing soul power and physical prowess to create high-frequency vibrations upon striking an opponent. This requires dividing the soul power into multiple portions. After a considerable time, Xiao Yi elucidated the methods of soul force rotation and vibration to the gathered crowd. Dai Mubai and his companions then began to practice their respective techniques for controlling soul power. Chapter 27. The Dean. The following morning, Xiao Yi and Tang Sen set off together towards the dining hall. Upon arriving, they found Ma Hongjuan's table piled high with an array of food, while Dai Mubai regarded him with a look of disdain. When Dai Mubai spotted Xiao Yi and Tang San, his expression brightened, revealing a sense of relief. "Good morning, Xiao Yi, Tang San," he greeted cheerfully. "Good morning," Xiao Yi replied politely. Tang San nodded with a smile, acknowledging Dai Mubai. After collecting their breakfast, they joined Dai Mubai at his table just as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu entered. Xiao Wu, with a pout of discontent, looked at Tang San and said, "Brother, I called for you earlier. Didn't you hear? I was planning to have you wait for me." Upon leaving the dormitory, she had spotted Tang San and Xiao Yi entering the dining hall and intended to call out to them, but despite calling Tang San several times, he and Xiao Yi remained oblivious, which greatly annoyed her. Tang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize, Xiao Wu. I was chatting with Xiao Yi and didn't hear you, as I wasn't even using my Shantian skill." "Humph." Observing the weary expressions of his companions, Xiao Yi remarked, "It seems each of you carries your own burdens." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. "Indeed. However, mine, along with Xiao Wu's and Zhuqing's, feels comparatively lighter." "That is fine. Just take your time to adapt." "Do you have any insights into the rotation of soul power?" Xiao Yi inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head. "Not at all. It's exceedingly difficult. I find even the external projection of soul power somewhat challenging." "Huh. If it were easy, it would lack significance," he replied. "Brother Dai, as newcomers, would you kindly enlighten us about the Academy's rules and courses?" Dai Mubai explained. "The Academy has no particularly stringent rules. In summary, one must not engage in pillaging, yet combat and gambling are encouraged." Xiao Yi was taken aback. Gambling at such a young age? This academy is quite intriguing. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he spoke. Dai Mubai elaborated. "The instructors believe that gambling is a mental game, greatly beneficial for enhancing one's psychological resilience, observational skills, and judgment. Combat should not result in loss of life. And as for gambling, as long as one does not lose their trousers, there should be no issue. Regarding the course schedule, the Academy will adjust it based on our individual circumstances. However, I can assert with certainty that the most significant aspect of today's session is the collection of fees. The annual tuition fee for the Academy amounts to 100 gold coins. For you, esteemed Soul Masters of the Great Soul Master level, this should pose no challenge. The Soul Master subsidies are distributed by the Spirit Hall, yet those at the Soul Sect level and above are ineligible to receive any financial assistance from the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, a mere handful of instructors would suffice to cover the Academy's expenses. The Empire stipulates that subsidies are intended solely to encourage and assist lower-level Soul Masters in their training. Once one surpasses level 40, they may enlist in the military or serve a powerful entity to earn a substantial income. However, the teachers at Shrek Academy relish their freedom and are reluctant to serve others, resulting in their current financial struggles." Ning Rongrong chuckled lightly and remarked, "How old are you?" Still referring to women as women. When class was about to commence, Xiao Yi and his companions arrived at the grand playground, where the drowsy Oscar was already present, munching on a sausage of his own making. Previously, due to Xiao Yi's teaching, everyone had failed to observe Oscar closely, and after a day spent preparing weighted objects, Oscar had not returned home. Now, upon closer inspection, they could hardly recognize him. Oscar was indeed quite handsome, with deep-set peach blossom eyes that conveyed a sense of profundity, a face as smooth as jade, and well-proportioned eyebrows, all adorned with a playful grin. "Your beard?" Tang San approached Oscar and pointed at his face, unable to restrain himself. Oscar grinned and quickly devoured the sausage in his hand, whispering, "A few new beauties have arrived. If I don't make myself appear more spirited, how will I catch their attention? You lack experience in this regard, don't you? Douluo has clearly taken a liking to that frosty girl. Xiao Wu is yours." While Fatty's eccentric demeanor is hardly appealing to the ladies, so my target is Ning Rongrong. You want to compete with me, will you? Xiao Yi glanced at Oscar, curled his lip, and inquired, "How old are you?" Without hesitation, Oscar replied, "I'm 14. What is it to you? My father had me when he was 14. How impressive. Oscar, you should take a page from your father's book." They all laughed heartily. As they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Xiaoyi curiously scrutinized this man, pondering which teacher he might be. While Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat uneasy for reasons unknown. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctive long face. Featuring a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat visage, and a hooked nose. If one were to describe him with an analogy, it would be akin to wearing a pair of stark black-framed glasses. Note: Xiao Yi is a pseudonym for Xiao Yi. The recent plot has drawn too closely to the original work, but this is merely a transition. The narrative will soon diverge. Your understanding is appreciated. Chapter 28. Abuse. Upon observing the unnatural expressions on Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces, Xiao Yi inquired, "What have you done to provoke him?" Moreover, there should be no cause for concern, right? After all, he is the dean and cannot possibly be so petty. Beside them, Oscar chuckled softly, remarking, "You are mistaken. Our esteemed Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. Yet, his most admirable trait is his fierce protection of his own." Flander cast a discerning glance at Oscar, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. He approached the 7 students, halting before them. His voice, husky yet resonant, filled the air. "This year is quite remarkable. We have welcomed 5 new prodigies. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and on behalf of the institution, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Shortly, each of you is to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees our finances. Daimu Bai, with the arrival of these new juniors, kindly inform them of the Academy's regulations. Then, return to your quarters and endeavor to restore yourselves to peak condition. Our first class will commence this evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are the exceptions. Follow me." Immediately, Oscar's demeanor soured, reluctantly stepping forward to salute Flander. His expression brightened slightly upon noticing Ning Rongrong standing beside him. Xiao Yi observed the tenderness in Oscar's gaze towards Ning Rongrong, furrowing his brow in discontent. Flander waved his hand, stating, "The rest may take their leave. Before nightfall, ensure you are in optimal condition. Do not say I did not warn you. The teaching at this academy is unlike any other, and you will encounter peril." As Xiao Yi glanced after the departing Ning Rongrong, he too followed suit. Flander appeared indifferent to the number of students present and addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each individual possesses a unique method of cultivation. Even with different martial spirits, the training approaches can vary significantly. Thus, what the Academy aims to impart is not merely how to cultivate your martial spirits, but how to wield them effectively, preserving your own safety and assisting your comrades in future battles. In essence, the primary skill for support-type soul masters is the ability to flee. Sometimes, taking one more step can save your life. Therefore, physical training is paramount for you. Flander's instructions succinctly conveyed, "You have wronged me. It is now your responsibility." Subsequently, the two were compelled to jog around the village. "Understood," Ning Rongrong replied promptly, sprinting away without hesitation. Oscar, with a glum expression, followed suit. The entire village spanned at least 3 kilometers. Completing 20 laps equated to a rather daunting challenge, although they possessed soul power exceeding level 20. Accomplishing this task before noon proved to be an excruciating ordeal for support-type soul masters, who are typically the weakest among all soul masters. For combat soul masters of level 20 or more, covering such a distance was no trivial feat. This was indeed a form of abuse. Why must Ning Rongrong join in the suffering? Xiao Yi hesitated momentarily before pursuing Ning Rongrong, curious to witness how the 2 support-type soul masters could traverse such a considerable distance. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he awaited the arrival of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as this path was essential for their journey. After a while, Xiao Yi spotted a figure in the distance, gradually drawing closer. "They're here," he exclaimed. "Wait, why is it only Oscar? Where's Rongrong?" Even at her slowest pace, she should have arrived by now. Chapter 29. The Little Sorceress. How slow? Xiao Yi remarked languidly. Oscar, having run for some time, exhibited only a slight breathlessness. "Slow? I'm not a battle soul master like you. How fast can I possibly go? This pace is quite commendable." He inquired, "What about Rongrong? Has she fallen behind?" Xiao Yi murmured, "Rongrong? She left, but will return shortly," Oscar replied, disappointment evident on his face. "What's wrong? You don't look well. Has something occurred?" Xiao Yi asked. Oscar sighed, alas. When Rongrong and I commenced our run, she was brimming with confidence. However, upon hearing that the distance was extensive, she refused to continue, claiming she was hungry and wanted to explore outside the school. Alas, I must leave her behind. Observing Oscar continue his run into the distance, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, and shook his head as he returned to the dormitory. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's council hall, on the northern side, sat a middle-aged man in his 40s on a jade chair, exuding an aura of refined elegance, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Before him, a young man knelt respectfully. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled. The young man stated with deference. The middle-aged man nodded, expressing a hint of resignation. Perhaps it is for the best to let this little sorceress venture out and gain some experience. Otherwise, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be turned upside down. How is the situation at Shrek Academy? There are 2 Soul Saints and several Soul Emperors at Shrek Academy, with top-notch teaching quality. The students they accept are truly exceptional. I have conveyed the message you instructed to their principal, the young man reported. A faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Very well, you may leave now. Yes, sect master, the young man responded before withdrawing. A robust voice resonated in the hall, causing it to tremble. Fengji, Rongrong is still a child. How could you bear to send her away? Are you truly at ease with her being alone? What if something were to happen? As the voice echoed, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the back hall and boldly took a seat beside sect master Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji wore an expression of helplessness. Uncle Jian, do you think I desired this? You and Uncle Long have indulged her excessively. The girl has nearly reached the heavens at home. Allowing her to experience education and hardship outside might instigate some change. Otherwise, if she carries this temperament into marriage, her future partner will not indulge her. Uncle Jian huffed angrily. If anything unfortunate were to befall Rongrong, I shall hold you accountable. By the way, what of that matter we discussed? Ning Fengji shook his head, stating that the message had been delivered, yet it seemed the Pope harbored some opposition. The elder sighed, questioning whether he had sought Rongrong's consent. Given her temperament, the thought of marrying a stranger would likely drive her to madness. After all, Rongrong was his youngest child and his only daughter. Was it not cruel to treat her as a mere instrument of alliance? Ning Fengji was aware that Uncle Jian had always opposed this union. Yet he had his own plans. As a noble, one must be prepared for sacrifice. Moreover, the suitor possessed good character. Even without affection, he would not mistreat Rongrong. Furthermore, love could be cultivated over time. Do as you wish. If Rongrong suffers, I shall dismantle the spirit hall, he declared. As night descended, Shrek Academy's principal, Flander, cast a sharp gaze at Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar, have you both completed your 20 laps? His penetrating stare was daunting, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Xiaoyi glanced at Ning Rongrong, well aware that she had hardly run at all. After returning to the dormitory, he had felt uneasy about her and followed to check on her. She only returned by evening, implying she had not run a single lap. Oscar nodded, replying, Principal? I completed mine. Flander huffed coldly. I asked about both of you, not just you. Do not engage in wordplay with me. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar. Her large, sparkling eyes filled with innocence. Xiao shook his head in disappointment, realizing that Ning Rongrong was not as virtuous as he had imagined. Selfishness is inherent to humanity, yet it remains fundamentally immoral. Oscar gritted his teeth and affirmed, Yes, we both finished. Excellent, you exhibit camaraderie. Come here, Flander instructed, gesturing to the space before him. A wry smile crossed Oscar's face as he approached Flander, acknowledging that mistakes must be rectified. Resistance would only exacerbate the situation. Flander slowly raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder. Since you are so friendly, you shall run another 20 laps. I have sealed your soul power. Should it be released, you know the consequences. Oscar said nothing, merely nodding silently before turning to run outside. Flander's gaze shifted to the others, stating, Do you not understand my reasoning? Why must he continue running? Because Oscar lied. Regardless of the principle behind it, a lie is a lie. Sometimes, deceit may serve a purpose, but lying to shield others is unjust. You are all still children. Dishonesty is the worst of virtues. I hope you comprehend this. As he spoke, his eyes pointedly moved from Tang San and the others to the seemingly innocent and pitiful Ning Rongrong. Tell me, did you complete the assignment I assigned this morning? Ning Rongrong, realizing the futility of concealment, was neither afraid nor dishonest. With arms crossed, she defiantly declared, No. I am hungry and cannot run. What? Am I not allowed to eat? Flander smiled faintly and said, So, you ventured out of the village alone, roamed for a day, and then returned to find Oscar to come back with you. Is that correct? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes and said fiercely, Flander, do you dare to monitor me? Flander's expression immediately turned cold. As the dean, I must take responsibility for every student in the academy. This is my duty, as well as the responsibility of all the teachers at Shrek Academy. Disobedience on the battlefield has but one outcome: death. The gentle expression on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. This is not a battlefield, it is merely an academy. And you are not a general, you are just the dean. Flander nodded and replied, "You are correct. This is indeed an academy. But can you guarantee that you will never find yourself on a battlefield in the future? Now, you have two choices. Either pack your belongings and leave, as you are unworthy of being a student here, or remain and prove to me that you deserve to stay." Flander, who do you think you are? Just a mere soul sage. What right do you have to lecture me? At that moment, Ning Rongrong embodied the demeanor of a haughty queen, regarding everyone with contempt. Chapter 30. A Blow. Flander, you are merely a soul sage. I advise you to show me some respect. Flander was not angered by her words. He smiled slightly and said, "You are correct. I am but a humble soul sage. There are many with greater strength than I on the Douluo continent. Nonetheless, I am still among the powerful, and dealing with you would be a trivial matter if I so desired. Since you look down upon this place, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like you." Ning Rongrong sneered, "You want to drive me away? I will not be leaving. I shall do as I please, and no one dares to interfere, including you, Flander. From now on, keep your nose out of my affairs, or you shall bear the consequences." Flander smiled indifferently. "If I feared consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I am in charge. Moreover, disciplining students is the responsibility of the dean, is it not? From any standpoint, I hold the moral high ground. All you possess is your background. Without the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you are nothing. Leave now. How could a young lady like you deign to lower herself to a mere academy? Flander, how dare you? No one has ever dared to force me into doing something I do not wish to do," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, radiating an exceptionally fierce aura for a 12-year-old girl. "You are the first to ever speak to me in such a manner. Haha. Is it not an honor to be the first? Moreover, I believe that I am not the only one who would dare to offend you. There are many around you who would." Ning Rongrong glared at her classmates, her gaze sharp, exuding an air that suggested she could eliminate them all. Flander smirked ominously. "In my eyes, every student here is superior to you. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul is indeed one of the most formidable entities among auxiliary martial souls. Alas, due to your character, you can only bring it shame." "You speak nonsense," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. Throughout her life, she had been the most gifted member of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, even surpassing her father's talent. He had once proclaimed her the most talented soul master in the sect's history, the one most likely to evolve the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. How could she tolerate Flander claiming he was inferior to anyone present? Nonsense. Then tell me, who among us is not stronger than you? Flander retorted disdainfully. "I am an auxiliary soul master," Ning Rongrong replied, "and naturally cannot be compared to those battle soul masters. However, my role on the battlefield is undeniably superior to theirs. With my support, their abilities can be maximized." Flander shook his finger at her. "That is merely your delusion. Reality does not align with your fantasies. With your disposition, you would simply be cannon fodder on the battlefield. You lack companions, not a single soul to whom you can entrust your back. Even your father would not dare to act recklessly without exceptional allies. Given your character, do you truly believe you can find someone worthy of complete trust?" Ning Rongrong instinctively glanced at her former companions, her heart trembling as their once familiar gazes had turned profoundly alien. Had she been mistaken? No, she had not erred. She had always been alone, with no one willing to befriend her, merely a collection of hypocrites. Her gaze grew cold as she regarded the others. All optimal soul ring ratios. Nothing more to discuss. Flander introduced each individual, analyzing the strengths and talents of Xiaoyi and his companions, concluding that Ning Rongrong was the weakest among them. Finally, Flander approached Xiaoyi, stating, "Xiaoyi, at merely 9 years old, your soul power has already reached level 21. You're at level 22 now?" Xiaoyi nodded silently, casting another glance at Ning Rongrong, contemplating. "So this is how the offspring of esteemed families are. My sister is indeed better." Flander chuckled, continuing, "Your progress is impressive. The Judgment Sword Martial Soul possesses the most profound soul power I have ever encountered among soul masters. With a 1,000-year second soul ring and an external soul bone, your swordsmanship is exquisite. Even a 3-ring soul master would find you formidable, potentially surpassing Tang San and Xiao Wu. becoming one of the earliest to break through in Shrek's history. In comparison, you are nothing. Each of Flanders' words pierced through Ning Rongrong's pride like a sharp blade, shattering her self-perception. She had always believed herself to be the continent's finest, yet now she found herself at the bottom. Such a disparity was unbearable. With a cry, Ning Rongrong fled to the dormitory. Flanders snorted. Were it not for the authority granted to him by the sect leader, he would not dare to manage this little witch, lest the sword Douluo take his life. All right, I have discreetly informed Oscar to comfort her, Flanders said. After today, she is bound to change. Now, let us commence our training. Chapter 31. The Arena of Souls. Flinder waved his hand and said, let us depart. Keep up with me. With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and gracefully propelled himself forward, heading towards the outskirts of the academy. The others hastened to follow. Naturally, the quickest among them was the immensely powerful Daimubai, followed by the agile Zhu Shiqing. As for Xiaoyi, who possessed the lowest soul power and was not of the agility type, he lagged behind, yet he managed to keep pace. Shrek Academy is not far from Soto City, which lies within the kingdom and remains unthreatened by external dangers. Hence, the city gates are open around the clock. This convenience was one of the reasons Flinder established Shrek here. Though night had fallen, the vibrancy of Soto City was no less than that of the day. The streets were lined with an array of stalls, offering food, entertainment, and a lively atmosphere. Little Wu, with her mischievous nature and sparkling eyes, scanned the surroundings, drawn to anything intriguing, and would sneak closer for a better look. Were it not for Tang Sen's steady grip on her, she might have wandered off. However, Xiaoyi had already lost his way. Playfulness is inherent to children, and even Xiaoyi was no exception. It took considerable effort to locate him, and as a result, Flinder gave him a stern reprimand, though the impact of that reprimand remained uncertain. Flinder stated, today, your classroom will be there. As he spoke, he raised his hand to point outward. Following the direction of his finger, one could see a vast expanse of towering buildings, nearly 100 meters high, imposing and profound against the night sky. From within that colossal structure, faint glimmers of light flickered. Flinder continued, that is the Soto Great Arena of Souls, where battles, even unto death, occur. However, you are all monsters and must adopt a monster's approach to training. Those who perish within are not monsters. Those who are not monsters do not deserve to remain here. Do you understand? Pausing for a moment, he added solemnly, the academy can teach you much, but it cannot impart real combat experience. Such experience is cultivated through battle, through the ability to fully utilize your skills in combat. This experience is key to victory. Many are not weak, yet they fall due to insufficient practical experience. Without it, no matter how exceptional other aspects may be, they are of no avail. Therefore, today, that place will be your cathedral. There will be many spectators. Do not let them sway you. Do you need to perform for others? It feels akin to monkey tricks. Flinder shook his head and remarked, while I too am not fond of such arenas, they undeniably offer one of the best paths to growth for you. The arena operates independently of the two great empires and is a collective force established by the 7 major sections. Soul masters who gain fame here attract the attention of significant powers, benefiting both their current strength and future prospects. As Flanders spoke, a dazzling light sparkled in his eyes. For the soul rings do not truly represent a soul master's capabilities. Rising to challenges beyond one's level is not uncommon. To prove oneself, one must secure victory, as others only regard the outcome, indifferent to the disparity in strength. The ranks of badges are categorized according to the quality of minerals, starting with the Iron Badge, known as the Iron Fighting Soul, followed by the Copper Fighting Soul, Silver Fighting Soul, Gold Fighting Soul, Purple Gold Fighting Soul, Sapphire Fighting Soul, Ruby Fighting Soul, and finally, the Diamond Fighting Soul. In total, there are 8 levels, and to ascend, one must earn points through victories in battles. At this juncture, Flanders' gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him, stating that without obtaining the Silver Fighting Soul badge, graduation would be unattainable. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed. Do not presume that acquiring the Silver Fighting Soul badge is a trivial task. Dai Mubai has fought for an entire year, yet his points remain below 10, primarily due to his challenges against higher-ranked soul masters for the sake of self-improvement. Without a streak of victories, graduation could take at least a decade. However, maintaining a winning streak should not prove difficult for you, correct? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, and we shall discuss the remaining matters later. Chapter 32. The intent to kill. Registering for the soul fighting competition here is remarkably simple. One need only spend 10 gold soul coins to sign up and fill out a form to receive the initial Iron Fighting Soul badge. The Soul Fighting Arena also provides assessments of a Soul Master's soul power level to facilitate opponent selection during matches. The arena is divided into the main Soul Fighting Arena and the sub-arenas, with the main arena hosting spectators of noble status, necessitating that the competing Soul Masters exhibit exceptional prowess to inspire the audience. Those who have just registered or have yet to register must compete in the sub-arenas. Each victory not only awards points but also gold coin bonuses, while losses yield no rewards. The Soto Soul Fighting Arena boasts 24 sub-arena venues, with 3 modes of competition: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. While the Soul Fighting Arena is accessible, it is not without cost. This serves as a means of revenue generation. Nonetheless, many are willing to pay for the spectacle, as although Soul Masters dominate the Douluo continent, they still represent a minority, and many ordinary individuals aspire to become Soul Masters. Since such aspirations may be unattainable, they seek to indulge their desires vicariously. Upon reaching the rest area, the others did not look down upon Xiaoyi and his companions for their youth. In this world, anything is possible. Tang San smiled slightly and remarked, "No problem. After all, we are here to enhance our practical combat experience. A bit more combat experience is always beneficial." He promptly conveyed his and Xiao Wu's intentions to Dai Mubai, who naturally did not object. As if reminded, his gaze fell upon Zhu Qing, but regrettably, their martial souls were not of the same tier, making it impossible to team up for a 2-on-2 match. Thus he had to relinquish that thought. Dai Mubai said, "Xiao-san, you and Xiao Wu should go register for the 2-on-2 category. The battles here will last a while longer." "Brother Dai, I wish to register for the 1-on-1 category," Xiaoyi stated. Dai Mubai pointed towards another area and replied, "Over there. Let us embark on this journey together. The chubby fellow, Zhu Qing, and I are to partake in a competition." Xiaoyi inquired, "Why isn't Sister Zhu Qing joining Team 2? Dai Mubai remained silent, but Ma Hongjun interjected. Given Zhu Qing's temperament, she prefers solitude. Nodding in understanding, the 4 of them approached the registration area for 1-on-1 matches, where they declared their names and soul power levels, aware that victory would reward them with 10 golden soul coins. After registering, they awaited their turn. Remember, do not force yourself. Learning to concede is also a form of progress, Dai Mubai advised as they departed. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun proceeded to their matches, leaving Xiaoyi as the last to compete. After a while, the host's voice resonated. "Next, we welcome Xiaoyi from Shrek Academy to face off against Xiao Lu." Xiao Yi, a 22nd level Great Soul Master, was set to challenge Xiao Lu, who was at the 29th level. Given the disparity, many favored Xiao Lu. "What? Only at 22? Does he stand a chance against someone at 29? Someone remarked. "Wait, have you seen? Xiaoyi hardly appears to be 10 years old," another noted. Obscured by a mask that concealed his features, Xiao Lu is over 40, possessing far greater experience than Xiaoyi. How could the Soul Arena pit these two against one another? Tang Sen had just completed his own match and anxiously observed Xiaoyi. Even he, without resorting to his trump cards, found it challenging to defeat a 29th level Great Soul Master, let alone someone 7 levels below. Ignoring the peculiar stares, Xiaoyi stepped onto the arena, where he encountered a middle-aged man on the opposite side, who regarded him with disdain. "The match begins," Xiao Lu declared, unhurriedly. "Kid, you might as well concede early, otherwise, I won't show mercy." Xiaoyi remained unfazed, retorting, "Xiao Lu, what a base name you have. It carries a certain depth." Xiao Lu, often ridiculed for his name, found himself incensed by the jab. "You dare to provoke me? Rest assured, I will not grant you the opportunity to surrender." He continued, "You're not bad-looking. I wonder if you have an elder sister? No? Well, having a mother suffices." "Ha ha, such a fool." Xiao Lu's words were impulsive, meant to counter Xiao Yi's taunt, yet they cleverly ignited Xiao Yi's fury. If there was anyone Xiao Yi cherished above all, it was undoubtedly his mother, Bibi Dong, and his sister, Qian Renxue. To insult them was a grave mistake. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor transforming dramatically from approachable to ominously lethal. Dai Mubai and the others had finished their matches and awaited Xiao Yi's turn. Tang San, observing from the judge's table, spoke gravely, the aura of killing intent. "Xiao Yi has taken lives, and not merely one. Such a dense aura is not without reason. Clearly, his sister and mother hold immense significance to him. Xiao Lu is in for a rough time. Fear has already gripped him." Listening to Tang San's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Had he taken a life? The seemingly approachable and gentle, at times mischievous Xiao Yi, had actually committed murder? My curiosity regarding Xiao Yi's true identity had been piqued. On the competition stage, Xia Lu was drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he believed his life was forfeit. Suppressing his fear, he scoffed. What are you pretending for? Here I come. With that, he raised his fist and charged at Xiao Yi. Though Xiao Yi was furious, he maintained his composure. In battle, emotions are one of the key factors. If you can compel me to use my second soul skill, I shall concede my defeat. Chapter 33. The kill. If you can force me to unleash my second soul skill, I shall concede my defeat. With that declaration, Xiao Yi drew the sword of judgment and surged towards Xia Lu. In response, Xia Lu activated his first soul skill, enhancing his strength, and struck at Xiao Yi with both fists. Compared to Xia Lu, Xiao Yi appeared feeble, and no one believed he could triumph, except for Tang San. Tang San, a time traveler with 2 lifetimes of experience, understood that while killing intent is fearsome, it is not the most formidable aspect. The true rarity lies in maintaining a calm heart amidst fury. As he observed the rapidly approaching fists, Xiao Yi felt no fear. Only a cold snort as the sword of judgment met those fists capable of shattering stone. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted from the ground. And both Xiao Yi and Xia Lu were propelled backward at great speed, retreating the same distance. They were evenly matched. The phrase flashed through Tang San's mind, while the spectators outside the arena were left agape in astonishment. A level 22 soul master, without utilizing any soul skills, was evenly matched against a level 29 soul master, a situation unheard of. Xiao Yi gradually rose to his feet, fully aware of his own struggles. Though he had managed to repel Xia Lu, he was still just a child. The clash had left his entire body tingling, while Xia Lu, at 40 years of age, remained unscathed. Observing the deep gashes on his fist, Xia Lu remarked, "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to injure me, but this is as far as it goes." With that, the second yellow soul ring behind him glimmered. Chain Monkey King Fist. Xia Lu unleashed a flurry of punches towards Xiao Yi, creating afterimages in his wake. Xiao Yi, fully aware of the futility of a direct confrontation, gracefully evaded the onslaught of fists. Watching the match unfold, Tang San slowly remarked, "In terms of equal rank, I am inferior to Xiao Yi. Even if I were to use hidden weapons, I would not stand a chance." What? Even the typically composed Zhu Zhuqing showed a look of astonishment. She had recently been defeated by Tang San and held a deep respect for his abilities. Dai Mubai, well aware of Tang San's prowess, understood that opponents of equal rank could hardly elicit his true strength against a level 29 Tang San. Even a 3-ring soul master would be at risk of defeat. The fact that Tang San claimed he was not as capable as Xiao Yi spoke volumes about Xiao Yi's impressive standing. Tang San further explained, "You should be able to discern that Xiao Yi is indeed angered for the sake of his mother and sister. In such circumstances, the ability to remain calm and make sound judgments is indeed rare." Observing Xiao Yi's reflexes, it is remarkable that not a single one of Xia Lu's numerous punches landed on him. Even with my purple extreme magic eye, I could not achieve such evasion. Thus, he could also elude my ordinary hidden weapons. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Even so, Xiao Yi is at a disadvantage." Tang San, the most observant among them, chuckled and said, "Have you not noticed? Xiao Yi's movements are somewhat stiff. I suspect he is currently in a state of burden and is not utilizing the flow of his soul power. Even in terms of soul skills, he has not employed them." Xiao Wu, covering her mouth in disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother, are you saying that Xiao Yi is matching Xia Lu using only his swordsmanship and reflexes?" Tang San nodded. "It appears so. Although it pains me to admit, we are not holding back against Xiao Yi. It seems I must intensify my training. Indeed, I had originally lifted the burden during the competition. Let us restart. Reflexes can be honed with practice. That mischievous Xiao Yi has yet to instruct us on developing our reflexes." Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, his battle has ignited the fighting spirit of the Shrek team. Presently, he is focused on the match. Although his reflexes are swift, he ultimately sustains a glancing blow. Xia Lu taunted, "Boy, are you looking down on me by not using your soul skills? Your arrogance may lead to your demise." Xiao Yi's gaze turned icy. He had intended to toy with him, but since he seeks his own destruction, he shall not be spared. With that, the yellow soul ring on his judgment sword shimmered as he unleashed his first soul skill, Sword Chi. A beam of sword energy shot forth, and Xiao Yi's expression grew serious, as if he were manipulating something profound. Xia Lu, witnessing the approaching sword energy, laughed heartily. "Ha, my martial soul's defense is formidable. Such a mere sword energy cannot harm me." Confidently, he activated his first soul skill, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the sword energy, already envisioning his victory. Humph. Trash. But with a sudden piercing sound, the sword energy pierced through Xiao Lu's body, leaving a deep gash on the ground. As he collapsed, his eyes glazed over in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere first soul skill from Xiao Yi, despite their 7-level disparity, resulted in a fatal blow. Tang San, what just transpired? The group turned to Tang San, who had become the encyclopedia for all. He glanced at the fatigued Xiao Yi and stated, Xiao Yi is not the type to be winded by a single soul skill. If I am not mistaken, the sword energy he unleashed was a result of the manipulation of soul power and vibration. He has mastered the technique of soul power vibration. Xiao Lu is dead. Xiao Yi has killed someone. The others' expressions turned uneasy. After all, they were but children, and fear of death is a natural reaction. At that moment, the host's voice brought the astonished audience back to reality. What a breathtaking battle it has been. In the realm of Douluo continent, possessing formidable soul power does not necessarily equate to exceptional strength. Today, Xiao Yi from Shrek Academy has exemplified this truth. Now, I declare Xiao Yi the victor. With the announcer's proclamation, the audience erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha. This match was truly entertaining. It was wise not to attend the Soul Master Arena today. Indeed. It's a pity for Xiao Lu, though. Pity? What is there to lament? One can tell from the name that it's nothing remarkable. However, that Xiao Yi is quite impressive. Xiao Yi, panting heavily, shook his groggy head. The recent soul skill had drained much of his energy, employing not only the flow of soul power but also its vibration, resulting in significant mental fatigue. With a wry smile, he mused, I was overambitious. Forcibly utilizing the vibration of soul power is excessively taxing on the mind. Never mind, I should first focus on mastering the flow of soul power. One should not be greedy. I can tackle compression and vibration later. Dai Mubai and Tang San, along with the others, ascended to the arena. Xiao Yi, are you alright? Asked Dai Mubai. Xiao Yi shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit mentally exhausted. A short rest will suffice. Have you all completed your matches? Yes. Only Zhu Zhuqing lost to Tang San. The rest of us emerged victorious. It's only natural for that monster Tang San to win, Xiao Yi remarked. Don't talk as if you aren't a monster yourself, replied Dai Mubai. Xiao Yi chuckled awkwardly. Well then, let us head back and collect our gold soul coins. Our dean is quite the miser. Where's the dean? Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun seemed to recall something and said, Friends, you all head back first. Don't worry about me. I'll go find the dean. He winked at Dai Mubai, suggesting his intentions were clear. Upon realizing Ma Hongjun's ulterior motives, the others understood well enough. Shut up. I'm not going. Just leave. Dai Mubai shouted, casting a nervous glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, slow to catch on, asked, What is wrong today? You used to take me there. Didn't you say women aren't counted as resources? Dai Mubai's expression darkened. He regretted encountering such a dimwit. Just leave. My taste is not as poor as yours. Ma Hongjun, sensing the disapproval, mumbled in dissatisfaction before turning to depart. Dai Mubai? What is that lecherous fatso up to? Xiao Wu queried. Xiao Wu, some things are better left unknown, Tang San replied. Zhu Qing, usually reticent, spoke up. Indeed. Men are all rather filthy. Xiao Wu laughed lightly. Zhu Qing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite clean, unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. And me? Xiao Yi chimed in. I'm just a child. Dai Mubai, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Very well. Your Tang San is pure and unsullied, while we are all tainted. Is that satisfactory? And you, Xiao Yi, what are you doing here, stirring up trouble like a child? Yet I must say, my taste surpasses that of the rotund fellow. Zhu Qing huffed and suddenly stepped before Dai Mubai, questioning, Your taste is superior to his? Dai Mubai momentarily paused. Realizing his blunder, no matter how refined one's taste may be, it all amounts to the same in the end. 50 steps laughing at 100. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze suddenly brimmed with disdain and contempt. Being with you makes me feel nauseated. With that, she turned and walked away. The usually proud Dai Mubai could no longer suppress the fury within him and bellowed, Stop right there. Zhu Zhuqing paid him no heed, quickening her pace as if to distance herself from him. Dai Mubai's chest heaved with agitation. He was furious, and anyone who provoked him at this moment would surely face dire consequences. Xiao Wu blinked, leaning in to quietly inquire of Tang San, What is going on with them? Xiao Yi smirked. It seems Dai Gu is genuinely smitten. However, that does not alter the fact that he has frequented brothels. Sister Zhu Qing finds it hard to accept him. Yet, don't you think they seem to have known each other for quite some time? Upon their return to Shrek Academy, Xiao Yi and his companions encountered Oscar and Ning Rongrong outside the gates. Ning Rongrong had reverted to her initially gentle demeanor, perched on a large stone with her long legs dangling, appearing contemplative. In contrast, Oscar wore a grim expression, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong filled with disappointment and resentment. Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to anyone around her, heading straight back to her dormitory. Dai Mubai's countenance was equally grim, the anger from earlier still festering within him. "What are you doing here?" Dai Mubai demanded, his eyes glinting coldly. Ning Rongrong leapt down from the stone. "Of course, we were waiting for you. What else could we possibly do? And why did you return so late? Where are Flender and Ma Hongjun?" Xiao Yi, aware of Dai Mubai's volatile mood, preemptively responded. "They had matters to attend to and won't be returning tonight." Before he could finish, Dai Mubai interjected, "Have you come to a decision? Are you leaving or staying?" Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong replied, "I am definitely staying. This place is far more entertaining than any sect. And must you always be so cold? What's wrong? Let me guess. Did you suffer a setback with Shaoqing? It's ironic Oscar claims you are a master in matters of the heart. Yet you can't even handle a young girl." Having her true nature exposed, there was no need for further concealment. She decided to embrace her innate disposition. Observing the interactions between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, it was not difficult for Ning Rongrong to deduce what had transpired. Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Today, the name Zhu Zhuqing had become a taboo for him. "Ning Rongrong, do not attempt to provoke my wrath. This is the academy, not your home, and no one here will indulge your whims. Beware, for I may resort to treachery and violence against you." With a playful laugh, Ning Rongrong retorted, "Oh, how frightened I am. Come now, I am curious to see how you intend to execute your nefarious plans." Dai Mubai, unable to contain his anger, unleashed a powerful surge of soul force, causing Ning Rongrong to be propelled away in an instant. "Enough." Xiao Yi stepped forward to catch the startled Ning Rongrong, stabilizing her trembling form as he said, "Brother Dai, we are all classmates. There is no need for such hostility." Although Dai Mubai had merely released his soul power without launching an actual attack, the tremor sent a wave of blood surging within Xiao Yi, leaving him astonished. This, he realized, was likely the true extent of Dai Mubai's strength. A soul power of level 37 was indeed far superior to his own. Chapter 35, Heart to Heart. All right, Xiao Yi, I shall grant you this favor. Ning Rongrong, remember this. Should there be a next time, I shall not care who you are. Angering me will yield no favorable outcome." With these words, Dai Mubai suppressed his fury and strode back to his dormitory. Ning Rongrong, who had never suffered such indignity in her life, found it intolerable. Though Xiao Yi had caught her and spared her from harm, the pain in her body was an affront she could not swallow. She glared fiercely at Dai Mubai's retreating figure. "Xiao Yi." Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and called out his name with fervor. Xiao Yi, fatigued from his recent competition and still reeling from the exertion, turned to face the tearful Ning Rongrong. With determination, she declared, "Help me eliminate him. I want him dead. No one has ever dared to lay a hand on me. If you do this for me, you shall be a valued guest of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The monetary compensation will be at your discretion, and our sect will offer you unconditional support in the future." The onlookers gazed at Ning Rongrong in disbelief, astonished that the seemingly gentle and considerate girl had harbored such murderous intent. As one of the 7 great sects of the realm, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stood as the second most powerful. With their backing, any soul master could rise to prominence in the Douluo continent. Xiao Yi shook his head slowly, approaching Ning Rongrong and gazing deeply into her eyes. "Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be acquired with wealth and power. Money merely enriches life. Though you may be affluent and influential, I implore you to reflect upon your own happiness. We are classmates. It is natural for us to assist one another. Yet, your pride has led you to contemplate violence. If you continue to elevate yourself above others in such a manner, I suggest you leave this place and seek an academy that will indulge your desires, allowing you to live a life of mediocrity. Do you have any idea how powerful the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School truly is?" Ning Rongrong cast a resentful glare at him. Beside her, Tang San furrowed his brow and couldn't help but say, "What does this have to do with us? Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, let us depart. We are simply not of the same ilk." Xiao Wu glanced regretfully at Ning Rongrong before following Tang San, while Xiao Yi remained, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ning Rongrong. At times, a tranquil stare can wield the most profound impact. As she watched Tang San and Xiao Wu depart, Ning Rongrong collapsed onto the ground, her eyes becoming vacant. The sorrow reflected in Xiao Wu's eyes upon leaving, coupled with Xiao Yi's serene demeanor, struck her far more deeply than any provocation from Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong whispered through her sobs, tears streaming down her face like a river. Allowing Ning Rongrong to sit on the ground, Xiao Yi eventually broke the silence. Do you understand why Xiao Wu's gaze was filled with pity? Ning Rongrong remained silent, prompting Xiao Yi to continue. It is because your disposition will ultimately lead to your downfall. Your father is correct. Although your talent is indeed among the finest across the continent, your character will cause you to lose friendships. Without companions by your side, no matter how powerful you may be, you are merely an ornament. Ever since arriving at Shrek Academy, I have been observant of everyone. Initially, like others, I perceived you as a gentle and caring elder sister. However, you conceal yourself too deeply. While we appear to be your friends, in your eyes, we are merely your servants. To be candid, even if you were bullied, your father would not take action against us. With his cunning, he would never stoop to the level of children. Perhaps he is using this opportunity to train you. Train me? Ning Rongrong lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet a glimmer of light began to emerge. Xiao Yi nodded. You are the most gifted of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and thus, the future leader of the school could very well be you. Every individual who achieves greatness possesses a character unlike yours. He wishes for you to change, yet your father loves you too dearly to punish you or reprimand you. Thus, he sent you here. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could have snuck away? Ning Rongrong, somewhat taken aback, asked, How did you know I snuck away? Xiao Yi smiled slightly, just a guess. Your personality would never allow you to remain in a sect devoid of friends, and being fearless. It is entirely normal for you to sneak out. It seems my guess was correct. Are you here to mock me? To ridicule my arrogance? She retorted. Of course not. I have never mocked anyone, Xiao Yi replied. I have no interest in ridiculing others for my amusement. Ning Rongrong's expression suddenly shifted to one of disdain as she said, Then have you agreed to my terms? Will you help me eliminate Dai Mubai? I understand you. After all, with so many people watching, it would have been awkward for you to agree before. Offending me means offending the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And to offend the 7 treasure glazed tile school is to face a most dreadful fate. Xiao Yi smiled, but the tension in the muscles of his forehead revealed that he was struggling to contain his anger. How I long to strike someone. The incomprehensible woman. Xiao Yi spoke softly. It seems you have completely forgotten the dean's words today. The 7 treasures glazed tile school is formidable, but that does not imply your own strength. The 7 treasures Ling Long Tower possesses the most powerful martial soul support. Yet that does not justify any sense of superiority on your part. Ultimately, you are merely a capricious and feeble support. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Xiao Yi, sword raised, and at the judgment sword beside her neck. For the first time in her life, she felt the proximity of death. Chapter 36. Together in slumber, Ning Rongrong realized for the first time how close death was to her. Sister Rongrong, do you understand? Regardless of your status, anyone in this academy can easily end your life, including Oscar. In essence, you are the weakest here, until you master the rotation of soul power. You pose no threat to the attacks of soul masters. And you, so weak, dare to contemplate murder? How absurd. Xiao Yi withdrew the judgment sword from Ning Rongrong's neck, and she noticed a strand of her hair quietly lying on the blade. After collecting the severed hair, Xiao Yi smiled and said, No one here will assist you. To achieve your goals, you must rely solely on yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you succeed. This strand of hair symbolizes your former self. You must learn to change. Rather than expect others to accommodate you, you need to show your teammates that you can aid them and earn their trust. Only then will you truly integrate into this collective. The 7 treasures Ling Long Tower is powerful, but it is the weakest in one-on-one battles. Alone, you can accomplish nothing. So try to trust your comrades. Ning Rongrong truly cried this time, shedding her pretenses and disregarding her ridiculous image as a young lady. Observing the tremor in her shoulders, Xiao Yi understood that she had begun to grasp what needed to be done. Perhaps today would mark the beginning of her transformation. However, changing Ning Rongrong's character would not be an overnight endeavor. Perhaps Flinder's expectations were simply too high, but one could not blame him. A monstrous teen must possess a monstrous mindset. As he slowly approached Ning Rongrong, intending to drape a garment over her, she suddenly sprang up and threw herself at Xiao Yi, burying her delicate face in his chest and weeping profusely. Xiao Yi instinctively embraced her, a faint smile gracing his lips. This sensation was truly delightful. Although slightly shorter than Ning Rongrong in that moment, She perceived his form as remarkably broad. I was indeed mistaken. After a while, Ning Rongrong calmed her emotions but remained nestled against Xiao Yi. Sister Rongrong, Sister Rongrong? Xiao Yi gently pushed her away to discover that she had fallen asleep, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. Xiao Yi found himself entranced. Children always feel drowsy after weeping, especially at night. Xiao Yi gazed at his collar, dampened by Ning Rongrong's tears, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had already succumbed to slumber, and it was evident that Xiao Yi could not disturb their rest for Ning Rongrong's sake. Otherwise, Tang San and Dai Mubai would undoubtedly be displeased. Bringing her back to his dormitory? Indeed, that seemed a reasonable notion, yet Xiao Yi hesitated. To abandon Ning Rongrong alone would be far from chivalrous. Resigned to the situation, a flash of light emanated from the watch on his wrist, an inconsequential detail, as this timepiece was unlike any in the real world. A tent materialized on the ground, and to shield Ning Rongrong from the cold, this was the only solution. This watch was a soul guide device, gifted to him by Bibi Dong as he departed from the spirit hall. It could either display the time or store items when infused with soul power. The tent and blankets had been meticulously prepared by Qian Renxua, upon hearing that her brother was to embark on a long journey. A caring sister naturally knew what to pack. Although some distance still lingered between them, it was significantly less than before. Gently cradling Ning Rongrong into the tent, he retrieved 2 blankets. One lay beneath her for comfort, while the other was draped over her for warmth. Once he had arranged her comfortably, Xiao Yi sat by her side for a moment, intending to depart. However, as he rose, he inadvertently brushed against Ning Rongrong, who instinctively wrapped her arm around his waist, clutching him as if he were a cherished treasure. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yi attempted to extricate himself gently. A soft whimper escaped her lips, and following the sound, he observed the pained expression etched on her face, as though she were ensnared in a nightmare. Returning to her side, Ning Rongrong's furrowed brow relaxed. Yet, as soon as Xiao Yi stood once more, her brow knitted again in distress. He sighed, realizing that Ning Rongrong had unconsciously begun to rely on him for comfort. A rather troubling sign. Reluctantly, he refrained from waking her. While he could meditate and cultivate throughout the night, he preferred the embrace of sleep. Moreover, young children are prone to fatigue. Ning Rongrong continued to cling to his waist, and Xiao Yi remained still beside her. Before long, he felt the chill creeping in, prompting him to retreat beneath the blankets, leaning against her. Thus, they shared the same bed, albeit fully clothed. What could possibly transpire at the tender age of 9? Unbeknownst to him, as he nestled into the covers, the corners of Ning Rongrong's mouth curled upwards in a faint smile. The following morning, Tang San concluded his training early. Glancing at Xiao Yi's empty bed and deducing that he had not returned for the night, he paid little mind to it. Within the academy, Xiao Yi was exceedingly safe. Ascending to the rooftop to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, he finished his session and inadvertently noticed a tent nestled beside a stone not far from the village entrance. Instinctively knowing that Xiao Yi must be there, "Brother," a delicate voice called out, and Xiao Wu hurriedly approached. Tang San leaped down from the rooftop, inquiring, "What is it?" "Xiao Wu." With a look of concern etched across her face, Xiao Wu replied breathlessly, "Brother, Rongrong is missing. I thought she would return after her antics yesterday, but I did not see her when I woke up this morning." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a peculiar expression and teased, "Could it be that you slept too soundly? It's possible she left early for some matter after returning." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, refraining from reprimanding Tang San as she usually would. It appeared that she was genuinely anxious this time. "No, brother, Zhuqing has been cultivating all night. If Rongrong had returned, she would have known. Rongrong indeed hasn't he come back?" Tang San recalled the tent he had just seen, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural and contemplative. He replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing to worry about. Rongrong is safe. The academy is a secure place, and she will be taken care of." "I must go find her," Xiao Wu insisted, still unconvinced about Rongrong's safety. Although Rongrong could be willful, she was, after all, a companion. "I'll accompany you," Tang San offered. Not only would he witness something extraordinary, but he could also keep Xiao Wu company. Fortunately, Oscar was still engaged in his training. Otherwise, things could have been complicated. Xiao Wu observed the mischievous grin on Tang San's face and remarked, "Brother, why do you look so wicked?" "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "Xiao Wu, go call Zhuqing. I'll fetch Dai Mubai. Strength lies in numbers." Xiao Wu looked at him quizzically, surprised that the typically solitary Tang San would advocate for collaboration. Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he urged, "All right, hurry along." Nodding, Xiao Wu set off to find Zhu Qing while Tang San smiled faintly at her retreating figure and went to locate Dai Mubai. The anticipation was palpable. Soon, Xiao Wu returned with Zhu Qing, while Tang San brought Dai Mubai along, accompanied by Ma Hongjun, who had insisted on joining despite Tang San's initial reluctance. One glance at his face revealed he had enjoyed himself the previous night. Zhu Qing continued to regard Dai Mubai with disdain, and Dai Mubai was equally displeased. Ma Hongjun appeared lethargic, munching on a chicken leg. Why hadn't they brought Oscar? Because he was busy training, and Tang San wanted to avoid provoking him. They approached the tent. "Brother, is Rongrong inside?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Yes, I happened to discover it while training," Tang San replied, omitting the fact that Xiao Yi had also not returned. He was clearly eager to uncover the nature of the scene within. Why not simply take a look? Ma Hongjun suggested with a lewd grin, reaching for the tent's zipper. Slap. Xiao Wu swatted his hand away, saying, "What if Rongrong isn't dressed? Wouldn't he that be taking advantage of her? You men should step aside. I'll handle this." After dismissing the three men, Xiao Wu pulled down the zipper. With a ripping sound, she exclaimed, "Ah? What do you?" Ning Rongrong, with a graceful motion, unzipped the tent and was immediately met with a scene that left her mouth agape in astonishment. Her exclamation captured the attention of everyone present, prompting the previously dismissed trio to return. As they gazed into the tent, disbelief washed over them, rendering them equally speechless. Inside, Xiao Yi lay bare on one side, concealed partially by a blanket, leaving the question of whether he wore trousers unanswered. Ning Rongrong had one delicate arm draped around his neck, her head resting against his shoulder, while her slender leg rested upon his, separated only by the blanket. Though clad in a dress, the visual impact was undeniably striking. The two, entwined in slumber, resembled celestial lovers, while Tang San and his companions felt akin to intruders. Despite Tang San's prior suspicions, witnessing the scene firsthand left him in a state of incredulity. After a few moments of stunned silence, Xiao Wu regained her composure and, with an air of calmness, zipped the tent back up, declaring, "Let us depart. It would be impolite to disturb them." Naturally, Tang San had no objections to Xiao Wu's decision. Zhu Qing turned away, needing time to collect herself. While Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Qing's retreating figure, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Ma Hongjun, however, coughed awkwardly, "I still wish to see." Yet, before he could finish, a gasp echoed from within the tent. That morning, Xiao Yi awoke, murmuring, "Ugh, how heavy. I did not sleep well." He felt a peculiar sensation on his body. "Sister Rongrong, where are my clothes?" As he searched for his garments, he spotted them lying in a corner. Memories of the previous night flooding back. Overcome by exhaustion, he had unthinkingly slipped beneath the covers. Xiao Yi had a peculiar habit of never wearing damp clothing. Not even slightly so. His attire had become soaked with Ning Rongrong's tears as he comforted her, and in a daze, he had removed it. The night breeze was chilly. Despite the tent's quality, it allowed a draft. Concerned about the cold, Ning Rongrong had clung to Xiao Yi, who, feeling the chill as well, did not push her away, leading to the morning's predicament. However, to outsiders, the situation appeared vastly different. Though Xiao Yi was not yet 10, the continent was rife with unpredictable happenings. What if he developed early? One must remember that the norms of Douluo continent did not align with those of the ordinary world. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was born, one that was beyond explanation. As Xiao Yi rose, Ning Rongrong slid off his shoulder, awakening with a start. She blinked at the sight of Xiao Yi's bare form and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi? Ah, why are you not wearing clothes? You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Meeting her skeptical gaze, Xiao Yi offered a wry smile and explained, "What could I possibly do? I'm only 9 years old. Besides, I haven't even taken off my trousers." No sooner had he spoken than the tent was flung open by Zhu Qing, leaving the two within at a loss for how to proceed. Xiao Yi, flustered, turned to Zhu Qing and the others, insisting, "Please, let me explain. It's not what you think." Dai Mubai chuckled, "We understand that it is not your fault. It is perfectly fine. Such moments are inevitable." At this juncture, Ma Hongjun interjected playfully, Indeed, Xiao Yi, I too have experienced this. We all comprehend. Yet, you seem to be utterly oblivious. It is still Tang San who stands out." Xiao Yi directed his gaze towards Tang San, feeling profound disappointment towards his two mischievous companions. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yi was rendered speechless. Tang San remarked. All right, let us depart. They cannot continue here. Xiao Yi, we shall assist you in requesting a leave during class. Xiao Yi sighed. Think as you wish. As long as you are happy, it's all acceptable. Tang San smiled, realizing that he had recently developed a rather cunning side, often contemplating ways to outwit others. Xiao Wu quietly approached Ning Rongrong and whispered, Rongrong, the men are quite lewd. Do tell me what transpired last night. Ning Rongrong was about to retort, but then, with a quick glance, her cheeks flushed, and to Xiao Wu's surprise, she nodded slightly and whispered, we did everything except the final step. At that moment, Xiao Yi was preoccupied with Ma Hongjun, and due to Ning Rongrong's soft voice, he failed to catch her words. Tang Sen was momentarily taken aback. His keen hearing allowed him to discern Ning Rongrong's statement, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the rapid progression of their relationship. Yet, the astute Tang Sen did not realize that this was precisely what Ning Rongrong intended him to hear. Xiao Wu stood frozen for a few seconds, her body rigid, before she regained her composure and attempted to walk away, albeit with a slight detour. As she passed by Zhu Xing, Xiao Wu leaned in to whisper something, causing Zhu Xing to stiffly walk away, mirroring Xiao Wu's demeanor. Moments later, Xiao Wu returned, tugging at Tang San's ear and leading him away. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged mischievous glances with Xiao Yi, giving him a thumbs up while casting a sidelong glance at the bashful Ning Rongrong before departing, with a meaningful wink. At this point, Xiao Yi recognized that further explanations were futile. Ning Rongrong observed the departing figures and smiled. She was fully aware of everything that transpired last night, knowing Xiao Yi had been weary and had merely tucked himself beneath the covers, and that nothing had occurred between them. However, she harbored her own intentions. She aimed to foster misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Xiao Yi. This was not a challenging endeavor, especially in the presence of the experienced Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. There exists a regulation within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that mandates a sole master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower to seek a powerful offensive soul master as their partner. This complementary bond ensures their invincibility. Although Xiao Yi possesses an unremarkable appearance, his formidable strength, coupled with his original theories, will undoubtedly attract countless admirers in the future. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, Xiao Yi likely hails from a respectable background. Even if it pales in comparison to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is not significantly inferior, truly a match of equals. Ning Rongrong's current objective is to secure Xiao Yi's affections, although Xiao Yi may not harbor feelings for her. The extended misunderstandings, coupled with the intricate interplay of truth and deception, leaves room for uncertainty. This will subconsciously instill in the hearts of others the notion that Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi are indeed a couple. In due time, even if Xiao Yi does not develop feelings for her, he will not easily forget her. Moreover, Ning Rongrong did not harbor any dislike for Xiao Yi. In fact, she held a certain fondness for him. Thus, the misunderstanding served as a catalyst rather than an obstacle for her. Although this misconception was unjust to Xiao Yi, one must resort to any means necessary to attain what they desire. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, whose cheeks were flushed and who wore a radiant smile, Xiao Yi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, he stowed the tent into his soul guide and inquired, "Shall we go for a meal together?" "Certainly," Ning Rongrong replied, beaming brightly at him. Her smile was akin to a resplendent lotus blooming in the sweltering summer, utterly captivating. Xiao Yi found himself momentarily entranced. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a transformation in Ning Rongrong. She was no longer the headstrong and unreasonable young lady, but rather a radiant and cheerful young woman. It must be said that Ning Rongrong was exceptionally beautiful, so much so that even the 9-year-old Xiao Yi felt his heart stir. Coughing lightly, he shook his head as if trying to dispel the image of Ning Rongrong from his mind. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, the onlookers regarded Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi with curious eyes. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson as she covertly glanced at Xiao Yi. Upon realizing he was also observing her, she felt a bit flustered and ultimately managed a shy smile in his direction. Sighing, Xiao Yi noted that it seemed Ning Rongrong would not provide any clarification. He deemed it futile to explain alone, so he resolved to disregard the situation. When did I become so charming? Chapter 38. The genius. A sly chuckle interrupted Xiao Yi's reverie of self-admiration. Come, Xiao Yi. You must be exhausted. Eat more, said Ma Hongjun, devoid of any sense of propriety. Ma Hongjun was aware that Xiao Yi had not engaged in anything inappropriate with Ning Rongrong. He and Dai Mubai had merely intended to tease Xiao Yi. However, upon hearing from Tang San that Xiao Yi had not yet made the final breakthrough, implying that he had accomplished everything else, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were taken aback, resulting in a perfect misunderstanding. Listening to Ma Hongjun's teasing, Ning Rongrong fidgeted. Had it been in the past, she would have retaliated with a punch. But now she adopted a demure demeanor, leading everyone to believe that the misunderstanding was indeed true. Xiao Yi found himself at a loss for words, thinking, it seems Rongrong only harbors a mild affection for me, not quite love. As long as I do not yield, this will eventually come to an end. Time can resolve all matters. With this thought, Xiao Yi regained his composure, though a frown soon returned to his face. That sister will forget about me in time, won't she? Shaking his head, he dismissed those unrealistic thoughts. Oh, Fatty, you seem a bit different today. Unbeknownst to them, when Xiao Yi spoke, everyone turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, who appeared remarkably refreshed, as though he had shed several pounds. Ma Hongjun nodded and replied in a hushed tone, of course. The fiery troubles have subsided significantly. I plan to stay in for the next couple of days. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, perfect. You can keep watch in the dormitory while I go seek out those twin sisters. A fruit forcibly plucked is not sweet. It is far better to savor what is readily available. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted, yet she remained silent. Everyone, except for Ma Hongjun, sensed the unusual atmosphere. Ning Rongrong gently wrapped her arm around Xiao Yi's, proclaiming, our bond remains strong. Xiao Yi's lips twitched. He thought, do you really believe I care? Ignoring Ning Rongrong, he glanced at the visibly distressed Dai Mubai and inquired, how is your soul power cultivation progressing? With the conversation now focused on serious matters, he continued, let me go first. My vibration training has been quite satisfactory, though the frequency is rather low and the amplitude not significant. Xiao Yi nodded appreciatively, indeed. Considering it has only been a few days, achieving this is commendable. A true genius. Tang San added, I am on par with Daigo, and so is Xiao Wu. However, I wonder if we could apply the vibration to an enemy's body. If both the inside and outside vibrate, the power should surely increase. Tang San's words sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Xiao Yi's eyes. That is indeed a possibility. Rotation and flow might also work. Thank you, Sangu. Tang San nodded slightly. Rotation is feasible as well. I will give it a try later, Ma Hongjun remarked. Currently, my rotation can only go in one direction, though occasionally I manage to produce different orientations. Ning Rongrong, too, was practicing the rotation of her soul power, but having spent the last few days indulging in leisure, she had not practiced much. She would have to learn on the spot. Raising her right hand, she released her soul power, gradually initiating a rotation that slowly increased in speed. Suddenly, watching her dispersed soul power, Ning Rongrong pouted and shot an annoyed glance at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi twitched his mouth. What are you looking at me for? It's not my fault. Unable to withstand Ning Rongrong's misty gaze, Xiao Yi sighed, do not rush. Take it slow and try reducing the rotation speed for practice. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Ning Rongrong's face brightened with joy. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, my vibration practice is going fairly well. I've grasped some key points. Her frosty demeanor resembled the chill of winter's deep freeze. Exiting the cafeteria, they arrived at the playground, their designated class location for the day. The instructor for today was still Dean Flander. Tang San and his companions waited for a full quarter of an hour before the esteemed Dean finally sauntered over. Flander's gaze first landed on Ning Rongrong. Yet he said nothing to her, as today was the second lesson. Oscar, where are you? Are you still sleeping in? Xiao Yi quickly replied. He was still cultivating when I left this morning. Perhaps he fell into a deep meditation and couldn't wake in time. Go fetch him. How old is he still behaving so irresponsibly? No sooner had he spoken than Oscar rushed over from the direction of the dormitory. However, instead of displaying panic for his tardiness, his face radiated excitement. Dean, let me explain. I've made a breakthrough. I've reached level 30. What? Oscar was a year younger than Dai Mubai, merely 14 years old, and achieving level 30 soul power at such an age surpassed the majority of so-called geniuses. Moreover, the food-related martial souls are universally recognized as the most arduous to cultivate. Correspondingly, they are also the most sought after, for one can consume them when hunger strikes. Of course, I, Oscar, am a prodigy. By the way, Xiao Yi, look. As he spoke, he concentrated his soul power in the palm of his hand, and slowly, a vortex formed from the soul energy emerged within his palm. The energy within the vortex twirled to the left and right, although the speed was not swift. He could indeed control the rotation in both directions. Xiao Yi picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the vortex. The stone gradually sank, while a fine powder accumulated at Oscar's feet. Flinder gazed in astonishment at the soul power vortex in Oscar's hand, his heart tumultuous. He could also create a vortex, but only in a singular direction. While it may seem that a bidirectional vortex is merely an enhancement of one additional direction, the difficulty of achieving it is sufficient to confound 99% of soul masters. A genius. Flinder's eyes sparkled, and in that fleeting moment, he felt a sense of impending breakthrough. Xiao Yi looked at Oscar and smiled faintly. With Oscar's remarkable talents and his affection for Ning Rongrong, perhaps she would no longer cling to him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chapter 39, Conditions. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yi turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong. Observing her expressions of astonishment and envy, he sighed in relief, yet felt a pang of discomfort within. Wow, how impressive. In just a few days, he has reached such a level. Well done, Oscar. You are far superior to me. It seems I must exert myself as well. My soul tremor still lacks direction. Xiao Yi smiled at Oscar, then sighed again. With Oscar's excellence, Ning Rongrong should be drawn to him, thus leaving me be. Huh, why am I sighing? Flinder's eyes visibly brightened. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second among the current students to reach level 30. I congratulate you on behalf of the Academy. Moreover, you have even developed an application of soul power. I assure you, your name will be etched in history. Oscar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Principal, this is what Xiao Yi taught us. Initially, we didn't even believe it. Flinder widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Xiao Yi? Ning Rongrong then clung to Xiao Yi's arm, exclaiming, Yes. Principal, the soul power rotation that Oscar cultivated is merely one of many. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's wistful gaze, Xiao Yi withdrew his arm, scratching his head in embarrassment, and said, Actually, it's not that many. Flinder interjected, Oh? Just 3? Well, 3 isn't too many. Is it? 3. That's not a lot. A normal person managing to produce even 1 is commendable, yet you have created 3? Flinder's expression shifted from calm to a fervent outburst. Ning Rongrong, currently endeavoring to amend her temperament, still retains some of her former character. Hey, why are you shouting? It's not a competition of volume. Flinder's mouth twitched, internally conceding, In terms of volume, I cannot compete with you. All right. Today's lesson is about to commence. Flinder's voice drew everyone back from their congratulations to Xiao Ao. Today's lesson was quite simple. Each of you must consume at least one of the 2 types of sausages crafted by Oscar's soul power. At this moment, Oscar was inwardly elated, his eyes gleaming with an unmistakable lewdness, especially as he paid particular attention to Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yi furrowed his brows, feeling inexplicably displeased by the look in Oscar's eyes. Ning Rongrong, noticing Oscar's gaze, frowned in distaste and retreated to Xiao Yi's side. When Xiao Yi relaxed momentarily, she suddenly embraced him. Xiao Yi, taken aback by Ning Rongrong's boldness, attempted to gently push her away, but to no avail. With a soft huff, Ning Rongrong reveled in the softness of his embrace. Xiao Yi, momentarily stunned, glanced down and realized, my apologies, I did not mean to. It turned out he had inadvertently touched her inappropriately. Although Ning Rongrong had not developed as fully as Zhu Zhuqing, there was still a slight curvature to her form. And Xiao Yi, having touched it again, noted the pleasant sensation. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze and softly murmured, Xiao Yi, it's quite all right. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that Rongrong truly harbored feelings for him? Was it because of the forceful comfort he had offered the previous night? Hey, enough of this. Flinder interjected. Ning Rongrong disregarded him, remaining securely attached to Xiao Yi, who found himself unable to push her away. Resigned, he thought to himself that it was rather comfortable anyway. Oscar observed the pair and sighed, realizing they were ultimately not on the same wavelength. He then began to recite his soul incantation. I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage. 2 distinctly different sausages, one thick and one thin, materialized in Oscar's hands. With a mischievous grin, he asked, Who wants to go first? Xiao Yi, glancing at Ning Rongrong clinging to him, suggested, Rongrong, why don't you give it a try? It felt rather peculiar. I don't want to eat his food. She protested. Just then, Ma Hongjun approached with a lewd grin and said, Not going to eat Oscar's? Then do you wish to try Xiao Yi's? Having fortified himself against any retaliation, he noticed Ning Rongrong's cheeks were flushed. No way. Could it be that she actually wants to eat? He thought, realizing Tang San had not deceived him after all. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. What was Ning Rongrong trying to accomplish? She looked at him and said, if you want me to eat, there is a condition you must agree to first. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi figured it might be better to concede to her demands rather than refuse outright. All right, but I want to do anything I don't wish to. Ning Rongrong immediately objected. Huh? What good is that condition if you don't want to? I would be at a disadvantage. Xiao Yi pondered and replied, how about this? It must be agreed upon by Dai Mubai and the others. Agreed, she exclaimed. With a single acknowledgement, Ning Rongrong approached, devouring 2 sausages and subsequently gagging a few times. Chapter 40, Bodyguard. Oscar tentatively inquired, are you hungry? Ning Rongrong licked her delicate, rosy lips, a gentle smile gracing her face. I'm not hungry, you silly. Don't forget, you owe me a favor, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He decided to humor her. After everyone struggled to consume the sausages, Flander nodded in satisfaction and remarked, remember, survival is paramount. Only by living can one pursue their desires. As long as you can endure, anything can be consumed. Anything can be drunk. Anything can be utilized. Life itself is the true capital. Oscar, having broken through to soul respect, was in need of a soul ring. Tomorrow, Zhao Wujia's guidance would lead you into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts, but he would not assist you. Dealing with the soul beasts is entirely your responsibility. Ignore him during this journey. Do not presume that Zhao Wujia will permit any indulgences. Understood? Understood. Dismissed. Oscar and Tang San returned to the dormitory. Xiao Yi intended to follow suit, yet Ning Rongrong insisted on pulling him away under the pretense of needing help with her cultivation. Xiao Yi, please teach me about cultivation. Oscar is nearly catching up to me. He has always been ahead of you. Xiao Yi refrained from voicing, knowing it would only provoke Ning Rongrong's unreasonable complaints. Resigned, he stated, you already know the methods of cultivation, and in some respects, you comprehend them better than I do. What can I teach you? As for not measuring up to Oscar, that's merely due to your own laziness. You cannot blame others. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Yi with a hint of grievance. I'm just tired. After hearing her words, Xiao Yi nearly retorted, tired? Aside from infants, you're the most idle person on the continent. All right, focus on your cultivation. Look at Oscar. Aren't you envious? Well, I am a bit envious, but I still have confidence in myself. Evening fell. Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Oh? Xiao Yi, unexpectedly, your hypothesis was indeed correct. She manipulated her right hand to create 2 opposing vortices, gradually merging them. Having practiced for merely half a day, she had achieved a dual rotation, albeit just a thread. Xiao Yi, still a child, was somewhat carried away. Honestly, I was merely speculating. I thought they would cancel each other out. I didn't expect success. With more practice, I will surely surpass Oscar. In any case, feel free to ask me whenever you have questions. A glint of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she smiled slightly. You said it, so I shall trouble you in the future. Xiao Yi's expression froze momentarily. Ning Rongrong, I'm actually quite foolish, haha. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. As the words left her lips, Xiao Yi fled in haste, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Watching his retreating figure, Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she spoke to herself with a hint of dominance. Xiao Yi, you cannot escape. Once I have set my sights on something, no one can take it away. On his way back to the dormitory, Xiao Yi suddenly turned around. Frowning as an unsettling feeling washed over him. Was he being followed? Was it merely an illusion? As he moved further away, a silhouette emerged from the thicket, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ah, the young master's perception is indeed sharp. I thought I had been discovered. Another voice echoed from the void beside the shadow. Humph. Although the young master is a genius, he remains too weak. If it weren't for your carelessness, I wouldn't have to waste my soul power to assist you. Hey, old ghost, what do you mean by that? Stealth is your forte. My martial spirit is not suited for concealment, which is why I was detected. Then how is it that a title Douluo was noticed by a great soul master? All right, the Pope has instructed us to return. The old ghost materialized, perplexed. What is going on? Yuguan, does the young master no longer require protection? Yuguan nodded. The great offering persuaded the Pope to allow the young master to train alone. We may check in from time to time. That's enough of that. Let us go. Ning Rongrong shares a unique bond with the young master. She cannot possibly remain indifferent should anything happen. Very well. Just then, a somewhat immature voice chimed in. Yes. You may go. I can manage on my own. All right, then. Off we go? Ah, what is this? Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. What is this? It's me, young master. Yu Guan, after a brief moment of surprise, burst into laughter. Old ghost. It seems even a titled Douluo like you has been discovered. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Young master, how did you know we were here? The old ghost shot a glare at Yu Guan. Xiaoyi rolled his eyes again. Had it not been for your unstable state of mind, I wouldn't have noticed you. As for how I discerned your presence, I shan't divulge that. Are you upset? Waving his hand dismissively, Xiaoyi said, Uncle, you both should return. I am quite capable of taking care of myself. I must take my leave now, for I have an expedition to the Douluo forest tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan became agitated. What? The Douluo forest? Young master, that is out of the question. It is far too perilous. The ghost remained silent, his gaze filled with concern. Both were not known for their mercy. Yet over the years, Xiaoyi had charmed them, awakening their protective instincts. Naturally, they were reluctant to see him venture into danger. Sensing their apprehension, Xiaoyi felt a touch of warmth, but resolutely replied, Enough, dear uncles. There will be soul saints accompanying us, so the risk is minimal. Moreover, we will only be at the periphery of the Douluo forest. Before the month could conclude its discourse, it was abruptly interrupted by a specter. That is not permissible. Qian Xiaoyi sighed, revealing 2 soul rings, one yellow and one blue. Uncle Gui, I hunted a Millennium Soul Beast at level 20, as you must have seen. I need to grow. Very well, but exercise caution. The Pope is awaiting your return. Here, take this. He handed over a soul guide device, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a soul emperor. This item holds little value for me. As he spoke, Gui Mei produced a mask. Thank you, Uncle Gui. Qian Xiaoyi understood that. Although this item may not be of great use to Gui Douluo, it held profound significance. Otherwise, a titled Douluo would not carry it. Yu Guan said, All right, old ghost, let us depart. Xiaoyi, take care of yourself. With a hint of moisture in his eyes, Qian Xiaoyi bid farewell to Uncle Gui and Uncle Ju. After parting ways with the 2 titled Douluos, Xiaoyi returned to his dormitory, greeted by 2 pairs of inquisitive gazes. Chapter 41. Recognizing one's heart as Xiaoyi stepped into the dormitory, he was met with 2 curious stares. Xiaoyi, what did Rongrong summon you for? Indeed. Did you 2 do anything today? The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Could your thoughts be any more pure? Oscar, I can understand, but Tang-san, why are you joining in on this foolishness? Tang-san seemed oblivious to the banter. So what happened? Guess. All right, prepare yourselves. We have to venture into the Douluo forest tomorrow. Humph. We are all set, just waiting on you and Ning Rongrong. Oscar's tone was devoid of disappointment, leaving Xiaoyi perplexed. Oscar, don't you have feelings for Ning Rongrong? Xiaoyi voiced his inner question. Oscar's expression remained unchanged as he replied, Isn't it because of you? Besides, my feelings for her aren't that deep, to begin with, and her personality is not to my liking, too aggressive. Moreover, there are plenty of beautiful women. If it doesn't work out, I can always look elsewhere. Xiaoyi felt a flicker of delight, yet his tone turned somber. People can change, you know. At that moment, Tang-san interjected, Hey, Xiaoyi, why do I sense you are trying to matchmake Oscar and Ning Rongrong? Are you attempting to play both sides? Xiaoyi's expression soured significantly. Tang-san, you scoundrel. Tang-san remained unfazed. Then why are you encouraging Oscar to pursue Ning Rongrong? Because Xiaoyi hesitated, unable to articulate why he couldn't simply say he had no feelings for Ning Rongrong. Tang-san chuckled, already aware that Xiaoyi harbored no feelings for her. Yet he was determined to bring the 2 together. Firstly, Ning Rongrong was interested. Secondly, it was evident that Xiaoyi came from a respectable background, suitable for her. Thirdly, and most importantly, they had already shared a bed, albeit innocently, which had undoubtedly influenced their relationship. Xiaoyi would be fine. But if Ning Rongrong were to marry someone else in the future, explaining their shared moments would be challenging. Thus, Tang-san aimed to unite Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, and the rumors circulating served as an unintentional aid to his plan. Simultaneously, Tang-san could sense a subtle shift in Xiaoyi's feelings for Ning Rongrong following that night. Now, Tang-san's task was to help Xiaoyi recognize his true feelings. At such a young age, children require attention, and in a few years, as they enter the budding age of love, it would be hard to believe Xiaoyi wouldn't be swayed. Tang-san's thoughts coincidentally mirrored those of Ning Rongrong. He patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder. Xiaoyi, is Ning Rongrong truly sincere towards you? I cannot say for certain, but do you not feel it is essential to inquire within your own heart? If you genuinely possess no feelings, would you be willing to see Rongrong with someone else? Xiaoyi lowered his head, casting a glance at Oscar, whose eyes sparkled with hope. Oscar had not entirely surrendered. Would you be willing to relinquish Sister Rongrong to Oscar? Ah, how vexing. I do not wish to dwell on this. Let us focus on cultivation. Observing Xiao Yi, who had closed his eyes, feigning meditation, Tang Sen shook his head. He understood that Xiao Yi was still unable to discern his own feelings, and that his mind was unsettled, making true meditation nearly futile. Tang Sen glanced at Oscar and remarked, Oscar, since Xiao Yi does not desire Ning Rongrong, it seems the opportunity is yours. With a wink at Oscar. The latter immediately comprehended and declared loudly, well then, I shall not hold back. Rongrong has undergone considerable change. I will pursue her at once. You dare. Did I not say no? Xiao Yi sprang from his bed, glaring furiously at Oscar. Then, he froze momentarily. Why did I react so intensely? Could it be that I truly harbor feelings for Sister Rongrong? Tang Sen smiled slightly and inquired, so, does this mean you do? I do not need your interference. Xiao Yi replied somewhat defiantly. Tang Sen waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, I shall not meddle. Ha ha, humph. Xiao Yi snorted, sitting aside, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke up, Brother San, do you think my feelings for Ning Rongrong are too shallow? Tang Sen pondered for a moment and replied, what I know is that Rongrong is serious this time. You, however, may not be. You merely have an affection for her. To truly understand your feelings, a period of separation will reveal much. A period of separation? If either you or Ning Rongrong were to waver, the relationship would falter. However, I can assure you that you would likely be the first to change your heart. You make me sound like a scoundrel, as if you are not a scoundrel. The following morning, after breakfast, as the group gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujie awaited them. All right, everyone, let us set forth. The Stardow forest is fraught with peril. We must remain vigilant, avoid carelessness, refrain from igniting fires, and certainly avoid internal strife. After delivering his speech, the group embarked on their journey. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Ning Rongrong was not permitted to utilize her soul power, which she appreciated, as her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xiao Yi, a faint smile gracing her lips. After receiving guidance from Tang San, Xiao Yi occasionally stole glances at Ning Rongrong, maintaining a distance that never exceeded 10 meters. Ning Rongrong noticed Xiao Yi's furtive gaze, and an indescribable sweetness filled her heart. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, they covered over 400 kilometers in a single day, and by nightfall, the group from Shrek Academy was nearing the Stardow forest. Upon entering a town of considerable size, they found numerous shops selling items for soul masters. As the vicinity was frequented by these practitioners who needed to equip themselves thoroughly before entering the forest, for many had met their demise within its perilous depths. Beasts emerging from the forest often had their pelts and other goods sold in this bustling market. Having chosen an inn, Zhao Wujin gave a brief command before heading upstairs, while the children, seizing the rare opportunity to explore, eagerly set out to savor the local delicacies. Chapter 42. Displaying affection. The Academy's regulations stipulated that teachers would neither cover any expenses for students nor accept any favors, maintaining a clear and straightforward approach. Daimubai, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, Fatty, you order. You have the best appetite. Ma Hongjun readily replied, then it's your treat today, as a welcome for the new classmates. Don't worry, Boss Dai, I won't hold back. Daimubai, displaying generosity, responded, relax, it's merely a meal. And I can afford it. Just take it easy. Ignoring Ma Hongjun and the others, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on one arm, quietly observing Xiao Yi. Gradually, Xiao Yi felt a blush creep onto his face under her gaze, though he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, the restaurant was filled to about 70% capacity when a group of 8 entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 20 years of age. Each bore a blue circular emblem on their left shoulders, embroidered with the words Sanghui. Their attire clearly indicated they were soul masters, contrasting sharply with the casual clothing of Xiao Yi and his companions, revealing their affiliation with a formal academy. Upon their arrival, the restaurant owner hurried over, bowing and displaying utmost courtesy. Boss Dai, that girl is quite attractive, Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes glimmering with interest as he fixated on the sole female from Sanghui Academy. Though she lacked the beauty of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, her mature and voluptuous figure was something that their still-developing peers could not compare to. For Ma Hongjun, a well-endowed body held more allure than mere facial beauty. The suppressed desires within him were difficult to contain in the face of such temptation. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Yi interjected, "Hongjun, maintain your image. Here, take this paper and wipe your mouth. Apologies for my earlier lapse in composure. Speaking of which, this academy is quite audacious." Dai Mubai scoffed. "Merely a small institution like Songhui Academy. What is there to boast about?" Both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai did not lower their voices. The hearing of soul masters surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Despite the bustling noise in the cafeteria, their remarks were overheard by the leader of the group. Oscar, sitting beside Tang San, chuckled softly. "A spectacle is about to unfold." Tang San glanced at him in confusion. "What spectacle?" Oscar replied in a hushed tone. "This is also part of our cultivation. Dean Flander has mentioned that a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a true soul master. As the saying goes, avoiding conflict is a trait of mediocrity. Moreover, provoking individuals from a soul master academy is the safest course. It typically leads only to brawls, with no real danger involved." Xiao Yi interjected. "So, you instigate trouble and then get beaten?" Oscar corrected him. "No, we are the ones doing the beating, not getting beaten." Xiao Yi retorted. "So, you're itching for a fight?" "Indeed," Oscar exclaimed. With Xiao Yi's tacit approval, Oscar felt a surge of excitement. Yet, he soon lost his composure at Xiao Yi's next statement. "Then you go alone." No one else expressed an eagerness for a fight. "I still wish to accompany Xiao Yi." Though Xiao Yi's statement was left unfinished. The others were not dull-witted and understood his implication. He wished to accompany Ning Rongrong. Despite Xiao Yi's calm demeanor, it was apparent that he flushed slightly. In truth, this was a deliberate act on Xiao Yi's part, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment to articulate it fully. Ning Rongrong, listening to Xiao Yi, appeared momentarily dazed. She could not comprehend why his attitude towards her had shifted so dramatically within a mere day. Ning Rongrong was not foolish. She had long perceived Xiao Yi's indifference towards her, which had only heightened her own affections for the younger man. She had hoped that time would cultivate deeper feelings. But now he had audaciously expressed sentiments that, though incomplete, were unmistakable. Xiao Yi had ulterior motives as well. He sought to ascertain whether Ning Rongrong was merely toying with his emotions. Some strong-willed women behave in such a manner, if you do not harbor feelings for them. They consider you a conquest, only to discard you once they succeed in winning you over. He feared that Ning Rongrong might be such a person, hence his subtle test. To his relief, Ning Rongrong responded with a sweet smile, gazing affectionately into Xiao Yi's eyes. Previously, Xiao Yi had been overly distant, and as a young woman, Ning Rongrong found it difficult to be overtly direct. However, with Xiao Yi's newfound honesty, her reservations dissipated. Clinging tightly to one of Xiao Yi's arms, she declared, "Let them handle the fighting. We shall remain uninvolved, for I will accompany you." Xiao Yi could distinctly sense the excitement, exhilaration, and surprise pulsating within Ning Rongrong's heart. She was genuinely moved. It was during a young girl's most vulnerable moments that one could most easily penetrate her heart. Just as this pivotal moment unfolded, an untimely voice interrupted. Ma Hongjun grumbled, "Hey, enough of this. Go home and flaunt your affection." Although Ma Hongjun often vented his frustrations, he had never truly cherished anyone, making him particularly intolerant of the affectionate display between the two. Chapter 43. Conflict. Ma Hongjun harbored a growing disdain for public displays of affection. "If you want to show your love, do it at home, not in front of me." Tang Sen delivered a solid punch to Ma Hongjun. "Shut up. I haven't had my fill of watching yet, Xiao Yi. You two carry on." However, Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong found themselves devoid of any inclination to continue their romantic display. Ning Rongrong withdrew her hand from Xiao Yi's grasp, her once bold demeanor now replaced by a shyness that painted her cheeks a rosy hue. Xiao Yi, feeling increasingly awkward and uncertain, decided to vent his frustration on Ma Hongjun. A youth from Songhui Academy rose from his seat, making his way toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with disdain. After all, he was a soul master. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that the youth's cultivation was beneath his own, and he knew that should he be outmaneuvered, it would lead to ridicule from his peers. The youth's eyes darted, redirecting toward another target, Xiao Yi. In his mind, no matter how gifted Xiao Yi might be, a mere 9-year-old could hardly stir any significant waves. He intended to teach these youngsters a lesson about the consequences of disrespecting their elders. As Xiao Yi grappled with Ma Hongjun, he remained blissfully unaware that the youth was preparing to strike. Caught off guard, Xiao Yi could very well find himself overpowered, though the humiliation would be the only lasting injury. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of anxiety. Uncertain of the youth's capabilities, she naturally worried for Xiao Yi, who was merely at the 20s in levels of cultivation. Xiao Yi, however, had noticed the youth as well, but paid him no mind. For he was confident that assistance would soon arrive, particularly from certain combative individuals. Just as the youth launched his kick, Dai Mubai sprang into action. Could a tiger's temper ever be tamed? Having been schemed against, his restraint was already commendable, coupled with the frustrations he had endured from Zhu Zhuqing in recent days. Dai Mubai had long been harboring a pent-up fury. Faced with the provocation, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. In a moment of catharsis, Dai Mubai intervened, blocking the youth's kick aimed at Xiao Yi. Simultaneously, he unleashed his soul shock, rendering the youth's thigh numb. Had Dai Mubai mastered the technique, the youth's leg would have been irrevocably damaged. The principle of reciprocity was not lost on Dai Mubai, who executed a powerful punch, catching the youth off guard and sending him soaring, his back arched in pain. The middle-aged man from Songhui Academy's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to catch the youth, whose complexion paled, and with a guttural cry, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his vitality visibly diminished. Dai Mubai straightened his posture and, taking advantage of the earlier commotion, stretched lazily, apologizing with feigned sincerity for his miscalculation. His eyes, imbued with a sinister gleam, radiated disdain and arrogance, embodying a provocateur's essence. The underlying reason for Dai Mubai's aggression was evident. He simply craved more conflict. The dining hall erupted in a cacophony, with most patrons distancing themselves from the two factions to avoid collateral damage, yet many remained nearby, exhilarated by the unfolding drama. Witnessing a confrontation between soul masters was a rare spectacle, typically reserved for the costly Great Soul Arena, making this impromptu display all the more thrilling for the onlookers. Upon seeing their companion injured, the remaining 6 students glared furiously at the table occupied by Shrek Academy, their intentions to rush forward thwarted by the middle-aged man. He steadied the injured youth in a chair and, with a stern countenance, demanded of Dai Mubai, "Which academy do you children belong to?" Dai Mubai, his eyes glinting with mischief, replied disdainfully, "You are not worthy of such inquiries," before resuming his seat. By this time, the meal had been served, and the rotund boy, ever eager to indulge, swiftly detached himself from Xiao Yi and approached the table, diving into the food with gusto. The flavor is passable, though the cooking could use some refinement. I suppose it will suffice," he remarked, oblivious to the glances cast by others. Between Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi, an air of awkwardness had developed, with Ma Hongjun seated between them. The plump boy, consumed by his meal, failed to notice the nuances of the interactions. Nor did he realize he was the very light bulb illuminating the darkness of their budding feelings. After Xiao Yi expressed his sentiments, the two became less intimate. A natural consequence of their youth, such matters are seldom approached with ease. Humanity often finds itself in a paradox. Sometimes candor leads to discomfort and hesitation. Just as friendships can flourish, the introduction of romantic feelings may render individuals uncertain in each other's presence. However, as a suggestion, it is often better to be forthright about one's affections. If unspoken, the chances of success dwindle to nearly nothing. The instructor from Songhui Academy, witnessing the disregard shown by the group of youngsters, felt a surge of indignation. He was a respected soul master, unaccustomed to such treatment, his face darkening with fury. "A bunch of arrogant brats, teach them a lesson." The students of Songhui Academy eagerly awaited his command. Under their teacher's guidance, they surrounded the table, save for the girl whom Ma Hongjun admired and the injured youth. "Are we to engage in a brawl?" I relish the thought. Little Wu leaped up from her seat with uncontainable excitement and rushed forward without hesitation. Tang Sen offered a wry smile. His sister was simply restless, forever drawn to conflict. Xiao Yi glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was devouring food with great enthusiasm, and stole a furtive glance at Ning Rongrong, reflecting on the intensity of their resolve. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, food took precedence. Surely, once he finished, he would indulge in some exercise. Indeed, Ma Hongjun, after finishing his meal with a whirlwind of appetite, dashed towards the training ground, leaving Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong blushing and bewildered in their seats. Despite the fact that the students of Songhui Academy were around 20 years of age, their strength barely reached level 28, which was commendable on the continent. Yet in the eyes of Shrek, they were merely pitiful. Thus, the battle concluded in mere minutes. During the skirmish, Xiao Yi also observed the soul rings of the opponents. Nearly every individual possessed a white soul ring, indicative of a mere 10 years of cultivation. Stop. The teacher from Songhui Academy could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, waving his hand at his students, instructing them to withdraw. Internally, the instructor was deeply shocked and felt a profound sense of imbalance. How could there be such a vast disparity among students? He had previously held a favorable view of his pupils, yet now they seemed utterly inadequate in comparison. I am Yu Shichio, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. May I inquire as to which academy you hail from? We are from Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun replied, his crimson gaze fixating fiercely on the only female student from Songhui Academy. Yi Zhiqiu paused momentarily, his eyes betraying a glimmer of contemplation. Evidently, he was not well acquainted with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it. Daimubai snorted dismissively, that is merely your ignorance. Recognizing their lack of substantial backing, Yi Zhiqiu ceased to hesitate. A flash of determination ignited in his eyes as he summoned his martial soul, the Xian Gui, manifesting its presence. With 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, this director of foreign affairs from Songhui Academy proved to be a formidable soul king of over level 50. Regardless of his perceived weakness, he was not to be trifled with by mere great soul masters. Yi Zhiqiu articulated his words with elegance. You children lack discernment. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Summon your teacher. The rotund Ma Hongjun let out a shrill laugh. You think that with your old turtle form, you can demand to see our teacher? We are more than capable of handling you ourselves. Yi Zhiqiu, possessing the Xian Gui martial soul, held a lifelong aversion to being referred to as a turtle. To breach such a sensitive topic could not be overlooked lightly. Very well, I shall educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned to leave, his black tortoise shell swaying comically, yet the soul power he emanated was remarkably profound. Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiao Yi's unwavering focus on the battlefield, muttered an exasperated fool, before adding, Xiao Yi, shall we go and take a look? Xiao Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness as he scratched his head. Moving closer to Ning Rongrong, after a moment's hesitation, his trembling hand gently clasped her delicate, jade-like fingers. Shall we walk? He suggested, acutely aware of his heart racing, his voice quivering, and his face flushing with embarrassment. What a mortifying situation. Ning Rongrong noticed his discomfort and smiled warmly, leading him outside. It was the perfect moment to shift the conversation. Observing the vibrant display of soul techniques in the arena, she asked, do you think Dai Mubai and the others stand a chance? After all, that old turtle is a soul king. Old turtle? Xiao Yi's mind was in a whirl, failing to register that Ning Rongrong had shifted from calling him Xiao Yi to simply Yi. His attention was wholly consumed by the warmth of her hand in his, leaving little room to ponder the fierce battle unfolding. He responded with a distracted, non-committal hum. Outside, the clash of combat raged on. Yet the bond between Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong was equally fervent. In Chapter 44, I Do Not Understand Love, Xiao Yi held Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, his thoughts drifting far from the battlefield. His face flushed as he lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Ning Rongrong, too, was somewhat distracted. While her eyes were fixed on the ongoing conflict, the dreamy look in her eyes and her rosy cheeks betrayed her own inner turmoil. Ning Rongrong was puzzled, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Xiao Yi's demeanor overnight. However, she soon found solace in the thought that it no longer mattered. Although Xiao Yi had only hinted at his feelings without a formal confession, she recognized that he had indeed developed feelings for her. With her confidence in the strength of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she felt assured that she could prevent him from slipping away. If necessary, she would resort to more drastic measures to keep him close. With this thought in mind, she nodded slightly, fully approving of her own intentions. Of course, this was all predicated on her ignorance of Xiao Yi's true identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xiao Yi, unconsciously squeezing Ning Rongrong's soft hand. Xiao Yi's simple gesture caused her ears to flush with warmth. Seeing the adorable Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Being with her wouldn't be so bad. Ning Rongrong's gaze faltered as she asked, what are you laughing about? Xiao Yi, feeling emboldened, teased her, I'm laughing at you, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong froze for a moment, tears welling in her eyes. Typically, Xiao Yi referred to her as Sister Rongrong, and even after their recent revelations, that title had not changed. Clearly, the intimacy of simply calling her Rongrong felt far more affectionate, though Ning Rongrong did not voice it. She was deeply concerned. However, Now that Xiaoyi had affectionately called her Rong Rong, it indicated that he had genuinely acknowledged her in his heart. In the midst of Xiao Yi's puzzled yet melancholic gaze, Ning Rongrong freed herself from his grasp. Suddenly, she lunged towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder and silently weeping. With a quivering voice, she said, I have waited a long time to hear those two words. It took Xiao Yi a considerable moment to respond, feeling both heartache and profound affection. He embraced Ning Rongrong's slender waist, inhaling the fragrance of her youth, and with an apologetic tone confessed, I'm sorry. Rongrong, I'm sorry. I should not have taken so long to understand my own heart. Ning Rongrong remained silent, continuing to weep on Xiao Yi's shoulder, yet the smile at the corner of her mouth revealed her joy. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Yi gently held her shoulders and slowly pushed her away. Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, he spoke, Rongrong, I cannot ascertain whether I love you. Being with you may simply stem from my possessiveness. Perhaps I am too indulgent. Enough, Xiao Yi. I can be willful and fierce, but that is no justification for you to toy with my feelings. What do you take me for? Ning Rongrong shouted, observing the gradual dimming of her expression. Xiao Yi hastily interjected, Rongrong, please let me finish. All right, Ning Rongrong replied, wiping her eyes, her face devoid of emotion. Often, it is in moments of calm that great events are on the verge of unfolding. Xiao Yi continued, Rongrong, I am not deceiving you. I still do not know whether my feelings for you are love. I do not comprehend what love truly is. But I know that I do not wish for you to leave me. Do you understand? Each time we are together, I feel an inexplicable excitement, a sensation that is beyond words. For that feeling, I would bind you to my side. I do not know if this is love, but one thing is certain, Rongrong. You shall not depart from me. Not even the 7 treasure glazed tile school can take you away from me. Ning Rongrong remained expressionless, but internally, she was not as tranquil as she appeared. Xiao Yi's words had awakened her. Xiao Yi did not understand what love was, and neither did she. Thus, the two of them, having not endured trials, were hardly qualified to discuss whether it was love. At most, they merely liked each other. Some individuals vow eternal devotion. Yet in times of peril or temptation, they may choose betrayal. Others are unassuming, quietly watching over and protecting you, loving you selflessly, seeking nothing in return, only wishing for your safety. Love is not merely spoken. Love that has not been tested can only be deemed as affection. A step lower, it is mere fondness. Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong had only known each other for a few days, and thus were entirely unaware of their true feelings. Xiao Yi pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace, stating, though I may not know if I love you, one thing I am certain of is that I like you. In the future, you must marry me. If you were to fall for another, I would kill him. You truly are domineering. Although Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, her heart brimmed with joy. She playfully stuck out her tongue and continued, I certainly want I want to marry someone who loves me. If you do not love me, I can leave at any time. I will never abandon you, Rongrong. Looking earnestly at her, Xiao Yi felt a surge of determination. Ning Rongrong nodded, resting her head on his shoulder, uttering a mere 12 words. If you do not forsake me, I shall cling to you through life and death. Xiao Yi tightened his embrace around Ning Rongrong, affirming, I will undoubtedly remain steadfast for you. But I do not wish for you to bind yourself to me in such a manner. This is my promise to you. Rongrong, grant me time, and I shall prove my love for you. In turn, I will help you truly fall in love with me alone. Ning Rongrong softly responded, unwilling to break free from Xiao Yi's embrace, for she feared the prospect of loss. Who could predict what the future holds? Just moments ago, she had been terrified. Do you think this situation serves as a test for us? It perhaps does. Despite being held tightly, Ning Rongrong could still move her upper body. She leaned back slightly and teasingly inquired, so, have you fallen for me? At that moment, a beam of energy shot toward the two intertwined figures. Xiao Yi, be careful. Ning Rongrong abruptly pushed Xiao Yi away, instinctively wanting to shield him from the violent energy beam. She was unsure of her motivations. Perhaps it was a surge of emotion or simply a desire to save him. Regardless, she acted on impulse. A friendly reminder, for character portrayals in this book, please refer to the comic adaptations. There is no need to consider live-action interpretations. Chapter 45. The first kill the teacher from Tsanghui Academy, that old turtle, had already exerted 50% of his strength, yet he found himself utterly incapable of subduing the group of children before him. Internally astonished, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed unreasonable for a Soul King of the Fifth Ring to struggle against a bunch of younglings, even after employing half of his soul power. You little rascals. I had no intention of opposing you, but you have pushed me too far. Watch me poof. You ambushed me. Yichio had been speaking with great intensity when Ma Hongjun, standing behind him, unleashed a fiery line that abruptly interrupted him. The sensation of having one's words stifled mid-sentence was decidedly unpleasant. Upon hearing Yichio accuse him of an ambush, Ma Hongjun genuinely halted, scratching his head sheepishly and offering an awkward smile. My apologies, shall we start over? Goodness. You ambushed me. Yichio turned to Xiao Wu, shouting in anger. Xiao Wu pouted. If an ambush leads to victory, why waste energy on a direct confrontation? That seems reasonable. Poof. Enough. Why did you also ambush me? Yichio could no longer contain his frustration, glaring fiercely at Tang San. Tang San wore a congenial expression. Didn't you just agree with Xiao Wu's viewpoint? I had initially intended to confront you directly. Yichio gritted his teeth, a murderous intent slowly coalescing in his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of energy was unleashed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Her attention had been solely focused on Yichio. So the moment the energy beam was fired, she was already poised to react. As a speed-type soul master, agility was Zhu Zhuqing's forte, and evading this beam was not particularly challenging for her. However, had she truly evaded it? Unbeknownst to her, directly behind her were Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. The beam she dodged hurtled straight towards the tightly embraced duo. Facing the battlefield, Ning Rongrong naturally sensed the impending danger before Xiao Yi. Move, she exclaimed, shoving Xiao Yi aside. Had fortune not favored her, Ning Rongrong would have certainly faced dire consequences from the lethal soul skill of a Soul King. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Yi, whose martial spirit was that of a sword, was a melee soul master, and the essence of such a role lies in swift reflexes. While he could not claim unmatched reflexes, dodging a soul skill was well within his capabilities. He swiftly scooped Ning Rongrong into a princess carry and leapt to the side. Boom. A large crater formed where he had stood moments before. Glancing at the stunned Ning Rongrong, a surge of fury erupted within Xiao Yi as he glared at Yichio, acutely aware of the murderous intent directed towards Ning Rongrong. This infuriated him greatly. Of course, Yichio, having devoted his life to the academy, remained single. Provoked by a group of youngsters, and feeling helpless, his anger had extinguished his resolve. He instinctively perceived the younger Xiao Yi and the frail Ning Rongrong as the weakest links, deciding to eliminate them first. Xiao Yi was equally displeased. He had just begun to feel comfortable holding Ning Rongrong when this interruption occurred, and now it appeared that her life was in peril. The threshold of his patience had been breached. His right hand glimmered with soul marks as the sword of judgment materialized in his grasp. It was not that Xiao Yi was unwilling to summon his second martial spirit, rather, for reasons unknown. His eight-winged evil spirit had been rendered unusable since his martial spirit awakening. Concerned that Bibi Dong might worry, he refrained from mentioning it. Even if he had, she might not have understood, as it was unprecedented for a martial spirit to awaken yet remain dormant. Better to keep it to himself than to cause her distress. Moreover, had he revealed it, Bibi Dong would likely have deemed him unfit for training, prioritizing safety above all. Two beams of light shot towards Xiao Yi, but he made no attempt to resist, allowing them to strike him. He understood that Ning Rongrong would never wish him harm. Speed and strength. Increased speed and strength by 30%. It was Ning Rongrong who emerged from her state of shock, bestowing an enhancement upon Xiao Yi. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi charged forward, his two soul rings manifesting behind him, one yellow, one blue. It was then that Yi Chou regained his composure. The blue second soul ring indicated that this individual either hailed from a prestigious family or possessed extraordinary talent, making an adversary of such a person the harbinger of one's demise. Yet, with the arrow loosed, there was no turning back, since the offense had been committed. The only recourse was to silence him permanently. Yi Chou summoned all of his soul power, the flickering of his fifth blue soul ring signaling the imminent use of his fifth soul skill. Xiao Yi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Chou. His gaze heavy as he regarded the old turtle before him. He could acutely feel the oppressive aura of the Soul King, which, when compared to those from the Spirit Hall, rendered Yi Chou woefully inadequate. However, this was a Soul King prepared to exert his full force. A stark contrast to mere playful skirmishes. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Xiao Yi raised the sword of judgment and charged. while Yi Qiuqiao retaliated with a swipe of his claw. Yet, Xiao Yi deftly evaded the attack. Clang! The sword of judgment struck against Yi Qiuqiao's shell, creating a shower of sparks, but leaving no mark. Yi Qiuqiao laughed maniacally. Ha! Boy, you are far too weak. If you were at level 40, I would have no choice but to flee, but alas, you are not. So, are you ready to meet your end? Do not worry, after you perish, I shall enjoy that little girl over there before sending her to join you. With that, he gestured towards Ning Rongrong. Having dodged Yi Qiuqiao's assault, Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and murmured, I truly wish to end his life. Sensing something, he smiled slightly and said, It is indeed a pity, but I am not alone in this endeavor. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Yi Qiuqiao recalled that there were others from the academy. Just as Tang San and the others prepared to join forces against him, a thunderous voice rang out. What are you all doing out here at this hour instead of resting? Zhao Wujin emerged, his expression decidedly displeased. Dai Mubai, who was poised to unleash his third soul ring skill, instinctively halted upon hearing Zhao Wujin's voice, retreating to widen the distance between himself and Yi Qiuqiao. Everyone return to your quarters, Zhao Wujin ordered, not even sparing a glance at the Zhonghui Academy. Dismissively waving his hand to command all Shrek Academy students back to the hotel. Zhao Wujin's intervention infuriated Yi Qiuqiao, who was already on edge. How could he possibly contain his frustration? Hold on a moment. Who is Zhao Wujin? He is renowned in the Soul Master world as a notorious troublemaker. While not the strongest, he is indeed a formidable presence, and he would hardly regard a Soul Master of level 50 with any seriousness. Speak your mind or release your grievances, for I am quite occupied. Furious, Yi Qiuqiao advanced directly towards Zhao Wujin, clearly intending to stir up trouble. Zhao Wujin turned to the 7 young men who had gathered around him and remarked, A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle even an old turtle. Once we return to the academy, I will deal with all of you. Let us allow our strength to speak for itself. Zhao Wujia, wearing a disdainful expression, chose not to utilize his martial soul and struck with a single slap. At that moment, Yu Zhiqiu was thoroughly enraged, unleashing his soul power to its fullest extent, while simultaneously turning his body to shield himself with the hard shell on his back against Zhao Wujia's hand. In his perspective, a soul master who refrains from employing their martial soul is akin to an ordinary person, and he held no fear of the latter. In the next instant, Yi Zhiqiu's body was sent flying as if riding the clouds, propelled by Zhao Wujia's slap, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Wujia cast a contemptuous glance in Yi Zhiqiu's direction before turning away, leading the Shrek Academy students toward the hotel. As he walked, he murmured to himself, relishing the sensation of striking without the use of a martial soul. It was no wonder that such a feeling was so delightful. With the assistance of several students from Zhonghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His back felt as though it were crushed under an immense weight, leaving him breathless and astonished. He was all too aware of his own defensive capabilities. The fact that his opponent had not even used their martial soul yet was alarming. A casual strike had managed to injure him. Even if the adversary were a power-type soul master, the disparity in strength could not be less than 15 levels, perhaps even more. The mere thought of his opponent's soul master rank sent a shiver down Yi Zhiqiu's spine as he cast a resentful glance at the departing figures of the Shrek Academy students before retreating with his fellow students in disgrace. Among them, a female student stole a glance at Dai Mubai as they left. Oscar bore facial hair, while Tang San's appearance was not particularly remarkable. Although Xiao Yi was decent, he already had a girlfriend and was rather young. Dai Mubai's enigmatic eyes were evidently the most captivating. As for the chubby one, he was typically overlooked by the girls. Of course, Dai Mubai remained oblivious to her attention, not due to any purity of character, but rather because his standards were far beyond what someone like the chubby boy could comprehend. Stop. Just as Yi Zhiqiu turned to leave, a blade pierced through his chest, curiously leaving no trace of blood. Yi Zhiqiu stared blankly at the judgment sword embedded in his torso, astonished that a child who appeared no older than 9 dared to commit murder, and with such precision. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's sudden attack, Yi Zhiqiu would have reacted in time. In truth, not only was he taken aback, but even Zhao Wujia was surprised by Xiao Yi's ruthlessness. The faces of the students from both sides paled, particularly that of the sheltered young lady, Ning Rongrong. Yi Zhiqiu weakly uttered, You dare to kill? Humph. If I wish to kill, no one can stop me, not a soul. Anyone who tarnishes Rongrong deserves to die. They've been spoiled by Bibi Dong. Their possessiveness is too strong. Xiao Yi withdrew the judgment sword, and Yi Zhiqiu gradually succumbed to silence. Alas, another problematic student. Songhui Academy, you may leave, sighed Zhao Wujia helplessly. He cared little for Yi Zhiqiu's fate. It is merely a nuisance. Rongrong, with her delicate face devoid of color, trembled as she pointed a quivering finger at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, have you committed murder? Xiao Yi approached Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do not come closer, demon. Ning Rongrong clutched her head, her words trailing off as she fainted. Chapter 46. The shadow Xiao Yi walked over, lifting Ning Rongrong and carrying her to the guest room. Teacher Zhao, you may proceed to the Stardow Forest. I no longer require training, and as for Rongrong, her mind is still too fragile. Xiao Yi exchanged a brief farewell, not glancing back. Zhao Wujia remained silent, for he understood that Xiao Yi's words were not a request for his input. Tang San, observing his retreating figure, smiled faintly. Xiao Yi, you have not disappointed me. Xiao Yi recognized that Ning Rongrong still needed to grow stronger, which was the reason for his actions, albeit he had not anticipated that this would frighten her to the point of fainting. He laid Ning Rongrong on the bed and gently caressed her cheek, feeling a pang of guilt as he murmured, Rongrong, I am sorry for scaring you. Tonight, we shall sleep together. Let us try to dream sweetly. He then placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at the closed door and lightly kissed her lips, savoring the taste. Truly delightful. In the dead of night, the shaking bed roused Xiao Yi from his slumber. He lifted his head to see Ning Rongrong cowering in the corner. Her gaze towards him was filled with affection, reluctance, and above all, fear. Xiao Yi. Ning Rongrong managed a feeble smile, her trembling finger indicating him, revealing her emotional instability. You did not kill anyone, did you? That was merely a dream, just a dream. Xiao Yi sighed as he observed Ning Rongrong hesitating to approach him. Had it been before, she would have rushed to him, but now. He had never anticipated that his actions would have such a profound impact on Ning Rongrong. The fact that he had taken a life was an undeniable reality. Lying would serve no purpose. Even if she wished to hear him deny it, perhaps it was best to simply confess. Yes, Rongrong, I have killed. Ning Rongrong's previously hopeful expression shifted to one of disappointment. Why? Why? That was a living being. How could you be so heartless, you demon? By the end, her voice had escalated to a shout. Hearing Ning Rongrong label him a demon filled Xiao Yi with an uncomfortable feeling, although he felt unworthy of love. He could not bear the thought of her leaving him. Rongrong. Xiao Yi stepped forward, tightly embracing her as she attempted to recoil, her eyes wide with fear. Yet to his surprise, Ning Rongrong screamed, let me go, do not kill me, help. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, a flicker of mischief dancing in his eyes. Grasping Ning Rongrong's head, he pressed his lips heavily against her crimson ones. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's body went rigid, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared blankly at Xiao Yi, momentarily forgetting her fear entirely. Xiao Yi himself was perplexed as to why he had kissed Ning Rongrong so impulsively. It was merely a heat-of-the-moment decision, an instinctive reaction. Was this truly who he was? He dismissed the thought. There was no point in overthinking. Having already kissed her, his first kiss lost, he resolved to savor the moment. It felt soft and smooth, such was Xiao Yi's current sensation. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Rongrong remained dazed, Xiao Yi's tongue broke through her defenses, seeking a new partner. And soon their two tongues entwined. Eventually, Ning Rongrong slowly closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yi's neck, mirroring his movements. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Xiao Yi noticed Ning Rongrong's breath was rapid, prompting him to release her, a silken thread connecting their lips. Gazing at the dazed Ning Rongrong before him, Xiao Yi licked his lips, savoring the sweetness that was the essence of the girl in front of him. Embarrassed under his gaze, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting away as she stammered. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kiss me so domineeringly? Despite her words, she found Xiao Yi's advances quite delightful. Perhaps influenced by Ma Hongjun, Xiao Yi grinned mischievously. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. I said nothing. Really nothing? Haha. Xiao Yi laughed heartily. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If I hadn't done this, you would still be ignoring me. But you can't just kiss me like that. Feeling a sense of loss, Ning Rongrong pouted and nodded. Xiao Yi responded with a gentle smile. Then how about I let you kiss me back? Hearing Xiao Yi's shameless words and seeing his seemingly gentle smile, Ning Rongrong playfully scolded, Go away. After a playful exchange, Xiao Yi embraced her shoulders, looking at the girl in his arms, and said, Rongrong, can you listen to me properly now? Ning Rongrong's initially bashful face turned somewhat pale, likely recalling the scene of Xiao Yi in a murderous rage. Yet, she nodded, burying her head against his chest. I know that teacher harbors ill intentions towards both of us. In the spirit of reciprocity, your act of taking his life is not unjustifiable, especially since it was for my sake. Logically and emotionally, I should not reproach you. However, I still cannot bear to see you in such a state. Do you understand? The shadow that emerged when you killed was terrifying. Xiao Yi listened attentively, naturally noticing Ning Rongrong's unusual demeanor. When she spoke of that shadow, it was evident that her delicate body trembled, a clear manifestation of fear. Xiao Yi, perplexed, pondered the nature of this shadow. What shadow? Chapter 47, Returning to the Academy. What shadow? Xiao Yi surmised that this shadow was indeed the source of Ning Rongrong's terror. As she mentioned it, Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on Xiao Yi's arm, clearly overwhelmed with fright. When you take a life, that shadow appears behind you. It is terrifying, with 2 horns atop its head and 8 dark wings at its back. When I first noticed it, it was also gazing at me. In that moment, I felt as though I was being targeted. Gently patting the trembling Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi's expression grew somber. The description, 2 horns and 8 dark wings, could only relate to his second, never utilized, and seemingly unusable martial spirit, the 8-winged demon. The first time he encountered this martial spirit, it was merely a soul imprint, yet it had startled him profoundly. It was no wonder that the timid Ning Rongrong was so frightened. The idea of a winged specter smiling at a mere teenager was indeed terrifying. Since the awakening of this second martial spirit, Xiao Yi had been unable to wield it, and he remained oblivious to the reasons. However, it had caused him no harm. So he had chosen to ignore it. Yet now, the situation appeared to be quite serious. After a moment's pause, Ning Rongrong continued, in truth, that demon occasionally manifests at night, albeit in a transparent form that one would hardly notice unless scrutinized closely. I once thought it was merely my imagination, but tonight, when you took a life, it was particularly vivid. Is this an ominous portent? Please, do not take lives anymore. As she concluded, her tone grew urgent, filled with worry and a hint of pleading. Xiao Yi gazed expressionlessly at the tearful Ning Rongrong and replied, I may be cursed, Rongrong. Let us part ways. Part ways? With a sudden motion, Ning Rongrong struck Xiao Yi's face. While she might not have been unfamiliar with striking others, this was her first time hitting someone on the face. And she felt no regret. What do you mean, Xiao Yi? You would cast me aside over such a trivial matter? What do you take me for? I am afraid. Yet I possess the courage to confront our feelings. And what about you? Are you fleeing? I understand you are concerned for my safety. But if you cast me away for that reason, I, Ning Rongrong, shall resent you for eternity. At this point, her tone softened as she caressed Xiao Yi's cheek where she had struck him. My heart belongs to you. I love you. Rather than wallowing in sorrow, it would be more merciful to end it swiftly. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a statement from her. After a considerable pause, he chuckled softly and embraced her, saying, Rongrong, do not speak so pessimistically. That shadow is merely my martial spirit. Martial spirit? Is your martial spirit not the judgment sword? Ah, you possess a twin martial spirit? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her expression reflecting surprise as if she had just recalled something significant. As the young mistress of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the second largest sect in Douluo continent, she was somewhat indolent. Yet she was well aware of the implications of possessing a twin martial spirit. In fact, if a family or sect were to have a soul master with a twin martial spirit, their rise to prominence would be inevitable, as such individuals were destined to become the continent's elite. However, Ning Rongrong could not fathom which family would be audacious enough to allow a twin martial spirit to roam freely. Either Xiao Yi was unaffiliated with any faction, though his demeanor suggested he was no mere country bumpkin, or he was being secretly protected by a powerful entity. Such a secret could not be taken lightly. Yet it was also crucial that not too many people were aware of it, indicating that someone was indeed safeguarding him from the shadows. With this thought, Ning Rongrong felt reassured for several reasons. Firstly, the sect's regulations stipulated that inner disciples were not permitted to form unions with auxiliary system soul masters. As a powerful attack-type soul master, Xiao Yi would naturally disregard this rule. If he indeed possessed a twin martial spirit, their union would undoubtedly receive the full support of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Furthermore, that shadow, in any case, was a martial spirit. A martial spirit is an integral part of one's being, and its benefits to Xiao Yi would surely outweigh any drawbacks. In summary, barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed the two could already be engaged. Just as Ning Rongrong was reveling in this thought, a sudden realization struck her. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi and asked, "Hey, Yi, you already knew that shadow was your martial spirit, didn't you?" Xiao Yi sensed that the atmosphere had shifted, though he could not pinpoint why, and he dismissed it, replying, "Indeed. I knew as soon as you described the shadow." Ning Rongrong playfully kissed his cheek, the very spot where she had just landed her affectionate gesture, and with a smile, she asked, "Then why did you send me away?" Xiao Yi touched his cheek where she had kissed him, grinning foolishly, and instinctively replied, "Of course, it was to tease you. Who would have thought you would?" Realizing the gravity of his words, Xiao Yi suddenly understood he had revealed too much. Ning Rongrong had cleverly seized the moment, drawing out his subconscious truth. Such instinctive utterances often reflect one's innermost thoughts, and thus, Xiao Yi felt a chill. "What do you mean, who would have thought? Are you serious? How could you joke about such matters? Why are you biting me?" "Rongrong, I was wrong. Please stop." Ning Rongrong playfully sank her teeth into his shoulder, causing Xiao Yi to grimace in pain. Seeing his expression, she felt a twinge of sympathy and released her grip. "Humph. That will teach you for making such jokes with me." As Xiao Yi, peeling back his collar, discovered the bite marks, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him. "Ouch, that hurts." Through the fabric, the bite left such a mark. "Rongrong, you are truly fierce." Ultimately, Ning Rongrong's heart softened as she gently rubbed the bitten area for Xiao Yi, offering comfort. "I apologize, Yi. You brought this upon yourself, ensure there is no next time. Do you understand?" The following day, Rongrong, rise and shine. "We are returning to the academy." "Returning to the academy? Aren't we heading to the Douluo forest?" Xiao Yi scoffed. "It's all because of you. They have long departed, and here I am, left to care for you on our way back." He chose not to disclose to Ning Rongrong that he had willingly stayed behind and had suggested not bringing her along, wishing to spare her from further distress. "What? Are you unwilling to care for this young lady?" Ning Rongrong feigned anger, pouting her lips. "How could that be? Attending to you, my dear lady, is my utmost delight." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Ning Rongrong smiled, nodding in satisfaction, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing the sweetness within her heart. Upon returning to the academy, they merely informed Flandre that they would not accompany the others to the Douluo forest. Regarding Flandre's attitude, it was of little consequence to both Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. They did not even contemplate the circumstances surrounding Tang San and the others in the Douluo forest. As night fell, Xiao Yi sat alone on a steep slope, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. "What occupies your mind?" The voice behind him startled Xiao Yi slightly, but he soon smiled and replied, "Ah, it's you. Wasn't I supposed to send you back to sleep?" Ning Rongrong settled beside him. "I cannot sleep. I wish to be by your side." She continued, "I have this nagging feeling that you are hiding something from me." Xiao Yi looked at Ning Rongrong, chuckling softly. "Is it true what they say about a woman's intuition?" Ning Rongrong replied earnestly, "Enough of that. If something troubles you, confide in me. Do not bear it alone. I will always be by your side. Always." Though it was not the first time Ning Rongrong had spoken such words, they still stirred deep emotions within him. "Rongrong, sometimes I ponder whether I am deserving of you." Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, slightly agitated. "Why do you say that? I see the goodness in you. You are simply wonderful. Even if you feel unworthy of me, I will never let you go." Gently grasping Ning Rongrong's shoulders, pulling her close to his chest, Xiao Yi reassured her, "Rongrong, do not be upset. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain by your side. Even if you wish to cast me away, I shall not depart." "You weren't truly thinking about that, were you? Since your return, you have been this way. Is it related to your martial spirit?" Xiao Yi was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's perceptiveness. She had guessed correctly with just a hint. He did not deny it. "Indeed, my martial spirit is quite extraordinary. It awakened yet cannot be utilized. This is a first on the continent. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain." Ning Rongrong gently kissed Xiao Yi's cheek, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she comforted him. "Why overthink? Regardless, I shall accompany you wherever you go, even to hell." Having grown up in a sheltered environment, Ning Rongrong was blissfully unaware that some horrors were far more terrifying than death, just as Xiao Yi was oblivious. Indeed, why burden ourselves with excessive thoughts? What is meant to be will be. If misfortune awaits, we shall accept it as it comes. Besides, with your presence, I am confident in overcoming any adversity." Ning Rongrong nodded. Then, with a serious expression, inquired, Why does that ghostly figure represent your martial soul? Why can only I see it? Others seem oblivious to its presence. Xiao Yi's gaze turned solemn, aware of the truth in Ning Rongrong's words. He simply wished to shield her from the uncertainties of this realm. I do not know. The fact that only you can perceive it suggests you possess something unique. Is it your martial soul? Or is there another reason? If we need to verify this, there is no rush. I will eventually visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, astute as she was, understood Xiao Yi's intentions regarding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet she feigned reluctance, saying, "What business do you have at my home? Let it be known, should you go, I do not welcome you." Xiao chuckled, embracing her delicate waist, teasing, "You truly do not welcome me? That complicates matters. I had intended to propose. If you do not wish for my presence, I shall reconsider. With my abilities, finding a wife is quite simple. Rongrong, be gentle. That hurts." Ning Rongrong pinched the soft flesh at Xiao Yi's waist, twisting it further, causing him to cry out in agony. Hearing his pleas, Ning Rongrong huffed in displeasure. "Go if you wish. Should you seek another, be my guest. I do not yearn for you exclusively. There are many vying for my affection, and those who cut in line could fill the spirit hall. Alas, what is this? Has our Rongrong become upset?" Ning Rongrong shot him a flirtatious glare, pouting as she feigned anger. Noticing her silence, Xiao Yi continued, "Ah, our Rongrong is as beautiful as a celestial being, clever and influential. How could I ever consider marrying anyone else? Even if you were to cast me away, I would remain steadfast." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, and she beamed, revealing charming dimples. "This is what you claim. Should you not marry me, I shall bite you. How could you think so far ahead at such a young age? Nevertheless, Rongrong, you shall always be mine, exclusively mine, forever." Though his words bore a hint of possessiveness, to Ning Rongrong's ears, they sounded sweet and endearing. "Humph, I understand. I cannot sleep. I wish to cultivate my soul power. Will you accompany me?" How could Xiao Yi possibly refuse? The stronger Ning Rongrong became, the safer she felt, and she nodded in agreement. The two had been inseparable for the past few days, spending almost every moment together aside from sleep, and Ning Rongrong's soul power had significantly improved under Xiao Yi's guidance. On that particular day, as they were practicing, they noticed a middle-aged man meandering into the academy. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair parted to the side, an unremarkable face, and his hands clasped behind his back. Yet, there was a unique aura about him. His eyes, when they opened and closed, conveyed a sense of lethargy and despondency, giving him a rather sickly appearance. He occasionally coughed, looking haggard, yet with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Having never seen him around the academy before, it was evident he was a stranger. At this hour, he could either be visiting a relative or looking for trouble. Ning Rongrong, with her cheerful disposition, despite her status as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, understood the importance of showing respect, and therefore did not look down upon the middle-aged man. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Rongrong inquired, addressing the weary man who was surveying his surroundings. The middle-aged man glanced at her, his eyes momentarily flickering with light, before he spoke succinctly, "Flander." He uttered only those 3 words, as if saying anything more would deplete his energy. Xiao Yi stepped forward, positioning himself partially in front of Ning Rongrong, and smiled gently. "What is your relation to our dean? Are you here to collect a debt? He is quite the money lover." The middle-aged man responded with an approving gaze, his demeanor shifting. "Young man, you are quite impressive. You exhibit both courtesy towards strangers and a commendable caution in your speech, which is both smooth and probing. You've ensured the protection of the girl behind you quite thoroughly. Even as a Soul King, I cannot breach your defense swiftly to target her. If I were to attempt an attack on you, she would have ample time to escape or call for help. Wouldn't she?" Xiao Yi nodded, retreating slightly as the gravity of the situation settled in. He sensed that this man's soul power was superior to his own, though certainly not exceeding level 30, at most, it was 29. He felt confident in his ability to defeat him. Yet the man's intellect surpassed that of anyone Xiao Yi had encountered, even outshining the well-read Bibidong. With just a few movements and words, he had assessed the situation with remarkable acuity. Although his power was limited, Xiao Yi regarded him with caution. Ning Rongrong, however, was lost in her thoughts, feeling touched. Had the middle-aged man not revealed this, she would have remained unaware of Xiao Yi's silent guardianship over her. Her gaze towards him transformed into one of gratitude. The middle-aged man smiled kindly, akin to a doting elder addressing a child, There is no need for such wariness. I am not your enemy. My name is Yu Xiaojing. I've come to visit an old friend and my disciple. However, upon seeing you both, I have resolved to pursue the idea of becoming a teacher here. Yu Xiaojing coughed twice and continued, I have a dream, which is to see my disciples stand at the pinnacle of the continent. To show that those who were once deemed worthless are, in fact, formidable beings, towering above all. Although unsure of the identity of them he referred to, Xiaoyi took note of the mention of his disciples. He was certain that his disciples were at Shrek Academy. Yet, Xiaoyi remained vigilant, after all. Words alone are insufficient proof. May I inquire about your disciples? Yu Xiaojing revealed a proud smile. Tang San. Ning Rongrong was about to say something when a hearty laugh interrupted her. Ha! Xiaojing, I thought you would never come to see me again. However, when I noticed that soul guide on Tang San, I realized otherwise. Yu Xiaojing replied, expressionless. The name originated from the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, a splendid title. Indeed, the moment I saw the 24 bridges, I knew you would arrive. Xiaoyi, it's all right. He is an old friend of mine. Isn't that so, Xiaojing? Flinder interjected. Yu Xiaojing chose not to respond. But Xiaoyi had no intention of lingering any longer. Since Flinder had arrived, there was no need for him to remain. Any ensuing matters were no longer his concern. He took Ning Rongrong's hand, bid farewell, and gradually moved away. Watching the retreating figures of Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, Yu Xiaojing smiled and remarked, interesting, composed and unruffled. Flinder, you have encountered another prodigy. Flinder, delighted by his old friend's praise of his student, chuckled heartily. Ha! Xiaojing, this batch of students is the most satisfying since I established the academy, especially Tang San and this Xiaoyi. In Flinder's view, calling someone a prodigy is a compliment. Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile. It is evident that I have witnessed Tang San's excellence, and Xiaoyi's talent must be equally impressive, with a disposition that rivals Tang San's. A promising prospect indeed. Flinder grinned mischievously. I feel that Xiaoyi surpasses Tang San. His second spirit ring is 1,000 years old. 1,000 years? Intriguing. Flinder, I think I want to teach. Flinder's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with excitement, Xiaojing. Are you serious? Although you mentioned wanting to teach before, hearing it directly is exhilarating. Flinder's greatest hope was for Yu Xiaojing to embrace life fully, rather than drift aimlessly. Had it not been for Tang San's arrival, Yu Xiaojing might still lack the desire to continue living. Feigning anger, Yu Xiaojing responded, What? Am I not welcome? Then I shall take my leave. Flinder hurriedly stopped him. No. You are most welcome. A warm welcome indeed. If others were to learn that a great soul master dared to jest with a soul sage, they would surely be incredulous. Yet, Flinder knew that while his brother may lack in strength, his theoretical knowledge was undoubtedly among the best in the Douluo continent, precisely what the students needed. Flinder chuckled. Xiaojing, it has been over 20 years since you last made a joke. It is clear that you are particularly happy today. Yu Xiaojing gazed into the distance, as if straining to perceive someone across the miles. This, indeed, serves as my motivation to persevere. Flinder sighed. Why must you be so stubborn? Never mind. I shan't dwell on it. I suspect Tang San and the others will return tomorrow. You must be prepared. After all, you are a teacher now. Yu Xiaojing smirked. Very well. Just watch. I shall squeeze every last bit from you, you miser. Don't tell me you've never taken advantage of Tang San. If you claim otherwise, I shan't believe you. If Xiaoyi were present, he would undoubtedly remark, truly, they are master and disciple. That mischievous grin is cast from the same mold. Chapter 50. Identity. At that moment, the two remained unaware of the profound impression they had left on the academy's headmaster. Ning Rongrong was engulfed in deep emotion. While she was astute, it was impossible for her to perceive everything. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojing's revelation, she might still be oblivious to the fact that Xiaoyi was constantly watching over and protecting her. As the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she had many who cared for her, yet most were motivated by her status and the responsibilities of their positions. Only a select few, such as her parents, genuinely wished for her well-being. However, Xiaoyi was different. It was evident that his background was impressive. He had no need to align himself with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, or perhaps he simply did not regard the great sect as significant. The fact that such a person was willing to invest in her only indicated one thing. Xiaoyi had developed genuine feelings for Ning Rongrong, whether intentional or not. Ning Rongrong was already content. In this brutal and profit-driven world, where true sentiments are often undervalued, forming a bond with a beloved is exceedingly challenging, especially when familial expectations weigh heavily on one's choices. Reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong became increasingly curious about Xiao Yi's identity. Clinging to his arm, she softly remarked, I have always been curious about who you truly are. Xiao Yi found a chair and pondered whether to disclose his identity to her. Should he reveal that he was none other than the heir of the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoyi? It was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather that his identity was far too sensitive, risking attracting ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, inexplicably, he did not wish to conceal or deceive Ning Rongrong. Caution was wise, but so too was trust in one's companions. Seated beside Xiao Yi, Ning Rongrong noticed his silence and, playfully shaking his arm, pouted as she coaxed, Please tell me, one tea you? I promise I one tea tell a soul. Xiao Yi chuckled, lightly tapping her forehead. Silly, I never intended to keep it from you. There is no longer any need for secrecy between us. I had planned to share it in due time, but since you've inquired, I shall reveal it. However, do not be startled. Ning Rongrong touched the spot on her forehead where he had gently tapped, feeling an indescribable sensation within her, one she relished. Though she did not outwardly express it, with a slight pout, she retorted, What is there to be surprised about? Are you truly the heir of the spirit hall? Qian Xiaoyi surpasses you in every regard, and her lineage is impeccable. Had it not been for your interference, my father would have arranged my engagement by now. Qian Xiaoyi, and Xiao Yi. You, Xiao Yi, cradled Ning Rongrong's fragrant shoulders, allowing her to lean against you as you declared. Xiao Yi is merely my alias. My true name is Qian Xiaoyi. You are correct. I am indeed the heir of the spirit hall. Does that meet your expectations? With a playful wink directed at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi continued. Ning Rongrong found herself engulfed in profound astonishment. Deducing the truth was one matter. Yet hearing Xiao Yi's admission was an entirely different experience. She could hardly fathom that Xiao Yi was indeed Qian Xiaoyi, a figure of such stature who commanded both wind and rain, daring to venture into Shrek Academy despite the multitude of eyes that scrutinized him from the shadows. Observing Ning Rongrong, whose lips parted in shock, Xiao Yi could not resist the temptation to lean down and kiss her. When Ning Rongrong finally regained her senses, her mouth was already silenced, leaving her to emit only muffled sounds, her delicate frame instantly stiffening before yielding, as if devoid of strength. After an extended moment, a silken thread connected their lips, and Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned a rosy hue as she shyly lowered her head, seemingly wishing to bury herself in her own embarrassment. This sight prompted Xiao Yi to burst into laughter. Xiao Yi, how can you still laugh? You're insufferable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, as she playfully punched him with her delicate fist. Xiao Yi, unperturbed, allowed her to indulge in her whims. In truth, he relished this affection, enjoying every moment spent with her. Each night felt interminably long for Xiao Yi, for Ning Rongrong was not by his side. The anticipation for the morrow kept him from restful slumber, yet as a sole master, such trivialities mattered little. After some playful banter, Xiao Yi inquired, But Rongrong, did you mention that your father intends to arrange an engagement for you? Ning Rongrong nodded, a hint of jealousy lacing her words. Our esteemed master, Qian Xiaoyi, is most formidable, who across the continent is unaware of his prowess. My father, an elder of the spirit hall, certainly recognizes that Master Qian Xiaoyi is a genius. Ning Rongrong emphasized the title Master Qian Xiaoyi with particular weight, leaving Xiao Yi feeling somewhat awkward. She continued, Qian Xiaoyi is a prodigy, not merely an auxiliary type. It is said that he possesses a commendable character, perfectly aligning with my father's criteria for a son-in-law. Moreover, there is less than a 3-year age difference between us. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Additionally, our families are well matched. The engagement proposal was even presented to the Pope. Yet she stated that Qian Xiaoyi's consent was necessary, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Clearly, our esteemed master carries an extraordinary air of authority. Qian Xiaoyi noticed that Ning Rongrong consistently referred to him as either Qian Xiaoyi or the young master, without directly addressing him, which indicated her dissatisfaction with the concealment surrounding his identity. However, Qian Xiaoyi felt powerless, as it was not his fault that such a significant matter had been kept from her. Reluctantly, he decided to change the subject. But my mother never spoke of this to me. I had no idea. Had I known, I would have certainly gone to propose myself, he exclaimed. Ning Rongrong rose to her feet, hands on her hips, her discontent evident. How could that be? Are you suggesting that my father deceived me? Qian Xiaoyi, you still intend to mislead me at this point? You scoundrel! Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the discontented Ning Rongrong, a wry smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Rongrong, I assure you, I have not deceived you. My mother has never spoken of such matters to me. How could I possibly fabricate this? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment. Recognizing that Qian Xiaoyi had no motive to deceive her, there was nothing to gain from such falsehoods. Yet, where did the issue lie? The leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would never jest with his most cherished daughter, so the matter must pertain to the Pope. It was conceivable that the Pope had simply forgotten. However, with the memory capacity of a titled Douluo, such an oversight seemed impossible. Thus, only one explanation remained. The Pope had chosen not to disclose this information to Qian Xiaoyi. But what could be the rationale behind the Pope's silence? A marriage alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be immensely beneficial for the Spirit Hall, with no detrimental consequences. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's mother, the wife of Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was a member of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the Pope had no justifiable reason to refuse this union, yet in reality, he had done just that. Even if the Pope were considering Qian Xiaoyi's feelings, he ought to have communicated this, allowing Qian Xiaoyi to make his own decision. Perplexed by the situation, Ning Rongrong chose to set aside her thoughts. For what mattered now was that Qian Xiaoyi was hers. They had forged a bond together. As long as Qian Xiaoyi remained devoted to her, that was all that counted. Ning Rongrong nestled sideways onto Qian Xiaoyi's lap, her arms encircling his neck. Qian Xiaoyi instinctively wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, their intimacy having become a familiar comfort. Devoid of the initial shyness, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, Ning Rongrong spoke. I desire a form of compensation from you. Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. Compensation? Why? Ning Rongrong pouted, playfully tapping Qian Xiaoyi a few times, and said in a delicate voice, I don't care. I simply want you to compensate me. Qian Xiaoyi took great pleasure in Ning Rongrong's playful affection. With a gentle smile, he tenderly ran his fingers through her soft, pink shoulder-length hair. All right. I shall make it up to you. As for how I shall do so, that is entirely your decision. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with delight, and she felt no need to express her gratitude. After all, such acknowledgments were unnecessary between the two of them. I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree. Chapter 51. Together, I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree. Shopping? Indeed. Just tell me whether you will accompany me or not. Ning Rongrong feigned anger. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was feigning anger, and chuckled softly, saying, Of course, I will accompany you. What else could I possibly think? Whenever you desire. I can accompany you on shopping excursions during my cultivation breaks. Really? Absolutely. You said it yourself. Your word is your bond. If you go back on your word, I shall. Qian Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing and remarked, So what? Ning Rongrong snorted, I shall bite you to death. Ha ha ha, splendid. However, upon hearing the word however, Ning Rongrong felt an unsettling premonition. She inquired, however, what? In a moment of mischief. Qian Xiaoyi planted a gentle kiss on Ning Rongrong's cheek while she was momentarily distracted. However, he reminded her that it was essential to dedicate herself to diligent practice, as she had been rather indolent in recent days. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her gaze fell to the ground. Despite having grown accustomed to Qian Xiaoyi's presence, she still felt a sense of bashfulness at his sudden affection. I understand, she replied softly. It seems I must once again devote myself to training. Qian Xiaoyi discerned the melancholic tone in Ning Rongrong's voice and recognized her propensity for mischief. Gently setting Ning Rongrong, who was seated on her lap, back on the ground, she rose to her feet and playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead. Oh, is it merely about cultivation? Look at how distressed you are. Among us, you are the laziest. Strive to master the rotation of your soul power sooner rather than later. Moreover, the newcomer appears to be assuming the role of a teacher, and I have a feeling he could be quite commendable in that capacity. Reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. Although Yu Xiaojing may lack in strength, his teaching abilities must be exceptional, or else he would not have the privilege of being Tang San's instructor. Alas, it seems our good days are drawing to a close. Qian Xiaoyi was aware of Ning Rongrong's reluctance. She shook her head with a wry smile. This girl, Qian Xiaoyi said, how could this possibly come to an end? Sooner or later, there will be a holiday, and I shall accompany you wherever you wish to go. Ning Rongrong's face brightened, and she beamed with joy. All right. Let us go. First, let's indulge in some shopping. I have only skipped one class, and there are so many delicacies I have yet to savor. Qian Xiaoyi's eyelids twitched slightly. What does she mean by just once? How many more classes does this girl intend to skip? It seems that attending class also requires waiting for Tang San and the others to return. Perhaps he should accompany her for a stroll. In the bustling market, a young couple meandered about, appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. The girl possessed delicate features, adorned in a pink dress that complemented her shoulder-length pink hair, exuding an ethereal charm. She resembled a refined young lady, well-versed in the arts of high society. Her sweet smile seemed to dispel any shadows that lingered in the hearts of those around her. The boy, seemingly younger, donned a white robe. He appeared ordinary, lacking any striking qualities that would make him stand out in a crowd. It was rather enviable that such a seemingly mundane boy was being affectionately embraced by the girl, sharing laughter and joy, as though they were a pair of celestial beings. These two were none other than Qian Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, who had stepped away from the academy. Due to Qian Xiaoyi's unique identity, he was compelled to wear a mask to conceal his aura. Though it was unlikely anyone would take hostile action against him, it was always wise to exercise caution. After all, he did not wish for any harm to befall Ning Rongrong. Watching the vivacious Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi's thoughts drifted back to the time when they had first met. At that time, both of their aspirations revolved around education and broadening their horizons. Their encounters were merely fleeting glances, devoid of any romantic implications. Although Ning Rongrong was delightful, Qian Xiaoyi's heart had been solely occupied by his sister, Qian Renxue. As time passed, Ning Rongrong gradually made her way into his heart, and he found himself uncertain of his feelings for Qian Renxue. Observing Ning Rongrong as she looked around with eager anticipation, Qian Xiaoyi felt a deep sense of contentment. No matter what, they were together. I want to eat that," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, raising her hand to point at a stall. The stall was selling various sweet treats, and a long queue had formed, signifying its popularity. If they were to wait in line, it would likely consume a considerable amount of time. However, as a little sorceress, how could she possibly wait in line? With excitement, Ning Rongrong tugged at the reluctant Qian Xiaoyi and dashed toward the stall, directly pushing past a middle-aged man who was about to make a purchase. "Hey, young lady, how can you cut in line?" "Exactly. Did you not see that we are all waiting? The children of today are far too brazen." Amidst the discontented gazes and murmurs of the crowd, Qian Xiaoyi quietly remarked, "Rongrong, this may not be appropriate." Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly. "Humph, I have no intention of waiting all day, do I?" Qian Xiaoyi dared not refute the little enchantress, and could only offer an apologetic smile to the people in line. Being children, the crowd lacked the inclination to argue with the little ones, merely murmuring a few words before letting it go. The items purchased from the small stall were packed in a paper box, which Ning Rongrong held as she walked to one side. "Rongrong, you haven't paid yet," Qian Xiaoyi timidly remarked. Ning Rongrong turned back with a glare. "I am not short of money, but how can you, as my boyfriend, expect me to pay?" Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, as if realizing the validity of what had been said. Having paid the fee, he hastened to catch up with Ning Rongrong, intent on admonishing her for her misbehavior. "Rongrong, you." Ning Rongrong seemed to perceive Qian Xiaoyi's intention, casting him a disapproving glance before coolly responding, "What is it? Do you need something?" Nothing." "If there's nothing, then let us move on. Over there, I'll buy you a few pieces of clothing." Ning Rongrong gestured toward a nearby clothing store. "Buy me something? Shouldn't I be the one paying?" Observing Qian Xiaoyi's bewildered expression, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Silly Xiaoyi, I can't always be the one asking you for things. Relationships are reciprocal. You shouldn't always indulge me." Qian Xiaoyi smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist as he said, "If it were you, I would be willing to cherish you forever." Ning Rongrong felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she buried her head in Qian Xiaoyi's chest. "Thank you, Between us, what need is there for gratitude?" The sun had already set, leaving behind a fiery glow in the sky, as a young man and woman stood at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The young man was panting, clutching several bags of various sizes, while the young woman appeared unburdened, her hands empty, yet her gaze towards the boy was filled with concern. Let me help you carry some of those. Look how exhausted you are." Ning Rongrong had offered to assist Qian Xiaoyi more than once, but each time, she was met with refusal. She couldn't even manage to wrest the bags from him. Qian Xiaoyi smiled wearily, saying, "How can that be? You are my woman. As long as I am here, I shall not allow you to tire yourself." The two wandered about for an entire day, reveling in joy. with the sole regret being that Qian Xiaoyi's pocket money had been exhausted. Due to their first date, they had purchased an abundance of items, leaving even Qian Xiaoyi feeling utterly exhausted. As for why they did not use a soul guide device, it was not for lack of desire. There simply was no space left in the device. Just as they were about to continue their affectionate banter, a stern voice interrupted them. Ahem, you two. Hurry back and rest. You have classes tomorrow, said Yu Xiaojiang with a serious demeanor. Chapter 52. Devil Training. I am now your teacher. You will not be disobedient children. Will you? Yu Xiaojiang had already become a teacher at Shrek Academy, a fact that both had surmised during the day. They had long realized that the Academy's head was more excited by the sight of Yu Xiaojiang than by gold soul coins. This indicated that Yu Xiaojiang held a position of great importance in the head's eyes, likely among the top 3. Understood, teacher, they replied in unison. The next day, just as dawn broke, 8 children stood on the playground of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai and Tang San had returned the previous night. Their expedition in the Stardow Forest had not only allowed Oscar to obtain his 3rd soul ring, but had also seen Tang San and Xiao Wu break through to the soul ancestor rank and successfully acquire their soul rings. However, the journey had been fraught with danger. When Oscar acquired his soul ring, he encountered a young woman of similar age, who was also in need of a soul ring for her recent promotion. Despite her talent being slightly inferior to that of others, she was still a prodigy. Coincidentally, she aimed to capture the same soul beast as Oscar. With both geniuses targeting the same soul beast, one could only imagine whether the beast felt honored. Undoubtedly, the soul ring it produced would be exceptional. A quality soul ring is crucial for a soul master, as it can dictate the course of one's life. Thus, a private conversation ensued. Oscar, lacking combat prowess, had to rely on Zhao Wujia's strength. Meanwhile, the woman summoned formidable allies, the dragon grandfather from the soul Douluo and the serpent grandmother from the soul saint. How about that? Are you impressed? Individually, they were not overwhelmingly strong, but their martial soul fusion technique surpassed anything Zhao Wujia, a mere soul saint, could match. Had it not been for Tang San's cleverness, adopting a strategy of retreating while advancing, Oscar's soul ring would have been claimed by another, with uncertain prospects of retrieval. Later, Xiao Wu was captured by a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, a pinnacle soul beast. Under equal circumstances, only a handful of species could defeat it. A 1,000-year Titan giant ape could withstand a 10,000-year soul beast and still emerge victorious. The ancient Titan giant ape, a creature of 100,000 years, possessed the power to obliterate an entire nation without suffering defeat. At that moment, Zhao Wujia expressed his disdain, questioning why a soul beast of such antiquity would abandon the flourishing Stardow Forest for this barren land, devoid of the mountains, waters, and forests that thrived within. Fortunately, despite inflicting wounds upon many, it refrained from taking lives, opting instead to abduct Xiao Wu. This act, however, ignited Tang San's fury, dragging his injured body. He cried out to rescue Xiao Wu, leaving behind his companions to venture forth alone, only to encounter the roadblock demon spider. By then, Tang San had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, merely one soul ring short of full mastery, for the transition from 29 to 30 was a pivotal milestone. Employing every tactic at his disposal, he ultimately vanquished the demon spider. Deep down, he understood that he could not single-handedly reclaim Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape. Even with Zhao Wujia's aid, it was a futile endeavor, as the entirety of Shrek Academy was powerless against it. Driven by the guilt of not safeguarding his sister, Tang San craved strength and daringly absorbed the soul ring of the demon spider. It was not that the demon spider's essence was unsuitable for his blue-silver grass. Rather, it was excessively compatible, overwhelming his plant with its tyrannical force. When Zhao Wujia and the others caught up with Tang San, he was already in the throes of absorbing the demon spider's soul ring. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to take a moment's respite, he suddenly realized that the soul ring exceeded the age limit a soul master could endure, leaving him astonished and powerless to intervene. Fortunately, Tang San persevered. Had it not been for his robust physique and unwavering resolve, he might not have returned. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiao Wu had also returned. The reason for her release by the Titan giant ape remaining a mystery known only to them, who were unwilling to divulge it. Despite their injuries, they emerged unscathed. A stroke of luck amidst adversity. The 8 stood in a row, facing Yu Xiaojiang, who bore a serious expression. Although he noticed Tang San's excitement, he refrained from offering greetings, instead casting blame for the reckless attempt to rescue Xiao Wu. yet felt a flicker of pride in Tang San's regard for his companions. Tang San was on the verge of elation. Had it not been for his teacher's stern demeanor, he would have rushed over. Beside Yu Xiaojiang stood the academy's principal, Flinder, still exuding the air of a cunning merchant. Zhao Wujia had opted to rest, weary from the ordeal. Knowing the academy did not lack instructors and seizing the opportunity for a brief respite. However, the students were another matter. Flinder cast a triumphant glance at Yu Xiaojiang before addressing the students with a booming voice. This gentleman beside me is Yu Xiaojiang, my childhood friend. From this moment onward, he shall be your instructor. I assure you, his soul power stands at a mere 29, weak indeed. Yet, under his guidance, you will delve into profound knowledge. For he surpasses me in every aspect, save for soul power. Perhaps you may regard it with disdain, but disrespecting the teacher equates to disrespecting me. If that is the case, I suggest you leave this academy, for we do not welcome individuals of such questionable character. However, I believe you are all good students. Tell me, can you fully comply? Yes. Louder. Have you not eaten? No. Ah, indeed, we did not allow them breakfast before summoning them here. Flander felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he maintained his composure and continued to shout. Even without food, raise your voices. Very well. Yu Xiaojiang could no longer tolerate it. He kicked Flander aside and addressed the 8 individuals before him with a calm demeanor. To be succinct, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and from this moment on, I shall be your teacher, and you are to heed my commands. I shall subject you to rigorous training, and should you find it unbearable, you may withdraw from this institution. He intentionally glanced at Ning Rongrong, fully aware of her background. Individuals of such status often lead sheltered lives, shying away from hardship and fatigue, making persistence a daunting task. Moreover, they tend to possess fiery tempers, intolerant of criticism. A mere glance from him was likely enough for Ning Rongrong to understand the insinuation directed at her. Contrary to Yu Xiaojiang's expectations, Ning Rongrong indeed caught his gaze and merely smiled. Had this been before, she might have erupted in anger, but people can change. She did not wish to be looked down upon by Qian Xiaoi, nor did she want to leave him due to expulsion. Yu Xiaojiang discreetly nodded. His earlier scrutiny of Ning Rongrong was merely a test, although her failure would not result in expulsion. Reforming such a character would not be an easy task and would waste precious time. The current situation was quite satisfactory. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze gradually sharpened. Tang Sen managed a wry smile. Every time their teacher exhibited such a look, it signified the onset of a hellish ordeal, though his own strength was modest. He was well aware of Yu Xiaojiang's formidable training prowess. Tang San considered himself diligent, yet he had felt exhausted under Yu Xiaojiang's intense regimen. In comparison, training at Shrek Academy seemed remarkably effortless. However, your days of ease have come to an end. Chapter 53. Invincible among peers. Tang San's suspicions were indeed correct. Yu Xiaojiang commenced the rigorous training. Within just one day, no one doubted Yu Xiaojiang's teaching abilities, as his unique insights and applications regarding martial spirits captivated them all. Even those of noble birth and higher education, such as Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong, had never encountered such profound lessons. Not even Bibi Dong's understanding of martial spirits could rival that of Yu Xiaojiang. On this day, he spent half the time lecturing and the other half engaging them in practical exercises. Do not underestimate the significance of this half-day practical training. Under the piercing gaze of Yu Xiaojiang, Dean Flanders reluctantly decided to take the field himself. After years of absence, it was only fitting to show some respect, especially since Flanders did not wish to drive away such an exceptional teacher. By evening, even the physically robust Dai Mubai began to feel the strain, let alone the delicate Ning Rongrong. On several occasions, Ning Rongrong faltered, prompting deep concern in Xiao Yi, who felt helpless due to Yu Xiaojiang's strict adherence to discipline. He held a considerable respect for Yu Xiaojiang and refrained from voicing any objections, seeing it as an opportunity to strengthen Ning Rongrong, lest she remain perpetually fragile. To everyone's astonishment, despite her exhaustion, Ning Rongrong, the pampered young lady, did not complain vocally. She merely let out a few shrieks, which were entirely normal for a girl. This led to a significant shift in how the others perceived her. They regarded Xiao Yi with curious eyes, as if questioning how he had managed to educate this little princess so well. Xiao Yi could only respond with an awkward smile, finding it impossible to articulate an explanation. Yu Xiaojiang, aware of Ning Rongrong's need for physical improvement, allowed her to rest alone during the training. Once the session concluded, he observed the weary expressions of the 8 participants, a hint of compassion flickering in his eyes before he steeled himself. If you wish to remember what I teach, the most effective method is not through rote memorization, but by applying what I have imparted. The more you apply it, the more it will stick. This is why I have subjected you to such rigorous training despite your fatigue. All right, that concludes today's lesson. You are dismissed. He continued, learning is akin to this. Merely memorizing knowledge points is futile, for you will soon forget them. Instead, spend your time solving problems, and when you encounter unfamiliar concepts, consult your books. Over time, even if you wish to forget, it will prove difficult. Although the group was already aware that they would soon be dismissed, the sensation of hearing it confirmed was delightful. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Ning Rongrong collapsed into Xiao Yi's embrace, indicating she had persevered until the very end. Weary, she glanced at Xiao Yi, the only individual privy to her true identity, and a smile crept onto her face at the thought. Still smiling, despite your exhaustion and sweat, you have a frail constitution, yet you insisted on pushing through. What will you do if you overexert yourself? Xiao Yi gently wiped the perspiration from her forehead, his tone tinged with reproach. Ning Rongrong disregarded his admonishing tone and softly replied, carry me back. I want you to bear me on your back. Daimubai and the others had already departed, intentionally leaving the moment for the two of them, and perhaps also out of a desire to avoid witnessing any public displays of affection, as no one relishes being subjected to such dog food. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's discontent, Xiao Yi playfully tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "You just love to torment me. Come on." He then crouched down, presenting his back to her. Ning Rongrong climbed on, her legs dangling as she teasingly said, "I shall torment you and bully you. What of it? Do you have any objections? When have I ever objected? Do not cause a scene." Humph. Xiao Yi escorted Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory, which was spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals. The interior was neatly arranged, and all necessary amenities were present. For reasons unknown, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shuqing were absent. Perhaps to grant Xiao Yi some privacy, he gently placed Ning Rongrong on the bed, where a teddy bear, approximately 1 meter tall, awaited her, a gift he had purchased the previous day. Ever since its arrival, Ning Rongrong had grown quite fond of it. Xiao Yi handed the bear to her, lovingly brushed her flowing hair, and transferred a modicum of his remaining soul power to her, wishing for her to have sweet dreams. "Rongrong, do rest now. Given teacher Yu Xiaojiang's temperament, tomorrow will not be easy." Ning Rongrong cast a tender glance at Xiao Yi and softly replied, "May I indulge myself just this once? Would you stay until I fall asleep?" Qian Xiao Yi bestowed a gentle kiss upon Ning Rongrong, a gesture that felt right. He remained by her side until she drifted into slumber, after which he returned to the dormitory. Tang San and Oscar were engaged in meditation after a long day. This practice served as the finest respite for soul masters. Of course, there are always those who prefer the embrace of sleep. Qian Xiaoyi did not awaken the two. Returning to his own bed to sleep, he was indeed the embodiment of laziness. This routine persisted for several months, with only 1 day of respite each week. The teammates were engaged in battles, challenges against teachers, and innovative training methods that emerged incessantly. However, they all shared a commonality. By nightfall, they were utterly exhausted. Yu Xiaojiang exhibited no semblance of compassion, while Flinder watched with concern, recognizing that, barring unforeseen circumstances, these individuals were destined for greatness. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang's training regimen remained unchanged, determined to push them to their limits. Until one day, 3 months later, Xiao Yi invited Ning Rongrong to dinner and then proceeded to the playground, awaiting class. Daimubai, Tang San, and the others arrived in succession. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang approached, and in a surprising turn of events, the typically tardy Flinder arrived on time, signaling to everyone that a special task awaited them. Ordinarily, Flinder would only arrive in the afternoon. With a disgruntled expression, Yu Xiaojiang addressed the group, stating, "In the coming days, I intend to grant you a reprieve." At this juncture, he observed the reactions of his students. Although there was a weekly day off, who among them truly relished the prospect of leisure? Had any other teacher made such an announcement, the 8 would have rejoiced, but coming from Yu Xiaojiang, the implications were vastly different. Thus, their faces remained expressionless, bracing for further words. Yu Xiaojiang continued, "I recognize that you have been fatigued in these past months. Hence I plan to allow you a few days of rest. Flinder, you may elaborate." Flinder nodded and, with a mischievous grin, declared, "Hee, my young friends. You shall not train today, for the school faces a financial shortfall, and we will not accept funding from your families. Therefore, You are to earn your keep at the Seoul Arena. Prepare yourselves for dinner tonight. The implication was clear. They were to compete. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the eyes of the eight sparkled with excitement. They were no strangers to competition, and in truth, they preferred it over the rigors of Yu Xiaojiang's training, finding contests considerably more enjoyable. Observing the confidence radiating from his students, Yu Xiaojiang smiled. This was precisely his intention. The intense training had significantly enhanced their capabilities, establishing them as the elite among their peers, with few rivals. Disband, Yu Xiaojiang commanded. As he and Flinder walked along the path, Yu Xiaojiang posed a question. What is our school motto? To nurture monsters, not ordinary people. What do you think? Yu Xiaojiang smiled, neither affirming nor denying. Yet Flinder understood that Yu Xiaojiang had acquiesced. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang added, let us incorporate one more tenet. What is it? Invincible among peers. Chapter 54. The return to the Seoul Arena under the night sky, before the gates of Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang addressed the 8 students. It has been 3 months since I began instructing you, and with the diligent supervision and assistance of the esteemed faculty, you have made remarkable progress. Yet, for a truly exceptional soul master, this is merely the beginning. You must strive to become even stronger. During the previous rigorous training, the other instructors had also been vigilant, observing them closely. Due to Ma Hongjuan's momentary lapse, the entire group was compelled to run an additional 10 kilometers. When one falters, all must bear the consequences, and even the frail Ning Rongrong and the youngest, Xiao Yi, were not spared. This exemplified the spirit of teamwork, though it left Xiao Yi feeling quite aggrieved for some time. Yu Xiaojiang continued, this is not a moment for complacency. Rather, we are transitioning into the second phase of training. However, for the first phase, we shall adopt a more relaxed approach. The venue for the second phase will be the Grand Seoul Arena. This phase is not bound by time, and will continue until you each earn the Silver Soul Badge. If even one of you fails to complete this, the phase will remain unfulfilled. Furthermore, I have arranged accommodations near the arena for your convenience. However, the expenses will be your responsibility. Should you possess the skill, the earnings from the arena will suffice for your needs. While most of the students were financially secure, there is a distinct difference between familial wealth and personal finances. Additionally, no one ever complains of having too much money. It can be said that the second phase of training is quite lenient, as it does not require them to face soul emperors. However, remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is not limited to individual duels. You must also secure the Silver Soul Badge in team battles. Given that matches consist of 7 participants, and we have 8, the question of who will be excluded is quite vexing. At that moment, Xiao Yi interjected, Teacher, I shall withdraw from the 7-member team. Since the points are shared, I can simply compete in additional matches to earn my share, correct? Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment and nodded. Points are shared? Very well, you shall select a partner for the subsequent duo challenge. Despite his words, everyone knew who would be paired with Xiao Yi. Observing the closeness between the two over the past 3 months left the remaining singles feeling rather envious. Once again, the message was clear. Without the Silver Soul Badge, graduation was unattainable. Such stringent requirements often breed discontent. Oscar voiced his complaint, Teacher, as a support-type soul master, must I also obtain the Silver Soul Badge? The master replied nonchalantly, Alternatively, you may choose to train as you did before, until the others acquire their Silver Soul Badges. Teacher, I have suddenly realized how astute your decision is to have us compete at the Seoul Arena to enhance our practical experience. Let us disregard my previous remarks. Oscar replied. Yu Xiaojiang, known for his decisive nature, instructed all the students to quickly prepare their belongings before promptly leading them on their journey to Soto Academy. Accompanied by 2 esteemed deans, the other 3 instructors remained at the academy while the students relocated to Soto City, bearing all expenses for accommodation and meals themselves. This alleviated any financial burden on the academy, and the trio settled nearby for the convenience of supervising the students. The soul battles at the great arena were conducted in the evenings. Upon arriving in Soto City, they chose a modest hotel adjacent to the arena. Although the establishment was ordinary, its proximity to the arena inflated the prices significantly, a burden difficult for common folk to bear, yet negligible for soul masters. After arranging accommodations for the students, the master summoned the 8 individuals to his room. Now, you are free to form your teams. The competition at the arena will commence with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches. The team battles will occur last, staggered in time to maximize ticket sales. Each day, you must participate in at least 2 matches. Of course, 3 is permissible, but do not exhaust your soul power completely. The audience delights in excitement. Thus, 7-member team battles are the most popular, but correspondingly, ticket prices are considerably higher. Those who wish to save or arrive late may have to settle for the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches instead. As soon as the master finished speaking, Oscar displayed a pitiful expression and turned to Douluo. How about we team up? Although I've just reached level 30, my supporting abilities are commendable. Together, we could conquer any soul master. Oscar indeed had other options, but the disdainful glances from Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, along with Xiao Yi's glare that seemed to warn him against choosing Ning Rongrong, made him reconsider. And then there was Ma Hongjun with his foolish demeanor. Perhaps teaming with Douluo was the best choice after all. However, to his surprise, Douluo replied, "I refuse." Such a succinct statement, so freely articulated, and so commanding in its response. Well, forgive me, I cannot continue. Am I so pitiable? Is it truly so difficult for me to participate in a 2-on-2 match? The group, in perfect unison, chose to ignore the dejected Oscar. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun, displaying remarkable camaraderie, stepped forward. "Brother, why don't we team up?" Oscar glanced at the earnest, stout figure of Ma Hongjun. Though resigned, he had no choice but to agree. Despite his seemingly foolish appearance, Ma Hongjun could be relied upon in critical moments. In truth, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of quiet joy. He too desired to compete more. And seeing Oscar's forlorn expression indicated that he was equally unwanted. The two unfortunate companions had no choice but to form a team themselves. In fact, he should thank Oscar. Had it not been for Oscar, it would have been him, Ma Hongjun, receiving disdainful glances. He had initially considered seeking another partner as well. In the arena, points are categorized into two types: individual points and team points. 1-on-1 matches contribute to personal scores, while all other matches are counted towards team scores. Oscar, being a support soul master, is unable to accumulate personal points and must participate in team events as much as possible. As for Ma Hongjun, he merely wished to show off, seeking both fame and recognition in life and beyond. Thus, the rather dubious duo of Ma Hongjun and Oscar came into existence. Tang San and Xiao Wu, demonstrating remarkable synergy, paired up seamlessly, while Xiao Yi naturally could not part with Ning Rongrong, who likewise had no desire to team with anyone else, resulting in their pairing as well. This left only Douluo and Zhu Zhiqing. Observing that all his friends had found their partners, Douluo turned his gaze towards the visibly displeased Zhu Zhiqing, whose expression appeared quite peculiar. He understood that, given Zhu Zhiqing's temperament, she would never forego a 2-on-2 match. However, when it came to selecting partners, she was left with no choice but to choose him. As he was the only one remaining, either she would select him, or she would not participate at all. Zhu Zhiqing had initially intended to approach Ning Rongrong, but upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi engrossed in each other, she abandoned her thoughts. Zhu Zhiqing did not harbor any animosity towards Douluo. Rather, she found it difficult to forgive certain past actions of his. Although Douluo had shown considerable restraint lately, one could never be sure when he might revert to his old ways. Yuxiagang, observing the situation with furrowed brows, was candid about his dissatisfaction with two particular pairings: the combination of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, as well as that of Douluo and Zhu Zhiqing, due to the disparity in their levels. In the context of a 2-on-2 match, should one soul master reach a higher level, they must compete at that elevated tier. Douluo and Oscar had already surpassed level 30, while Zhu Zhiqing and Ma Hongjun remained at the level 20 stage. If they were to collaborate in a 2-on-2 competition, they would inevitably have to engage in battles at the 30-level tier. Generally speaking, soul masters participating in the grand arena tend to compete only when they are at a comparable high level, unless they possess an immense advantage in their martial spirits or hold an inflated sense of self-worth. Typically, for a 20-level tier, participants are usually above level 25. And the same principle applies to the 30-level tier. In simple terms, the odds of victory for both combinations were not particularly promising. However, every situation possesses duality. A lower chance of success provides an opportunity for growth. After all, if one were to constantly overpower their opponents, what could one possibly learn? Yuxiagang sought not merely victory, but rather the invaluable experience that comes from failure. Were it not for his concern for their safety, he would actually prefer them to challenge higher levels. Moreover, there should be a certain synergy between Douluo and Zhu Zhiqing's martial spirits, while others may be unaware. Yuxiagang was privy to the fact that the imperial martial spirit of the Star Luo Empire is the evil Eye White Tiger. This implies that Dai Mubai is a prince of the star Luo Empire, and the noble Yin Ming spirit cat martial spirit could indeed fuse well, making for a formidable combination. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, as brothers, could also be considered a commendable pairing, excelling in their supportive roles and adeptly outmaneuvering their opponents. Moreover, the training undertaken over the past few months has not been in vain. Now, even surpassing their limits has become a form of relaxation for them. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, with Flander-esque capabilities, he is more than equipped to handle the situation. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaojing nodded in tacit approval of the formation of Team 4. How you choose to participate in the soul battle is entirely up to you. This is for you, and no one else. Ensure you are well prepared during the soul battle. Additionally, while on stage, speak sparingly and strive to conceal your ages from your opponents. As he spoke, the master retrieved 8 meticulously prepared masks from his soul guide wristband. The masks were familiar to everyone, bearing the emblem of Shrek Academy, resembling the green monster Shrek. Dai Mubai took a mask and donned it. Although the craftsmanship was rather ordinary, once fitted to his face, the openings for the eyes, mouth, and nose did not hinder him at all. During the team battles, you will present yourselves as the Shrek 7 monsters. Since Xiaoyi will not be participating in the 7-person team battle, he will not possess a special title. When engaging in individual soul battles, you may create your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. For the 1-on-1 encounters, I have devised a nickname for each of you. Simply state it at the time of registration, and your real names will not appear in the soul battle arena. The others understood the Master's intentions. After all, they were still quite young, especially those like Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had already reached the 30th level of Soul Master at the tender age of 12, a feat that would astonish the Soul Master community if any of them were to be revealed. Particularly in the Grand Soul Arena, should they gain notoriety, it would not be long before the Spirit Hall came knocking. Although Xiao Yi was unperturbed, he preferred not to expose himself prematurely. Oscar inquired with curiosity, "So, what shall our titles be?" The master replied, "Mubai shall retain his original title of Evil Eye White Tiger, while you shall continue as your sausage specialist. As for Xiao San, how about the title Thousand-Handed Silvergrass? Although it sounds a bit unappealing, would you like to change it?" "That's not good. Let us change it," Xiao Wu interjected. "It's not impressive at all. Silvergrass sounds too harsh." The master turned to Tang San, noticing his silence, and a smile crept onto his face. He had always been exceedingly pleased with this disciple. "What do you think it should be called?" Dai Mubai remarked. Although Xiao San appears quite honest, when he truly unleashes his fury, his murderous intent surpasses ours. "I suggest we call him Thousand-Handed Azura." Azura implies a demon of slaughter, which could instill a sense of dread in our opponents. The master turned to Tang San. "What is your opinion?" Tang San replied, "I have no preference. Please decide, master." The master concluded, "Then it shall be Thousand-Handed Azura." Ma Hongjun, "I have also devised a title for you. How does Evil Fire Phoenix sound?" The portly figure chuckled. "Thank you, master. That sounds splendid. After all, I am a phoenix as well." Beside him, Oscar muttered, "Yes, a phoenix. However, I believe Hooked Phoenix would be a better choice." The chubby one bristled with anger. "Xiao Ao, we are teammates. How could you intentionally undermine me?" At this moment, Xiao Wu had approached the master, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Master, what shall I be called? Please bestow upon me a pleasing name." The master smiled and replied, "You possess a soft technique. Your entire being is as supple as if devoid of bones. Coupled with your rabbit spirit and enchanting skills, how about we name you Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit? It aligns beautifully with your spirit." The name resonated well, and Xiao Wu beamed with joy. Rong Rong's spirit is the 7 treasures glazed tower. Nothing could better encapsulate your essence than this, while also providing a veil over your identity. For all direct disciples of the 7 treasures, glazed sect bear this spirit. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her title would most suitably reflect her spirit. The Nether Cat spirit is indeed a fine name. Regarding Xiao Yi, your spirit is the Sword of Judgment. Thus, your moniker shall be Judgment Swordsman. As soon as Yu Xiaojing's words fell, Xiao Yi shook his head and said, "No, Swordsman feels awkward. I have long decided on my title. I shall be called the Arbiter." Yu Xiaojing did not oppose, acknowledging that the choice of title was ultimately his own, merely offering a suggestion. "As long as you are pleased." Now, the 8 of them, all being novices, were classified at the Iron Fighting Spirit level. Among them, Dai Mubai had 3 points, Oscar none, while Tang San, having participated in both a 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2 match alongside Xiao Wu, had accumulated 2 points. Ma Hongjun, victorious in his last encounter, boasted the highest score of 10, having won 3 consecutive battles. Xiao Wu, like Tang San, also held 2 points, while Ning Rongrong remained at 0. Zhu Zhuqing, having faced Tang San in the arena and lost, also stood at 0 points. Xiao Yi, having triumphed in 2 matches, had 2 points. To progress from Iron Fighting Spirit to Copper Fighting Spirit, one needs 100 points, and to reach Silver Fighting Spirit, one must attain 1,000. They had a long journey ahead to achieve the goals of the second phase of their intensive training. Given that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were already advanced within their ranks, coupled with their exceptional spirits, they decided to first engage in a one-on-one battle before proceeding to 2-on-2. During such times, Oscar's role became evident. With his sausages as sustenance, the group's soul power and stamina could be effectively replenished, providing them a significant advantage over ordinary soul masters. Thus, participating in 3 battles in one night was not beyond the realm of possibility, provided they conserved their soul power in the initial fights. Tang San and Xiao Wu both possessed exceptional third soul skills, which encouraged them to partake in one-on-one battles despite just having broken through to the 30th level. Over the past 3 months, Tang San had once defeated Dai Mubai unexpectedly using his third soul skill, instilling him with considerable confidence. Xiao Wu's unique ability, which rendered her nearly invincible in close combat, also bolstered her resolve. Her strengths and weaknesses were equally pronounced. Her advantage lay in her near invincibility at close range. Yet her vulnerability was her inability to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously. Once confronted with numerous adversaries, her prowess becomes increasingly difficult to manifest. When the strength of her opponents surpasses the might of her bow, all her skills shall render utterly futile. Although Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing harbor an unspoken rift, they refrain from creating discord during formal competitions. Zhu Zhuqing, being a soul master of the second ring, possesses the confidence to engage with soul lords, relying on her swiftness. The training she has undergone over the past few months has not been in vain. She is eager to discern the gap between herself and the soul lords. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, as a duo, are anticipated to have the lowest chance of victory. With Oscar being a newly promoted soul lord, they are compelled to compete in the soul lord tier, yet Oscar is primarily an auxiliary type, while Ma Hongjun, a power type, possesses insufficient soul power levels to inflict decisive damage upon their foes. To secure a win, they must resort to a war of attrition. Conversely, the pairing of Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong is universally recognized to have the highest probability of success. Despite Xiao Yi being merely a great soul master, his capabilities are well acknowledged among their peers. Yu Xiaojiang even contemplated allowing him to compete in the Soul Lord tier, given his prowess. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement, they stand a fighting chance even against advanced Soul Lords. Yu Xiaojiang is certainly cognizant of this potential, yet he refrains from voicing it for a reason. While Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong could indeed challenge advanced Soul Lords, the associated risks are substantial. Compounded by Xiao Yi's youth. Even with a mask, his youthful physique cannot be concealed. To face opponents of the same rank is already a remarkable feat. Should they attempt to challenge those of a higher echelon, envy may provoke undesirable actions from some. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang ultimately resolves to have the pair participate in the competitions intended for the second ring Great Soul Masters, albeit with stricter requirements. Their strengths are indisputable, with few rivals at their level. Therefore, I expect your win rate to remain above 95%. Can you achieve this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, gazing at Xiao Yi. Absolutely. The response was resounding, imbued with confidence. Let us depart. The Soto Great Soul Arena pulsated with its usual nightly fervor. Crowds began to converge from all directions, for it is the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment among the populace. Each day, a multitude of spectators graces this venue. The affluent find unparalleled enjoyment here, while even the less fortunate can witness the Soul Masters contests. With special tickets designed for the common folk, priced affordably, those who can meet their basic needs are eager to attend and revel in the battles. After all, merely witnessing a Soul Master satisfies the vanity of most commoners. Of course, with the lower price tickets, they are only privy to the more mundane soul battles. The truly spectacular matches command a hefty price. Soto City is never short of extravagant spenders, and the betting venues hosted by the Great Soul Arena transform these contests into arenas of clandestine rivalry among the wealthy and noble. At this moment, the commencement of the routine battles at the Great Soul Arena is imminent. Soon, the one-on-one and two-on-two external soul duels are set to commence. Following the conclusion of these contests, the most exhilarating team battles will unfold. At this moment, a 10-member team captures the attention of the crowd preparing to enter the Grand Soul Arena. Among these 10 individuals, 8 are adorned with identical masks. The green masks possess a somewhat comical appearance. While their garments vary significantly, some are opulent, others quite plain. This group comprises esteemed students from Shrek Academy, along with 2 deans and Yu Xiaojiang. Their destination is the 13th Soul Arena. As per the initial plan, the group sequentially registered using their Iron Soul badges. Under the guidance of the Master, the 5 participants intending to engage in both the one-on-one and two-on-two duels informed the staff of their simultaneous participation. The staff arranged their duels to avoid any scheduling conflicts. Additionally, each member altered the names on their Iron Soul badges, concealing their true identities and adopting titles they had established earlier that day. Merely changing their titles cost each of them 10 gold soul coins. However, since no further registration was required, this was their only expense. As long as they secured victory in one duel, they would recoup their costs. Chapter 57. The competition begins. Shall we register the team together? Ma Hongjun inquired, due to Ning Rongrong's capriciousness. She and Oscar had missed the previous opportunity to compete alongside the others. Consequently, Xiaoyi and Ma Hongjun had yet to register and were compelled to handle the formalities together. Otherwise, they would be unable to participate in the matches. Wait a moment. Let me ask, Xiaoyi said, turning back to inquire. Rongrong, do you wish to join us? Ma Hongjuan's eye twitched, and Tang Xin nearly stumbled. While even Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat awkward, a shared thought crossed everyone's mind. Is it really necessary to ask? Your status at home must be quite low. Such a henpecked husband. What else can I say? Alas, the dignity of a man. Xiao Yi, oblivious to any impropriety, remained unfazed, while Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. She grasped Xiao Yi's hand and declared, let us go. The 4 entered the registration room, which was spacious, featuring a platform at its center where a young woman in her 20s reclined lazily in a chair. This was the registration area for the soul duels. Xiao Yi, what are you staring at? Ning Rongrong noticed Xiao Yi's gaze fixated on the young woman, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Xiao Yi awkwardly scratched his head, experiencing a sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed, donned her mask, and approached the registration desk. Hello. Are you here to register for the soul duel? The young woman on the platform asked upon noticing their arrival. This young lady. We wish to register for a 2-on-2 team, named 7 Treasure Sword, came the response. The soul power and code were revealed as Ning Rongrong pointed to the side where Xiao Yi stood, disclosing their respective soul power levels and codes. This was a regulation of the Soul Arena. Participating soul masters were required to declare their soul power to ensure compatibility with their opponent's ranks. Failing to indicate one's status as a great soul master could lead to unfortunate mismatches against a soul sovereign, a scenario one would certainly lament. The young lady displayed a sweet smile and said, all right, please wait. Shortly thereafter, 2 badges were handed to Ning Rongrong, who was advised to keep them secure. Each match would record points, and when their scores reached the threshold for advancement, they would be duly notified. Ning Rongrong chose not to engage further in conversation and turned her gaze towards Oscar and Ma Hongjun. It's your turn. Hurry up. They are still waiting outside. Oscar and Ma Hongjun had also registered as a team, albeit with a name that seemed almost humorous, Grilled Sausage. The grilled part was inspired by Ma Hongjun, known as the Evil Fire Phoenix, while Sausage undoubtedly referred to Oscar. This simple, yet clear name aptly reflected their martial spirits. For the ordinary populace, today marked a weekend, resulting in an unusually large audience at the Grand Soul Arena. Most of the spectators were common citizens, and excitement had already begun to swell with the anticipation of the first match, their cheers echoing fervently. As the 4 returned to the viewing platform, they heard the announcement, now, let us welcome the opponents of the 3-5 team, the Cat and Mouse Duo, who have achieved an unprecedented 4 consecutive victories in the 2v2 arena. With their formidable strength, they have triumphed in soul sovereign level competitions. Should they conquer today as adversaries, the 3-5 team, they will complete a remarkable 5-match win streak. Perhaps the next time they grace the Soto Grand Soul Arena, they will enter the Central Combat Zone. A tremendous honor for any soul master. Upon hearing about Tang Xin's opponents, Xiao Yi chuckled and remarked, hee, while Tang Xin may falter against others, this match is assuredly his to win. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. discerning from the name of the opposing team that today as challengers would be a pair of agile attack-type soul masters. Both cat and mouse excelled in speed, and as a control-type soul master, Tang San was precisely the nemesis of such agile fighters. Xiao Yi's assertion that Tang San might lose in the realm of soul sovereigns stemmed from the likelihood of encountering a martial spirit that countered his blue-silver grass, such as fire. Furthermore, the adversary must be nearly at the 40th level with a comparable intellect. Otherwise, defeating Tang San would be an impossibility. As the fervent cheers crescendoed, the 3-5 team and the cat and mouse duo made their entrance. There was little reason to remain engaged, so Xiao Yi chose to close his eyes and feign slumber. Beside him, Ning Rongrong was lively. Although she too understood that Tang San was unlikely to lose this match, her spirited nature could not remain idle amidst the excitement. Amidst the fervent shouts of encouragement for Tang San and Xiao Wu, the anticipated outcome unfolded as Tang San and his companions decisively triumphed over their opponents in a remarkably brief span of time. With the announcer's declaration, the Sanwa duo achieved a commendable consecutive victory in their 2-on-2 soul duel, elevating both of their scores to 3 points. The audience erupted once more in cheers. Despite the brevity of this particular contest, the spectators, ever fair-minded, were not stingy with their applause, and the Sanwa duo quietly descended the stage amidst a wave of enthusiastic acclaim. As the matches progressed, it was not solely the Sanwa duo that emerged victorious in the 2-on-2 format. The Yuming White Tiger duo also claimed victory. Daimyo Bai's Achilles heel lay in his speed. Yet Zhu Zhuqing adeptly compensated for this shortcoming. Their synergy proved formidable, allowing them to dispatch even opponents of the Soul Sovereign rank with ease. Even the Caochong duo, in their final match against competitors of the Soul Sovereign tier, showcased their prowess. Ma Hongjuan's ranged attacks, complemented by Oscar's support in replenishing his energy, alongside his third spirit skill, rendered them virtually untouchable. Despite the challenges faced, they ultimately secured victory. Due to their late registration, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School duo found themselves in the final match of the evening. The last contest of the 2-on-2 format awaited. With only individual and team matches remaining, interested spectators were encouraged to remain for the concluding events. The brilliance of the Soul Duel Arena lay in its strategic arrangement, placing the most popular 7-member team at the finale while relegating the less favored individual matches to the middle, thus compelling many to endure the solo contest rather than squander their time. Now, let us welcome the final contestants, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School duo, to face the intriguingly named K duo. The audience chuckled at the amusing title, curious if they were familiar with the K duo. As the two pairs ascended the stage, Yu Xiaojiang and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue directed towards Oscar and Ma Hongjun. The announcement of the K duo had left Yu Xiaojiang pondering the origins of such a peculiar name. As Oscar and his partner took the stage, Yu Xiaojiang retreated to a shadowy corner, murmuring that he did not recognize them. He mused that no one in the world could be so foolish as to choose such a name. Yet, he underestimated the K duo, who brilliantly defied convention. In a lifetime of calculated strategies, Yu Xiaojiang found himself outmatched by this duo. Returning to the competition arena, Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong, donning masks and the distinctive attire prepared by Yu Xiaojiang to conceal their physiques, had already taken to the stage. Their adversaries were two middle-aged men who exhibited an air of arrogance upon their entrance, seemingly buoyed by a 3-match winning streak in the Soul Duel arena. One of the men, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Xiao Yi. Though obscured by a mask, his disdainful expression was still perceptible. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yan, the audacious Zhang, a level 29 Soul Master. Encountering our K duo is indeed your misfortune." The audience involuntarily rolled their eyes. It was hardly surprising for a man nearing level 30 in soul power to triumph over other soul masters, yet he wore his arrogance like a badge of honor. Xiao Yi chose to disregard him and turned his gaze towards another adversary. As anticipated, this one was equally formidable, grinning with a menacing expression. "Hee. You needn't know who I am. I am a level 29, so tread carefully or face dire consequences." Such brashness was merely the ramblings of a fool. Xiao Yi muttered under his breath. Let the competition commence. Chapter 58. A formidable foe. As the announcer's words echoed, the skewered duo unveiled their martial spirits and soul rings. Zhang Yan's martial spirit was a fiery steed, quite an impressive sight, while the auxiliary spirit was that of a lamb skewer. Both possessed a white and a yellow soul ring, indicating a decade-old and a century-old ring respectively. The first soul ring holds paramount significance for soul masters. And given their apparent age of around 40, it seemed unlikely they would ever ascend to the rank of Soul King. However, with diligence, a rise to Soul Sect was within reach. Humph. They act as if they are formidable, but in truth, they are nothing but trash. The arrogance of Zhang was rather amusing. Xiaoyi smirked and turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, prepare yourself, Dai Mubai and the others are still waiting. Let us make this swift. All right. Once we return, I want you to play with me. The opposing auxiliary, clearly displeased, interrupted their conversation with a flash of his first soul ring. Humph. Are you frightened by my presence, resorting to nonsensical chatter? Look at your physique. You must be a mere child. Yen, go. Purchase lamb skewers. The latter phrase was the auxiliary soul master's spell, and as he completed it, 2 raw lamb skewers materialized in his hands, inedible in their current state. What a peculiar ability, Xiaoyi mused. Do not worry, there is one here who wields fire. He added, as Zhang Yin utilized his flames to roast the skewers. Within mere seconds, they were perfectly cooked. Each took one, bravely enduring the heat as they devoured their meal. Instantly, their aura surged, reaching the level of soul respect, revealing the rationale behind their consecutive victories. Their martial spirits were indeed unusual, enabling them to cook and consume on the spot. Though the duration was brief, it afforded them a considerable advantage. Yet, Xiao Yi remained unmoved. These two exuded an air of foolishness, reminiscent of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, excessively arrogant and exceedingly weak. Add more spice to the lamb skewers. Another incantation emerged, this time from his second soul ring's ability. Once again, it was a case of immediate consumption, but, oh, so spicy. With their cries, both individuals flushed crimson, their eyes gleaming with a hint of bloodlust. Frenzy? Yu Xiaojang and the audience gasped. The frenzy ability was a coveted skill among auxiliary spirits, capable of significantly enhancing all attributes except intelligence while numbing pain. However, a common weakness of frenzy was the temporary vulnerability resulting from overexerting one's potential. Despite this, frenzy remained an exceedingly rare and powerful ability. Yu Xiaojang could hardly fathom that such remarkable skills resided within an ordinary bystander. Once these two entered a state of frenzy, their soul power soared perilously close to the mid-level soul ancestor rank, which explained their trifecta of victories, had they been a tad more astute. A 6-win streak could have been within reach. To counter this frenzy, one merely needed to buy time. Naturally, Xiaoyi could achieve a victory without engaging in combat. However, was he aware of this strategy? Indeed, he was cognizant, yet he refrained from employing it. The support role had become futile once they succumbed to frenzy. They would effectively eliminate themselves from the competition. So why did he indulge in meat skewers? Perhaps sheer folly. His role was merely to squander Zhang Yan's soul power enhancement. As for Zhang Yan, ascending to the mid-level soul ancestor rank was inconsequential. It was not his first experience in such a position. Yet, Xiaoyi's gaze grew increasingly grave. After all, Zhang Yan's soul power had surged by roughly 10 levels following his frenzy. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi uttered with gravity. Ning Rongrong, with a playful smile, replied, Hee, do you want me to assist you? You'll need to beg me. After all, he was somewhat dim-witted, fixating on her rather than the strong attack type. With a wink at Xiao Yi, she continued. Indeed, her observation was astute. Zhang Yan was rather oblivious, focusing on the offensive rather than the support role. Moreover, after a considerable delay, he still seemed to revel in showcasing his fiery form. Brother, time is fleeting. Cherish the frenzy while it lasts. With a howl, as if he understood it was time to perform, Zhang Yan charged forward. However, brother, are you not a horse? What else with the howl? The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda emerged, proclaiming, first, strength, second, speed. While Ning Rongrong was mischievous, she was still aware of the gravity of the situation. If she were to act capriciously and fail, it would be a source of embarrassment. 2 beams of light shot toward Xiao Yi, instantly augmenting his strength significantly. The sword of judgment materialized in his grasp, ready to confront the oncoming Zhang Yan. As Zhang Yan's first soul ring glittered, he lifted his right leg and forcefully swung, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of fiery soul power that hurtled towards him. Xiao Yi raised the sword of judgment, crossing it over his chest. Clang! The resounding clash of steel reverberated throughout the soul arena. Xiao Yi stumbled back several steps, his arm temporarily rendered powerless from the shock. Raising his head, he beheld the boisterous Zhang Yan, whose laughter reverberated with arrogance. Initially, he thought he could resolve the matter swiftly. but it now appeared that considerable effort would be required. Before the match, Yu Xiaojiang had advised him that regardless of the adversary faced, one must not employ soul skills. At that moment, upon hearing Flender recount Xiao Yi's contemplation and experimentation with the 3 applications of soul power, Yu Xiaojiang was astounded. Soul masters had long been constrained by the conventional belief that their primary output lay in soul skills. In essence, soul skills were merely specialized applications of soul power. In an era lacking innovation, even the forward-thinking Yu Xiaojiang had not envisioned this. The 3 applications conceived by Xiao Yi undoubtedly heralded a historic transformation for the continent. These applications catered to soul masters of varying attributes, empowering the strong further while enabling the weak to gain strength. Aside from their challenging nature to master, they also served to enhance the purity of soul power, a veritable boon with no detriment. The task assigned by the teacher was to vanquish opponents without resorting to soul skills. Though failure bears no punishment, it inevitably leaves an unfavorable impression in the minds of others. Moreover, Xiao Yi yearns to test his prowess without the aid of soul skills. The battlefield is the most conducive environment for growth, and Yu Xiaojiang has assigned Xiao Yi the task of honing his soul power during the competition. This not only conceals his identity but also serves as a means of training. Even though his opponent is formidable, Yu Xiaojiang shows no intention of retracting his orders. As another fiery blade hurtles towards him, Xiao Yi narrowly evades, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Ning Rongrong, feeling anxious, fears for Xiao Yi's safety. Aware that Yu Xiaojiang has set a task for him to triumph over this adversary without relying on soul skills. He must either outlast him or engage in a direct confrontation. Humph, do you look down upon me? You don't even summon your soul rings. Do you truly believe that this will lead you to victory? Zhang Yan sneered, having seen Xiao Yi evade his attack. Xiao Yi shrugged off his arms and replied, I've recovered sufficiently. Fool, I can manage to defend against your attacks. The question is, can you withstand mine? Zhang Yan let out a boisterous laugh, saying, Do you really think I'm foolish? With the support from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I certainly won't take your attacks head-on. You call yourself not foolish. Anyone aware of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would first eliminate the support rather than recklessly engage a power-type opponent. If you weren't foolish, this world would lose its charm. What if I choose to attack during your frenzy without using soul skills or support? Rongrong, step back. I wish to test my limits. But believe me, very well. Though Ning Rongrong wished to say more, she ultimately stepped down from the arena. Zhang Yan chuckled, Kid, I admire your spirit. If you break through my defenses, I will concede. However, if you fail, I will concede automatically. Agreed, that is fair. But you've made a mistake. A power-type soul master cannot lack defensive skills. My second soul skill, Wild Horse Split Mane, enhances my defense by 30%. Let us see how you handle that. Xiao Yi took a deep breath, stating, I want to give it a try. Chapter 59. A Sword. Xiao Yi smiled, no backing out. Don't shed tears if you lose. Zhang Yan paused for a moment before laughing. Ha ha ha. Let us see if you can win first. Hurry, time is of the essence. Xiao Yi fell silent. Although this individual was not particularly clever, such people often possess a singular merit. They are straightforward and keep their word. Lacking the cunning to manipulate others, they are genuine in their friendships. If one has a friend of simple disposition, cherish them, for aside from family, they alone will not scheme against you and will truly regard you as a friend. Xiao Yi closed his eyes, channeling his soul power into the judgment sword with all his might, beginning to flow. Initially slow, the flow gradually quickened before compressing, causing the judgment sword to emit a faint glow. Zhang Yan observed the unusual radiance of the sword, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even the most oblivious among them sensed a subtle danger, a chilling sensation coursing through his body that rendered him numb. This was still in the midst of Xiao Yi's incomplete preparations. Below the stage, Yu Xiaojiang nodded slightly, his expression one of satisfaction. Indeed, while the skill was still unrefined, it appeared that he would need to intensify the training requirements upon their return. The 7 monsters stood in a row behind him, unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts, chattering incessantly. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San and inquired, Xiao San, you possess the greatest talent and are training in vibrations. Could you share some insights? Tang San offered a wry smile and shook his head, replying, This has nothing to do with talent. As for insights, didn't Xiao Yi mention it before? However, achieving high frequencies is exceedingly challenging, especially when each frequency must be targeted precisely, making it even more difficult. I dare say I practice vibrations daily, yet to this day, I can only manage a brief flurry of a dozen vibrations. The vivacious Xiaowu, unable to remain idle, chimed in, "You're doing quite well, Sangil. Forget short bursts. Even for extended periods, I cannot manage to vibrate my soul power without moving my body." Tang San, slightly disgruntled, retorted, "How many times have you practiced? You're always slacking off." Xiaowu stuck out her tongue and grinned playfully. He he he. Zhu Zhuqing, who favored tranquility, remained silent. However, she was well aware that her progress was on par with Xiaowu's. Dai Mubai then turned to Ma Hongjun and Oscar, asking, "What about you two? I recall that your training revolves around rotations, correct?" Oscar nodded, "Indeed. My progress is somewhat ahead. I can barely manage simultaneous rotations in two directions." Ma Hongjun flushed slightly. Having spent most of the past few months indulging in food, he had scarcely trained in rotations and thus remained silent. Yu Xiaojiang let out a huff, observing, "It seems you've had too much leisure time. Look at yourselves. How many of you are diligently training your soul power applications? When not eating, you're sleeping. Where's the seriousness? Starting tomorrow, the difficulty will be increased. In peer battles, only the first soul skill may be used." Ma Hongjun timidly interjected, "Old teacher, what about us? Oscar and I are fighting soul venerates." Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, and declared, "Dai Mubai may not use his third soul skill. You and Oscar have no restrictions." Just as the two breathed a quiet sigh of relief, Yu Xiaojing abruptly added, "However, within 6 months, I expect to see your self-created or enhanced soul skills. And Ma Hongjun, you must advance to the rank of soul venerate. Alas, at this rate, when will they graduate?" Xiao Yi remained oblivious to the heightened challenges Yu Xiaojing imposed upon them, yet it mattered little to him, for he could not utilize even a single soul skill. Engrossed in cultivating his own unique flow of soul power, he was only roused when the judgment sword emitted a resonant hum, and a fierce gust of air enveloped him, prompting him to open his eyes. Opposite him, Zhang Yin stood resolutely, adopting a defensive stance in a horse-riding posture. The second soul skill enhances defense, and coupled with frenzy, one could assert that even standing still, a typical two-ring soul master would struggle to breach his defenses. Yet, the individual before him instilled an inexplicable sense of dread, akin to the imminent threat of being slain by a sword. A seemingly absurd thought surfaced in his mind, insurmountable strength. Shaking his head, Zhang Yin clearly struggled to believe that anyone, let alone a low-ranking soul master, could defeat him. Xiao Yi wielded his sword with one hand. The winds generated occasionally slicing into his own skin, blood oozing from the wounds. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, his gaze steady and devoid of emotion, unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent. In that moment, Xiao Yi experienced a flicker of enlightenment, grasping the essence of the sword. Yu Xiaojing observed the wounds on Xiao Yi and paused, then, disregarding decorum, erupted into hearty laughter, drawing curious glances from others. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the 7 monsters felt a tinge of embarrassment. Tang Sen inquired, "Teacher, what is the matter?" Tang Sen had never witnessed Yu Xiaojing lose his composure, even upon encountering his proud disciple, or during a reunion with old friends, or facing peril against soul beasts. His reactions had only been intense, yet composed. Yu Xiaojing, brimming with excitement, declared, "Tang San, I have always believed your talent and intellect to be among the finest on the continent. Yet, it appears my perspective has been limited within just one academy. There emerges a rival capable of contending with you throughout your life. No, he may even surpass you. If there are no significant conflicts between you, this continent shall belong to you both." The others remained discreetly silent. Tang San frowned. He had never considered himself the best, well aware that there were greater talents beyond. He was astute enough to discern whom Yu Xiaojing referred to, yet he was puzzled by what had led Yu Xiaojing to recognize Xiao Yi's exceptional qualities. "Teacher, you mean Xiao Yi, right? But why do you say so?" Yu Xiaojing, unperturbed, explained with care, "Observe closely. Faint traces of sword wind can be perceived around Xiao Yi. His wounds are inflicted by these winds, which embody the essence of the sword. Sword intent? I have felt it from Grandpa Jin, yet it always seemed fleeting." Yu Xiaojing nodded. "Indeed, it is sword intent. On this continent, there exists a master swordsman, titled Sword, universally acknowledged as the strongest in swordsmanship. Even he has yet to fully comprehend sword intent." Ma Hongjun, in a daze, remarked, "So, Xiao Yi has grasped it?" Dai Mubai tapped his head, "Of course. He has cultivated it. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't have said so." The others remained silent, awaiting Yu Xiaojing's response. Dai Mubai was partially correct. Xiao Yi could not be deemed to have fully comprehended it, but he had certainly attained some insight, albeit still struggling with control, for otherwise he would not have sustained injuries. Nonetheless, this was a commendable foundation. Should the sword Douluo personally instruct him, the results would be even more remarkable. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. With a sudden swiftness akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, Xiaoyi surged forward, while cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yan's brow. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the formidable nature of his opponent and recognized his own folly in attempting to withstand a strike. There was no sound of collision. The sword of judgment cleaved through Zhang Yan's soul power defense as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Just before impact, Zhang Yan hastily conceded, exclaiming, "Stop. I admit defeat." It was no jest. Had he not surrendered, the blade's prowess would have surely left him in tatters. Yu Xiaozhang nodded in acknowledgement. To be candid, after Zhang Yan's transformation, he had not anticipated that Xiaoyi, without relying on soul skills, would emerge victorious. He regarded it as merely an exercise, yet was pleasantly surprised to witness Xiaoyi not only claim victory, but also grasp the essence of sword intent. Although the battle transitioned from a 2-on-2 to a 1-on-1, the audience expressed no dissatisfaction. This confrontation may not have been breathtakingly extraordinary, but it was undeniably captivating, serving as an inspiration to soul masters. Even those with lower soul power levels could triumph over formidable adversaries. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a shadow quietly slipped away from a dark corner. Chapter 60. The royal duel. Despite the seemingly effortless victory for Xiaoyi, he had indeed reached his limit. His mental energy was completely drained, his soul power nearly depleted, and his body bore numerous wounds. As Zhang Yan rose from the ground, his frenzy dissipated, and he spoke weakly, "You're impressive, far stronger than I." Although masked, his physique hinted at his approximate age, rendering the term boy quite fitting. He was not foolish enough to overlook such details. "You're not too shabby yourself, certainly stronger than the average great soul master. While both of us serve supportive roles, one cannot deny your prowess." The principle of reciprocity held true. Courteous individuals are often the most esteemed. The host finally regained his composure, his voice resonating throughout the arena. "What a splendid match. I hereby declare that Shrek Academy, the seven-treasure glazed tile school, emerges victorious." Though the outcome was known, the audience erupted in cheers. Most overlooked a crucial detail. Xiaoyi had never employed soul skills throughout the competition, be it in 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 encounters. Before Yu Xiaozhang could utter a word, the seven prodigies rushed forward to assist the weakened Xiaoyi, showering him with various inquiries and greetings. It was not that Yu Xiaozhang opposed Xiaoyi joining the Shrek Seven, but rather that Xiaoyi himself had declined, expressing a desire to be the unsung hero behind the group. Furthermore, he possessed a temperament that was anything but ostentatious. The longest-lived individuals are not necessarily the strongest. The wise can also prevail, for they understand the value of endurance and discretion. One often cannot recognize the true leaders behind the scenes. Those who are vociferous are typically the subordinates or enforcers. This evening, Shrek Academy is set to engage in a seven-man team competition against a notably formidable adversary, the Frenzied Battle Team, composed entirely of soul masters at the third ring level. Among the seven monsters, 3 are still some distance from achieving the rank of soul master. This presents a challenge for the seven monsters, and many spectators anticipate a loss for Shrek, given that they are a newly registered team. In the eyes of the public, their coordination and soul power are inferior to their opponents, making defeat seem inevitable. However, only the astute recognize that the thrilling matches today predominantly feature Shrek Academy's students, who possess confidence in their ability to overcome their rivals. In the lounge, Xiaoyi sat quietly, listening to Yu Xiaozhang provide guidance to the seven monsters. As he did not participate in the seven-man battle, he relished the opportunity for leisure. He was also confident that the seven monsters would not falter. Each member had their own unique skills and attributes. As expected, despite some difficulties, the seven monsters emerged victorious, with Shrek Academy achieving a flawless record today. Flandre was exuberant, as this was a significant financial boon for him. Given his avaricious nature, he could not help but laugh heartily, while Yu Xiaozhang maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Flandre inquired about Yu Xiaozhang's lack of enthusiasm, to which Yu Xiaozhang replied, "Isn't victory a normal occurrence? What is there to celebrate?" In truth, he merely feigned indifference, unaccustomed to expressing himself openly. In recent times, the members of Shrek have been competing daily in the Soul Arena, which is an integral part of their training. Ever since Xiaoyi triumphed over Zhang Yan, he has not encountered an opponent of similar strength. and each competition has been rather effortless. Meanwhile, the scores of the sausage duo have plummeted towards zero. They find themselves at a significant disadvantage against their rivals. Yet their performance remains commendable, especially considering the doubled points for challenging higher-level opponents. Of course, formidable adversaries stimulate growth, and during this period, the sausage duo has made rapid advancements. Oscar has not only stabilized his soul power, but has leveled up, while Ma Hongjun has achieved an impressive 28th level, marking a remarkable leap in progress. Not only they, but others in the team have also gained valuable experience to varying degrees. With competitions scheduled daily, today was no exception. This evening, the 7 monsters faced a particularly powerful opponent, the Imperial Battle Team. In fact, the challengers for Shrek's team were not necessarily their direct opponents, but were personally requested by the Soul Arena's management. Just 3 days prior, a team of Soul Masters arrived, all composed of Silver Soul Masters, seemingly summoned by several prominent nobles from Soto City. For 2 consecutive days, the esteemed nobles placed substantial bets on their champions, who, without any doubt, triumphed in the soul battles, inflicting significant losses upon the Grand Arena. Typically, Soul Masters who reach the Silver Soul battle level possess capabilities exceeding level 40. However, this particular team comprises entirely of Soul Venerates. The arena cannot contravene its regulations by pitting them against a team of mere Soul Disciples. Yet, if this trend persists, the Grand Arena may be unable to withstand the ongoing losses. Perhaps emboldened by their recent victories, the nobles increase their wagers today. Should they continue to lose, the arena might face dire straits. Yu Xiaojiang acquired the opponent's information. Each member of the Royal Battle Team exceeds level 35, with the captain standing at 39. All boasting optimal spirit ring configurations of 2 yellow and 1 blue. Many readers believe that a 1,000-year spirit ring is purple. However, as I have future uses for purple in later stages, I shall reluctantly categorize it as blue. I hope for your understanding. Their martial spirits are all of a high caliber, and the captain, Yu Tianheng, possesses the continent's most formidable assault beast martial spirit, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. They effortlessly overwhelmed the team from Shrek Academy, which had barely managed to defeat the Berserk team. Although the Shrek 7 possess optimal spirit ring configurations and commendable martial spirits, 3 of them have only recently entered the realm of Soul Venerates. And there are even 3 who are merely second-ring Soul Masters. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from making an immediate decision and instead inquired of the group, "What are your thoughts?" In truth, he had no necessity to ask. The rule at Shrek Academy is obedience. Yu Xiaojiang merely wished to gauge their sentiments, perhaps to discern if they were apprehensive before the battle. He granted them the illusion of choice, yet the ultimate decision lay with him. Xiaoyi scanned the 7 and noticed a few with downcast expressions. He spoke up, "Winning is not difficult." This phrase captured everyone's attention. The Royal Battle Team's streak of victories would undoubtedly lead to pride and complacency. They were young, and Xiaoyi doubted their ability to calmly devise strategies. In the arena, strength is not the sole determinant. There is also this. With that, he gestured to his head. "How would we know unless we try? What if we win? And if we lose, what then? Are you afraid of losing?" Instantly, the fighting spirit of the 7 ignited. "Indeed, what is there to fear? They might not even lose. Then you shall participate. I, for one, will not." Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang consented to enter the competition, of course, not without compensation, whether in points or monetary gain. The stakes were considerable. It could be said that should Shrek triumph in this contest, graduation would be within reach. The primary reason for Yu Xiaojiang's agreement was the opportunity for the 7 to train. A Silver Soul battle team that garners such attention from the Soto Grand Soul Arena, combined with their optimal spirit rings, would provide invaluable experience for the Shrek 7. Yu Xiaojiang instructed them to devise their own strategies, stepping back entirely. In his words, "If I must do everything, what purpose does it serve to cultivate them?" Quite right. The battle was protracted and filled with breathtaking intensity. Tang San and his companions initially inflicted severe damage on the arrogant captain, Yu Tianheng. However, the formidable support and defense of their adversaries proved overwhelming, resulting in injuries to Xiaowu. This misfortune ignited the fury of the other 6 members. Daimobai and Zhu Shiqing showcased their strength for the first time, employing their martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger. Tang San also unleashed his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, against the healed Yu Tianheng. The existence of Tang San's external spirit bone was not concealed from the Shrek team, as Yu Xiaojiang had permitted its use in the competition. Ultimately, the Shrek 7 narrowly triumphed. Yet, The secret of Tang San's external spirit bone could no longer remain hidden. Although many could not discern the difference between spirit bones and external spirit bones, the former held enough value to incite murder for acquisition. This was due to the unparalleled rarity of spirit bones compared to spirit rings. Chapter 61. After the match in the resting room of the Imperial Combat Team, Yu Tianheng and his 6 companions stood in a line before a young man appearing to be in his 20s, named Qin Ming, who was their mentor. As a 6-ring spirit emperor on the verge of becoming a spirit saint, his achievements at such a young age were a rarity across the continent. Yu Tianheng and his comrades displayed expressions of shame, having lost the match despite their overwhelming spirit power. Qin Ming remained silent, observing them quietly. Yu Tianheng was his most prized disciple and a source of pride. He was not a gentle individual. Rather, he was exceedingly stern in his teachings, meting out severe punishments for any missteps. Yet, this time he refrained from expressing anger. Though this appears to be a defeat for you, it is, in fact, a blessing. Qin Ming remarked with a smile, lacking the sternness the Imperial Combat Team had anticipated. Yu Tianheng paused, gazing at Qin Ming, and a realization dawned upon him. Yu Tianheng, tell me, what have you learned? Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng replied, we must not be complacent. Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit. We were too careless. And what about the victories of the past 2 days? What have you gleaned from them? Yu Tianheng hesitated, pondering for a long moment before sheepishly admitting, nothing. Qin Ming smiled faintly. Only through failure can one grow. Your journey thus far has been too smooth. An unchallenging path will lead to regression. This defeat serves as a precursor to your future successes. Moreover, your loss was not unjust. Not unjust. Yu Tianheng and his comrades shook their heads, and Qin Ming continued. Do you know why I say your loss was not unjust? In fact, it was to be expected. The 7 of them shook their heads once more. And Qin Ming elaborated, because they are from Shrek Academy. The motto of Shrek Academy is to only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Those who graduate from Shrek Academy, if they survive, are destined to become titled Douluos. What? Destined to become titled Douluos? The implication was clear to all present. Titled Douluos represented the pinnacle of power on the Douluo continent, an exalted status wherever one might go. Qin Ming's appraisal of Shrek Academy is exceedingly high, to the point of incredibility. Ignoring the astonishment of Yu Tianheng and the others, Qin Ming chuckled and pointed at himself, asking, what do you think of my talent? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tianheng replied, even within our family, there are few soul masters who ascend to the rank of soul sage before the age of 30. It is safe to say that the teacher's talent is formidable. While my own talent is commendable, it would be futile without diligent effort. It is through Shrek Academy's guidance that I have achieved my current standing. I firmly believe I will break through to title Douluo before I turn 50. Teacher, he added. Qin Ming nodded. I am indeed a graduate of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, do you think my teaching methods were imparted by chance? Over the course of more than 20 years since its establishment, Shrek Academy has graduated only a handful of students, and among them, I am the sole one yet to attain the rank of Soul Sage. Though they may be older than I dare assert that my talent is undeniably among the least. Thus, your defeat is not unjustified. The royal battle team gasped in astonishment. Qin Ming is the most exceptional and gifted teacher of their academy, and yet he ranks among the bottom tier of Shrek graduates. This revelation speaks volumes about the true strength of Shrek Academy. Yu Tianheng, you are my most esteemed disciple. And your adversaries are not limited to the one who bested you, Tang San, but also that unassuming Xiao Yi. Have you not noticed that since the commencement of the competition, he has nearly never utilized his soul skills yet has effortlessly overpowered his opponents? And his soul power is only at the 25th level, a recent advancement? Now, reflect upon this. I shall pay a visit to my long-unseen teacher, Xiao Yi. In the Shrek Lounge, as Flandra was praising the 7 monsters, a figure approached with measured steps. Before the person arrived, their voice heralded their presence. Greetings, Dean Flandra. Deputy Dean Zhao Wujia. How do you fare? Your disciple, Qin Ming, pays his respects. It was none other than Qin Ming from the royal battle team. He hurriedly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Flandra, his eyes brimming with excitement. Flandra chuckled. I thought you had long forgotten about us, you rascal. You don't even speak upon our reunion. Zhao Wujia assisted Qin Ming to his feet, scrutinizing him from head to toe. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, Ah, good lad. Soon to be a soul sage, you are becoming increasingly formidable. It seems it will not be long before you catch up to us old-timers. Ha ha. Qin Ming stood respectfully, hands clasped, proclaiming, Regardless of the time, you two shall forever be my teachers, and I shall always be a disciple of Shrek Academy. I am a proud graduate of Shrek Academy." Qin Ming respectfully bowed to Yu Xiaojiang, who evaded the gesture, leaving Qin Ming somewhat surprised. He later learned that Yu Xiaojiang is Yu Tianheng's uncle and of the same generation as Qin Ming, which is why he did not acknowledge the gesture. "Teachers, since the student has returned after much effort, allow me to treat you all to this meal." Qin Ming was well aware of Flinder's character, especially his penchant for collecting monsters. Given that Shrek Academy's finances were rather lacking, it was fortunate that he was not in need of funds himself. Thus, treating others to a meal was quite a normal occurrence. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Flinder's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh, how could this be?" he exclaimed. Despite his protestations, his eyes betrayed his excitement. Initially reluctant to host a banquet, he could not dismiss the opportunity, especially since it required no expenditure on his part. Qin Ming, understanding Flinder's nature, did not express any disdain. He seated himself at the dining table alongside Flinder and Zhao Wujia, reminiscing about old times. Meanwhile, the students engaged in their own conversations. "Xiaoyi, your points must be the lowest now." Barely scraping into the Silver Soul Arena, remarked Ma Hongjun with a mischievous grin. Over the course of this period, everyone had advanced to the Silver Soul Arena, which surprised all. Tang Sen had achieved an undefeated record, advancing to the Gold Soul Arena. Although Xiaoyi was also undefeated, his participation was limited to one-on-one and two-on-two matches, resulting in the least points. Before Xiaoyi could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected with displeasure. "Humph, are you that strong? You only earn points in team competitions. Just look at your two-on-two scores." Oscar, not to be outdone, chimed in, asserting that he and Ma Hongjun were a formidable pair. "We are challenging beyond our level. That is already commendable." "Humph." Ning Rongrong, aware of the prowess of the grilled sausage duo, refrained from further argument, acknowledging that their victories were indeed impressive. Observing Xiao Yi, Qin Ming inquired of Flinder, "Teacher, has this child not participated in team competitions?" Flinder nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he chose not to participate. However, his strength is sufficient to contend with Soul Kings. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang assigning him a special task, I would have enrolled him in the Soul King tier competitions. A special task? Does that mean he cannot utilize his soul skills? That is truly remarkable, even surpassing Tianheng. I wonder how my junior perceives my student? Qin Ming was astute enough to grasp the implications of Flinder's subtle hints regarding the special task. Xiao Yi, wiping Ning Rongrong's greasy mouth with a smile, remarked, "Your students are quite impressive as well, though I have little interest beyond the healing type Yilingling." Tang Sen nudged Xiao Yi and gestured towards Ning Rongrong, who was now visibly agitated. Xiao Yi, slightly flustered, quickly added, "It is merely her martial soul. I find her martial soul, fascinating." Noticing the unsatisfactory teaching environment for his juniors, Qin Ming proposed that they attend the Tiando Royal Academy for their studies. After some deliberation, Flinder agreed, stipulating that any honors earned by the students would belong to the Tiando Royal Academy, yet the students would forever remain a part of Shrek. Chapter 62. A visit home. Once Flinder had come to terms with the situation, his mood naturally improved. He embraced Yu Xiaojiang and remarked, "Xiaojiang, did you see your nephew just now?" Yu Xiaojiang nodded, not concealing the truth. "That young man has not disappointed me." "Ha. How could your nephew be lacking? Come, let us celebrate with some drinks." The following day, the members of Shrek returned to the quaint little village, while Qin Ming escorted his students back to the Royal Academy. Upon their arrival at the academy, Flinder issued a swift command, "Prepare for departure to Heaven Do." At that moment, Xiaoyi sat alone atop the roof, gazing at the bustling Shrek Academy, murmuring to himself, "The training has concluded. Perhaps it is time to visit home. I wonder how my mother and sister are faring." Xiaoyi approached Flinder's office and knocked gently on the door. A voice from within called out, "Come in." Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang were engrossed in a discussion regarding the future development of Shrek when they were taken aback by Xiao Yi's entrance. He approached Flinder's desk and stated, "Dean, teacher, this phase of my training has come to an end, and I wish to return home." Return home? Qian Xiaoyi was initially adopted by Pope Bibidong and, due to his remarkable talent, became the holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he had little interest in such hollow titles and donned a mask, taking on the alias Xiao Yi as he arrived at Shrek Academy. Within the academy, only Ning Rongrong was aware of his true identity. As time passed, a sense of homesickness inevitably arose. Xiao Yi nodded, and Yu Xiaojiang inquired, "Returning home is acceptable, but is the journey safe?" Will anyone be there to meet you? Yes. My family is quite concerned and has sent many people for my safety, he replied. Flander asked, when will you return? Will you be back for the continental competition? I will, Xiao Yi assured him. Very well, I grant you permission. Although Yu Xiaojiang was strict, he was not inflexible, under the premise of safety. Returning home posed no issue, especially for a child of about 10, who naturally yearns for home after such a prolonged absence. Are you really leaving? Ning Rongrong asked. Her voice tinged with reluctance upon learning of Xiao Yi's departure. Xiao Yi gently caressed her silky hair, saying, Rongrong, wait for me. Okay, she replied. Daimubai. With his straightforward nature, wrapped an arm around Xiao Yi's shoulder. Little Yi, you must return for the competition, even if you do not participate. You should come to see our splendid performance, right? Please take care. Don't worry, I have my guards. Well then, brothers, I shall take my leave. Rongrong. Do strive to grow stronger by our next meeting. After bidding farewell to Shrek, Xiao Yi embarked on his journey. Beside him walked an unassuming elderly man named Gue Mei, one of the elders from the Spirit Hall. All the members of the worship hall were titled Douluo, and Gue Mei held the title of Ghost Douluo. Alongside another titled Douluo, Yu Guan, and Zhu Douluo, who served as the Pope's right-hand men, they had watched Qian Xiaoyi grow up. Xiao Yi was quite perceptive, albeit mischievous, often teasingly tugging at their beards, much to their chagrin. Nevertheless, Gue Mei held a deep affection for the boy, having no children of his own. He regarded Xiao Yi as his own. Apart from Bibi Dong, he was the one who cherished Xiao Yi the most. Recently, the Pope had dispatched him and Yu Guan to visit Xiao Yi, intending to observe him discreetly. However, they were soon awkwardly discovered. Just days ago, Bibi Dong informed them that Xiao Yi would be returning, and Gue Mei eagerly volunteered to personally escort him back to the Spirit Hall. Concerned about potential mishaps, Bibi Dong did not object. Little Yi, how have you been lately? Have they troubled you? Gue Mei asked, his tone commanding yet hinting at an underlying protectiveness. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and said, Ghost uncle, do you think I am so easily bullied? It is already commendable that I do not bully others. The ghostly figure chuckled heartily. Indeed, you are quite formidable. However, I have heard whispers that you are often tormented by a girl from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Is that merely a rumor? Qian Xiaoyi's face suddenly flushed crimson, and she awkwardly stammered, I was merely being considerate towards her. A gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Gue Mei chuckled softly. That girl, I am aware of her. She is the young lady of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, indeed remarkable. Both her talent and status are worthy of you. Pray tell, have you and she taken that step together? What? That? Which? Please clarify. Oh, you incorrigible old man. What are you thinking? We are still young. I shall ignore you now. Ha. Gue Mei, undeterred by the reprimand, remained unruffled, even pulling at his beard, seemingly unconcerned. By the way, Uncle Gue, how are my sister and mother faring? Qian Xiaoyi, feeling vulnerable, deftly redirected the conversation, seamlessly changing the topic without a trace of flaw. The esteemed Pope is well. However, my sister. Qian Xiaoyi felt a sudden tightness in her heart and exclaimed, What happened to my sister? Gue Mei gently patted Qian Xiaoyi's head and replied, It's nothing. Your sister is merely on a mission and is not at the Spirit Hall. It may take a considerable amount of time for her to return, but do not worry. The pufferfish and the serpent spear are closely guarding her side. With their strength, she is quite safe. Does that mean I won't see my sister when I return home? Pretty much. By the way, the Pope has also arranged a teacher for you. A teacher? Who is it? That's a secret. Uncle Gue, you are the worst. In a room sat a woman with flowing golden hair, her features exquisitely delicate. Clad in a regal yellow robe, she exuded an air of nobility and aloofness, engrossed in a book. Flanking her were two individuals, one stout and the other slender, silently guarding her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, Master, we have received intelligence. The woman spoke slowly, Come in. As she spoke, a human mask appeared on her face, and her golden locks transformed into a short hairstyle. The visitor knelt at the doorway. Master, news has arrived from the Spirit Hall. Qian Xiaoyi has returned. The prince's body trembled subtly, and he responded softly, You may leave. Yes. Once the messenger departed, the slender figure beside him spoke, Young master, since Xiaoyi has returned, should we go and see her? With our abilities, we would not be detected. What is there to see? I shall not return. All right, you two may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads, noting his reticence. Young master, There is one matter I forgot to mention. Our informant reports that Xiaoyi is with the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The young master sprang to his feet. Together? How old are they? After a moment of contemplation, he slowly sat back down. What does it matter to me? He feigned calmness. Every time Qian Xiaoyi was mentioned, the young master could not find peace. They, too, understood the reason behind it. They were also curious, for the young master had once despised Qian Xiaoyi. What had prompted such a transformation? Qian Rinxua sat upon the chair, her gaze fixed upon the book in her hands. Yet her thoughts seemed to drift away to an unknown realm. Qian Xiaoyi and Gui may return safely to the spirit hall, where Bibi Dong had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. The moment she heard that Qian Xiaoyi was coming back, her excitement was palpable. She had been eagerly anticipating this reunion. And at last, Qian Xiaoyi returned unscathed. In truth, Bibi Dong's concerns were somewhat unwarranted, as having a titled Douluo present ensured there was little to fear. Chapter 63, Master Ah. At long last, I am home. Mother. Bibi Dong smiled gently as she ruffled his hair, her eyes brimming with affection. It had been quite a while since she last saw her precious son. He had grown taller and become significantly stronger. It seems that Shrek Academy has indeed been beneficial, as he had astonishingly approached the 30th level in such a short span of time, though it must have come with its share of hardships. Qian Xiaoyi has also become more lively. Well, are you okay? One must endure hardships to rise above others, as my mother taught me. Haha, you are right. Without effort, even a genius may fall into decline. However, now that we are home, let's remove the masks. You two siblings are both wearing human skin masks. All right. Qian Xiaoyi took off the mask, revealing a handsome face that, although still youthful, was already quite striking. Mom, what is my sister's task? Hee, that's a secret. Now, don't look so glum. Go see Grandpa. He misses you very much. When you return, I will introduce you to a teacher who is perfectly suited for you. Upon hearing for the second time that there would be a teacher, Qian Xiaoyi could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Mom, please tell me who it is. Bibi Dong blinked playfully and replied, Sure, it's a secret. Humph, you're the worst, Mom. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Grandpa to play. Bibi Dong watched as Qian Xiaoyi's figure retreated, lost in her thoughts. Grandpa, Xiaoyi is back. Xiaoyi has come to see you. Even before her arrival, her voice had already announced her presence. Qian Douluo detested any disruption to his cultivation, his temper flaring ominously. However, upon hearing the voice of Qian Xiaoyi, a knowing smile graced his aged visage. Though this boy was not of his bloodline, there was an undeniable fondness for him. In his youth, Qian Xiaoyi was mischievous, delighting in pulling the beards of others. Nearly every worshipper of the spirit hall had fallen victim to his playful antics, while those fortunate enough to escape either shaved or simply lacked facial hair. One day, Qian Xiaoyi climbed onto Qian Daolia's lap and, with a firm grip, yanked at a small tuft of his beard, producing a sharp ripping sound. The entire spirit hall fell silent, as none had ever dared to be so audacious. Many witnesses felt a chill of apprehension for the young rascal, yet Qian Douluo merely chuckled, devoid of reproach, even encouraging the boy to seek out others if he desired more. From that moment, an unusual custom emerged within the spirit hall. No one, regardless of age or gender, was to keep facial hair, though women, naturally, were exempt. Grandson, how long have you been back? Why did you not inform your grandfather? He inquired. I just returned. Look, I came to see you right away. Is there a reward for me? Oh, Qian Douluo expressed surprise. Qian Xiaoyi was seldom one to request rewards like other children. When he did, it signified a genuine need, and Qian Douluo was never one to be stingy. Very well. What do you desire? Whatever you wish, grandfather shall provide. Really? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in delight. Grandfather, I want my sister. This request left Qian Douluo somewhat flustered. Ah, your sister is currently on an important mission. He felt awkward, having just promised, and then faltered. Qian Xiaoyi understood that the likelihood of her sister's return was exceedingly slim, and she did not wish to impose. After all, the Continental Youth Soul Master competition would eventually take place. In order to ease Qian Daolia's heart, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, Grandfather, may I have a soul bone, please? Qian Douluo smiled, a reflection of his fondness for his grandson. Qian Xiaoyi always took others' feelings into account, understanding that, given his nature, he would inevitably compel Qian Xiaoyi to make a request, one that could not be too simple, as it must align with his status. A soul bone held little significance for Qian Douluo, yet for others, it was a treasure of immense rarity. Qian Xiaoyi's request was fitting for his lineage and provided him with a graceful means of retreat. Qian Daolu, excellent. It's merely a soul bone, isn't it? You are of the assault type, so I shall select one for you when the time comes. Moreover, it will be one of 10,000 years. Since you are my grandson, you must have only the finest. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the boisterously laughing Qian Daolu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Grandfather, I would prefer not to pursue the offensive path. Might you grant me a support type one instead? Ideally, something related to gemstones. Qian Daolu blinked, then regarded Qian Xiaoyi with a peculiar gaze. Xiaoyi, you wouldn't be referring to that little girlfriend from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, would you? That's none of your concern. Are you giving it, or not? Yes, yes, yes. Let us go and fetch it now. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha, for what? After a while, Qian Xiaoyi arrived at the hall of the Pope, where Bibi Dong awaited him. Beside Bibi Dong stood an elderly man, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, who regarded Qian Xiaoyi with a gaze imbued with a peculiar essence. Upon seeing Qian Xiaoyi return, Bibi Dong exclaimed, "Xiaoyi, come and meet your master." As soon as she finished speaking, the elder beside Bibi Dong interjected, "Your Holiness, I have traversed the continent for many years without taking on a single disciple. It is not due to a lack of strength on my part, but rather the absence of one I deem worthy. Without my endorsement, even those of noble birth will not be accepted as my pupils. Thus, to claim that I am his master is rather premature." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, then turned her attention to Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi felt a sense of discomfort. Was the old man not speaking of him? Moreover, he still sought his approval. Whether or not he would acknowledge him as a master remained uncertain. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi perfectly embodied the essence of saying one thing while meaning another. "Esteemed elder, how might I earn your approval?" The old man chuckled softly and replied, "Engage in a match with me. All you need to do is demonstrate qualities that I find admirable." Bai Bidong immediately felt displeased, and just as she was about to intervene, Qian Xiaoyi said, "Very well. But esteemed elder, your prowess must be considerable. I have only practiced for a few years. How could I possibly compete with you? Thus, are you suggesting that?" Qian Xiaoyi refrained from continuing his discourse, yet it was evident to all what he intended to convey, a plea for leniency. The old man's acquiescence would be fortunate. Refusal, however, would render him the subject of ridicule, for the powerful are indeed sensitive to their reputation. The elder chuckled softly, "Clever little one, I am Qinshin, known as the Sword. I shall refrain from striking. Instead, I will allow you to attack until you are satisfactory. Is that agreeable? Allow me to attack, and to do so until you are satisfied? Wait a moment. The Sword Douluo? From Rongrong's sect? Yu Xiaojiang once mentioned that the Sword Douluo is the foremost swordsman on the continent. I wonder if I could truly become his disciple. It is no wonder he harbors animosity towards me. Any discerning individual could ascertain that I have absconded with his little princess. In the eyes of the Sword Douluo, Ning Rongrong resembles a granddaughter, and it would indeed be perplexing if he were pleased. Furthermore, there are many scoundrels on the continent." Qian Xiaoyi dared not show any disrespect. After all, it was essential to leave a good impression. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not alter the undeniable truth of his own weakness. If he wished to grow stronger, he required a suitable mentor, and the master whom Bibi Dong had found for him was indeed commendable. Thus, he humbly submitted to the elder's wishes, hoping for mercy from the Venerable One. Chapter 64, All Power Humph. "Come forth, young man. Let me witness your strength, and see if you are worthy of being my disciple. If you can make my legs move even once, you shall be deemed the victor." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt hesitant. To provoke the Sword Douluo into action, one would need to be at least a 4-ring soul master. However, she refrained from expressing her reservations, for the Sword Douluo was not her subordinate. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Indeed, the Sword Douluo was arrogant. Yet he possessed the credentials to be so. Being the continent's foremost swordsman was no trifling matter. In truth, the Sword Douluo was not inherently arrogant. He merely harbored grievances regarding Qian Xiaoyi's entanglement with Ning Rongrong. To him, the boy was merely toying with emotions, utterly oblivious to the essence of love. Ning Rongrong had grown under his watchful eye, and he understood her character well. If she were to be abandoned, her life would become insipid, a perpetual source of anguish. Interesting. Well then, old man, I shall now display my inadequacies. Qian Xiaoyi recognized that the individual before him was not one he could defeat, and even inflicting a mere scratch would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he readied himself with utmost seriousness. In the presence of overwhelming advantage, one might inevitably become complacent. and even the continent's greatest swordsman was not immune to this tendency. The opportunity for Qian Xiaoyi's victory lay in that moment of underestimation, where he could launch a surprise. Decisive attack. Buzz. The sword of judgment materialized in his grasp, accompanied by one yellow and one blue soul ring manifesting behind him. Sword Douluo Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. Perhaps, just perhaps, this young man could indeed become his disciple. Soul rings exceeding the optimal ratio are referred to as supermatching soul rings. The higher the quality of the soul ring, the greater the capacity required from the soul master. The optimal matching soul ring is calculated based on the maximum lifespan suitable for the soul master. However, this does not apply universally. There are exceptional cases of prodigies with extraordinary physical capabilities who can endure soul rings of greater age, thus forming supermatching soul rings. Historically, while the occurrence of supermatching soul rings has been exceedingly rare, each instance represented a once-in-a-century talent, provided they do not meet an untimely demise. Such individuals invariably stand atop the continent. Bibi Dong observed the proceedings with keen interest. Although she trusted Chen Xian to maintain control, she could not entirely quell her worries. She held no particular thoughts regarding Qian Xiaoyi's soul rings. The first was a mere 800-year-old, and the second, 1,000 years, was quite standard, was it not? Chen Xian had indeed begun to entertain the idea of taking on a disciple. Yet the thought of that little demon girl being taken away left him in a foul mood. Recently, she had sent him a letter urging him to accept Qian Xiaoyi as a pupil. He had never received such an honor himself. Just thinking about it fueled his irritation. This boy must be made to endure some hardship, or he would not find peace at night. If it were not for the little demon girl's letter, even the Pope's entreaties would be in vain. Humph, young man, just you wait. Upon summoning his martial soul, Qian Xiaoyi felt a chill run down his spine. Puzzled, he noticed Chen Xian gazing at him with an odd expression. While the specifics eluded Qian Xiaoyi, the general sentiment was clear. His days of peace seemed, perhaps, to be drawing to a close. Chen Xian nodded, foregoing the use of his martial soul or revealing his spirit rings, and simply gestured to Qian Xiaoyi with a beckoning hand. Come forth, young one. With a powerful push, he launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. Among great soul masters, only those of the agility type could rival his speed. Qian Xiaoyi was certainly swift, yet who was Chen Xian? A titled Douluo. The battles he had endured were beyond anything Qian Xiaoyi could fathom, rendering Qian Xiaoyi's speed, in his eyes, rather sluggish. Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware that his speed could not escape the discerning gaze of Chen Xian. His acceleration was not intended to provoke Chen Xian. Rather, he sought to enhance the potency of his strike at the moment of impact. Although Chen Xian could not evade the blow, he was unfazed by such trivial attacks. In his perspective, this level of aggression could be effortlessly dissipated with his external soul power. True to this notion, he made no overt movement. At the very instant Qian Xiaoyi's judgment sword descended, a wall of soul power materialized around him, contrary to expectations of a thunderous clash. Qian Xiaoyi's sword became suspended in midair. Qian Xiaoyi displayed not a hint of surprise, and with a touch of irony remarked, "Isn't it astonishing that a great soul master could defeat a titled Douluo?" Chen Xian replied nonchalantly, "Not bad. It surpasses the usual attacks of a typical 30-level soul master by a slight margin." Though his expression remained composed, Chen Xian had already acknowledged Qian Xiaoyi's prowess. That recent strike was merely a shade weaker than that of a formidable attack-type soul sage, yet it surpassed the offensive capabilities of a speed-type soul sage. To unleash the damage of a soul sage while relying solely on the strength of a great soul master is indeed a remarkable feat. However, Chen Xian refrained from voicing his thoughts. He wished to observe the limits of this young talent, curious to see if he could manifest the power of a four-ring soul ancestor. Such strength, this is the essence of a titled Douluo. Qian Xiaoyi took a few steps back, preparing to utilize his soul rings. 2 soul rings shimmered as he compressed his first soul skill, Sword Qi, onto the blade of the Judgment Sword, subtly unleashing it. Coupled with his second soul skill, Enhancement, which augmented his physical attributes by 10% across the board, he exhibited remarkable prowess. During his extensive time at Shrek Academy, Qian Xiaoyi's control over his soul power, while not yet masterful, had become quite proficient, allowing him to momentarily attach his first soul skill to the blade. With his current speed, his attack power had reached a level that could rival advanced soul masters, and he was not far off from the soul sect either. Qian Xiaoyi seldom employed his second soul skill, either due to its lack of necessity or the disapproval of Yu Shaojiang. This time, however, he finally unleashed this soul skill, only to find himself facing a tidal Douluo. Qian Xiaoyi struck forcefully, this time channeling the majority of his strength. Yet, Chen Xian remained utterly composed, raising his arm and extending a finger to gently touch the sword of judgment. Clang! Qian Xiaoyi soared back with both his form and sword. After a brief moment of contemplation, he charged forward once more. At the instant of impact, he extended his left hand. With a resounding thud, the outcome remained unchanged. He was once again sent flying back. However, the expression on Chen Xian's face transcended mere surprise. It was sheer astonishment. No one, not even Bibi Dong, had discerned the peculiar nature of the previous encounter. Only those who experienced it firsthand could grasp its essence. Chen Xian cast a glance at Qian Xiaoyi's left hand, which was adorned with a crystalline, bone-like glove, its fingertips sharp and menacing. Having traversed the continent for many years, he recognized the artifact instantly. It was an external soul bone. Distinct from regular soul bones, external soul bones are far rarer and more precious, for they possess the ability to evolve infinitely. In fact, at the moment Qian Xiaoyi's hand made contact, even Chen Xian's arm quivered. It is noteworthy that only an entity of at least a 5-ring soul king could instigate such a reaction. Moreover, Chen Xian's gaze fell upon his fingers, where a crimson mark lingered. This was the very point that had borne the brunt of Qian Xiaoyi's judgment sword. The sword strike from Qian Xiaoyi had been remarkably sharper, significantly surpassing his previous attempts. Most importantly, Qian Xiaoyi had attained a glimpse of sword intent. Albeit merely a fleeting understanding, it was nonetheless impressive. Chen Xian, known as the sword maniac, had dedicated himself fervently to the art of swordsmanship, achieving extraordinary talent through relentless effort, which had culminated in his current prowess. Yet, even he had grasped the essence of sword intent only at the age of 20. Under the tutelage of a master, marking him as one of the earliest known individuals to do so on the continent, essentially a record breaker. In contrast, Qian Xiaoyi, devoid of a master, had shattered his record. Chen Xian could not help but chuckle wryly, pondering that perhaps his record would stand for the shortest duration imaginable. Chapter 65. The continuation of dreams. Qian Xiaoyi has acquired a wealth of knowledge at Shrek Academy and has begun to master the flow of soul power, known as soul current. Once, he could only apply it with great difficulty and required considerable preparation time. Now, while a brief moment of preparation is still necessary to utilize the soul current, his proficiency has improved significantly compared to before. Qian Xiaoyi lay weakly on the ground, with only he and the sword Douluo aware of the events that had just transpired. He had unleashed the skill crush from his left-hand external spirit bone, the enhancement of his soul skill lingering unceasingly. Coupled with the flow of soul energy and the essence of sword intent, it had induced a tremor in Chen Xian's arm, who had grown complacent. The intent behind his previous 2 strikes was not to inflict damage but to create an illusion in Chen Xian's mind, leading him to believe he had reached his limit. This deception would cause Chen Xian to let his guard down, allowing for a surprise attack with full force. However, the price paid was the complete depletion of Qian Xiaoyi's mental strength, soul power, and physical stamina. Young one, you failed to make my legs budge, thus. You have lost. Bibi Dong and Qian Xiaoyi sighed, pondering the outcome. Yet, I have resolved to take you as my disciple. Chen Xian chuckled softly, replying, I said you lost, but I did not say that losing means you cannot take on disciples, did I? We never made a wager. Surely, you do not believe that as a mere great spirit master, you could rival a tidal Douluo? In this match, victory was never within your grasp. Perhaps if you were a spirit king, there might have been hope. Qian Xiaoyi's lips curled in disdain. What was wrong with this old man? How could he be so shameless? I find myself utterly lacking in comparison. Although Qinshin had already reached the venerable age of 70, appearing rather aged, the lifespan of a soul master can indeed be extended through the enhancement of soul power. Thus, Qinshin was still in the prime of his life, making this an opportune moment for him to take on disciples. After all, Shrek Academy, despite its close-knit relationships between students and teachers, could not impart to its students the full depth of knowledge due to the nature of their martial souls. Only a master can bestow upon their disciple the entirety of their lifelong learning. So Qian Xiaoyi's decision to seek mentorship was entirely justified. Bibi Dong also revealed a smile. She was well aware of Qinshin's intentions. This Qinshin was a formidable powerhouse, having defeated countless foes with his 7-star sword. It was indeed a rare fortune for her son, who possessed exceptional talent, to have such a distinguished mentor. Her joy was entirely understandable. Qian Xiaoyi lay on the ground, smiling as he said, "Master, you have seen it. I am utterly exhausted and cannot perform the customary bow. Please do not expel me from the sect for this." Qianxin did not express any anger. He merely chuckled, finding the formalities utterly meaningless. "In my view, they are dreadfully tedious. Yet, you, my young disciple, have already acquired the coveted external soul bone that all soul masters yearn for, and you have grasped the essence of sword intent. If I were to overlook such a promising disciple, I would surely regret it. Very well, let us rest today. I shall return tomorrow to guide you." The following day, Qian Xiaoyi lamented, "Master, must you be so strict on the very first day? I am but a child." He leaned weakly against the tree trunk, expressing his grievances. Qian Xiaoyi did not consider himself to be someone who toiled with relentless diligence. Qianxin scoffed lightly. "Do you not understand that a strict master cultivates exceptional disciples? My expectations for you are exceedingly high." Qian Xiaoyi curled her lips, expressing her discontent as she remarked, "Humph, what can one hope for?" Chen Xian's demeanor was remarkably solemn as he slowly uttered two words, "Become divine." In the realm of Douluo continent, there exists a legend of gods. However, as mere folklore, few place their faith in it. Yet for individuals like Chen Xian, who stand at the pinnacle of soul masters, this could very well be a reality. I aspire to cultivate you into a divine being. For those of us who stand at the zenith, the ultimate dream is to become a deity. I am uncertain of my own hopes, but I sense that you possess the potential. Thus, I must be strict with you." Suddenly, Chen Xian grasped Qian Xiaoyi's shoulder and chuckled. "Moreover, you have eloped with our little princess. Do you expect me to be lenient?" A few months later, Chen Xian beheld Qian Xiaoyi before him, who had indeed not disappointed him. Over these months, she not only surpassed the 30th level but also attained a deeper understanding of sword intent. It is worth noting that grasping sword intent is not merely a matter of training. It necessitates perseverance, talent, and comprehension. Chen Xian remarked, "Xiaoyi, today I must return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You must continue to exert yourself and not lose heart in frivolities." "Understood. By the way, master here, this is for you." Qian Xiaoyi suddenly recalled something, and a flash from the soul guide on her wrist revealed a solid object resembling a right arm, which she presented to Chen Xian. Upon receiving it and examining it, Chen Xian gasped, "Is this a soul bone? A right arm bone with an age of 70,000 years?" This soul bone had been what Qian Xiaoyi had requested from Qian Douluo upon her return. Crafted from gemstones, Qian Douluo had no use for it, and since his grandson desired it, he gifted it to him. Although it held little value for Qian Douluo, its worth was immeasurable. A 70,000-year soul bone is among the finest, capable of causing many to fight fiercely for it. "Yes, I wish for you to take this soul bone back to the sect and present it to Rongrong when she returns. It is perfectly suited for her," Qian Xiaoyi stated. Chen Xian's gaze shifted slightly. Even he possessed no more than 4 soul bones, and his highest was merely 60,000 years old. He had not anticipated that Qian Xiaoyi would directly bestow a 70,000-year soul bone to another. "I do not care." "Huh." Qian Xiaoyi expressed her surprise. "Is the gift too burdensome?" Chen Xian replied, "If you wish to give a gift, you should do so yourself. The nature of our gifts differs. Your presentation to Rongrong would bring her greater joy. How can I deliver it? Do you expect me to go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Qian Xiaoyi felt a bit troubled. Chen Xian, unfazed, said, "Why not? You are not staying away forever. You have been home for several months now. It would be beneficial to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and merely inform the Pope." Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well. I shall go and gather my belongings." When Qian Xiaoyi mentioned to Bibi Dong their intention to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with unease. "Why must we leave again? We have only just returned a few months ago." Qian Xiaoyi understood her mother's reluctance to part with her. Yet there was no alternative. At that moment, Qianxin stepped into the room. He felt no obligation to bow to the Pope. He spoke, "Your Holiness, it is only by accompanying me that Xiaoyi can aspire to a brighter future. As a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, my return is paramount. By following me, Xiaoyi will avoid unnecessary detours and grow swiftly, learning to protect herself. Surely, Your Holiness wishes for Xiaoyi's safety? I shall safeguard her." Bibi Dong, however, was reluctant to relinquish her hold, unable to comprehend her deep-seated desire to keep Qian Xiaoyi by her side. Can the Pope guarantee his protection at all times? If he wishes to survive, he must grow stronger. It has been quite some time since anyone has ascended to godhood on this continent, Qinshin stated calmly. Bibi Dong's expression hardened. So, you aspire to create a god? She exclaimed. Very well, let Xiaoyi accompany you. But know this, should any harm befall her, you will face dire consequences. Qinshin smiled gently. Your Holiness need not threaten me. I will protect my own disciple with every ounce of my being. After all, she is the continuation of my dreams. Chapter 66. Hulaina and her brother Xie had a pitiable existence, having lost their parents to war at a tender age. Since then, they had been orphaned, relying solely on each other for survival. In the chaos of their world, they were forced to beg on the streets, occasionally resorting to thievery to sustain themselves. Over time, they became acutely aware of the pitying and disdainful gazes cast upon them by others. Fed up with such treatment, they contemplated harnessing their martial souls to forge their own livelihoods, believing that what they earned through their efforts would be far more fulfilling than any charity received. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on them. The Martial Soul Hall, with its numerous branches varying in size according to their remoteness, housed establishments that ranged from grand castles to modest towers. For the majority of the populace, the aspiration to become a soul master or to grow stronger was a universal dream, and Hulaina and her brother were no exceptions. Their local branch of the Martial Soul Hall, though modest, seemed like a sacred place to the siblings. They yearned to remain there. Xie led Hulaina to the Martial Soul Hall, eager to awaken their martial souls, but they were halted at the entrance by a gatekeeper. The Soul Master, appearing in a foul mood, glared menacingly and barked, What do you little brats want? Hulaina, trembling, hid behind her brother while Xie mustered his courage and replied, We come to awaken our martial souls. The gatekeeper erupted in laughter, casting a wicked glance at the quivering figure of Hulaina behind her brother. Your sister? He inquired, pointing at Hulaina. After a moment's hesitation, Xie nodded silently. The gatekeeper smirked maliciously. If you allow me to have some fun with your sister, I will let you both in. If you possess decent talent, fortune will surely favor you in the future. He discerned the profound loneliness of the siblings and seized the moment to speak. Although Hulaina was merely 7 years of age, her physique and countenance hinted at an extraordinary beauty that would undoubtedly captivate nations in the future. Furthermore, an elusive charm emanated from her, drawing him in. Xieyu's expression shifted. He was not wavering in his decision to protect his sister, but rather consumed by an unusual fury. He cherished Hulaina immensely, always striving to fulfill her every desire. Throughout the years, the instances of Hulaina going hungry paled in comparison to his own, and even instances of theft were orchestrated by him to shield her. Despite the hardships she faced, in Xieyu's eyes, she was akin to a little princess. Hearing the vile words of the Soul Master, it was only natural for him to be enraged. What if we are geniuses? Your future will not bode well. Are you truly willing to offend us? Xieyu made one last stand. The Soul Master chuckled. At that time, I had already shared a bed with your sister. If you are indeed geniuses, I shall gain from it. If not, it will merely be a fleeting amusement for me. I stand to lose nothing. Ha ha ha. Scum. Xieyou turned away with his sister, but the Soul Master's expression was one of reluctance. Though they were in the Spirit Hall's branch, leaving without permission would yield severe consequences. The prospect of letting Hulaina go unscathed was intolerable for him. Following this incident, Hulaina's perception of the Spirit Hall soured. She and her brother resolved to journey to the Spirit Hall's headquarters, awaken their soul powers, and escape. They abandoned any thoughts of remaining in the Spirit Hall, erasing the notion of a sacred sanctuary from their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, this decision would alter the course of their lives irrevocably. As the siblings entered Spirit City, they made their way directly to the Spirit Hall. The inhabitants of Spirit City were predominantly connected to Soul Masters and enjoyed a decent quality of life. In stark contrast, Hulaina and her brother, dressed in tattered clothes and appearing disheveled, felt utterly out of place. They did not dwell on such thoughts. Their singular focus was to awaken their soul powers and depart from this place. Not far along their path, they spotted a brightly dressed, lively little boy, who appeared to be searching for something. The gazes of those around him were filled with envy, jealousy, respect, and malice, yet none dared to act out. For this was Spirit City. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Hulaina realized that the child was none other than Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. To be candid, Hulaina felt a pang of jealousy towards Qian Xiaoyi. Why was there such a vast disparity between them, both being human? One lived a life of luxury, while the other toiled daily for sustenance, yet at 7 years old. She had not yet awakened her soul power. Before she could ponder further, Qian Shaoyi noticed them, his expression revealing mild surprise as he approached. In truth, the siblings felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was the Pope's son. A single word from him could determine their future path. Qian Shaoyi inquired, "What are your names? Are you from out of town? Have you gotten separated from your parents?" Hu Laina pushed aside the eager to speak Xiaoyu, feeling an inexplicable displeasure towards Qian Shaoyi, likely out of jealousy. "I am Hu Laina, and this is my brother, Xiaoyu. We have no parents, unlike you, who seem to have such good fortune." Xiaoyu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Qian Shaoyi might take offense at his sister's disrespect, which would spell doom for them both. Hu Laina, however, recognized her misstep but remained unfazed, as her feminine intuition suggested that Qian Shaoyi was easy to manipulate. Unexpectedly, Qian Shaoyi scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Will you forgive me? Let me treat you to a meal." Hu Laina was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile, "Sure. I happen to be quite hungry." Xiaoyu was surprised at how easily they had secured a meal. But he remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Qian Shaoyi's every move, fearful that he might act unpredictably. Of course, Qian Shaoyi was oblivious to these concerns. Observing the somewhat disheveled siblings, Qian Shaoyi suggested, "Before we eat, let us take a shower and change into some fresh clothes. It will make the meal more enjoyable." Without waiting for their consent, he led Hu Laina and her brother away. Naturally, they had no objections. Who wouldn't want to dress better? At the very least, it was time to change out of clothes they had worn for several years. Hu Laina and her brother had lived in such hardship that bathing was only possible during rain or when they encountered a stream. Thus, they felt no inclination to argue. Of course, they washed separately. As Hu Laina emerged from her bath, clad in fresh attire, Qian Shaoyi was momentarily entranced. The color pink seemed to suit her perfectly. The flowing pink dress accentuated her enchanting curves. Though her delicate features retained a hint of youth, they hinted at the budding beauty she was destined to become. Her large, doe-like eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, and her every movement exuded a charming grace. Years of hardship had imparted a poignant vulnerability to her, evoking an instinctive desire to offer her comfort. Among those of a similar age, he had only ever encountered his sister, Qian Renxue, who was a beauty in her own right. Now, with Hu Laina, he found that each possessed unique charms. Qian Renxue exuded nobility and cold elegance, while Hu Laina inspired a tender empathy. Chapter 67. Hu Laina with the freshly bathed and changed siblings in tow, they made their way to the dining hall, unbothered by expenses. "By the way, what brings you to the Soul Master City? Is there something you need to attend to, or someone you are searching for?" Qian Shaoyi asked, puzzled after their meal. Xiaoyu patted his round belly, cautioning, "It's not good for the stomach to eat too much when one is very hungry." He replied, "We are here to awaken our martial spirits." "Awaken your martial spirits?" Qian Shaoyi exclaimed, astonished. "You look to be around 7 or 8 years old. How is it possible that you have yet to awaken your martial spirits? I thought you might have defective martial spirits, and we're here looking for relatives." Hu Laina offered a wry smile. "Where would we find relatives? Due to the wars, our parents left us early, and my brother and I have relied on each other since childhood, with no family. How tragic. Why don't you come with me? I shall assist you in awakening your martial soul, after which you may remain in the martial soul hall." Qian Shaoyi spoke with an overflow of compassion. However, to his surprise, Xiaoyu became wary and retorted, "What are your intentions? Do you have designs on my sister? Let me be clear, that is out of the question." Qian Shaoyi was momentarily taken aback by his words. Why did he liken her to a villain? What was he thinking? "I am certainly not one of those self-righteous hypocrites. What I desire, no one can snatch away. Furthermore, if I truly harbored ill intentions, do you believe you possess the strength to resist?" Xiaoyu and Hu Laina fell into silence. Indeed, if Qian Shaoyi had any ulterior motives in his domain, they would find it nearly impossible to escape. "I am rather curious about what transpired with you two. Feel free to share," Qian Shaoyi prompted. Xiaoyu sighed, unwilling to force his sister to relive unpleasant memories, and thus he took the initiative to recount the events. He spoke of the hardships they endured, their journey to the sub-branch of the Spirit Hall, and their encounters with the gatekeeping spirit masters, revealing everything. Bang! Qian Shaoyi slammed the table with a palpable force, capturing the attention of all present. They were bewildered by the evident fury of this esteemed saint. How absurd! In such a vast forest, various creatures abound. Yet how could one treat the common folk with such disdain? What wrong had the people committed to deserve such contempt? You all follow me, Qian Xiaoyi declared, sweeping away in a flourish. If you refuse, I shall have you bound. Do not presume I jest. Xie Yu's lips twitched, indeed, when the saint was serious. Her commanding aura was unmistakable. He had previously believed that Qian Xiaoyi's assistance stemmed solely from her infatuation with Hu Laina's beauty. Yet he now recognized his misjudgment. Her motivations were purely altruistic, devoid of ulterior motives. Upon turning, he beheld Hu Laina, her eyes sparkling with admiration, murmuring, "So handsome." It was evident, without a doubt, she would follow him. Xie Yu too was eager to discover the nature of his martial spirit, for it was intrinsically linked to his aspirations. He felt compelled to proceed. Arriving at the awakening hall of the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoyi exchanged a few words with a middle-aged man, who then withdrew, only to soon return with an elder, a soul Douluo, and the hall's overseer, a man on amicable terms with Qian Xiaoyi. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon worthy individuals. Thus, their resolve must be tested through trials that would temper their minds, strengthen their bodies, and hone their spirits, perhaps as compensation for the siblings. Both possessed extraordinary martial spirits and exceptional innate talents. Xie Yu boasted a 9th-level innate soul power with a weapon martial spirit, the Moonblade. Hu Laina, however, surpassed him with an innate soul power reaching the zenith of 10, a full innate soul power with a beast martial spirit, the Fox Demon. Bibi Dong was elated that her son had brought forth 2 prodigies to the spirit hall, and she held a fondness for the duo. To retain their presence, she not only took Hu Laina as her disciple, elevating her status significantly, but soon, the soul master responsible for Hu Laina's previous plight was expelled from the spirit hall. The reason for his life being spared was Hu Laina's plea. After all, she was just a young girl, and the specter of loss weighed heavily upon her heart due to her parents. In the aftermath of this incident, those within the spirit hall who were prone to unrest exhibited a notable restraint for an extended period. Bibi Dong treated Hu Laina with utmost kindness, akin to that of a biological daughter, which stirred a sense of imbalance within Qian Rinxue, who bore the burden of high expectations. Alas, such was the fate of Qian Rinxue. Hu Laina rediscovered her affection for the spirit hall. Here, she had found her home, her family, and friends. Alongside a mentor who cared for her, tears brimmed in Hu Laina's eyes, yet they were tears of joy as she reminisced about her days of begging, finally comprehending the essence of enduring hardship before savoring the sweetness of life. She cherished her present circumstances deeply, dedicating her spare moments to cultivation and study. Through her exceptional talent and relentless effort, she ascended to the status of the saintess of the spirit hall, further elevating her standing. Approaching Bibi Dong's table, Hu Laina's gaze was somewhat dazed. "Master, I am forever indebted to you for your kindness. I shall exert every effort to alleviate your burdens." Bibi Dong smiled gently. "Indebtedness? Your gratitude may be misplaced. Consider this, as the Pope, burdened with duties and the necessity of cultivation, would I have the capacity to focus on you children? The thought of taking on disciples would scarcely cross my mind." Hu Laina was momentarily taken aback, and then inquired, "Master, why is that?" Bibi Dong gently patted her head and replied, "It is merely because Ear pleaded on your behalf. His compassionate heart desires for you siblings to live a better life. And given your remarkable talents, I consented. It was only after accepting you as my disciple that I began to develop fondness for this little one. Is it him?" Hu Laina murmured to herself. Bibi Dong continued, "Thus, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, serve Ear well. Without him, you would not even have the chance to see me, let alone enjoy the current circumstances." Hu Laina nodded, understanding the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. "Master, I wish to stay by the Holy Sun's side to care for him." Bibi Dong inclined her head slightly. "Very well, go ahead. However, do not neglect your cultivation." "Understood." As she watched Hu Laina walk away, Bibi Dong revealed a knowing smile. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Hu Laina before him with a hint of astonishment, for he had not anticipated that his mother would present him with a dedicated maid. Although Hu Laina was a saintess, she bore no semblance of arrogance. In Qian Xiaoyi's presence, she was submissive and compliant. Despite his numerous attempts to persuade her, she remained steadfast in her role, embodying the essence of a servant rather than a saintess. Yet, this servant possessed remarkable combat prowess. Deep meditation, as the term suggests, entails a profound state of introspection that can be difficult to escape. Once entered, it may last a minimum of 10 days to half a month, and in some cases, extend to a year or even several years. While it may appear to be a waste of time, it is a favored state among soul masters. For deep meditation is a rare opportunity. The longer one meditates, the greater the rewards. During this period of profound contemplation, one's cultivation gradually progresses, ensuring that no ground is lost. The body remains in a state of dormancy, preventing aging, and regardless of the duration of deep meditation, one's physical age remains unchanged. If undisturbed, this practice yields countless benefits with no drawbacks. Conversely, any interruption may lead to detrimental consequences. Hulayina's talent was indeed exceptional, perhaps even outstanding. On this particular day, she entered into deep meditation. The following day marked Qian Xiaoyi's departure for Shrek Academy. Hulayina missed the opportunity to bid farewell, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt. Her master had left, and she, as a servant, was unaware. Such behavior was unbecoming. Naturally, she bore no blame. After all, she was a saintess. Upon Qian Xiaoyi's return, she flawlessly resumed her deep meditation. Fortunately, this session did not last long. She awakened just days before his departure and insisted on accompanying him, resistant to any attempts to dissuade her. Bibiong found herself in an awkward predicament. As the young master Qian Rinxue was away on a mission, the saint's son was heading to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the saintess was adamant about following, while the grand priest Qian Douluo was otherwise occupied. She felt helpless, reluctantly abandoning her plans for an outing, for otherwise, the spirit hall would be left unattended. Chapter 68. The 7-treasure glazed tile school. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light sliced through the air, cleaving numerous trees in half with smooth, even surfaces. Qian Xiaoyi, panting heavily, knelt upon the ground, gripping his sword. That sword light was his first soul skill, sword qi. But with a notable distinction, it incorporated the flow of soul energy. Qian Xiaoyi, Hulayina, and Chen Xin have been residing in the 7-treasure glazed tile school for half a year. During this time, Qian Xiaoyi has ascended to the rank of a 33rd level soul master, a remarkable feat achieved through his exceptional talent and diligent, though somewhat compelled, cultivation. His mastery of the soul flow has become increasingly adept, allowing him to initially incorporate soul power into his soul skills, significantly enhancing their potency. However, due to his inexperience, he often exhausts his mental energy and depletes his soul power with each attempt. His comprehension of sword intent has also progressed, thanks to Chen Xion's explanations. Yet, mere instruction is insufficient. Further advancement necessitates personal insight. Understanding may come in an instant or elude one forever. What is taught may fade, but what is realized through personal endeavor remains etched in memory for a lifetime. Currently, what Qian Xiaoyi lacks is opportunity. His present task is to practice the application of soul flow in his soul skills. Hulayina has entirely assumed the role of a devoted servant, attending to Qian Xiaoyi with meticulous care, wiping his sweat when he is fatigued and offering tea when he is thirsty. Were it not for her known status, Chen Xian might genuinely believe Hulayina was a maid. Who would have thought that a revered saintess would engage in such menial tasks? Sister Nana, you really don't need to fuss over me. I can handle these trivialities myself. Please do not waste your time on me. You are a saintess. Do not neglect your cultivation. Qian Xiaoyi has uttered such sentiments countless times, yet they invariably fall on deaf ears. This occasion was no exception. Hulayina shook her head and replied, Your Excellency, you have mentioned that these are mere trifles and of no consequence. Moreover, this does not waste my time, as I enjoy it. Even if it tires me, it is far better than being lost in a foreign land. You have provided me with everything I have now. Without you, I cannot fathom what might have become of my brother and me. As for cultivation, do you truly believe I would fall behind? Sister Nana, just call me by my name. Otherwise, it feels overly formal. Formal? I don't sense that at all. Perhaps I should address you as young master? I prefer not to be referred to as the saint. Young master suits just fine. Indeed, Hulayina has not neglected her cultivation. She has now attained the rank of a 4-ring soul master. Her martial soul is that of a fox demon. Though not the pinnacle, it is certainly of superior quality. With each additional soul ring, she gains another tail, ultimately achieving 9 tails upon reaching the title of Douluo. Each new tail significantly enhances her strength and simultaneously augments her innate charm, though she remains blissfully unaware of this transformation. Presently, Hulayina possesses 4 tails. radiating an elusive charm that she does not recognize, yet it is evident to others, including Qian Xiaoyi. One of the reasons Qian Xiaoyi urged Hu Laina to take a break was her undeniable charm. Over time, one could only wonder what might transpire. The crux of the matter was that they were currently at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the home of Ning Rongrong, in front of his girlfriend. He felt restrained in his actions. However, the allure was indeed substantial. Chun Xin, observing from the sidelines, wore a disapproving expression. Casting a glance at Qian Xiaoyi akin to that of a cad, his demeanor then shifting to one of wickedness, sending shivers down Qian Xiaoyi's spine. How dare you engage in romantic banter at Rongrong's home? He thought. Fortunately, Rongrong is absent. Otherwise, that girl would surely be in tears. Just wait and see. I shall train you to your limit. Had Qian Xiaoyi been privy to Chun Xion's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. When have I ever flirted? Dare I do so at Rongrong's residence? Perhaps elsewhere, but certainly not here. After their training session, Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, Master, you mentioned that Rongrong is returning? The two had not seen each other for nearly a year. While they maintained correspondence, it could never match the joy of a face-to-face reunion, and the longing was inevitable. Chun Xion nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, the sect leader has personally gone to fetch her. The sect leader himself? Qian Xiaoyi's anxiety escalated, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen Ning Rongrong. It seems that her martial soul has undergone a mutation. A mutation? Is it a favorable change? Though he posed the question, his concern was unmistakable. After all, mutations in martial souls can yield both positive and negative outcomes, with the majority leaning towards the latter. The fall of a prodigy often occurs in the blink of an eye. It was impossible for Qian Xiaoyi not to be worried. Qian Xiaoyi harbors concern for Ning Rongrong. And naturally, Qinshin is pleased to see this. One of his intentions in taking Qian Xiaoyi as a disciple is to facilitate their union. Qinshin, with his steadfast nature, is determined not to yield once he has made up his mind. To spare the little witch from heartache, he feels compelled to keep Qian Xiaoyi close at hand. Oh. The martial soul has undergone an evolution, transforming into the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile. The 7 treasure glazed tile is the most formidable support soul in the continent. Yet it bears a significant limitation. Its possessor can only cultivate up to the 7th ring, meaning that level 79 is the ultimate pinnacle. However, according to legend, the owner of the 9 treasure glazed tower can transcend to the 9th ring, titled Douluo, with no limits. The sect master dedicated his life to research but found no means of breakthrough. Yet, now it manifests in the little witch, compelling the sect master to take notice. Phew! Qian Xiaoyi felt a sense of relief, and then he pondered a question. While he delights in Ning Rongrong's newfound strength, what could have catalyzed the evolution of her martial soul? Qinshin patted his shoulder and remarked, Rongrong is returning, my boy. What do you plan to gift her for her birthday? A birthday gift? Surely, you are aware, right? If all goes as expected. The day of Rongrong's return coincides with her birthday. TSK, 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 what a scoundrel. Qinshin's eyes brimmed with disdain. What about that soul bone? How does that sound? No, that won't suffice. If there were no birthday, you would still present it to her, thus rendering it no longer a birthday gift. Therefore, you must procure something additional. Qian Xiaoyi smiled wryly and shook his head. Master, who holds greater significance, your disciple or that girl? Without hesitation, Chun Xion replied, Of course, it is that girl. You are merely an outsider. Well, as long as you are happy. Little did they know, the quietly observant Hu Laina's gaze flickered momentarily upon hearing of Ning Rongrong's return. Given Qian Xiaoyi's stature, his abode was undoubtedly exquisite. Upon learning of Ning Rongrong's impending arrival, Qian Xiaoyi experienced a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the reunion with his beloved spouse, while the concern arose from the enchanting presence of Hu Laina beside him. Previously, whenever he played with Zhu Zhuqing, she would disallow it. What would happen if she discovered a captivating maid, obedient to his every command, by his side? It would be merciful if she merely skinned him alive. Young master, do you harbor a fondness for Ning Rongrong? Hu Laina inquired after tidying up Qian Xiaoyi's room. Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Of course, I truly hold her in high regard. Hu Laina remained silent, abruptly slamming the door as she departed. Qian Xiaoyi felt somewhat perplexed. Was she angry? After pondering for a moment, he managed a wry smile, secretly reasoning that it couldn't be so. Surely, she must be grateful to me. I must be overthinking this. 3 days later, a procession approached slowly, with the leading carriage exuding unparalleled opulence. While the others were also commendable, They paled in comparison to this one. It was the exclusive carriage of Ning Fengji, within which were Ning Rongrong and Bon Douluo, Gu Rong. Chapter 69. Birthday. Qian Xiaoyi deliberately instructed Ning Fengji and Gu Rong to keep his affairs at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School a secret, intending to surprise Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Hulaina stormed off in anger, while Chen Xian teased from the sidelines. Humph, a surprise, you say? What if the little devuless despises you? That would turn into a fright, wouldn't it? Ha! Qian Xiaoyi completely disregarded the unscrupulous master. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. With Ning Rongrong's return, he found himself feeling somewhat anxious. People can change, and emotions are not eternal. A year is ample time to forget many things. Chen Xian, secretly delighted, observed the somewhat pale-faced Qian Xiaoyi. Being astute, he could surmise some of the underlying sentiments, yet he understood the little sorceress far better than Qian Xiaoyi. Though she was mischievous and enjoyed teasing others, her feelings could be described as unwaveringly loyal. For reasons unknown, Ning Fengji returned a day later than expected, which meant that today marked Ning Rongrong's birthday. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat discontented. She disliked feeling constrained. Yet the evolution of her martial soul was bound to bring her endless troubles. Once she possessed the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she would inevitably be groomed as the heir of the sect, leaving no chance to return to the academy. While she cherished many friends there, within the vast sect, she would find none. The thought of daily encountering sycophantic faces was disheartening. Ning Fengji, however, was in high spirits. His daughter was exceptional, and as a father, his pride was only natural. Furthermore, today was Rongrong's birthday, and the evening would certainly hold celebrations. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect was adorned with festive decorations, and fireworks illuminated the dark night sky as Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing gown, stood smiling beside Ning Fengji. As the soiree commenced, a speech was inevitable. Welcome, everyone, to this gathering. I, Ning Fengji, on behalf of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, am delighted to welcome you all. Today marks the return of my beloved daughter from the academy, and it is also her birthday. After an extensive speech, the performances began, magic tricks, songs, dances, and more. Eventually, Ning Fengji, noticing Ning Rongrong's lack of enthusiasm, made a statement that astonished the audience. The next performance is one I have meticulously prepared, and I assure you will be enjoyed. Please welcome the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xiaoyi, and the Holy Maiden, Hulaina. What? Qian Xiaoyi? Few knew of the arrival of Qian Xiaoyi and Hulaina at the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and those few had been instructed to keep this matter confidential, especially from Ning Rongrong. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her to be unaware. While Ning Rongrong was surprised by Qian Xiaoyi's presence, the audience below reacted differently, focusing on their identities. To them, the Spirit Hall clearly valued this soiree, having sent both the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. Naturally, had they known the intricacies behind this relationship, their astonishment would have been greatly diminished. Qian Xiaoyi ascended the performance stage, cradling a Yao Qin, measuring approximately 3 feet and 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and 2 inches in thickness. Hulaina stood empty-handed, uncertain of her purpose. In truth, Hulaina had little desire to be present. She was unfamiliar with Ning Rongrong. Yet, she had been compelled by Qian Xiaoyi to join, under the pretext of fostering sisterly bonds. Perhaps unable to refuse, or for some other reason, she ultimately acquiesced, though her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Both Hulaina and Qian Xiaoyi had been sent to the Tian-Do Empire's Court Etiquette Academy at a tender age, with their instructor being Tang Yuehua. Graduating from the Tian-Do Empire's Court Etiquette Academy was no trifling matter. Qian Xiaoyi had endured considerable hardship during his time there. The Yao Qin he was about to play was a skill he had acquired from that esteemed institution. Qian Xiaoyi played the piano while Hulaina danced gracefully, her movements exuding elegance and delicate beauty. As Hulaina twirled, Qian Xiaoyi realized his miscalculation. He felt like a mere supporting character. The audience's gaze was fixed intently on Hulaina, rendering his music little more than background ambience, no matter how melodious. Fortunately, women were not particularly focused on Hulaina, providing him with a modicum of consolation. The most disheartening aspect was Ning Rongrong. Her mischievous nature made it implausible for her to attend the Imperial Etiquette Academy of the Tian-Do Empire. Wouldn't that suffocate her? Thus, she possessed no such skills. And moreover, Hulaina's allure was comparable to hers, with envy evident in her eyes when she gazed at Hulaina. Once the performance concluded, Qian Xiaoyi exhaled in relief and exclaimed, Rong, happy birthday. I love you. The audience was taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. Was the Holy Son confessing his feelings? Ning Rong paused momentarily, then beamed sweetly, her previous gloom dissipating. No matter the circumstances, he held her dear, having prepared such enchanting melodies for her. Ning Fengji observed his smiling daughter with a chuckle, reflecting, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Are you not going to seek out your little admirer?" Ning Rong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she retorted, "Father, you are not old either. You could also go find mother." Ahem. Ning Fengji, unafraid of anyone, found himself utterly helpless before his daughter. Hee. Ning Rong laughed as she dashed away. "I truly did not anticipate your presence. I thought you had forgotten me." Ning Rong leaned against Qian Shaoi's shoulder and remarked. Qian Shaoi lightly touched her delicate nose and chuckled. "How could that be? I have taken Sword Uncle as my master. And since he is not in the spirit hall, I came here. Of course, my most important purpose is to await your return, and now that you are back, I am content." And what about the woman accompanying you?" She emphasized the words accompanying you, leaving the implication for him to decipher. Indeed, what was destined to arrive ultimately did. Fortunately, Qian Shaoi had sent Hulaina away to rest, sparing them this moment. "Oh, her name is Hulaina, the saintess serving me." "Ha, a saintess attending to you. Quite the lofty demeanor you possess. Yet, I must say you appear more charming now. Why did you choose to wear a mask back then?" Ning Rong refrained from delving further into the matter, seeking to evade any potential awkwardness by shifting the conversation. Qian Shaoi naturally followed up. "Isn't that a confidential identity? By the way, my dear girl, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you been slacking off?" "I have already reached the rank of Soul Master." Speaking of cultivation, Ning Rong's excitement was palpable as she replied, "I am already at level 38. Impressive, right? Ever since my martial soul evolved into the 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda, my pace of cultivation has been astonishing, if it weren't for my laziness. Breaking through to level 40 wouldn't be challenging at all. 38. That's remarkably fast. 12 levels. You have cultivated 12 levels in such a short span of time?" Qian Shaoi expressed disbelief, considering he had only advanced 7 levels himself. "What? You doubt me?" "To be honest, not all of this is solely my effort in cultivation." Qian Shaoi appeared utterly bewildered. Was it not her own cultivation? Could it be that someone had made a sacrifice? Ning Rong playfully stuck out her tongue and teased, "Guess. Cut it out. Just tell me, has it had any adverse effects on you?" After a moment's contemplation, Ning Rong replied, "Not at all. It was a celestial herb gifted to me by third brother. He assured me that consuming it would only bring me benefits, never drawbacks. My martial spirit evolved because of this. I will soon reach the soul sect. Just thinking about it fills me with joy, as long as it has no adverse effects." "That's good. Haste makes waste. By the way, are you aiming to break through to the soul sect? Allow me to assist you." Chapter 70. A gift assist me? How would you do that? Did you not just say that haste makes waste? You make a valid point. Yet since Tang Sen has already bestowed something upon you, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. Wouldn't that portray me as miserly? Moreover, rest assured, my method will be entirely beneficial for you, with no drawbacks whatsoever. I guarantee you will be pleased." With a flicker of her wrist, Qian Shaoi summoned a soul bone into her hand. It was the right arm bone she intended to gift to Ning Rong. "What is this? A soul bone?" Ning Rong gasped, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Qian Shaoi nodded and said, "This is a right arm bone that is 70,000 years old. Although it may not be as precious as the celestial herb Tang Sen gifted you, it is my heartfelt intention. Please accept it." When Ning Rong initially received the celestial herb from Tang San, she was unaware of its immense value, treating it merely as a curiosity to absorb. Later, she discovered its rarity, which transcended monetary worth. Having absorbed it, there was no way to return it. Thus, she could only cherish this favor. However, Qian Shaoi was different. They were lovers, and accepting such a gift might lead others to believe their relationship was founded on obligation. She desired a love that was pure and untainted. She understood the significance of a 70,000-year soul bone. The 7 treasures glazed tower had a drawback. Its possessor's defensive capabilities were diminished. Unlike soul rings, soul bones did not have a time limit for absorption, allowing even novice soul masters to assimilate advanced soul bones. Soul bones not only enhanced one's physical constitution, but also granted a unique skill. For the frail Ning Rong, this was invaluable. I truly appreciate this gift, but I cannot accept it. If I do, outsiders may think I am with you for ulterior motives. I wish to be by your side, carefree forever. If that is all right with you? Deep down, Ning Rongrong yearned for it, as finding something so suitable was rare, yet she was burdened with numerous reservations. Qian Xiaoyi smiled, fully aware that Ning Rongrong had omitted the most crucial reason for her refusal. Silly girl, why concern yourself with the opinions of outsiders? Your love for me suffices. Moreover, this soul bone is entirely unsuitable for me. Its absorption would only hinder my future. Yet for you, it represents an opportunity for growth. Accept it. Otherwise, it would appear you disdain me, and I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's intention to depart, Ning Rongrong, though cognizant of his playful jest, momentarily felt a twinge of panic. Humph. Then go ahead. Leave the soul bone behind, and dare return to find your legs broken. With that, Ning Rongrong snatched the soul bone and retreated to her chamber. Qian Xiaoyi let out a hearty laugh, for he was aware that Ning Rongrong was about to absorb a soul bone, and he followed her inside. As for the matter of breaking a leg, that could be addressed later. The absorption of the soul bone by Ning Rongrong must remain a closely guarded secret, otherwise it could invite deadly consequences. Hence, to ensure absolute safety, Qinshin also decided to accompany them. Placing the right arm bone upon his right hand, he channeled his soul power to establish a connection. Gradually, the soul bone began to liquefy, yet it did not drip. Instead, it enveloped Ning Rongrong's right arm evenly, slowly being absorbed as if it were permeating into her very being. Qian Xiaoyi possesses a discerning eye to ascertain whether a soul bone is suitable for a soul master. One must observe the sensations experienced during its absorption. The smoother the absorption process, the higher the degree of compatibility. And an exceptionally high compatibility may even impart a moment of enlightenment to the soul master. Conversely, when a soul bone is ill-suited for the soul master, the absorption experience can be fraught with agony. However, it is important to note that not all soul bones that induce suffering during absorption are inherently incompatible. Since soul bones originate from soul beasts, if the quality of the soul beast is exceedingly high, even a compatible soul bone may prove to be a challenging endeavor for absorption. The immense energy and noble lineage are not something that just anyone can seamlessly integrate. The soul bone chosen by Qian Xiaoyi for Ning Rongrong harmonized perfectly with her, resulting in a seamless absorption devoid of any unforeseen complications or discomfort. The process of absorption was gradual, and by the time Ning Rongrong completed it, the dawn of the next day had already arrived. It is finished, Chun Xian remarked with a tranquil demeanor. Qian Xiaoyi was immersed in a state of light meditation, where even the slightest rustle escaped not his keen perception. Despite the presence of his worldly concerns, the matter at hand was of great significance, particularly as it pertained to his beloved girlfriend. Thus, he could not afford to let his guard down. Has it come to an end? Upon hearing the voice of Chun Xian, Qian Xiaoyi stretched his limbs and remarked, "The absorption period is indeed lengthy. This soul bone, after all, has existed for 70,000 years. I wonder what abilities it possesses. With such an extensive history, it surely cannot disappoint. My anticipation is palpable." Chun Xian nodded in agreement, affirming that the duration was indeed considerable. The higher the quality of the soul bone, the longer the absorption process. "Disciple," she said, "I have already informed you that my presence here is sufficient. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my well-being. You must be weary, are you not?" Qian Xiaoyi let out a wry smile and shook his head. "Master, how can I feel at ease about such an important matter if I do not witness it personally?" Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, yet they appeared somewhat vacant, a typical phenomenon following the absorption of a soul bone. After the absorption, the benefits conferred by the soul bone are directly communicated to the brain. Thus, soul masters receive this information promptly upon their absorption. Before long, Ning Rongrong's gaze brimmed with excitement. Her expression radiated joy as she leaped into Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, exclaiming, I have broken through to level 40. Now, I only need one more soul ring to become a soul sect." The thought of advancing from level 30 to 40 in such a brief span filled her with exhilaration. Qian Xiaoyi curled her lips in a dismissive manner. "What? Are you not going to chase me away? Not going to break my legs?" She added, "Oh, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Besides, with your tenacious and shameless nature, would you truly leave if I asked you to?" Initially, the timid Ning Rongrong spoke with unexpected conviction. Cough, cough, cough. Chun Xian, standing nearby, could hardly contain himself, Never before had anyone dared to disregard him, a titled Douluo. It was quite an awkward situation. Ning Rongrong, still nestled in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, had been so elated that she had overlooked the presence of the sword Douluo. "Ah, grandfather sword, you are here?" Chun Xian shot a fierce glare at Qian Xiaoyi, leaving him feeling rather helpless. "Of course, I am present. However, it is entirely understandable that your heart is solely focused on your little lover." Alas, no one seemed to pay him any mind. Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed crimson, burying her head deeper into Qian Xiaoyi's chest, as if wishing to disappear entirely. Chun Xian spoke earnestly, "Rongrong, you must never speak of the matter concerning the soul bone to anyone, as it could be detrimental to both you and Xiaoyi. Well then, I shall take my leave." He concluded. "Busy? Busy with what?" Ning Rongrong inquired, uncertain. Once Chun Xian had distanced himself, Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze, glancing towards the door. Confirming that no one was around, she gazed affectionately at her beloved. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the rosy-cheeked Ning Rongrong, tightening his embrace before bestowing a tender kiss upon her. With a soft murmur, Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around his neck, inadvertently brushing against the bracelet adorning his wrist. Suddenly recalling something, she pushed Qian Xiaoyi away, exclaiming, I almost forgot. Sango asked me to give this to you." In Chapter 71, titled Snow-Colored Tranquility Lotus, she revealed a flower resembling a lotus, saying, "This is also a type of celestial herb." "Celestial herb? I have one too." Qian Xiaoyi expressed his surprise, astonished that his friends remembered him despite his prolonged absence from school. Indeed, Sango mentioned that this is the snow-colored tranquility lotus. The lotus symbolizes purity, and this white lotus is no exception. Although I am unsure of its effects, it is said to be particularly suitable for you, especially since you possess no attributes. Oh dear, how troublesome. I can't quite recall the details. In the world of Douluo continent, martial souls come in myriad forms, each possessing its own unique attributes, elements. Mythical beasts, toxins, offense, defense, support, and even the cosmos can serve as an attribute. However, Qian Xiaoyi's martial soul is rather exceptional, devoid of any specific attribute. Initially, Yu Xiaojiang believed its attribute fell under the category of attack, particularly the cutting aspect, yet it differed in essence. Qian Xiaoyi's judgment sword emphasizes the notion of judgment, imparting a sensation of mastery over all rather than mere combat. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang ventured a bold hypothesis. It is attributeless, lacking any defined property. If one were to assign an attribute, it would be heart, acting in accordance with one's feelings and whims. Upon receiving this tranquility lotus, Tang Sen also identified it as attribute-less. Or rather, it should be described as possessing a heart attribute. Qian Xiaoyi took the tranquil white lotus and murmured, "Does the snow-colored tranquil lotus truly bring tranquility?" He sincerely hoped for its calming effects, as he had not forgotten about his second martial soul. To this day, he had never unleashed the eight-winged demon. Whenever Qian Xiaoyi experienced intense emotional turmoil, the eight-winged demon would awaken on its own, leading him to become lost in overwhelming power, filled with rage and chaos, causing destruction wherever he went. He despised that sensation of losing control. If this white lotus indeed possessed calming properties, it might alleviate his concerns. Determined, Qian Xiaoyi was not one to hesitate. He sat cross-legged in Ning Rongrong's chamber, eagerly absorbing the celestial herb. The process was not complicated, and he quickly completed it. Yet, he wondered, why do I feel nothing? Just as he spoke, he realized that the energy from the snow-colored tranquil lotus had divided within him, with the majority being absorbed by the eight-winged demon, leaving only a fraction for the judgment sword. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's astonishment, both martial souls manifested simultaneously. Two horns sprouted from his forehead, his hair transformed into a deep crimson, lengthening gradually, while a layer of keratin-like substance appeared on his skin. 8 black wings unfurled gently behind him, and intricate patterns adorned his face. Rather than becoming less attractive, he exuded an aura of enchanting allure. In his mesmerizing red eyes, a savage desire burned within him, and all Qian Xiaoyi wished was to wreak havoc. At that moment, a surge of white energy flooded his mind, gradually clearing his vision. It was the energy of the snow-colored, tranquil lotus. A smaller portion of energy entered the judgment sword, which emitted a low hum. Qian Xiaoyi sensed its excitement, its yearning for that energy. Ning Rongrong was left in shock. Throughout the history of the Douluo continent, there had been instances of twin martial souls, but none had ever seen the simultaneous manifestation of 2 martial souls. By summoning both the Judgment Sword and the Eight-Winged Demon, Qian Xiaoyi had indeed set a remarkable precedent. Qian Xiaoyi gradually reverted to his original form, crouching on the ground, gasping for breath. Had it not been for the snow-colored tranquil lotus, he might have succumbed to another bout of fury. The recent events had been extraordinary, allowing him to simultaneously summon two martial souls, a feat he knew he could not replicate at this moment. As he withdrew the Eight-Winged Demon and glanced at the Sword of Judgment, he found himself at a loss to articulate how the sword had changed. He merely sensed an augmentation in its power, though he could not pinpoint the source of its strength. The energy from the snow-colored tranquil lotus had been entirely expended to enhance his martial souls, resulting in no significant improvement in his cultivation level. Nonetheless, Qian Xiaoyi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having at least mitigated the adverse effects of the Eight-Winged Demon. Are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern, fearing that the simultaneous summoning of two martial souls might have detrimental effects on Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I feel quite well. It's incredibly beneficial for me. Thank you, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong smiled gently, leaning against Qian Xiaoyi's shoulder as she said, "Isn't it a bit too formal for us to say thank you to each other? By the way, Rongrong, what is the skill of your soul bone? Is it suitable for you? After all, it is a soul bone that has existed for 70,000 years. Qian Xiaoyi inquired with curiosity. It's a secret," Ning Rongrong said, placing her finger to her lips. "However, I can share with you that its passive ability enhances both mental strength and soul power control. So, does this mean you have a chance of mastering the rotation of soul power?" Ning Rongrong pouted, as if I couldn't achieve it without this soul bone. "Do you think I'm that foolish?" Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and remarked, "Not foolish, merely indolent." Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "Humph, I shan't pay you any mind." "Ha ha ha, Rongrong, I apologize, will you forgive me? You are the most exceptional of all." At that moment, Hulaina entered the room, her expression impassive as she stated, "Young master, it is time for training." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Hulaina, then exchanged a knowing wink with Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi felt a surge of emotion, an unsettling sensation indeed. Your maid is truly diligent, even overseeing your training," Ning Rongrong remarked with a tone that suggested something amiss. Hulaina, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "I simply wish to prevent the young master from becoming enraptured by superficial beauty. A mere vase, pretty to behold, yet devoid of utility." Qian Xiaoyi, fearing that Ning Rongrong might act impulsively, took on the role of a peacemaker. All right, Nana, you may leave for now. I do not wish to train today. You still have a competition to prepare for. There is no need to attend to me during this time. Does her presence render me unnecessary?" Hulaina hesitated for a moment, nodded, and slowly withdrew. Treat her well." After Hulaina departed, Ning Rongrong spoke. "She has feelings for you. Can't you see that?" Qian Xiaoyi let out a wry smile. "Rongrong, how could I possibly be oblivious? I am not foolish. It is merely that she herself has yet to realize that her kindness towards me transcends the mere obligations of our roles. You cannot fathom how alluring this girl is. Her grace and charm ensnare men as though they are entranced. Frankly, had I not deliberately distanced myself from her, I might have found myself utterly captivated by her. Well, why not accept her affection? Do you not think that would be cruel? She holds feelings for you, and your lack of a clear rejection has instilled in her a glimmer of hope. If, in the end, you were to deny her, can you imagine the heartache she would endure? You would squander her time only to leave her with scars. That is truly heartless. You understand nothing of women." Qian Xiaoyi chuckled wryly. "But what will you do then?" Chapter 72, The Continental Youth Soul Master Competition. But what will you do then? Ning Rongrong bit her lip and replied, "Father has several women, and mother has never said anything about it. I agree to it." You are truly quite foolish at times. By not explicitly rejecting Hulaina, are you not leaving a glimmer of hope for yourself? You must have liked her for quite some time, haven't you? Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to say. Had Ning Rongrong misspoken? Certainly not. When Hulaina offered to care for him, he could have easily declined, yet he chose not to. Hulaina had hinted at her feelings numerous times. He could have brought an end to this situation, but he refrained. Every individual harbors selfish desires, and Qian Xiaoyi was no exception. He harbored affection for Ning Rongrong, while maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Hulaina, unwilling to let her go. Hulaina, possessing formidable strength, remarkable beauty, and an extraordinary demeanor, was also adept at providing care, and her humble origins rendered her neither arrogant nor haughty. To assert that Qian Xiaoyi was indifferent would be a fallacy. One can deceive others, but not oneself. However, the prospect of being with Hulaina at this moment was beyond his reach, and the same was true for her, as they both lacked the opportune moment. The grand tournament for young soul masters across the continent was on the brink of commencement. Hulaina was summoned back to the Spirit Hall due to her participation in the competition. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was returning to Shrek Academy in preparation for the event, intending to join her teammates at the arena before the tournament began. Qian Xiaoyi also missed his friends from Shrek and felt a pang of guilt as he glanced at Hulaina. Ever since Ning Rongrong had given her consent, each time Qian Xiaoyi encountered Hulaina, he found himself at a loss, awkwardly unsure of how to behave. "Nana, I wish to return to school for a visit. I can no longer accompany you." His words came out in a nervous stammer, as if fearing reprimand from Hulaina. "It's as if you've ever accompanied me," she retorted. "If you wish to be with your girlfriend, just say so. Don't be disingenuous." Hulaina, perceptive of Qian Xiaoyi's change, was older and more mature, able to read his thoughts to some extent, which led her to speak a bit more audaciously. Although Ning Rongrong had permitted Qian Xiaoyi to be with Hulaina, it did not imply her acceptance of the situation. After all, who would willingly share their beloved with another? "What? You think I care if you miss me?" "He simply cannot bear to part with me," Hulaina countered, not backing down. "Could you not act more ladylike? Your demeanor is likely to embarrass the young master." Ning Rongrong and Hulaina had never been able to engage in a verbal sparring match without Ning Rongrong becoming infuriated each time. Qian Xiaoyi could no longer bear it. "All right, Rongrong, let us refrain from further remarks. Sister Nana, we shall meet in the competition." Despite the apparent discord between Ning Rongrong and Hulaina, in truth, both harbored fondness for one another. Their mutual affection was stifled solely by Qian Xiaoyi's presence. In private, their rapport was quite amiable. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina had few friends. Those whom Ning Rongrong considered friends were merely drawn to her due to her status. In contrast, Hulaina, hailing from humble beginnings and orphaned, possessed nothing and was shunned by many. Yet, upon ascending to the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she was suddenly surrounded by sycophants, all eager to curry favor, hoping to forge connections. Being a Holy Maiden presented an opportunity to potentially become a pope, thus alleviating years of effort through such alliances. Consequently, neither Ning Rongrong nor Hulaina had true confidants. Although their personalities clashed and they shared affections for the same individual, neither held any particular sentiments towards the other. Thus, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina became outwardly antagonistic friends. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina began her training with Bibi Dong, occasionally gazing into the distance. Bibi Dong, having experienced her own youthful days, understood the turmoil within Hulaina and could not help but smile knowingly. Upon returning to Shrek, Qian Xiaoyi was astonished to discover the transformation of the academy. What was once a humble collection of wooden structures had evolved into a magnificent palace-like establishment, with multiple grand edifices and an increased student body. The institution, originally named Lanbar Academy, was indeed a prestigious school, as indicated by its moniker, which revealed its principal, the formidable Lu Erlong, a woman of remarkable stature and the beloved of Yu Xiaojiang. However, Yu Xiaojiang, being a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, engendered a complicated sibling-like affection between them. While Lu Erlong took this in stride, Yu Xiaojiang's traditionalist mindset led him to abandon her, yet fate had its own designs, bringing them together once more. Lu Erlong, a formidable soul sage, left Yu Xiaojiang with no recourse, ensuring he could not escape this time. Subsequently, she entrusted the academy to Flander, adopting a supportive role with little to no involvement in its operations. The 7 monsters were elated to see Qian Xiaoyi return. Each had reached the rank of Soul Master at level 40, with the illustrious Dai Mubai boasting an impressive level of 46. Qian Xiaoyi, still donning his mask and using the alias Xiao Yi, accompanied Ning Rongrong just as they were preparing to embark on their journey. The objective for the Shrek 7 monsters in the upcoming competition was unequivocal: to seize the championship. The Spirit Hall had invested significantly in this event, offering 3 soul bones as rewards for the victor. Moreover, the champion team would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, gaining nobility and wealth, making this tournament a crucial venue for both empires and the Spirit Hall to scout for exceptional talent. Today, Qian Xiaoyi found himself in a state of discontent. his gaze towards Tang San tinged with unease. Just moments ago, he had learned of the devastating truth. The spirit hall had orchestrated the death of Tang San's mother, forcing his father into seclusion and depriving Tang San of the warmth of maternal love. One can only imagine the depth of Tang San's resentment towards the spirit hall, and it is inevitable that a fierce confrontation looms on the horizon. While Qian Xiaoyi recognizes the injustice perpetrated by the spirit hall, he grapples with the moral dilemma of supporting reason over kinship, uncertain of how to proceed in the days to come. Chapter 72, Sister. Tang San is aware that Qian Xiaoyi is the holy son of the spirit hall. Yet he is oblivious to the fact that Qian Xiaoyi is the very Xiao Yi who stands beside him. For now, Qian Xiaoyi has no intention of revealing his true identity. All attention is now directed towards the impending competition, and Yu Xiaojiang does not impose undue pressure, merely seeking a championship title. As the competition commenced, only 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters took to the stage, in accordance with Yu Xiaojiang's wishes to conceal their true prowess. Their first adversaries were the vice team of the Douluo Royal Academy. The Shrek team fought fiercely, annihilating their opponents within a mere minute, all while not exerting their full strength. Through Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi learned that due to the insult hurled at Flanders and Shrek Academy by the Douluo Royal Academy, it was only natural for them to harbor ill feelings. After the match, Ning Fengji visited Shrek and eventually called Tang San outside. Yu Xiaojiang, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him, while Xiao Yi, bored, decided to follow as well. Disregarding Ning Fengji's indifference, Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, was a man of elegance and approachability, with a straight nose and a square jaw. Clad in a pristine blue robe, he exuded a refreshing aura. His long black hair was tied back with a blue ribbon, falling neatly down his back. Although his attire was rather ordinary, he possessed a unique charisma. Despite his mediocre cultivation talent, his passion for reading was what secured his position as the crown prince. Seated at his desk with a book, Shui Qinghe noticed Ning Fengji arriving with 3 others. He set the book aside, greeted them with a warm smile, and stood to bow, addressing Ning Fengji as teacher. Besides being the sect leader and an elder of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji held another title, the appointed teacher of Crown Prince Shui Qinghe by the Emperor Shuiyi. Ning Fengji smiled gently and replied, Qinghe, how many times must I tell you? There is no need for such formality. Shui Qinghe responded with a smile, how can that be? You are an elder and my teacher. If my father were to discover that I was disrespectful to you, he might break my legs. So, this is the son of the Haoyan Douluo? Truly a remarkable young man. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Tang San's background had been revealed to him by Yu Xiaojiang, who had warned him to keep it a closely guarded secret. It could be said that very few were privy to this secret. So how did the prince know? What were his intentions? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened significantly as he glared at Ning Fengji, as if to say, how could you disclose this to others? Ning Fengji chuckled. Tang San, rest assured, the prince harbors no ill will towards you. On the contrary, he despises the spirit hall. During his last visit to fetch Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji had encountered Tang San and, with his perceptive intellect, deduced Tang San's true identity. He then glanced at Xiao Yi, sensing the complexity of his emotions. As the holy son of the spirit hall, to befriend the son of his enemy would undoubtedly lead to a difficult choice. Ning Fengji continued, perhaps what I am about to say is somewhat inappropriate, but I must warn you, the spirit hall has been concocting many schemes lately, engaging in numerous covert activities. Tang San, be cautious. Your parents, they conversed extensively, and while Shui Qinghe consistently emanated a refreshing charm, he never once cast a glance at Xiao Yi. Yu Xiaojiang finally said, Tang San, Xiao Yi, let us take our leave. Xiao Yi shook his head and replied, I feel a connection with His Highness the Prince. Today, I have some questions to pose. Teacher, you may return first. After all, this is a competition, and no one would dare act recklessly. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment before nodding, then be careful. Ning Fengji, aware of Xiao Yi's true identity, let out a sigh and followed suit, leaving the room. Thus, only Shui Qinghe and Qian Xiaoyi remained. Shui Qinghe lowered his head, a fleeting glimmer of panic flickering in his eyes, yet it went unnoticed. He inquired, might I ask what insights this young brother has to offer? Qian Xiaoyi lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Why do you not look up at me? Is there something amiss? Shui Qinghe raised his head and smiled, yet even Qian Xiaoyi could discern that he was merely putting on a facade of cheerfulness. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, I am merely in awe of you for having masqueraded as the crown prince of Tiando for so many years. Even with Ning Fengji's astuteness, He has failed to uncover any discrepancies. Well, that is only to be expected. A skilled spy must remain undetected. What are you talking about? What disguise? Who are you accusing of being a spy? Xue Qinghe responded with a look of astonishment and indignation. Indeed, it seemed quite fitting. Qian Xiaoyi stepped forward and suddenly embraced Xue Qinghe. Could a man's physique truly be so supple? Could he possess a captivating fragrance? Do you intend to continue this charade with me? Sister, Xue Qinghe sighed. Since you have uncovered the truth, there is no need for pretense any longer. How did you discern my identity? It appears my disguise is still not sufficiently refined. Qian Xiaoyi released Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue, and remarked, It is not that your disguise skills are insufficiently developed, but rather that I know you too well. We are both intimately acquainted with one another. Even while I donned a mask, you recognized me, did you not? I never anticipated that the mission you undertook would be this. Could it be that Mother truly aspires to unify the continent? Qian Renxue nodded, stating, Mother is an ambitious person. If it were within my power, I would prefer not to be this way. I have never truly experienced a childhood. Even my cultivation has been conducted in secrecy. How unlike you. Who can go wherever you wish? Ah, sister, do you believe my circumstances are any better? She continued, I have forged a brotherly bond with our adversary, Tang San. And my choices are equally burdensome. Humph, you find it difficult? That is not apparent at all. I see you getting along quite well with that Ning Rongrong. Qian Renxue remarked, her tone oddly tinged with something else. Qian Xiaoyi playfully remarked, Then sister can also find a princess consort, as it perfectly suits your status. Xiaoyi, you are being naughty. Now, off you go. Otherwise, they might grow suspicious. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall visit you often. As you wish. After Qian Xiaoyi departed, Xue Qinghe's complexion flushed. When Ning Fengji next beheld Xue Qinghe, he noted the latter's cheerful demeanor and was puzzled by what Xiao Yi had conveyed to him. Subsequent matches unfolded smoothly for the Shrek 7 monsters. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, they emerged victorious. However, their remarkable prowess inevitably incited envy. Tang San's extraordinary talent and skills were evident in every competition, attracting the ire of those around him. Qian Xiaoyi summoned the ghostly figure and Uncle Ghost, requesting their assistance with a matter. The ghostly figure gently patted his head and inquired, What is it? Why so formal? Speak up, Uncle Ghost will certainly help you. Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and said, I need your assistance in safeguarding someone, as I fear for their well-being. Who might that be? Is it that girl Rongrong? She has her protectors. With Ning Fengji around, who would dare act recklessly? No, it is Tang San, a student from our academy. Qian Xiaoyi replied. A surname Tang? Gue Mei sighed. I shall assist him but once, for I harbor concerns regarding his connection to that individual. Qian Xiaoyi did not refuse, for he understood that the spectre had already extended him a courtesy. The spectre harbored a distaste for those with the surname Tang, and to intervene on behalf of Tang San was an act of profound benevolence. Chapter 73. A plea for mercy as Qian Xiaoyi had anticipated. Shortly after the spectre discreetly shielded Tang San, it became apparent that a soul sage was stealthily trailing him. Although Tang San remained oblivious, it did not imply that the spectre was unaware. Renowned for its cunning, the spectre could effortlessly eliminate a soul sage in silence. Thus, the mission to protect Tang San came to an abrupt conclusion. Furthermore, a soul bone was discovered on the aforementioned soul sage. This soul bone, a skull from the 6 illustrious soul bones of 30,000 years, was fortuitously a gem type, perfectly suited for Ning Rongrong. Perhaps it was the heavens' favor. For throughout this year, fortune had continuously smiled upon Ning Rongrong. With the evolution of her martial soul and the acquisition of a soul bone, blessings that would incite envy and admiration among the common folk. Qian Xiaoyi generously bestowed this soul bone upon Ning Rongrong, likening it to offering flowers to a Buddha, having already acquired one. She found no harm in parting with this additional piece. As Ning Rongrong accepted the soul bone, she inquired, Where did you procure this soul bone? You must understand. The skull bone is superior to those from other locations. Speak honestly, have you engaged in some clandestine dealings? Qian Xiaoyi felt an immense sense of injustice. When have I ever engaged in clandestine activities? This soul bone actually belongs to a soul sage, but he sought to harm Tang San. So I merely took measures to eliminate him. Upon mentioning this matter, Ning Rongrong expressed her concern, saying, What shall we do in the future? Given your and Brother San's identities, you will inevitably have to make a choice. Qian Xiaoyi let out a sigh and remarked, Let us proceed step by step. Unless Tang San and the Spirit Hall share a common adversary, I truly find myself at a loss as to how to choose. Ning Rongrong encircled Qian Xiaoyi's waist from behind, her delicate face pressed against his back. Regardless of whom you choose, I shall remain by your side, even if it means betraying my family. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Qian Xiaoyi felt a surge of emotion. The notion of betraying one's family was spoken with such ease. Yet the anguish that accompanied it was far beyond what the sheltered Ning Rongrong could endure. In his heart, he believed that Ning Rongrong deserved a joyful and carefree existence. And it was he who had disrupted her life. Qian Xiaoyi turned around, gently grasping her shoulders. "Silly girl," he said, "remember, no matter what happens, do not act foolishly. You are the hope of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and you are also my hope. So promise me, be happy." In the heart of Qian Xiaoyi, a tumultuous conflict brewed, and Ning Rongrong found herself in a similar predicament. On one hand lay her beloved, and on the other, her family and friends. Regardless of the choice made, the anguish would ultimately be her own. Ning Fengji, inherently kind-hearted, disapproved of the actions of the Spirit Hall, thus undoubtedly standing in opposition to them. On this day, Shrek Academy faced off against the Water Academy in a one-on-one knockout tournament. The students of the Water Academy were all young women, each exceptionally beautiful. Historically, water and fire have been at odds. In the previous bout, Ma Hongjun triumphed with an overwhelming victory of 7-1. It is worth noting that defeating 7 opponents is no trivial feat, as exhausting them one by one can be quite taxing. However, it was not that the Water Academy was particularly weak. Rather, their members were primarily focused on group attacks, making them no match for Ma Hongjun individually, especially considering the elemental advantages at play. Despite Ma Hongjun's eventual exhaustion, he garnered great acclaim for Shrek and, in the process, found love. The captain of the Water Academy, Shui Binger, possessed the Ice Phoenix spirit, which was in stark contrast to Ma Hongjun's attributes. Initially, she could not fully appreciate his prowess, as his previous performances had been overshadowed by others. Yet, upon sensing his formidable presence on the battlefield, she was irresistibly drawn to him. As captain and the strongest member of her team, she was the last to compete. While observing Ma Hongjun defeat her teammates, her feelings were not yet fully stirred. It was only when she faced him directly that she comprehended the extent of his strength. Though their confrontation ended in mutual destruction, Ma Hongjun had, after all, vanquished the previous 6 opponents. With minimal soul power remaining, to stand firm in a draw under such circumstances was a testament to his strength. Ever since Ma Hongjun absorbed the celestial herb, the malevolent fire had dissipated, and it was time for him to seek true love. At this moment, Shui Binger secretly harbored feelings for him, yet unfortunately, the poor fellow displayed a lack of emotional intelligence. No matter how Shui Binger conveyed her sentiments, Ma Hongjun remained blissfully oblivious. It was only through Tang San's guidance that they managed to come together. Shrek Academy sailed smoothly through the tournament until an unexpected twist arose in the final match. Their opponent was the Shinfeng Academy, led by the remarkably talented Feng Xiaodian, who had defeated countless adversaries with his self-created soul techniques. Nevertheless, even he may not prevail against Tang San. Yet, in an inexplicable fit of madness, Tang San chose to reveal his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, instead of utilizing his other trump cards. Yu Xiaojiang was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Upon witnessing the Haotian Hammer, Qian Xiaoyi sensed impending disaster and sighed deeply. He had long been aware of Tang San's second martial soul and had anticipated that Tang San would eventually expose his identity. However, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. As anticipated, Tang San found himself in peril. After the match, the specter beside Qian Xiaoyi trembled as it spoke. "Xiaoyi, you must have known about Tang San's identity all along, right? Haotian sect. I cannot believe I have been protecting a disciple of the Haotian sect." The specter's tone revealed a profound sense of regret. Qian Xiaoyi, aware that he could no longer conceal the truth, nodded with a hint of remorse. "I am truly sorry, Uncle Gue." Despite the ghostly figure's indulgence towards him, no words of punishment were uttered. "Alas, it is of no consequence. But I must admit that explaining this to His Holiness poses quite the challenge. His Holiness even commanded me to assassinate them on their way to the finals. Bibidong has issued an order that anyone possessing the Haotian Hammer martial spirit is to be executed without hesitation. As for my mother, I shall handle that matter myself. Uncle Gue, please escort me back to the spirit hall." Bibidong observed Qian Xiaoyi, who knelt before her pleading for Tang San, her gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Do you truly understand who Tang San is? He belongs to the Haotian sect, The very sect that was responsible for your father's demise. Qian Shaoi said, Mother. It was merely one individual from the Haotian sect who caused Father's demise. Why must we make things difficult for others because of him? Please, spare Tang-san. Had these words escaped the lips of another, they might have met with dire consequences in this beautiful world. Bibidong sighed, this is the only time. From now until the end of the competition, you shall remain in the spirit hall, and you are not permitted to leave. With that, Bibidong swept away, leaving Qian Shaoi aware that, for the time being, Tang-san was safe. Tang-san, I have repaid my debt to you. What transpires next is in your hands. With 3 days until the finals and 7 days until its conclusion. Qian Shaoi realized that being confined to the spirit hall for 7 days while still being able to watch the matches felt akin to having no punishment at all. Hyena, who had been by his side, showed no concern for Tang-san's fate, but feared that Bibidong's agitation might lead her to act against Qian Shaoi. Fortunately, despite her anger, Bibidong favored Qian Shaoi too greatly. Hyena helped Qian Shaoi to his feet, secretly delighting in the fact that, from this moment until the competition's end, he belonged solely to her. Although their relationship remained unconfirmed, what was destined would come to pass. After a prolonged silence, Qian Shaoi said, Nana, I will need you to do me a favor when the time comes. Do not speak of this to anyone. Chapter 74-75. The championship. The final match could be deemed a candid revelation for Shrek Academy. It turned out that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were members of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. The royal family had a decree that mandated each generation must bear 2 children, yet only one could inherit the throne. Dai Mubai, the younger brother, had no desire to vie for the throne. He merely wished to live a life of ease. However, many matters do not unfold according to one's wishes. Dai Mubai's innate talent was notable, which rendered him a thorn in his brother's side, compelling him to escape the Star Luo Empire and seek refuge in Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing, too, had come to Shrek due to her sister and Dai Mubai, yet the competition had brought these siblings face to face once more. On the battlefield, both pairs simultaneously unleashed their martial soul fusion techniques, resulting in a confrontation of 2 ethereal white tigers. Dai Mubai's inherent talent slightly surpassed that of his brother. And with diligence, along with the celestial herb gifted by Tang-san, he achieved victory despite having trained for a shorter duration than his brother. Shrek's triumph not only secured their victory, but also liberated Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing from a lingering worry. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall's team decisively vanquished the Tiendo Royal team, who had previously posed a significant challenge to Shrek Academy. Hyena served as the vice-captain, with a 5-ringed Soul King as the captain. The other members of their team all possessed a minimum soul power of level 45, while the highest-ranked member of Shrek, Dai Mubai, was only at level 45 as well. I intentionally made Hyena and Xiaoyu a few years younger. In the corner, Qian Shaoi sat, smiling softly as she murmured, At last, there is something to behold. I wonder if Nana's martial soul fusion skill can surpass Tang-san and his companions. As the competition commenced, the announcement of the final battle of the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academies resonated, prompting the Cardinal in red to swiftly retreat, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, the first to act was not the captain at the forefront, but rather Hyena. With a graceful shift of her steps, she seemed to merely turn her body and had already arrived at the forefront. A faint smile graced her lips, and as she unleashed her martial soul, her beauty seemed to magnify, accompanied by the emergence of a fluffy, large tail from her back. A delicate crimson glow radiated from her, her eyes shimmering with allure. The unique charm she emanated irresistibly drew the gaze of those around her. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, pressing her forehead and murmuring about the enchanting creature. However, Hyena was somewhat astonished that the Shrek 7 monsters remained impervious to her captivating charm. Except for Tang-san and Xiao Wu. The other 5 swiftly closed their eyes and plugged their ears with their fingers, effectively isolating themselves from both sight and sound. No matter how potent a charm may be, it must be triggered through one of the 6 senses: sight, sound, taste, smell, or touch. At that moment, Hyena could only influence the Shrek 7 monsters through sight and sound, and their composed actions undoubtedly diminished the efficacy of her allure. 2 beams of golden light simultaneously emanated from the staff of the auxiliary soul master of the Spirit Hall Academy's battalion, shining brightly as they swiftly merged into the bodies of Xiaoyu and Hyena. A crimson light curtain suddenly appeared, spreading out just as Xiaoyu and Hyena collided, enveloping their bodies within its glow. Simultaneously, the crimson light erupted like an expanding sphere, encompassing nearly half the arena, completely shrouding the Shrek 7 monsters within. At that moment, Tang San was still 13 meters away from them. Unlike the previous instance, the red light curtain did not require time to amplify. With the assistance of his comrades, it reached its optimal brilliance in an instant, triggering the martial soul fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hu Liena, enchantment. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger. And upon their contact, they were both astonished. Was this the power of soul shock? Could it be that Xiaoyu, Hu Liena, remained silent? This was undoubtedly a technique taught to her by Qian Xiaoyu, though few knew that Qian Xiaoyu was actually Xiaoyu. One cannot help but commend Shrek's impeccable secrecy. As the concealed trump cards, Oscar and Ningrongrong played a crucial role, instantly elevating the overall strength of Shrek, which was initially lower than average, to a significantly higher tier. Tang San, utilizing hidden weapons and external soul bones, restrained the Soul King, while enchantment was held at bay by the Nether White Tiger, allowing Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun to maneuver freely. The disparity between a Soul King and a Soul Sovereign was substantial, and it wasn't long before Tang San began to feel fatigued, his soul power nearly depleted. It is often during such moments that the opponent is most prone to complacency, presenting a glimmer of hope for victory. Tang San deliberately allowed himself to be struck, and at the instant his opponent relaxed, he unleashed his exquisite technique, Batwing Rebirth. The dispersive attack targeted multiple foes, successfully defending against one, yet inevitably failing to guard against the other hidden weapons. The concealed projectiles collided and refracted in midair, ultimately piercing through the defenses of all opponents when they least expected it. Tang San's hidden weapons were laced with poison, and for safety's sake, the Spirit Hall had no choice but to concede defeat. Shrek Academy emerged as champions. The prize for their victory consisted of 3 soul bones, personally allocated by Yu Xiaojiang. The rapid advance wind chase left leg, ideally suited for agility-based soul masters, undoubtedly destined for Yu Qing. As for the explosive flame right arm, best suited for power-type fire attribute soul masters, it was awarded to Ma Hongjun. Regarding the wisdom of the spirit condensation skull, the master paused, his gaze shifting towards Tang San and Ningrongrong. At that moment, both of their eyes were evidently fixed upon the skull. The spirit condensation held significance for both Tang San and Ningrongrong. Although Tang San was not primarily a spirit master focused on mental prowess, he possessed the ability of the purple extreme magic eye and was also a control-type spirit master. The advantages the wisdom skull could bestow upon him in the future were unmistakable. Moreover, among the 3 soul bones, this particular one was evidently the most precious. Tang San lifted his gaze towards Ningrongrong, internally sighing, and declared, "I shall not relinquish it." Suddenly, Ningrongrong exclaimed, "San Ge, it rightfully belongs to you. You have sacrificed so much for this final championship. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school lacks no soul bones. You should accept it. With it, your team's spirit will truly be deserving of its name. Besides, I have a soul bone now, one that Xiaoyi gifted me, which suits me even better." Yu Xiaojiang, somewhat uncertain, queried, "Is that truly the case? Such a precious item cannot simply be given away." Ningrongrong nodded and replied, "Ask Xiaoyi if you doubt it." Upon mentioning Xiaoyi, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing recalled the soul tremors he utilized during the competition, suspecting his true identity, though they wisely chose to remain silent. If that were indeed the case, Xiaoyi certainly was not lacking in soul bones. Chapter 76, Identity. As the conclusion approached, one could not afford to relax. Just as Shrek was about to exit the stage, Xiao Wu danced with joy, but in her exuberance, a celestial herb fell from her embrace. This herb bore a flower known as the Heartbreak Red, a token of love from Tang San and a testament to their affection. The titled Douluo's present turned their eyes toward Xiao Wu, momentarily stunned before gazing greedily at her, and the flower she hastily retrieved. The others remained unconcerned, continuing their jovial banter. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, sighing. They had discovered Xiao Wu's identity long ago while protecting Qian Xiao Yi at Shrek Academy. However, they understood Qian Xiao Yi's character, knowing he would certainly safeguard Xiao Wu, which dissuaded them from capturing her. Yet, ultimately, the truth could not remain concealed forever. Qian Xiaoyi, perplexed, furrowed her brow, sensing an impending crisis. What was happening? An unsettling feeling enveloped her. At that moment, the Pope declared, "Elders Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Seize that girl." As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed directly at Xiao Wu. Instantly, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, with the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters quickly rallying to her side. "You Xiaojiang." A look of astonishment on his face, exclaimed angrily, "Your Holiness, what does this mean?" Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged resigned smiles. Just as they were about to take action, Ning Fengji swiftly interposed himself before them. "Your Holiness, should we not first ascertain the facts?" Bibi Dong's voice was cold as she replied, "Do you wish to know why? Then why not inquire of that young lady herself? If she is merely a student of Shrek Academy, what reason do I have to apprehend her? However, if she is a spirit beast transformed into human form, I possess ample justification for seizing her." "What did you say?" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly turning to look at Xiao Wu. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, including Qian Xiaoi, displayed expressions of profound shock, save for Tang San. The notion that a spirit beast aspired to take on human form indicated a singular circumstance, that this spirit beast had surpassed the cultivation of 100,000 years. At this level, a spirit beast could opt to transform into a human, yet would still retain the essence of its beastly nature. Only upon reaching the rank of Spirit Emperor could it fully embody humanity. Spirit beasts that transformed into humans inherently possess innate soul power and progress with remarkable speed. Given sufficient time, attaining the rank of Tidal Douluo would be inevitable. Furthermore, the first 6 spirit rings do not require hunting spirit beasts, as they manifest automatically. However, very few spirit beasts are willing to undergo such transformation, as the period preceding their ascension to Spirit Sage is fraught with peril. Their bodies still harbor the genetic makeup of spirit beasts, which could lead to the emergence of spirit rings and bones. The fate of a 100,000-year spirit beast that has not yet reached the rank of Spirit Sage is all too predictable. At this moment, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably calm, showing no hint of panic despite the multitude of gazes upon her. Instead, her delicate visage bore an icy demeanor, coldly regarding Pope Bibi Dong. The arena fell into a profound silence, as the Shrek 7 monsters stood resolutely by Xiao Wu's side, speaking in unison, "We stand together in life and death." Flinder struck Ma Hongjuan's head with force, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I'm still alive, why the rush to die?" Initially, Flinder had felt fear. However, he soon found solace. Death was indeed terrifying, a notion he had always held. Yet to retreat at such a moment would be even more daunting for him. "Your Holiness." Chrysanthemum Douluo gently reminded the somewhat dazed Pope, awaiting her command, especially given that one among them bore an elder's token. Bibi Dong emerged from her reverie, her gaze reflecting a complex and inscrutable light. Taking a deep breath, her eyes suddenly sharpened as she commanded, "Seize her. Show no mercy to those who obstruct." Just as Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were preparing to act, a voice rang out, "Stop." Following the sound, the 7 heroes of Shrek were somewhat astonished. However, the surprise displayed by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing was markedly different from that of the others. They were taken aback by Xiao Yi's willingness to lend a hand. "Xiao Yi, where have you been? We haven't seen you for several days." Gue Mei and Yu Guan recognized the individual and instinctively halted their steps. Meanwhile, a certain cardinal clad in red was oblivious to Xiao Yi's true identity, especially since he was still wearing a mask. After all, not everyone was aware of his visit to Shrek. "Who is this imp? Do you think you are someone significant? I would not be intimidated even if your parents were here." He scoffed, addressing Xiao Yi with disdain. "Gue Mei, Yu Guan, advance." The cardinal quickly discerned Xiao Yi's soul power level, recognizing him as a prodigy. His parents must possess wealth and influence. Yet, the cardinal, secure in his noble lineage, felt unperturbed by any royal or noble. Unbeknownst to him, however, was that Xiao Yi's mother was standing behind him, glaring at him with a murderous intent. 2 Tidal Douluos were not to be commanded by a mere soul Douluo, and both cast their gazes toward Bibi Dong. With a cold chuckle, Qian Xiaoi remarked, "Humph. Such audacity." She tore off the mask from her face and continued, "I am Qian Xiaoi. Mother, it seems that aside from myself, there are others who fear you not. Prolonged like this, it is likely some may rebel." The cardinal, paralyzed by fear, had softened at the knees. His eagerness stemmed from a desire to partake of the spoils from Xiao Wu, yet he inadvertently clashed with Qian Xiaoi, boldly declaring his disdain for the Pope. Coupled with Qian Xiaoi's merciless retort, it was now nearly impossible for him to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy was abuzz with astonishment. "Xiaoi, Qian Xiaoi? The sword of judgment, so it is. Qian Xiaoi? The Pope's offspring? Are we to consider him an adversary? Surely not. Have you not seen him aiding us? Trust in him. while others remained relatively unfazed. The most complicated emotions stirred within Tang San and Xiao Wu. Both harbored deep-seated grudges against the Spirit Hall, yet their closest friend turned out to be the offspring of their enemy, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. I apologize for deceiving you for so long. As you can see, Xiao Yi is indeed Qian Xiaoyi. That was merely my alias. Chapter 77. Heartless Tang San remained silent. He bore no blame towards Qian Xiaoyi. Unable to find justification for anger, the only plausible explanation was that Qian Xiaoyi was the Pope's child. Dai Mubai clapped him on the shoulder. Brother, let us not dwell on the inconsequential. We do not fault you for not stepping forward. Your mere presence here makes you our good brother. Though he had harbored some suspicions, their confirmation left him feeling less exhilarated than he had anticipated. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at the members of Shrek Academy and then at Bibi Dong, saying, Mother, let them go. I vow in the name of my martial soul that I shall hunt 100,000-year soul beast for the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong sighed. Soul beasts were the enemies of humanity, and she pondered the implications of such a declaration. Qian Xiaoyi said, Mother, while spirit beasts may indeed be adversaries, Xiao Wu is human now. In truth, many were aware of Bibi Dong's intentions, which were merely to reserve the 100,000-year spirit beasts for her progeny or disciples. To Bibi Dong, the spirit rings held little significance, especially given her dual martial spirits. Qian Xiaoyi understood this, yet he remained resolute against it. This time, Bibi Dong did not indulge Qian Xiaoyi. She issued a command. Pope, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Subdue the young master. Gui Mei, Yu Guan, apprehend them. As she revealed her spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and a crimson ring, emblematic of the top rank on the Spirit Master Dream list, Gui Mei and Yu Guan. The 2 titled Douluos charged towards Xiao Wu, who stood behind Tang San. The defenses of the Golden Iron Triangle crumbled before the might of the 2 titled Douluos. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Begone! Just as the 2 titled Douluos were about to succeed, a resounding and commanding voice resonated from the heavens. Tang Hao. Bibi Dong's expression grew grave, for Tang Hao possessed extraordinary talent and wielded the Haoyan hammer, the mightiest weapon spirit of the continent. Even she dared not confront him directly. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s and brandishing a colossal hammer, stood before them, surrounded by 9 spirit rings, the last of which was also a 100,000-year spirit ring. Despite the similarity in their spirit rings, Bibi Dong could not match the overwhelming aura of Tang Hao. Someone approaches. Tang Hao sensed a formidable presence and felt compelled to retreat. His intent was not to engage in battle, but to rescue. He swiftly lifted Tang San and Xiao Wu, soaring into the air. Aware of her inferiority, Bibi Dong refrained from pursuit, seething with resentment as she remarked, Tang Hao, you cannot protect them forever. Though Tang Hao had already departed, his voice lingered. Bibi Dong, do not forget, you cannot shield your child indefinitely either. Such a formidable threat. Dare to harm my son, and you risk your own child's peril. Come, let us inflict harm upon one another. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Qian Xiaoyi, her teeth clenched in anger. Not only had she lost 3 spirit bones in this competition, but she had also been threatened, a reality that troubled the usually unshakable Bibi Dong. She found little motivation to pursue trouble with Shrek Academy, knowing that targeting the champion team would inevitably breed suspicion. It would be unwise for the Spirit Hall to provoke the champions, as it might lead the populace to believe they could not endure defeat. As the tournament concluded, she advised, Xiao Yi, as a member of the Spirit Hall, you must distance yourself from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it will bring harm to both you and them. With his head bowed, Qian Xiaoyi contemplated his course of action. Ever since Shrek Academy claimed the championship, its fame has surged, attracting numerous self-important individuals seeking admission. Yet, Master Flender remained steadfast, adhering to his principle of quality over quantity, accepting only those with true potential. Amidst the throngs of applicants, a few exceptional talents inevitably emerged. However, they could never rival the original 7 monsters. Flender, reflecting on this, found solace in the thought that if such extraordinary beings appeared annually, the Douluo continent would cease to be what it is and instead be dubbed the continent of monsters. When Qian Xiaoyi arrived, Shrek was reveling in their championship victory. Naturally, he had also received an invitation, and it appeared that no one held any disdain towards him for being affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Upon the crowd's discovery of Qian Xiaoyi, the joyous atmosphere remained unblemished, even with the presence of someone from the Spirit Hall. Everyone was present except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Ma Hongjuan's girlfriend, Shui Binger, whom he had met during the competition. Qian Xiaoi organized her expressions and smiled, saying, "Teacher, friends." Dai Mubai, with a playful grin, wrapped his arm around Qian Xiaoi's shoulder and exclaimed, "Xiaoi, I never expected this. Without your mask, you truly are a handsome sight. Even more charming than Xiaoao. I am feeling a twinge of jealousy. Come, don't just stand there. Let us drink. Handsome sight. I shall take that as a compliment. You are so slow. I was just about to call you. Come quickly. Sit here." Ning Rongrong patted the seat beside her. Yu Xiaojing also displayed a rare smile, saying, "Xiaoi, you were the last one we were waiting for." Qin Xiaoi, moved by the warm reception of the crowd, felt a surge of emotion, yet he knew he must proceed with his plan. "Teachers, elder brother, dear friends. I am here to bid farewell," Qin Xiaoi continued. "I am ready to graduate. And I express my heartfelt gratitude to my teachers for their guidance and to my friends for their support. Thank you all." Before he could utter another word, Ning Rongrong enveloped one of his arms in a comforting embrace and inquired, "What troubles you?" In the midst of astonished gazes, Qian Xiaoi shook off Ning Rongrong, who, with a pale complexion, trembled as she uttered, "What is the matter with you? Please do not frighten me." Qian Xiaoi sneered disdainfully, "Apologies, but at that time, I regarded you as the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, envisioning a political marriage to elevate the prestige of the Spirit Hall. However, that is no longer necessary. The stance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is unequivocal. Aiding Tang San means they stand as adversaries to the Spirit Hall. And I see no reason to entangle myself with you further. Do you truly believe that I, not yet 10 years old at the time, understood the essence of love?" Tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she trembled. "That cannot be. You loved me. Otherwise, why would you have gifted me 2 soul bones? Moreover, I could have forsaken my sect for you." Qian Xiaoi scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at her. "Enough already, Ning Rongrong. After all my efforts to distance myself from you, you still wish to cling to me. Do you not realize how bothersome you are? The Spirit Hall can certainly thrive without your support. Furthermore, my gift of a soul bone was merely to appease Qinshin. Spare yourself the delusions. I do not harbor any affection for you. My intentions were merely playful, coupled with a political alliance that brought us together. There is someone I truly cherish, and I have long grown weary of your incessant chatter." At that moment, Hulaina burst in, affectionately linking her arm with Qian Xiaoi's. "Are you not ready yet? You've been with that girl for quite some time. You haven't spent any time with me. It must be quite a strain to be with someone you do not care for." Qian Xiaoi nodded and said, "Yes. Let us depart. From this day forth, we shall be adversaries. I stand here, representing the Spirit Hall, to declare war upon you all. Those who oppose the Spirit Hall shall not fare well. I implore you to take heed." Ning Rongrong raised her hand, blocking the doorway, and stated, "Let us clarify our words. What do you mean by saying she has not accompanied him for a long time?" Hulaina smiled alluringly. "Of course, I have long been his. I have been by his side since childhood. I am no less than you. What reason would he have to favor you and forsake me?" Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her emotions. "No, this contradicts what you previously said. You told me there was nothing between you two. We are friends, are we not?" Hulaina chuckled softly. "Ning Rongrong, I must say, you are truly naive. It seems you are merely attempting to dispel your doubts. Have you ever seen a rival become a friend? Although Xiaoi may not harbor feelings for you, it still pains me to see you together. Now, step aside. You have outlived your usefulness." Qian Xiaoi pushed Ning Rongrong, but miscalculated the force, inadvertently causing her to fall. Ning Rongrong, frail as she was, suffered a harsh impact. Yet the agony of her body paled in comparison to the torment within her heart. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she knelt helplessly upon the cold ground. While those embroiled in the situation were blinded by their emotions, the onlooker Yu Xiaojing, possessing keen insight, discerned Qian Xiaoi's intentions. Others too had their suspicions. For the performance staged by Qian Xiaoi was riddled with inconsistencies. Who would employ a soul bone to curry favor with others? Even the wealthiest of the Spirit Hall would not squander their resources so recklessly. Moreover, if the Seven Treasure glazed tile school indeed aided Tang San, why would he plead for Tang San's cause? Yet, they all tacitly concealed their thoughts from Ning Rongrong. Tang San and the Spirit Hall were destined to be adversaries, and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school stood firmly against the Spirit Hall. As the next leader, Ning Rongrong could not afford any missteps. It was imperative to sever the emotional ties with Qian Xiaoyi. Was this truly the right course of action? Chen Xian pondered in silence. He had been invited by Qian Xiaoyi to remain here, and with his formidable strength, remaining undetected was a trivial task. Qian Xiaoyi sighed helplessly, saying, "There is no other option. This is the only way for her to forget me. If we were to be together, it would not be beneficial for her or for the Qibao glazed sect. Moreover, I fear she might truly sever ties with her sect for my sake, which would be an unbearable sin on my part. Can you not depart from the spirit hall?" He was asked. "That is impossible. My mother's nurturing is of paramount importance, and her ambition to unify the continent calls for my unwavering support as her son. Master, please assist me in persuading Rongrong to relinquish her feelings." With that, Qian Xiaoyi departed with Hulaina. Chen Xian observed Qian Xiaoyi's retreating figure and murmured, "Alas, with her temperament, how could that girl possibly forget you? She must loathe you now. Yet perhaps this is for the best. Rongrong may undergo some transformation." Chapter 78. Hatred. As the members of Shrek Academy consoled the emotionally numb Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi walked back to the spirit hall with Hulaina, approaching Bibidong and stating, "Mother, the competition has concluded. I wish to venture outside." Bibidong regarded her son, whose spirits appeared somewhat diminished, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Her ambition to unify the continent was met with formidable opposition, particularly from the Haotian sect, and specifically from Tang Hao, who stood as her greatest adversary. She even regarded the two great empires with disdain. Now, she felt an immense pressure emanating from Tang San, whose displayed prowess rivaled that of Tang Hao in his prime, posing a significant obstacle to her aspirations of dominion. Yet Tang San was also a friend of Qian Xiaoyi. Leaving Bibidong at a loss for words in the face of her son's plea. "To go out? Where shall we go?" Qian Xiaoyi remarked. "I merely wish to take a stroll. There is no need for anyone to accompany me." Bibidong hesitated, clearly concerned, for she understood the gravity of Tang Hao's threats. "Mother, fret not. The Haotian Douluo is a decent person. He will not trouble me unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, if I have someone to protect me, I will not achieve the purpose of honing my skills. Years from now, if my friends have all become formidable warriors while I remain weak, it would be quite embarrassing." Bibidong sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. "Very well, when shall we depart?" "Better early than late. We shall set off tomorrow." The next day, Qian Xiaoyi embarked on his journey alone. After Ning Rongrong was brought back to the seven-treasure glazed tile school by the sword Douluo Qinchin, she confined herself within her quarters, growing increasingly haggard and gaunt, neglecting her meals, and ignoring Ning Fengji's attempts to console her. It appeared that this setback had profoundly affected her. "Rongrong, come out for a meal," Ning Fengji pleaded in a final effort. There was silence within. Qinchin placed a reassuring hand on Ning Fengji's shoulder, signaling that he would handle the situation. Standing outside the door, Qinchin called out, "Rongrong, you haven't eaten in a day." According to Grandpa Jin, Qian Xiaoyi is not worth your distress. He has spent far more time with that saintess Hulaina than with you. He has merely deceived you. At this, Ning Rongrong inside was already in tears, murmuring, "That cannot be. Xiaoyi would never lie to me." Though she spoke thus, memories of the disdainful look Qian Xiaoyi had cast upon her filled her mind, as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. Qinchin, seeing Ning Rongrong's unwavering devotion, recalled Qian Xiaoyi's earlier words. "Rongrong, from the very beginning, I was following Qian Xiaoyi. Do you know what he has concealed from you? After every kiss with you, he would retreat to a secluded place to vomit. I feared it would hurt you, so I kept silent, but now, it is time for you to wake up." Ning Rongrong stood frozen for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. "Vomiting? So I have caused you such distress. You find me so repugnant. Very well, Qian Xiaoyi, you have pushed me to this. Hypocritical scoundrel, and you too, Hulaina, I foolishly considered you a friend. May you both meet a dreadful fate." Pausing, she glanced at her right hand, slowly clenching it into a fist, and continued, "Qian Xiaoyi, you likely did not anticipate this. The gifts you bestowed upon me shall become the most advantageous weapons in my quest to end your deceit. Your life shall be forfeit. I shall not allow anyone to possess what I cannot have." Every word spoken by Ning Rongrong was meticulously overheard by Chen Xian outside the door, evoking a blend of joy and concern within him. The joy stemmed from Ning Rongrong finally finding her motivation, while the concern arose from her burgeoning animosity towards Qian Xiaoyi. However, he remained unperturbed, for Ning Rongrong, as a support-type spirit master, could scarcely rival Qian Xiaoyi, even if she were to gain the upper hand. It was unlikely that she would ever resort to violence against him. As Ning Rongrong emerged from the room, her eyes burned with intense resentment. Chen Xian, sensing the storm brewing within her, expressed his worries, saying, Rongrong, I believe your academy's Oscar is commendable. Perhaps we should. Yet his words were abruptly cut off by Ning Rongrong's icy retort. No need. After she had distanced herself, Chen Xian let out a sigh, reflecting. Let her harbor her hatred. It is far preferable to severing ties with her sect and becoming an enemy to the world. After all, the spirit hall embodies malevolence and ambition, and aligning with them would yield no benefits, only hardship for Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi pondered to herself, murmuring, Rongrong must have developed a deep-seated hatred for me by now. Yet, that is still insufficient. I must hasten to grow stronger. She then questioned, but where am I exactly? How foolish of me to have neglected to bring a map. Qian Xiaoyi has been journeying aimlessly for several days, fully aware that he is heading north, yet oblivious to where his path may ultimately lead, leaving it to fate. No matter the location, there are always those eager to provoke. And even if one takes a detour, evasion remains elusive. As Qian Xiaoyi pondered how to procure a map, he was suddenly startled by a sinister laugh. Heh. Little brat, hand over all your valuables. I might spare your life. A lewd-faced, lanky man, appearing to be in his 40s and wielding a knife, boasted arrogantly, flanked by 4 yellow soul rings. In the eyes of an ordinary person, a soul master held ample grounds for such swagger. Brother, you've deceived again. When have you ever spared anyone's life? Came a mocking retort. Beside the middle-aged man stood another figure, notably rotund. Indeed, he was quite round, with a height nearly equal to that of Qian Xiaoyi, even shorter by a head. He bore no visible martial soul. Rather, he sported 1 white and 2 yellow soul rings, his physique giving the impression that he might burst free from the confines of his soul rings. Fool. Don't say that out loud. How can we relish their expressions, akin to angels descending into the mundane, otherwise? Honestly, the rotund man exclaimed. Kid, judging by your prowess, you've reached the rank of soul master at such a tender age, truly a prodigy. I harbor a deep-seated envy for talents like you, so brace yourself for doom. Those with heightened mental acuity could discern the levels of soul masters with lesser mental fortitude. Typically, mental prowess correlated with soul power, implying that the higher the soul power, the stronger the mental faculties. With a soul master and a soul scholar present, it could be said that Qian Xiaoyi was at a disadvantage. However, Qian Xiaoyi exhibited no signs of panic and naively inquired, Do you happen to possess a map? I seem to have lost my way. The 2 robbers were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Shouldn't he be begging for mercy or fleeing in terror? Had they encountered a fool? Are you an idiot? Are you truly an idiot? Qian Xiaoyi twitched her lips in frustration and exclaimed, Why all this nonsense? I simply asked if you have a map. I am lost and wish to find my way out. Do you not understand? You must be foolish. Individuals like you are the quickest to meet their demise. The 2 robbers paused in bewilderment, then began to whisper among themselves, ultimately concluding that she was of inferior intellect. Despite being robbed, she dared to confront her assailants. Just look at her demeanor. It was evident that even those with a slight temper would be inclined to retaliate against her. Xiaoyi, feeling the scornful gazes of the 2 as if they were looking at a simpleton, was overwhelmed with indignation. In a foul mood, he decided to tease them while searching for a map. Grasping the sword of judgment, he couldn't be bothered to reveal his soul rings. Instead, he unleashed his sword intent and soul flow. The individual, who was nearly as tall as the one lying down, felt a surge of fear as he charged towards him. In the realm of soul masters, he was undeniably among the weakest. Help! Boss, save me! His companion reassured him. Do not fear. I am coming. That hurts. Please, do not strike me. Help! This is murder. Are you out of your mind? How can a soul master be this formidable? Brother, retreat. Chapter 79. Journey to the Star-Do Forest. Pointing the sword of judgment at the 2 fallen figures who dared not move, Xiaoyi declared, Hand over the money. No. I mean, the map. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might spare your lives. The plump soul master trembled as he replied. You wouldn't be like my elder brother, would you? We give you the map, and then you slay us when your mood turns foul. Qian Xiaoyi displayed a look of astonishment and remarked, Oh? How did you know? Judging by your appearance, you must have taken many lives. Haven you? Do you truly believe that one can commit murder and escape unscathed? To take a life is to pay with one's own. Debts must be settled. I am here to bring you to justice. The 2 robbers turned ashen, believing their end was nigh. However, Qian Xiaoyi continued, Yet, Sparing your lives is not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing there was a chance to live, the two men rejoiced, exclaiming, "Young master, should you grant us our lives, we shall serve you faithfully. Your service is not what I seek. Your deeds are deeply tarnished. If you wish to survive, dedicate yourselves sincerely to the people. Should I encounter you again engaging in wrongdoing, you shall know the consequences." The two men nodded fervently, their enthusiasm palpable. Suddenly, Qian Xiaoyi had a moment of inspiration and turned to them, saying, "This alone is insufficient. You must first accomplish a task for me. Young master, speak your command. And even at the cost of our lives, we shall fulfill it." Qian Xiaoyi curled his lips, skeptical of the two timid souls who he believed would never risk their lives for him. Nevertheless, he spoke up, "I require your assistance in eliminating a certain individual." The plump spirit master interrupted, inquiring, "Eliminate someone? Did you not forbid us from taking lives?" "Allow me to finish," Qian Xiaoyi retorted, clearly displeased. "I need you to feign the assassination of Ning Rongrong, the young master of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School." "What? Boss this." "Silence. If you interrupt me again, I shall dispose of you on the spot." Satisfied to see the two covering their mouths, Qian Xiaoyi continued, "Given your abilities, you certainly cannot kill her. You must pretend to carry out the act. The assassination will undoubtedly fail, and once apprehended, they will inquire who sent you. How will you respond?" The two spirit masters, believing Qian Xiaoyi was testing their loyalty, resolutely declared, "We shall assert that no one instructed us. We simply found her displeasing." With that, they wore smug expressions, thinking that this time, the young master would indeed place his trust in them. Qian Xiaoyi pressed her forehead and sighed. "You two are truly foolish. Remember my appearance and name. When she inquires, answer her truthfully without a single mistake. Also, my name is Qian Xiaoyi. You will say that Qian Xiaoyi sent you to kill her. Do you understand? But do not disclose my plan." The two nodded vigorously, with a wave of her hand. Qian Xiaoyi left them with a final remark, "If you fail, prepare for death. For those who fear for their lives, threatening them with death is the most fitting approach." Days later, at the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Rongrong stared blankly at a plush bear on her bed, the first gift Qian Xiaoyi had ever given her, and her most cherished possession. In recent days, she had been diligently cultivating, her strength surging, even making modest progress in the challenging soul rotation. During her leisure, she would find herself lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Holding the plush bear, tears gradually streamed down Ning Rongrong's cheeks. She could hardly believe that those joyous days were mere illusions, that the sweet nothings were nothing but deceit. Is this the target? Is it this little girl? Ha. Let us swiftly complete the task and leave. Just as Ning Rongrong was engulfed in sorrow, two individuals burst into her room, both clad in the uniform of the Qibao Liuli sect, suggesting they had infiltrated through such means. One was tall, the other short, one plump, the other lean. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears, unwilling to let anyone see her cry over a scoundrel. With a sweep of her spiritual energy, she discerned that one was a soul sovereign and the other a soul master. These two were the thieves executing Qian Xiaoyi's orders. They were supposed to have arrived much earlier, but with the map in Qian Xiaoyi's possession, they had gotten lost. Fortunately, the Qibao Liuli sect was vast, and by asking a few people, they managed to find their way. Otherwise, completing the task would have been a matter of who knows how long. Ning Rongrong inquired, "Who are you? Do you dare to invade the Qibao Liuli sect? Are you tired of living?" The lean one replied, "We do not wish to. But the mission must be fulfilled. Hee, little beauty, you cannot escape." Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes and suddenly laughed softly. "You dare to come to the Qibao Liuli sect to assassinate the young sect master with your soul master strength? Is your master a fool? Someone, apprehend them." Ning Rongrong had little interest in them. She was curious about who was foolish enough to send assassins after her, so eager to create enmity with the Qibao Liuli sect. "Brother, there are so many people, and they are all experts," remarked the plump soul master. The lean soul master nodded in agreement with his statement. "What do you intend to do? I assure you, I am quite formidable. Wait, don't come any closer. Ah, help, murder." The onlookers from the Qibao Liuli sect regarded the two with strange expressions. As assassins, they were being thrashed by the guards while crying murder. How amusing. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, signaling everyone to halt, exuding an air of danger as she inquired, "Who is your master? Speak, or you shall wish for death itself." The stout man was utterly terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Observing this, the thin man confessed candidly, "The tale of Qian Xiaoyi is far from over." Ning Rongrong, filled with agitation, interjected, "You are lying. Your master is fully aware that you could never accomplish this task, yet he sends you here merely to frame Qian Xiaoyi. If he truly wished to kill me, why would he not come himself? The thin man, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "It is true. The young master's martial spirit is the sword of judgment, and he is strikingly handsome. He claimed that it would sully his hands to kill you himself. Hence we were ordered to act. I speak nothing but the truth. Here, I possess a letter penned in the young master's own hand, detailing our assignment." He produced a piece of parchment bearing the emblem of the spirit hall. Upon seeing the letter, Ning Rongrong believed it, even before reading it. As she opened it, her eyes darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Fortunately, a servant supported her, preventing her collapse. The letter read, "I have long harbored disdain for the young master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. However, I do not wish to tarnish my hands. Therefore, I have dispatched you two to assassinate the young master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. A generous reward awaits upon the successful completion of this task." Ning Rongrong, powerless, sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, alternating between laughter and tears. "Ha ha ha, Qian Xiaoyi, how heartless you are. I could endure your insults and your blows. But to think you would wish to kill me? Have I ever held no place in your heart? With your intellect, you send these two to take my life. How desperately do you wish for my demise? Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoyi, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. I shall not grant you your wish. Not only shall I live, but I will ensure you lose everything. You despise me, do you not? One day, I shall bind you to my side, forcing you to witness my existence daily. Ha ha ha. Miss, how shall we deal with them?" One of the men pointed at the two would-be assassins. Ning Rongrong glanced at them and declared, "Release them. They serve no purpose." The two robbers then realized they had become mere pawns in a game of no consequence. And it was no wonder the young master had assured them of a safe journey. In the distance, Qian Xiaoyi seemed to grasp something profound. He gazed towards the seven-treasure glazed tile school and sighed, "Rongrong, I am sorry. Following me, you would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death. In my eyes, your safety and reputation are paramount. It is better to harbor hatred solely for me. Perhaps we should never have crossed paths." He surveyed the forest before him and murmured, "The Star Doe forest is fraught with peril, yet it also offers countless opportunities. Whether I drink from the cup of bitterness or transform into a dragon depends solely on my destiny." Chapter 80. The winged white tiger and the silkworm. The sword of judgment was embedded in the ground, and Qian Xiaoyi, with a blade of grass between his lips, rested with his arms behind his head, leaning against a great tree. Beside him lay a tiger, quiet and still, its length measuring 3 meters, resembling a mere pet beside him. Apart from the dark emblem resembling a crown upon its forehead, the creature's fur is a resplendent golden white. It possesses 2 pristine wings on its back, while its tail sways gracefully from side to side. With its eyes closed and breath steady and powerful, it appears to be in slumber, yet, even in repose, its majestic presence is unmistakable. The double-winged white tiger is a legendary soul beast, said to be a mutation of the divine beast by Hu. Tales of the white tiger also circulate throughout the Douluo continent, where it is believed to have manifested. Its powers rivaling those of the dragon lineage, akin to the strength of divine offspring, cohabiting within the realm of the gods. The bloodline of the double-winged white tiger has mutated, rendering it even more formidable than the ordinary white tiger. Though it currently remains in its nascent stage, its future undoubtedly holds the promise of dominion. The occurrence of mutations is already exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of a beneficial aberration is almost negligible. It is estimated that this singular double-winged white tiger is the only one of its kind on the entire continent, despite its imposing size and fierce demeanor. Qian Xiaoyi is aware of its youth. It has only recently emerged into the world, having been alive for merely a few months. Its growth has been solely reliant on sustenance. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured in years. The longer their existence, the greater their prowess. Some soul beasts can enhance their abilities through unique methods such as absorption and consumption, allowing certain creatures to possess 10,000-year soul rings despite having lived for only a few thousand years. However, cultivation does not solely dictate strength. Lineage plays a crucial role as well. The more noble the bloodline, the greater the power. For instance, a 1,000-year dark golden terrorclaw bear can contend with an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Upon his arrival in the starry forest, Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware of the necessity for caution and restraint, meticulously avoiding any reckless actions and refraining from provoking the spirit beasts. Even when confronted by troublesome spirit beasts, he would either fend them off if capable or retreat if not, having thus far spared the life of a single spirit beast. This was not due to cowardice, but rather a profound respect for life. If it could be spared, so be it. One day, as Qian Shaoi traversed the forest, he suddenly perceived a surge of energy enveloping his surroundings. The further he ventured, the more potent the energy became. Although he heightened his vigilance, curiosity compelled him to explore further. He remained acutely aware of his environment, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Strangely, within this realm of energy, only insects and birds were present, with not a single spirit beast in sight. Recognizing the anomaly, Qian Shaoi pondered whether to proceed when suddenly the energy converged towards a point not far in front of him. He endeavored to absorb this energy, yet it resisted his command, gradually coalescing into a spherical form exceeding a meter in height. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an egg. Despite the richness of the energy, its formation merely resulted in a slight dilution of the surrounding potency. However, this was not the conclusion. The remaining energy was swiftly consumed by the white egg. Akin to a whale swallowing its prey, Qian Shaoi was captivated, harboring a premonition that he was destined to witness the birth of something extraordinary today. Energy is not infinite. No matter how abundant, it will ultimately be fully absorbed. Just as the energy was about to be depleted, a radiant beam of platinum light descended from the heavens, striking the egg and sending ripples of force outward. Caught off guard, Qian Shaoi was unceremoniously propelled backward. Upon closer inspection, perhaps due to the luminous column, the surface of the white egg was marred with cracks, as if something within yearned to break free. At last, the shell shattered, revealing first a pair of resplendent white wings, followed by the emergence of a small white tiger's body. In that fleeting moment, Qian Shaoi recalled an ancient tome that chronicled various mythical beasts, which noted the white tiger's aberration. Unlike its ordinary counterpart, this creature possessed an additional pair of wings. The little being before him had come into existence, adorned with dual wings and shimmering platinum fur. Qian Shaoi ventured a bold hypothesis. This was the winged white tiger, a variant of the divine white tiger. Perhaps it was that very beam of light that instigated the white tiger's transformation. The winged white tiger rose to its feet, displaying no signs of weakness despite its recent birth. Its limbs were strong, and its large blue eyes blinked adorably as it surveyed its surroundings. Upon spotting Qian Shaoi, who approached unsteadily, it leapt with excitement, bounding directly onto his shoulders. Qian Shaoi, already weakened by the pressure of the atmosphere, could hardly withstand the sudden descent of the dual-winged white tiger. As it knocked him to the ground, a cold sweat broke out when the tiger opened its mouth. Just as he was about to retaliate, the creature extended its tongue and licked Qian Shaoi's face, rubbing against him affectionately. Noticing the absence of hostility and its remarkably friendly demeanor, Qian Shaoi summoned his courage and gently patted the little white tiger's head, eliciting a look of sheer bliss from the beast. Before long, the dual-winged white tiger stood before him, wearing a pitiful expression as it pointed to its belly and licked its lips. Even someone as naive as Qian Shaoi could grasp the implication. It was clearly hungry. Though tigers are carnivorous, there was no meat on him save for his own, so for the sake of his own safety, he resolved to seek out a notorious soul beast. Qian Shaoi vanquished a serpentine millennium soul beast. After consuming it, the two-winged white tiger began to grow in size. Qian Shaoi could distinctly sense the steady rise in the tiger's cultivation. From its nascent state, it had now attained a decade of cultivation. A few months later, the two-winged white tiger had lengthened to 3 meters, with its cultivation reaching a century. Its primary pursuits were slumber and feasting, lacking any semblance of the regal demeanor befitting the king of beasts. The two-winged white tiger had developed a dependence on Qian Shaoi. Typically, soul beasts gain a modicum of rationality after a millennium, and only after 10 millennia do they comprehend the intricacies of human relationships. However, the two-winged white tiger was exceptional. From its very birth, it exhibited an innate ability to be endearing and charming, possessing intelligence that rivaled that of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Qian Shaoi's greatest delight lay in perching upon the back of the winged white tiger, treating it as a noble steed. As they rested, the winged white tiger gradually opened its eyes, cautiously gazing into the depths of the starry forest. Noticing the creature's demeanor, Qian Shaoi braced for battle. At last, those rascals emerged, daring to attempt the absorption of Tianmenggu. How utterly foolish. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a shadow began to materialize amidst the trees ahead, and Qian Shaoi distinctly felt the temperature plummet. Before him loomed a rotund head, its plumpness exceeding a meter in diameter, wriggling as it approached from the heart of the forest. It was then that he realized the creature's immense size. This was a silkworm, its length surpassing 7 meters. A luminous aura shimmered beneath its skin, and its golden eyes gleamed from its head. Spiraling golden patterns adorned its body at intervals, totaling 10 in number from head to tail. Chapter 81. Tianming Ice Silkworm. The colossal silkworm observed Qian Shaoi and the winged white tiger, though its expression remained inscrutable. Tumultuous thoughts churned within. How could it have been so preoccupied with fleeing that it failed to notice these two? What a blunder! Had it barely escaped the jaws of a tiger only to stumble into the den of a wolf? Was that what the winged tiger signified? Why was it drooling? Why did it regard me as sustenance? Fortunately, it appeared formidable, yet it was merely a century old. I am free. The winged white tiger fixated on the plump creature before it, drool trickling from the corners of its mouth as it even extended its tongue to lick its lips, its throat rumbling with the craving for the delectable morsel. It yearned to immediately devour the creature. However, Qian Shaoi did not indulge in such recklessness as his companion. Based on the previous sound, it was likely that this creature had uttered it. Soul beasts capable of human speech typically possessed a cultivation exceeding 100,000 years. Such a beast, comparable to a tidal Douluo, would likely be a formidable opponent, and due to the innate advantages of soul beasts, even a tidal Douluo might not stand a chance. Xiaobai, be cautious. This creature may very well be a soul beast of 100,000 years. Xiaobai was the name Qian Shaoi had chosen for the winged white tiger, lacking in deeper meaning, merely inspired by Flinder's nickname for Dai Mubai, Xiaobai. Though the winged white tiger could not yet speak, comprehending human language was not beyond its capability. Yet, understanding was one matter, and heeding was quite another. Xiaobai continued to gaze at the enormous worm with indifference. The large worm, feeling displeased, disregarded Qian Shaoi and the century-old Xiaobai, declaring, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast par excellence, blessed with both intellect and beauty, the unparalleled powerhouse, the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for the longest lifespan in Douluo continent. You may call me Tianming Gu. 1,000,000 years? Who do you think you're fooling? To be honest, even the aura of 100,000-year soul beast surpasses yours." Qian Shaoi wore a look of disbelief, while Xiaobai was brimming with excitement. As if the more formidable the heavenly dream ice silkworm became, the better it was for him. Disbelief aside, the little tiger over there should be cautious. If he continued to gaze at me with such eyes, I would not hesitate to eliminate him, warned the heavenly dream ice silkworm fiercely. Xiaobai, with a charmingly innocent blink, let out a few roars and then defiantly regarded the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was a 1,000,000-year-old spirit beast, and it would not take kindly to being provoked by a mere 100-year-old spirit beast. Oh dear, little white tiger. Do you take my silence as weakness? Watch as I bring you to your end. With that, the temperature around the heavenly dream ice silkworm plummeted, forcing Qian Shaoi to channel his soul power to shield both Xiaobai and himself from the biting cold. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted disdainfully, realizing that not all humans were driven solely by greed. However, in an instant, a streak of icy brilliance flashed past, striking Xiaobai. In that moment, all of Xiaobai's movements froze, his surface gradually encased in frost, until he transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Xiaobai. Qian Shaoi glared with intensity. During this period, Xiaobai had become his sole companion, and they had forged a profound friendship. At times, Xiaobai even regarded him as a mother figure, though it was somewhat awkward. Qian Shaoi was resolute in his determination to protect Xiaobai should any danger arise. "You wretched creature, I shall end your existence." The heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the looming threat, its demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Just as the conflict was on the brink of eruption, a shattering sound resonated, and the icy layer enveloping Xiaobai gradually peeled away. Xiaobai regained mobility and let out a series of roars towards the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The latter's mind was in disarray, contemplating, when did 100-year soul beasts become so formidable? After all, I am a 1,000,000-year soul beast, a full 10,000 times more potent. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's forte lay in its mental prowess. Detecting something amiss, it employed its mental energy to probe Xiaobai. The moment its mental energy made contact, the expression of the heavenly dream ice silkworm shifted dramatically, murmuring, "How can this be? This aura is far stronger than mine, exponentially so. even surpassing Ice. No, Ice cannot even begin to compare. Such a being should inherently be a destined sovereign. How could it possibly coexist with a human? As Qian Xiaoyi engaged his mental prowess with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he swiftly discerned the overwhelming strength of its spiritual force. Though his own mental capabilities were notably formidable, even among the ranks of the soul sect, here they appeared but a mere droplet in the vast ocean. Who are you? Truly? Qian Xiaoyi began to entertain the notion that the heavenly dream ice silkworm might indeed be a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's demeanor softened slightly as it replied, I was once a rather ordinary ice silkworm soul beast. I did not originate from the Douluo forest, but rather from the frigid northern reaches of the continent. We ice silkworms are naturally dual attribute soul beasts, embodying both spiritual and ice properties. However, our inherent combat prowess is severely hampered by our speed, rendering us merely average among soul beasts. Moreover, we are plagued by the presence of natural enemies. Rarely does a member of my kind cultivate to a millennium or more. Yet, I am an exception, a fortunate anomaly, perhaps. For I have merely eaten and slept my way to 1,000,000 years. Yet I possess no aptitude for battle. My fighting ability pales in comparison to a 10,000-year soul beast, making me an easy target for predators. Nevertheless, I managed to escape. Young brother, could you possibly lend me a hand? Is that truly all you are? Qian Xiaoyi scoffed, his disdain mirrored in the gaze of the nearby Xiaobai. I simply harbor good intentions and prefer not to resort to violence. Otherwise, they surely wouldn't survive till dawn, the ice silkworm retorted. Let us just consider it that way. Qian Xiaoyi concluded. What do you mean by let us just consider it that way? I am indeed quite formidable. Qian Xiaoyi, disinclined to argue, recognized that although the plump worm's strength was modest, its mental fortitude was formidable, being a soul beast that had existed for 1,000,000 years. Regardless of its lower power, it was not something that Qian Xiaoyi and Xiaobai could contend with at present. Hey, fat worm, what do you intend to do next? Will you continue to flee? Qian Xiaoyi inquired. The heavenly dream ice silkworm shook its head, responding, I have been escaping for thousands of years. I am weary and in need of slumber. You should refer to me as Brother Tianming. If you need to sleep, why not just pass into eternal rest? All you seem to think about is slumber. Just like Xiaobai. Xiaobai retorted with a shout towards Qian Xiaoyi, then pointed at its own mouth, conveying the message, I still know how to eat. Qian Xiaoyi cast a disdainful glance at the feckless fellow and inquired, Tianming, where do you intend to rest? Though the Douluo forest is vast, it is hardly your most suitable refuge. Tianming Binkin shook his head and replied, You are correct. However, if I venture beyond the Douluo forest, I will be instantly discovered. Even if I remain undetected, humanity will not spare me. Tianming Bingsan's words reminded Qian Xiaoyi of Xiao Wu, prompting a sigh from him. Human desires are insatiable. In the past, when soul beasts acted recklessly, humanity sought only survival. Now, the ambition to grow stronger leads to the slaughter of soul beasts. In the future, the habitat of soul beasts will diminish even further. Tianming Binkin nodded in agreement, stating, It seems your insight is commendable. You speak the truth. Humanity's advancement is exceedingly rapid, and it remains uncertain whether soul beasts will exist in the future. Young one, you are the first human I do not despise. Qian Xiaoyi smiled and remarked, Yet, you are not the first spirit beast I have taken a liking to. Tianming Ice Silkworm paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. How amusing. I sincerely hope I am not the last spirit beast you will cherish. Chapter 82. Snow-Cold City. Returning to the matter at hand. Even if you choose to rest here, you ought to find a secure location, don't you think? The beasts capable of hunting you are at least 10,000 years old. Do you possess the confidence to evade them? Qian Xiaoyi expressed a hint of concern. Tianming Ice Silkworm appeared quite assured, stating, Though my combat prowess may not be remarkable, I can confidently declare that as long as I conceal myself, even the divine cannot locate me. Qian Xiaoyi felt a stir in her heart and inquired, Deity? Tianming, do you truly believe in the existence of gods? Tianming's expression turned grave in an instant, as she replied with unwavering certainty, Indeed, they exist. You are still too feeble at present, but once you ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, you shall perceive the reality of the divine realm. Just as the peak Douluo among humanity have come to acknowledge the existence of the divine realm, those chosen by the divine heirs can attain godhood. Nearly all soul masters opt for this path to divinity, for the alternative is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Qian Xiaoyi grasped the essence of the matter. What about the second path? What is it? Are there other ways to attain divinity? Indeed, there exists another method to achieve godhood, namely, the creation of a divine position. However, the challenges inherent in such an endeavor are daunting. If one were to consider the probability of being favored by a divine progeny and inheriting their divine rank to be 50%, the likelihood of self-creating a divine position stands at a mere 0.5%. Furthermore, when factoring in additional variables, this probability diminishes even further. At this juncture, Tianming blinked and let out a sigh. Originally, we spirit beasts possessed the potential to ascend to divinity. But ever since a silver light descended from the heavens thousands of years ago, we have been unable to achieve such a feat. Even reaching 1,000,000 years of age is insufficient. The sole method of attaining divinity now lies in transforming into a human at the age of 100,000 years. And then, through exceptional talent and profound understanding of soul power, striving to reach the pinnacle of the continent to catch the eye of a divine progeny. Yet, the associated risks are immense. Not only is there no guarantee of being noticed by a divine progeny, but humanity would undoubtedly not spare us. Thus, the number of spirit beasts opting for human transformation is exceedingly rare, as none are willing to take such a perilous gamble in pursuit of elusive aspirations. Tianming blinked and then glanced at Qian Shaoyi and remarked, "By the way, I still do not know your name." Qian Shaoyi smiled awkwardly, realizing that after such a lengthy conversation, she had yet to disclose her name. "I am Qian Shaoyi." "Tianming, do you know what it takes to create a divine position?" Tianming shook his head. "I do not know, but to be frank, I do not believe you possess the capability to create a divine position. It is exceedingly difficult. Although creating a divine position is significantly more powerful than inheriting one, the level of difficulty is also vastly different." Qian Shaoyi, undeterred, confidently declared, "The future? Who can say? Do you not believe that challenges render life more intriguing?" Tianming Ice Silkworm opened its mouth, only to let out a sigh in the end. To be honest, it harbored doubts about Qian Shaoyi's success, yet it did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. "Never mind you," it concluded, "I am off to sleep now. And as for that little white one, do not regard me with those eyes. I am not your meal." Qian Shaoyi glanced back at Xiaobai, only to find it wearing an expression akin to that of a glutton, its eyes gleaming with desire as it gazed at the dream ice silkworm, its limbs occasionally inching towards it. The dream ice silkworm's forte lay in its mental prowess, yet this power proved utterly ineffective against Xiaobai. When it had unleashed a mental assault moments ago, Xiaobai's sea of consciousness had absorbed the attack like a sponge, not only disregarding the mental onslaught, but also appropriating a portion of its own mental energy. While mental energy can indeed be replenished, it held no value in this instance. If Xiaobai had not derived any benefit, it would not have regarded the dream ice silkworm with such a covetous gaze. Upon witnessing that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was at a loss with regard to Little White, Qian Shaoyi's courage began to swell. "Heavenly dream, Little White has gone so many days without a proper meal. I wonder if you could lend a helping hand. After all, you are a 1,000,000-year soul beast, and losing a piece of flesh wouldn't be fatal." The heavenly dream ice silkworm bellowed, "I won't perish, but it will certainly hurt. How about I take a piece of flesh from you and see?" Qian Shaoyi chuckled mischievously and patted Xiaobai. "Go on, devour it, make it talk more." Qian Shaoyi discerned that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was unable, or rather unwilling, to harm Little White. Thus she felt no reservations. "Qian Shaoyi, you devil, save me." Uncertain of how to articulate it, ultimately, amidst their playful scuffle, their bond deepened. Qian Shaoyi gazed at the ground, where deep beneath the surface, the heavenly dream ice silkworm lay in slumber, while Xiaobai bore an expression of melancholy, for it ultimately had not savored the delectable feast. A year later, Qian Shaoyi languidly leaned against Xiaobai, whose physique had grown significantly, nearing a millennium of cultivation. During this time, Qian Shaoyi had not been idle. He had not only enhanced his wilderness survival skills, but also enriched his combat experience considerably. Most importantly, he had ascended to the rank of a soul master, having recently hunted a 10,000-year soul beast, acquiring a soul ring configuration of yellow, blue, and black. "Xiaobai, my initial plan has been accomplished. It is time to venture forth." Xiaobai emitted a low growl, seemingly expressing its discontent. As he caressed Xiaobai's form, he said, "You cannot accompany me. Until you possess absolute strength, do not leave the Star-Doe forest. For you soul beasts, the outside world is far too perilous. Although dangers abound within the forest as well, Your abilities will suffice for self-preservation. Do not worry. I shall return, for there are matters I must clarify with her. Xiaobai looked at Qian Xiaoyi with lingering reluctance before finally nodding and sprinting deeper into the forest. Until we meet again. Departing from the Stardow forest, he journeyed northward. Snowy Cold City is one of the northernmost cities on the Douluo continent, where, during the coldest of times, it is not uncommon for water to freeze upon contact. Yet, despite this, the city thrived, bustling with activity, showing no signs of desolation due to its remote location. Qian Xiaoyi, clad in a thick cotton coat, shivered uncontrollably, pondering how he had inexplicably found himself in this place. Nevertheless, he decided to regard it as an opportunity to strengthen his resilience to the cold. In contrast, the others within the city, though bundled up, did not appear nearly as disheveled as he did. Perhaps they had already acclimatized to their surroundings. Qian Xiaoyi entered a bustling tavern, where a multitude of patrons sought refuge from the cold, perhaps seeking warmth in the embrace of spirits. Taking a seat in a secluded corner, he summoned a waiter, exclaiming, "Good sir, a jug of fine wine, for I am freezing." Right away, the waiter replied, hastily completing his tasks before dashing over with a jug of wine. Noticing that Qian Xiaoyi appeared to be merely a youth of a tender age, he refrained from comment. For it was not unusual for individuals of such years to be wed in these parts. Observing Qian Xiaoyi's discomfort in the unfamiliar surroundings, the waiter inquired, "You are not from around here, are you?" In an effort to conceal his identity as a soul master, Qian Xiaoyi refrained from unleashing his soul power to ward off the chill, which had left him shivering and thus prompted the waiter's question. "Indeed, I have journeyed from the south, and I find myself quite unaccustomed to this frigid climate. Hence, I seek to stave off the cold with a bit of wine." The waiter, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Then, dear guest, why are you not accompanied by your parents? Perhaps it would be wise to drink in moderation." Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware of her tender age, being merely in her teens. The idea of traversing such a distance alone was indeed extraordinary, an endeavor beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Noticing the amiable nature of the tavern keeper, she felt no irritation. She had merely sought a moment of diversion, slipping away to indulge in some playful escapades. Just as the tavern keeper considered expressing further concern for the young girl, a coarse voice resonated through the establishment. "Ah, how lovely. Someone bring her to me as my concubine." Chapter 83. The mysterious woman indeed. This girl is quite striking. Truly beautiful. It seems fortune smiles upon me tonight. Come, someone fetch her for my pleasure. Following the voice, a burly man in his 30s, accompanied by several servants, leered at a woman who, like Qian Xiaoyi, sat inconspicuously in a shadowy corner. With her back turned to Qian Xiaoyi, her face remained unseen, and thus, she garnered little of Qian Xiaoyi's attention. However, even the most unassuming presence can be discovered. Soon enough, someone was attempting to forcibly seize a maiden. The positioning of the servants effectively obstructed all avenues of escape, clearly indicating that this was not their first encounter in such a nefarious deed. The tavern keeper sighed, "Alas, this Han Bing is a notorious tyrant of Shuahan City. He exploits the power granted by his father, the city lord, acting with impunity while many dare not voice their anger." At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi became intrigued and inquired, "Have you never considered leaving this place or reporting to the empire? To my knowledge, the monarchs of that empire are wise rulers, and surely they would take action." "Is it truly that simple?" came the reply. "Shuehan City was established by the city lord himself and does not belong to either of the two great empires. It can be regarded as a sovereign entity. The city lord wields military power and is rumored to be an extraordinary soul master of level 87. Due to its remote location, both empires have chosen to turn a blind eye. It is not that no one has wished to escape. Rather, the city lord forbids it. I recall a tale of someone who attempted to sneak out, only to find his head displayed at the city gate the very next day. Since its inception, Shuehan City has never seen anyone leave. Even if we wish to depart, we find ourselves unable to do so." Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with distress. Must the trials she faced be so arduous? What of the soul masters? Surely, if there were soul masters, they could escort you all to safety, could they not? The waiter shook his head solemnly. The status of a soul master is esteemed, and they have all been co-opted by the city lord. Those few who refuse to serve him seldom survive the night. Yet, while the city lord is merciless towards soul beasts, he is quite benevolent towards us common folk, except for his son, alas. Qian Xiaoyi smiled softly. "I think not necessarily. The soul flow that Qian Xiaoyi diligently practiced could indeed sharpen his mental fortitude. At present, his mental power was on par with that of a soul king. Through his mental acuity, he discerned that Han Bing was merely at level 40, while those servants languished at a mere 20 or so, their abilities artificially enhanced by potions. However, he could not perceive the depths of that woman. Her aura emanated a chilling presence that even he could sense. The woman, sensing the scrutiny upon her, turned to gaze at the source of the attention. In that moment, Qian Xiaoyi was struck by her extraordinary beauty. She appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, with long, pristine white hair cascading down to her feet. Her sky-blue eyes sparkled with an ethereal clarity, as if capable of penetrating the very fabric of the world. Her figure was tall and elegantly contoured, flawless in its perfection. Clad in a simple white gown devoid of embellishment, she radiated an air of purity and unparalleled grace. Akin to a winter plum blossom standing proud against the snow, unique and unyielding. That fleeting glance she cast in his direction momentarily rendered him speechless. Having grown amidst the company of beautiful women, he found himself nonetheless compelled to admire her. The woman merely regarded him with a fleeting glance before turning her attention back to the window, as if the snow outside held her sole interest. Han Bing felt a surge of annoyance. In his past exploits, he relished the struggle of the women he forcibly claimed. Yet this woman seemed devoid of emotion, unperturbed by fear or trepidation. The icy blue depths of her eyes remained untroubled, indifferent to everything around her, rendering any notion of resistance inconceivable. This lack of response irked him deeply. He exchanged a glance with his subordinates, signaling them to approach the woman slowly. Qian Xiaoyi harbored no intention of intervening. Rather, he was intrigued to ascertain the capabilities of the girl, who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. It was quite remarkable that she chose to wear a skirt in such frigid weather, leading Qian Xiaoyi to doubt her level of cultivation if her skills were not substantial. The young woman turned to glare at Qian Xiaoyi, her crimson lips parting as she murmured under her breath, inaudible to all but herself. He looks rather presentable. Yet he is merely a coward, too frightened to act as a delicate maiden falls into the clutches of others. Were Qian Xiaoyi to overhear her words, he would undoubtedly feel wronged, though he would undoubtedly protest his innocence vehemently. In that fleeting moment when the servants confronted her, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in her eyes. She unleashed her soul power with a force that sent the servants spiraling away, crashing to the ground with cries akin to that of slaughtered swine. Those men merely followed your orders, and for that, I shall spare their lives. However, your malevolence cannot be permitted to persist. With that declaration, a frostbitten sword materialized in her hand, aimed at the nefarious young man. The rogue stood in stunned silence, for this was far from what he had envisioned. He had assumed her to be an ordinary person, devoid of any soul energy fluctuation, never considering she might be a formidable opponent. Qian Xiaoyi remained acutely aware of his surroundings, promptly detecting the murderous intent emanating from the woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed out in haste. Clang! The sword of judgment clashed with the ice blade, producing a crisp sound. Qian Xiaoyi staggered back several steps, while the woman remained utterly unfazed. He was somewhat astonished. After rigorous training in battles with soul beasts in the Stardew forest, his strength had become comparable to that of a soul king. Yet, the woman effortlessly absorbed his attack, revealing her formidable prowess. Perceiving her prey had been rescued, the woman regarded Qian Xiaoyi with an impassive expression, her eyes brimming with lethal intent, causing him to feel a twinge of panic. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a swift blow to the back of the ruffian's head, rendering him unconscious. Without regard for his own safety or the woman's struggles, he grasped her hand and fled. The woman violently shook off his grip, exclaiming, "Do not touch me, you filthy scum." Qian Xiaoyi let out a bitter smile. Realizing that the woman had misunderstood him, he spoke urgently, "I will explain everything later, but please come with me now, otherwise it will be too late." The woman's gaze shifted momentarily, lost in thought, before she finally responded, "Lead the way." Qian Xiaoyi occasionally glanced back to check for pursuers, weaving left and right, fearful of being discovered. In contrast, the woman remained unhurried, displaying not a trace of anxiety. Qian Xiaoyi led the woman to a secluded corner, turning back to meet her questioning gaze. "Why didn't you assist me earlier?" the woman coldly inquired. Qian Xiaoyi, realizing that she had not deterred the scoundrels from approaching her at the outset, sighed and said, "Why should I assist you? You are also a soul master, and indeed stronger than they are. Should I intervene simply because you are a striking beauty? There is no imminent threat to life, hence I see no need to act." The woman's tone grew more abrasive. Am I to face peril simply for eliminating that scoundrel? Qian Shaoi curled her lips in disdain. Foolish woman. Can you not think for a moment? Killing those servants may have gone unnoticed by the Lord, who knows the true nature of his child and can easily turn a blind eye. However, if you were to slay that scoundrel, the Lord would undoubtedly be aware that his son met his end at your hands. Do you truly believe he would simply let it go? The Lord is formidable, bolstered by those spirit masters. Do you think you are a titled Douluo? Judging by your appearance, you must be the heir of some great power. It would serve you well to remain discreet in public. Oh, what is the matter with you? Who did you call a foolish woman? Repeat that if you dare. The woman glared at Qian Shaoi, her tone laden with murderous intent. When had anyone ever dared to speak to her in such a manner? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Qian Shaoi found amusement in her anger, yet when the woman was truly enraged, a tinge of fear crept over her. Well, that was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. I merely wish to remind you not to act impulsively. It could put you in peril. Qian Shaoi chuckled, attempting to pacify her. And what of it? In my eyes, no one surpasses me, the woman retorted dismissively before striding away. Goodness, how arrogant. Hey, what do you intend to do? Kill. Upon hearing this, Qian Shaoi was displeased, feeling that all his words had fallen on deaf ears. No one had ever dared to disregard him so brazenly. You shall not go. No matter how formidable you believe yourself to be, you cannot contend against a multitude. Do you doubt it? Very well. Proceed if you wish. Then we shall see who faces the consequences of being hunted. Why do you hesitate? I truly cannot comprehend how you privileged young ladies can be so willful. The woman hesitated for a moment, yet resolutely stepped outside. Wait, I was merely jesting, and you truly intend to go? Come back, foolish woman. In an instant, an icy blade was pressed against Qian Shaoi's neck, and the woman coldly declared, repeat that if you dare. Do not assume that your assistance grants you the right to act with impunity. Should you provoke my ire, no one will be able to shield you. Qian Shaoi was well aware that she would not take her own life. Otherwise, she would have acted sooner. Ice Blade, my martial spirit is the judgment sword. It seems we are quite fated. She remarked, by the way, I still do not know your name. Which faction do you belong to? The woman's gaze flickered, her sharp eyes fixed on Qian Shaoi as if attempting to discern his intentions. Qian Shaoi, with a clear conscience, had no fear of her scrutiny. I am called Bai Shui. Bai Shui? A lovely name, truly befitting, for you are as pure and flawless as freshly fallen snow. Yet, you tend to act impulsively. Why do you speak so much? A grown man should not be so fidgety, Bai Shui remarked with disdain. Bai Shui, I am Qian Shaoi. What shall we do next? The beautiful Bai Shui had caught the attention of that scoundrel, who certainly would not let this matter rest easily. Bai Shui regarded Qian Shaoi with a look of contempt. What else can we do, if you cannot handle such a trivial matter? What a shame it is for you as a man. Just kill him and be done with it. Qian Shaoi sighed in exasperation. Sister, if it were merely a matter of taking his life, that would be simplistic. The crux of the issue lies with his father, the lord of the city, along with the formidable subordinates he has amassed over the years. Without the strength of a titled Douluo, escape would be impossible. You must understand that there are but a handful of titled Douluos across the continent. With just the two of us, we scarcely pose a threat to them. Bai Shui, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, then what do you propose? That scoundrel must perish. He dared to lay hands on me, and he must be prepared to face death. I share your disdain for him. I will not hinder your desire to slay him. However, we must devise a meticulous plan. Charging in recklessly to eliminate him will surely provoke his father, who is capable of making your life a living hell. We need to orchestrate an assassination that presents the illusion of an accidental death, thus ensuring our own safety. Does that sound feasible? Such a hassle, Bai Shui murmured, turning her head away, yet fortunately, she did not outright refuse. The following day, a piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Shuahan. The sole son of the city lord tragically met his end when struck by a falling object while walking. Despite the myriad of suspicions surrounding the incident, no one could offer or deduce any valuable information. The city lord, furious, ordered a thorough investigation, declaring that anyone suspected must face execution. The first to be suspected was Bai Shui, the powerful girl who had been bullied by the ruffian, while the second was Qian Shaoi, the young man who had assisted her in fleeing. In a secluded location, Bai Shui pouted her adorable lips, casting a discontented glance at the cautious Qian Shaoi. I must say, you truly possess a timid spirit. Is it merely a skirmish with them that frightens you? Qian Shaoi cast a glance at her bosom, offering a wry smile as she remarked, Indeed, a generous bust often implies a lack of intellect. It seems the mind has taken residence there. Sensing Bai Shui's rising ire, Qian Xiaoyi swiftly shifted the conversation. Although we created a FA yesterday, those with discerning eyes will undoubtedly perceive the discrepancy. Now, how have we found ourselves labeled as fugitives? Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death, even if you are a fierce tiger. Can you truly contend with a pack of wolves? Yes. Qian Xiaoyi helplessly pressed his forehead, exclaiming, "You are truly incomprehensible. Stay here obediently while I assess the situation outside." "I refuse." Qian Xiaoyi, suppressing his dissatisfaction, spoke in a relatively gentle tone. "Be good. I'll be back shortly. It won't take long." Seeing that, Bai Shui remained silent. He took it as an agreement and walked towards the crowd. Little did he realize that, no matter the time, the typically frosty Bai Shui gazed at his retreating figure with a warm smile, akin to a delicate flower blooming shyly amidst the harshness of winter. Before long, Bai Shui noticed Qian Xiaoyi returning with a troubled expression and inquired, "Hey, what happened?" Due to his dismal mood, Qian Xiaoyi failed to perceive the concern woven into Bai Shui's words. "We have already landed on the assassination list. Our disappearance is inherently suspicious. Now, being wanted. The streets are teeming with patrols. Although they are merely ordinary individuals, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Furthermore, lurking in the shadows are soul masters. And the city gates are tightly secured, with formidable soul masters stationed upon the walls. The only means of escape would be to force our way through. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope. I have gathered intelligence that this place is in closest proximity to the extreme north, where beast tides are rampant. At this juncture, our only option is to await the arrival of the soul beasts from the extreme north, using the ensuing chaos to facilitate our escape." "Oh, by the way, Xiaoyi, what are your thoughts on soul beasts?" Bai Shui suddenly inquired. Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. She actually referred to him as Xiaoyi. Previously, she always addressed him in a curt manner, displaying a frigid demeanor towards everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, her expression remained impassive, as if she were assured of victory. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling somewhat awkward, confessed, "Well, I must admit, I still have a fondness for spirit beasts. They exhibit far more honesty than humans. It is not that they are foolish, rather, they disdain deceit. Truly despicable individuals are infinitely more charming than hypocritical ones. I would gladly befriend spirit beasts. Yet my family harbors an unwavering resolve to eradicate them." Bai Shui chuckled softly, "I am not mocking you. In fact, I share your affection for spirit beasts. Among my friends, their number surpasses that of humans." "Huh, what is the matter?" Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Qian Xiaoyi pointed at her, mouth agape. His expression one of sheer astonishment. Bai Shui felt a shiver run down her spine. Could it be that he had uncovered something? You actually smiled." "My goodness, how terrifying." Bai Shui smiled. Bai Shui's forehead throbbed with tension. Her fists clenched as she grinned menacingly. "Xiaoyi, you might as well perish." "Wait, I was just joking. Bai Shui, you cannot react this way." "Ah, who is that? Who's there?" Qian Xiaoyi smiled wryly and said, "Oh no, I've been discovered." At that moment, Bai Shui remained utterly unfazed, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Why are you shouting?" Qian Xiaoyi grasped Bai Shui's wrist and dashed away, not forgetting to retort, "Oh, blame me? If you hadn't hit me, would I have cried out?" Bai Shui shook off Qian Xiaoyi and replied, "Don't touch me. If you don't court disaster, how could I strike you? If I don't laugh, can I really bring about my own demise? What of my laughter? I refuse to take the blame. It's all your fault. All right, blame me. But the priority now is to escape, you silly girl." "Silly girl? Qian Xiaoyi, I shall end you." Chapter 85. Grief in an inconspicuous alley. Qian Xiaoyi concealed himself, his right hand covering Bai Shui's mouth, while his left arm encircled her delicate shoulders, cautiously peering outside. The pursuers were still nearby, yet fortuitously, they had not searched this spot. Bai Shui was entirely enveloped in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, although he was not as tall as she. His masculine aura left her somewhat bewildered. She struggled fiercely, yet curiously refrained from using her soul power, as if she had forgotten that with her strength, escape would have been effortless. "Foolish woman, why are you shouting with so many pursuers around? Is your head filled with snow?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed once the danger had passed. Releasing her, Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing. How dare he scold me after such impropriety? When has this lady ever been touched by a man? And he thinks he has the right to be indignant? She pouted, too weary to argue further. Through this ordeal, she discovered that fleeing could indeed be exhilarating. Unbeknownst to all, Beneath Bai Shui's icy exterior lay a heart eager for play. Days passed amidst their frantic chase, and the city of Shuahan finally encountered a beast wave. The arrival of the beast tide struck Qian Xiaoyi as peculiar. It seemed almost too coincidental that it occurred precisely when they were in dire need, as if fate itself had aligned in their favor. Moreover, their escape had proven far simpler than anticipated. Thus far, no soul masters surpassing the rank of Soul Emperor had pursued them, as if the city lord were toying with them. Yet the city lord was not a fool. After all, this was a matter of vengeance. He could not afford to neglect sending soul emperors. Yet astonishingly, not a single high-ranking soul master had appeared. Could it be that the city lord lacked command over these advanced soul masters? Regardless, Qian Xiaoyi resolved to flee further. The closer they approached the end, the more cautious they needed to be. As expected, when Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui neared the city walls, they beheld rows of elite soul masters, 2 soul Douluos, several soul sages, over a dozen soul emperors, and numerous soul kings among others. Whatever the reason for their earlier absence, a head-on assault now would mean certain death. Fortunately, the scale of the beast tide was considerable, displaying an unyielding determination to conquer Shuahan City, thus drawing the attention of many soul masters. The leading soul beasts boasted formidable strength, including a 100,000-year-old soul beast, a being comparable to a tidal Douluo. Should it engage, Shuahan City would face catastrophic ruin. The city lord was astute, fully aware that if he let Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui slip away, he might never encounter them again. Yet, to withstand the beast tide, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Qian Xiaoyi, opening the city gates to deploy all soul masters to the front lines. Though he felt resentment, he was left with no alternative but to closely monitor the battlefield, prepared to strike down Qian Xiaoyi should he attempt to flee. Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui mingled within the ranks of the spirit masters, engaging in a symbolic skirmish with the spirit beasts. They fought and retreated, gradually finding themselves at the edge of the battlefield. Sensing the opportune moment, Qian Xiaoyi grasped Bai Shui's hand and turned to flee. The spirit beasts, intent on besieging the city, paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers, continuing with their mission. This provided a fortuitous opportunity for the duo. They had initially thought they needed to further distance themselves from the spirit beasts, but it appeared that was no longer necessary. In fact, they seemed to have inadvertently delayed their pursuers. Overjoyed, Qian Xiaoyi urged Bai Shui to accelerate their escape. The city lord wielded a spear as his martial spirit. Although he was embroiled in the chaos of battle, his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding events. Qian Xiaoyi's actions did not escape his notice. But with the overwhelming number of spirit beasts, he found himself unable to intervene. Gritting his teeth, a black spirit ring flickered behind him, and he released his spear, sending it soaring like a shooting star toward Qian Xiaoyi. This was his 6th soul skill, a desperate gamble. Qian Xiaoyi felt a chill creeping upon her. As she turned her gaze, a spear hurtled towards her with alarming speed, causing her heart to sink. The lord of the city had perfectly timed the throw, striking at a moment when both she and her companion were airborne and could not evade the attack, aligned in a straight line. Had the spear found its mark, neither would have survived. Noticing that Bai Shui appeared stunned, her eyes vacant with fear, Qian Xiaoyi muttered a quiet admonition, calling her a fool. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the dark soul rings behind her, which instantly glimmered, enveloping her in a faint dark protective shield. Qian Xiaoyi's 4th soul skill, the Dustless Land, is a formidable defensive technique derived from the illustrious 13,000-year-old Yujia dragon beast. Qian Xiaoyi exerted considerable effort to attain this soul ring. Its function is to withstand attacks equivalent to twice one's own offensive power, with the duration varying according to the intensity of the incoming assault. The more potent the sensation of the attack, the shorter the duration. However, when confronted with the fatal strike of a soul Douluo, this soul skill appears to pale in comparison. Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware that the pristine realm could only grant her a fleeting moment, yet it was sufficient. In the instant that the immaculate domain shattered, Qian Xiaoyi summoned every ounce of her strength to hurl Bai Shui away. Qian Xiaoyi, Bai Shui, just awakening from her stupor, was met with the harrowing sight of a spear piercing through Qian Xiaoyi. The city lord had since returned to the ramparts, and upon noticing that only one person had been struck, he furrowed his brow and shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. After being thrown aside, Bai Shui fell to the ground and rushed towards Qian Xiaoyi, who had a gaping wound in her left chest. Hearing the commotion, Qian Xiaoyi slowly turned her head, but her weakened state rendered her vision so blurred that she could scarcely discern anything. Nevertheless, she recognized Bai Shui through her delicate silhouette amidst the current scene. Reassured that she was unharmed, Qian Shaoi opened her mouth, her voice barely a whisper, inaudible to Bai Shui if her cultivation was adequate. "I'm so glad you're all right." Initially, she intended to flee alone, yet her body defied her mind's commands. "How meddlesome of me. There was no other choice. How could one resist your allure?" Before she could finish her thought, Qian Shaoi's head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Shui, of course, recognized that Qian Shaoi had genuinely come to her aid. Her body heeded not only her mind but also her subconscious, a true reflection of her innermost desires. Though her mind urged her to escape, her subconscious compelled her to save the other. Bai Shui shook Qian Shaoi gently, her voice trembling. For someone who typically displayed no vulnerability, her heart wavered. "Qian Shaoi, why did you meddle? Why did you save me? I could have managed this myself. You've courted disaster. Wake up. You must awaken." In a flurry of panic, Bai Shui summoned her icy powers, encasing Qian Shaoi's wounds in frost, preserving the faintest flicker of life. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped Qian Shaoi, and in the astonished gaze of the city lord, she vanished without a trace. After accomplishing this, Bai Shui turned her attention to the city lord, who had reclaimed his spear and was now advancing towards her with fierce intent. Bai Shui steadied her tumultuous emotions, her expression impassive as she regarded the approaching city lord, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, an unfamiliar yet potent desire to take a life. "I want you dead." Chapter 86. Azure Ice Shaoi, rest assured, I shall resurrect you. Bai Shui's expression remained stoic as she traversed the howling blizzard, cradling the lifeless form of Qian Shaoi. Strangely, the howling winds and snowflakes, upon nearing her, veered away as if encountering a formidable adversary. While the biting cold assailed the surroundings, an unusual tranquility enveloped Bai Shui. Untouched by the tempest, Qian Xiaomian's complexion was ashen, devoid of any trace of color, and the gaping wound on her left chest had been sealed by the icy embrace of snow. Suddenly, Bai Shui furrowed her brow, glancing around before casting her gaze down at the lifeless Qian Shaoi in her arms, her expression instantly transforming into one of fervent excitement. The sound of a heartbeat. Initially, Bai Shui suspected she might have misheard, but with no one else around and the heartbeat not belonging to her, only one possibility remained. Qian Shaoi was not dead. Her heartbeat was merely feeble and difficult to detect. After the initial thrill subsided, Bai Shui found herself puzzled, with Qian Shaoi's chest having been penetrated. How could there be a heartbeat? Unless, perhaps, the heart had the capacity to regenerate. Contemplating this, Bai Shui gently laid Qian Shaoi down and began to investigate. Indeed, Qian Shaoi's heart had not regenerated at all. What left her both amused and bewildered was, Qian Shaoi was unlike anyone else. His heart resided in his right chest. He had fainted from excessive blood loss, his breath so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. In her flustered concern, Bai Shui mistakenly believed he had passed away. With a sigh of relief, she lightly struck him, chiding, "You scoundrel! You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were gone. Just wait until I figure out how to deal with you." Yet, she lamented her oversight. How could she have taken so long to notice? Given her capabilities, I suppose I'll begrudgingly tend to you for now. When Qian Shaoi finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a room resembling one crafted from ice and snow, spacious and furnished as if it were a palace. He lay upon a bed made of ice, yet devoid of the expected chill and hardness. It was remarkably comfortable. Beside him, Bai Shui rested at the edge of the bed, her breath fragrant like orchids, occasionally uttering peculiar sounds. It seemed that during his unconsciousness, she had exhausted herself caring for him. Qian Shaoi gently touched her delicate nose, while Bai Shui Tang also twitched her nose, appearing to be in a deep slumber. "Hee, you've worked hard, Shui." Qian Shaoi tenderly adjusted the blanket for Bai Shui, ensuring she was cozy and with nothing else to occupy his time. He decided to slip under the covers and join her in sleep. Gazing at Bai Shui's serene profile as she slept, Qian Shaoi felt a stirring in his heart. His self-control faltered, and he could not resist planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Truly beautiful, as pure and flawless as a snowflake. 17, not much younger than myself, I suppose. Qian Shaoi pressed her lips together and, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, summoned her courage to gently kiss Bai Shui's ruby lips. Before Qian Shaoi could bask in her moment of triumph, she sensed that she had already been marked, knowing that even the slightest movement could lead to dire consequences. Bai Shui opened her eyes and, with a stoic expression, pushed Qian Shaoi away, remarking, "You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. Your physique is rather unique." Qian Shaoi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Well, I suppose so." At that moment, Bai Shui continued, "Why are you so foolish? Did you not realize you could have run away? Why did you come to my rescue? Do you truly believe I am weaker than you?" Despite Bai Shui's frosty demeanor, Qian Shaoi detected a hint of reproach in her tone, which inexplicably warmed her heart. "Isn't it your own fault for being such a foolish woman, dawdling in that situation? Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to intervene. You could have handled it alone. You must have been pampered since childhood, haven't you?" To Qian Shaoi's surprise, Bai Shui did not take offense at being called a foolish woman. Instead, she appeared to feel a sense of guilt. "Should I tell her why I was dawdling?" Upon noticing the unusual expression on Bai Shui's face, Qian Shaoi felt an involuntary softness in his heart. He swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "Where is this place?" Bai Shui glanced at him and replied, "This is my home, near the far north. Quite a nice family you have. Just by observing your surroundings, one can deduce that you are not ordinary. By the way, do your parents know you brought me here? They won't force me to marry you, will they?" Bai Shui chuckled lightly. "You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. My parents couldn't care less about you. Speaking of which, being in the far north, how much do you know about the three great kings of the north?" Bai Shui suddenly inquired. "The three great kings of the north? The Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Empress?" Bai Shui nodded, urging him to continue. "The three great kings of the north are the mightiest soul beasts in that region, possessing formidable combat capabilities due to their inherent attributes. However, the harsh environment results in a lower average lifespan for these soul beasts due to the scarcity of rare treasures. The Titan Snow Demon King, ruler of the Titan Snow Demon Clan, boasts nearly 300,000 years of cultivation, towering at a height of 100 meters. It stands among the strongest creatures on the continent, exuding a certain foolish charm despite its strength. As for the Ice Emperor, I despise scorpions. Just thinking about them makes me nauseous. Although it has nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, it cannot alter its repugnant essence. What is worse? It is female. I truly cannot fathom what redeeming qualities that Mother Scorpion possesses." Regarding the Snow Empress, Bai Shui felt a chill run down her spine. Her connection with the Snow Empress was far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Shaoi's tongue was sharp. She claims to be the ice goddess, but to me, she resembles a reclusive girl without her own clan. Were it not for my extensive reading, I wouldn't even know she existed. As she merely lingers in the far north, achieving nothing. "What's wrong with you? Your face looks dreadful." Bai Shui suppressed her urge to retaliate and replied, "It's nothing. Big sister, your adorable little sister is here. Did you miss me?" At that moment, a graceful figure rushed in, appearing to be around 14 years old, with long, emerald green hair styled in twin ponytails. She donned a flowing dress of the same hue, combining beauty with a hint of rebelliousness. Although she lacked Bai Shui's cold allure, she was undeniably more charming, revealing a playful canine tooth and bouncing around like a child. "Your sister?" Qian Shaoi pointed at the girl who had entered, directing his question at Bai Shui. "Yes, my sister. Her name is Bai Bing. Isn't she adorable?" Bai Shui looked at Qian Shaoi and added, "You better not have any designs on her." Qian Shaoi smirked and said, "All right. Since I cannot set my sights on your sister, I shall have to turn my attention to her elder sister, correct?" Swear. Bai Shui had no intention of letting Qian Shaoi gain the upper hand, replying, "Fine. If you are not afraid of death, I have no objections." Why does this involve safety concerns? Is there a danger in harboring ill intentions towards you? Meanwhile, Bai Bing, noticing that no one was paying her any mind, turned to Qian Shaoi, revealing a fong, and asked, "Sister, I heard you captured a human. Is this the one? It has been ages since I last dined on human flesh. Today, I am finally in for a treat. Steamed or braised? You decide, sister." "Your sister? Wait, human? What do you mean?" Qian Shaoi looked at Bai Bing in confusion, pondering her words. Bai Shui sighed, teasingly gazing at Qian Shaoi, and said, "I initially intended to keep it a secret for a while longer, but that girl has exposed it. In truth, the homebody Snow Empress you speak of is none other than me, and that repugnant ice by Emperor Scorpion is my sister. Indeed, that is her." Bai Bing firmly believed in her sister. Since her sister claimed this person found her repulsive, it must be so. "Repulsive? You vile human. You are the first to label me as such. Speak, do you prefer to be steamed or braised?" Bai Bing retorted angrily, though her fury lacked any intimidation, rendering her utterly adorable instead. "All right, do not stoop to his level. Arguing with him will only incite more anger. This person is sharp-tongued. When facing him, one must maintain a tranquil heart, Bai Shui advised, restraining the impulsive Bai Bing. Ha! You two are trying to impersonate the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress? They are ancient soul beasts of hundreds of thousands of years. Look at how adorable Bai Bing is. How could she possibly be a soul beast? As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Bai Bing's hair, who was of similar height, so there was no awkwardness in the gesture. Bai Bing's expression hardened, her brow furrowed, arms crossed, revealing a greenish six-segmented scorpion tail from behind her waist, while she and Bai Shui cast a teasing glance at the dazed Qian Xiaoyi. Now do you believe me? I am indeed the Ice Emperor. No sooner had the words left her lips than Qian Xiaoyi collapsed to the ground, wailing, Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Woohoo, 100,000-year soul beast, how terrifying. Bai Shui, her voice trembling with suppressed laughter, asked, Why are you crying? Weren't you quite formidable before? I recall you faced the soul Douluo without a hitch. Where has that audacious Qian Xiaoyi gone? You even dared to call me a foolish woman. Speaking ill of them before the two great kings of the extreme north. No one else on the continent would have dared. I didn't know you were them. Besides, I'm only in my teens. Crying is perfectly normal, unlike you who are ancient crones of hundreds of thousands of years. Qian Xiaoyi retorted. The Ice Emperor clenched her fists, glaring fiercely, and declared, Are you seeking death? Do you not know that a beautiful woman despises discussions of age the most? Qian Xiaoyi wiped away her tears and disdainfully remarked, Humph, a disgusting scorpion, claiming to be as beautiful as a flower? Just the thought of it makes me feel ill. Ugh, vomit? Do you dare to vomit? You scoundrel, I shall slay you. Sister, do not restrain me. This person must perish. To call me disgusting? To accuse me of being old? This is the first time in my life that a creature has dared to speak to me in such a manner. If I do not kill him, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. I have changed my mind. I shall not consume him, but rather tear him to shreds. I shall end his life, stab him to death. The Ice Emperor, consumed by fury, caused the sky to turn a striking shade of emerald green. A 10,000-year-old soul beast was capable of invoking a transformation in the heavens and the earth. The soul beasts of the extreme north trembled in fear, crawling on the ground. Oblivious to the reason behind the second-in-command's wrath, those who had angered her were undoubtedly doomed. A soul beast nearing 400,000 years of age. When it unleashes its fury, not everyone can withstand it. Claiming to be old lady yet refusing to acknowledge her age, the Ice Emperor's presence intensified. Qian Xiaoyi swiftly concealed herself behind the Snow Maiden, only to suddenly realize, if Being is the Ice Emperor, then Baisu must be the Snow Empress, a soul beast of 700,000 years. Even my mother cannot defeat her. Upon this realization, she retreated further into the corner. The Snow Empress glanced at Qian Xiaoyi, who was keeping her distance, and teased, What's the matter? Have you forgotten our earlier encounter when you kissed me? Now that you know I am a soul beast, do you still wish to pursue me? Haha. Today marks the happiest day for the Snow Empress in many years. Just think, that ice creature is coming over. What will you do if I do not intervene? You might meet your demise, you know. Do you wish for my assistance? Qian Xiaoyi nodded in gratitude. Do you wish for me to intervene on her behalf? Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Do you wish for her to spare your life? Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Please, I beg you. Just as Qian Xiaoyi was about to nod, her expression and actions suddenly froze. Seeing Qian Xiaoyi struggling between life and dignity, the Snow Empress urged, Hurry and plead with your sister. She will assist you. How advantageous is that? A mere sentence or a life? The choice is yours. Oh dear, Binger is formidable. I cannot withstand her much longer. Sister, could you perhaps elevate your acting skills a little? Your performance is making me quite uncomfortable. Is it not simply that if I do not implore you, you will unleash a scorpion upon me? Just say it outright. For Qian Xiaoyi, dignity held far greater significance than life itself. One should live with grace in this world. Even if life were to be extinguished, dignity would remain. However, without dignity, existence would be devoid of meaning. Furthermore, if the Snow Empress truly wished for her demise, she would not have resorted to such tactics. Thus, upon witnessing the Snow Empress summon the Ice Emperor, Qian Xiaoyi made a resolute decision to protect her dignity. She promptly pleaded for mercy. Swear, save me. There is a murder. Qian Xiaoyi ruthlessly cast aside her dignity and cried for mercy. The Ice Emperor halted, disdain evident in her voice. I thought you were quite ambitious. Qian Xiaoyi retorted. What does this have to do with ambition? I have not knelt before anyone. Then, with a hint of caution, she inquired, So, you are not going to kill me? The Ice Emperor huffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "Humph! I know my sister all too well. As long as she is present, I could never bring myself to slay you. However, do remain vigilant. She cannot protect you indefinitely. I shall seek an opportunity to end your life. Do not even think about fleeing. With your abilities, you would perish from the cold, for this is the very heart of the extreme north. Isn't this supposed to be the outskirts?" Qian Xiaoyi turned to the Snow Empress, seeking clarification. The Snow Empress blinked, placing her index finger on her lips, and replied, "Of course, I was merely teasing you." Qian Xiaoyi felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. To think that a soul beast of 70,000 years would feign the appearance of a 17-year-old maiden. I could have remained oblivious, but now that I am aware, how dare you act coy? Are you not conscious of your own age? Such disgraceful behavior. The Snow Empress's expression instantly froze, and with a strained smile, she said, "Binger, go ahead and strike him. Just remember to apply enough force, but don't kill him. This fellow has a unique constitution and can withstand a beating." Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the encroaching Ice Emperor, making a final desperate stand. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you, do not approach. I am quite formidable. I am not afraid of you. Stay back. Schwer, help me. Chapter 88. The chilling tempering of the body. Dear sister, I truly adore your words. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the slowly advancing Ice Emperor, making a final desperate attempt. Hey, what are you planning to do? I warn you, do not approach. I am quite formidable. Do not come any closer. Help. Schwer. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed through the room. Qian Xiaoyi, with a bruised and swollen face, gazed at the Ice Emperor, feeling a deep sense of discontent. Casting a glance at the Snow Emperor, who feigned interest in the scenery, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. The Ice Emperor struck him again with her tail, expressing her dissatisfaction. Enough. Cease that forlorn look directed at your sister. Were it not for your incessant prattling, would you find yourself in such a predicament? If I were in a foul mood, you would already be a lifeless body. Furthermore, I have already extended enough assistance to you. As a man, how can you constantly rely on a woman for help? Qian Xiaoyi murmured softly, what does it mean to be frequent? It hasn't really helped me much, has it? What did you say? After all, it is a soul beast that has existed for over 300,000 years, even with poor hearing. It could not possibly miss Qian Xiaoyi's complaints. You foolish creature, how dare you call your sister foolish? Were it not for her, how many times would you have perished? In Shuehan City, if your sister hadn't unleashed her soul power to repel those formidable soul masters, would you have managed to escape? Had she not sent me a message to initiate the beast tide, you would still be clinging to a precarious existence. Although the situation arose because of your sister, would you have evaded trouble without her? Your unique constitution, with your heart positioned on the right side, would have led to your demise from excessive blood loss had your sister not intervened. Your safe passage is solely due to her discreet efforts to alleviate your burdens. Do you truly think so highly of yourself? If your sister were not present, I would not hesitate to end your life immediately. The Snow Empress cast a reproachful glance at the Ice Emperor, chastising him for his excessively harsh words. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, bowing her head with a hint of dejection. No wonder I haven't been of any assistance to her. Rather, she has been the one to alleviate one predicament after another for me. Although those troubles were indeed caused by her, without her, I would still be far too inadequate. Qian Xiaoyi cast a gentle glance at the Snow Emperor, who turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Undeterred, Qian Xiaoyi resolutely addressed the Ice Emperor, stating, by Bing, you are ancient soul beasts of 100,000 years, possessing far greater knowledge and experience than I. I yearn to know how I might grow stronger. He no longer wished to burden others with concern, nor did he desire to be protected. He aspired to safeguard others instead. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor exchanged astonished looks, and Qian Xiaoyi continued, I wish to become powerful, by Bing. Is there a way? After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor smirked mischievously and replied, Indeed, there is. Qian Xiaoyi trembled slightly, her throat constricting as she steeled herself to speak. Take me there. The Ice Emperor nodded and replied, Follow me. The Snow Empress, upon witnessing the Ice Emperor's smile, expressed her concern, Binger, you. The Ice Emperor turned, offering a warm smile, Sister, do not worry. This human will not perish. I promise to return them to you alive. The notion of not dying is indeed a thought-provoking phrase. Moreover, the Ice Emperor specified alive, rather than whole. The Snow Empress waved her hand dismissively. You two go ahead. I shall remain indoors. Truly, she is quite the homebody. Once they exited the room, the Ice Emperor's demeanor shifted entirely, a wicked grin gracing his lips as he said, So you are Qian Xiaoyi? I do indeed possess a method that can hone your abilities, and it is uniquely suited for humans. Should you succeed, your combat prowess will soar. Do you wish to accept the challenge? Qian Xiaoyi is generally quite cautious. She inquired, does that mean we are destined to fail? However, even in the face of failure, there is little cause for concern. Unlike other cultivation methods, this approach is remarkably safe and poses no risk of death. Qian Xiaoyi nodded. All right, I shall accompany you. But could you refrain from laughing? It frightens me. It appears your ability to foresee danger is quite remarkable. It is not my prowess, but rather your thoughts are plainly etched upon your visage. Speaking of which, I am on the verge of freezing to death. Would you dare to lend me a hand? If I perish, how will you explain it to Schwer? As they exited the chamber, Qian Xiaoyi was immediately engulfed by an intense chill. For they were in the very heart of the frigid north. If he were to remain outside, with his soul-sect strength, he certainly would not survive for even a minute. The Ice Emperor scoffed, casually conjuring a protective soul energy shield. Ignoring Qian Xiaoyi's protests as he levitated him into the air, the Ice Emperor was undoubtedly doing so deliberately, as the biting wind would occasionally seep through the soul energy shield, causing instant frostbite wherever it touched. Yet, a subtle smile played upon the Ice Emperor's lips. I have been dreadfully bored these past years. At last, something has come along to amuse me, he mused, filled with delight at the prospect. Hey, you there. Your intentions towards the Snow Empress seem rather impure, don't they? Qian Xiaoyi trembled uncontrollably, daunted by the cold demeanor of the Ice Emperor, who had indeed harbored murderous intent towards him. Without waiting for a response, the Ice Emperor continued, if you truly harbor any feelings for my sister, I advise you to relinquish such notions. Why? Qian Xiaoyi instinctively inquired. The Ice Emperor fixed his gaze upon Qian Xiaoyi for a prolonged moment before replying. Because my sister is devoid of a heart. Devoid of a heart? The Ice Emperor nodded slightly. She was born into this world, yet lacks a heart. Hence she ventured into the human realm for experience. Although she has begun to acquire some emotions during her time with you, she harbors no genuine feelings for you. Nor will she in the future. Furthermore, your races are inherently different. Even if she were to accept you, your family would never accept her. Additionally, consider the matter of lifespan. Even if a human were to reach the pinnacle of Douluo, their lifespan would merely extend to around 300 years. For my sister, 300 years is but a fleeting slumber. Imagine, if you were to be together, how profoundly painful it would be for her to lose you after such a brief time. If you truly care for her, then, for her sake, let her go. Qian Xiaoyi focused her thoughts and then spoke. Compared to the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, I prefer to call you Bing Bing and Baishua, for I hold a fondness for you. You are right, my lifespan pales in comparison to yours. However, there exists a path, ascension to divinity. The Ice Emperor paused, taken aback, and with a haughty snort replied, achieving divinity is no simple feat. Such arrogance. Shall we make a pact? The Ice Emperor, intrigued by Qian Xiaoyi's proposition, inquired, what kind of pact? If I can indeed ascend to divinity, you shall not impede our union. Agreed. But if you fail to become a deity, you must refrain from pursuing my sister. Deal. The Ice Emperor smirked. You seem quite confident, but excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Enough chatter. We have arrived at our destination. The Ice Emperor led Qian Xiaoyi to a precipice in the far north. Jump down. You wouldn't want to see me perish, would you? Qian Xiaoyi pointed at the abyss, where the chilling wind howled. Impatient, the Ice Emperor replied, enough with the idle talk. I will follow shortly. You jump first. Without waiting for Qian Xiaoyi's refusal, he pushed her off the edge. Is this truly wise? I fear he may not survive. The Snow Empress, having appeared beside the Ice Emperor, voiced her concern. Fear not. Sister, this is my domain, and below dwells my kin. He is in no peril. I assure you I will return him to you unscathed. Now, I shall descend. The Snow Empress murmured as she watched the Ice Emperor plummet. I wonder if pushing him down will lead to his demise. The Ice Emperor gazed at Qian Xiaoyi, who landed painfully on the ground, and grinned wickedly. Ah, Qian Xiaoyi, disrespect towards me will lead to your suffering. Now, let the training commence. Utilize the cold to temper your body, enhancing your physical strength. Though your resilience is commendable among your peers, it remains insufficient. Fear not, though it shall be painful. Endure, and it shall pass. Moreover, training in this environment serves to invigorate. I shall remain by your side. Should any misfortune befall you, my sister would surely blame me. Chapter 89. 3 years later, is it not yet time? Qian Xiaoyi queried, gazing at the colossal scorpion before her. This creature measured 1.5 meters in length, adorned in hues of icy blue and verdant green. Its front half featured 4 stacked layers, each slightly exceeding half a foot in length. With the head positioned atop the foremost layer, its silver mandibles shimmering with an ethereal chill. The front half of this layered body was covered in a unique, diamond-like scale, intricately patterned across its frame and along its 6 long, powerful legs. Under the radiant snow, it emitted an unparalleled, resplendent glow, as if at that very moment, it had transformed into a source of light, radiating countless hues that were refracted from its being. Its 2 foreclaws measured a full meter in length, adorned with peculiar hexagonal protrusions reminiscent of a diamond's surface, while the foremost pincers and mouthparts gleamed with a silvery white luster akin to a polished mirror. Its eyes were a striking yellow, resembling 2 yellow diamonds embedded within, also hexagonal in shape. The crystalline yellow radiance flickered, exuding an almost gem-like brilliance. The elongated and elevated tail at the rear of its body, unlike the multi-segmented tails of ordinary scorpions, consisted of only 6 segments, each a captivating emerald green that shimmered with a vibrant vitality. The hues of the 6 segments were consistent, with the segment closest to the upper body being the widest, tapering as it progressed toward the rear. At the final segment, a tailhook adorned with diamond-like granules was raised high, its tip also reflecting the same silvery mirror-like sheen. Qian Xiaoyi harbored a profound aversion to the venomous creatures akin to snakes and scorpions. Initially, when the Ice Emperor sought to revert to her true form, Qian Xiaoyi was vehemently resistant. Yet, when the Ice Emperor truly transformed, instead of feeling repulsion, Qian Xiaoyi found her beauty captivating. Although the Ice Emperor's true form was that of an ice blue emperor scorpion, in terms of elegance, Qian Xiaoyi had yet to encounter a spirit beast that surpassed her in splendor. Over the course of 3 years, the Ice Emperor's murderous intent towards him diminished significantly, eventually vanishing altogether. Qian Xiaoyi began to affectionately refer to her as Binger, despite enduring various beatings during the initial attempts. However, he soon grew accustomed to it. At this moment, the Ice Emperor's tail was entwined around his spine, channeling soul power through it to Qian Xiaoyi. Throughout these 3 years, Qian Xiaoyi endured numerous torments, his body frozen stiff, excruciating pain leading to unconsciousness, and near-death encounters with her tail. Such experiences had become commonplace. Qian Xiaoyi swore that the trials inflicted by the Ice Emperor over these 3 years were indelibly etched in his memory, yet they also proved to be the most rewarding. He not only elevated his physical strength by several tiers, but also ascended to the 56th level of soul power, progressing over 10 levels in 3 years, a speed that would incite envy in anyone. Moreover, the Sword of Judgment now bore the essence of ice and snow. Each swing evoked a chilling sensation in opponents, encompassing not only the cold of death, but also a palpable drop in temperature. In other words, the Sword of Judgment had evolved, now imbued with the attribute of frost. What delighted Qian Xiaoyi most was that in this frigid environment, through the synthesis of sword intent, soul flow, and icy energy, coupled with the Ice Emperor's guidance, he ultimately developed his own unique soul skill, the cold sword style, Heaven and Earth Freeze. In the past, when the Ice Emperor used Qian Xiaoyi as a living target, this soul skill had inflicted pain upon her, albeit momentarily. It is noteworthy that the Ice Emperor was comparable to a super Douluo. In terms of physical resilience, she surpassed even the mightiest of super Douluos. Yet Qian Xiaoyi had managed to inflict pain upon her, underscoring the formidable nature of this soul skill. During this period, the Snow Emperor visited Qian Xiaoyi, but merely cast a glance before being hastily driven away by the Ice Emperor under the pretext of focusing on cultivation. In truth, it was merely an attempt to diminish their encounters and, consequently, their emotional ties over time. The Ice Emperor now transmitted her soul power through her tail to help Qian Xiaoyi acclimate to the cold and to enhance the intensity of the chill within the Sword of Judgment. Her intent was to explore the possibility of crafting an ultimate ice martial soul. Success was inconsequential, and failure held no significant weight, as she was merely seeking diversion. Withdrawing her tail, the Ice Emperor transformed into her human form and sighed. "It appears futile. Your Sword of Judgment seems to have reached its limit. No matter how hard I try, the cold cannot reach its utmost potential, remaining akin to an ordinary ice martial soul." Qian Xiaoyi, ever the optimist, stretched languidly and chuckled. "It matters not. I am already far superior to others, and I have never aspired to be the greatest of all time. This is more than sufficient for me." Binger, thank you for your support during this time. The Ice Emperor scoffed and turned away, remarking, isn't it simply to keep you away from my sister? Do you think I take pleasure in your company? Qian Shaoi curled her lips and remarked, Tisk, your words are quite sharp now. If you are reluctant, just say so. Reluctant? Huh, how shameless. All right, let's tidy up and leave. Are you truly addicted to lingering here? Qian Shaoi nodded excitedly. To speak frankly, he dreaded remaining in this place. Although his strength was rapidly increasing, the suffering was truly beyond human endurance. His survival was merely due to the leniency of the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor led Qian Shaoi back to the palace of the Snow Empress and said, when you meet my sister, just greet her, and I will take you away. Understand? It's just a brief visit. After all, this is the territory of soul beasts, and you ought to leave the extreme north. Do not forget your promise. Qian Shaoi disregarded her and entered directly, leaving the icy emperor standing alone in the biting wind and snow, his expression dark as iron. Qian Shaoi gazed at the Snow Empress, who had her back turned to him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Schwerer, I must take my leave. Perhaps I shall return soon, or perhaps this farewell is eternal. Take good care of yourself. The Snow Empress merely responded with a soft HM, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor, who had just entered, noticed the inconspicuous ice shards on the ground. The Snow Empress's palace was pristine. How could there be ice shards? Therefore, these shards could only originate from the Snow Empress herself. Sister, have you shed tears? Have you begun to feel? I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Sister, we must depart now. After leading Qian Shaoi out of the far north, the Ice Emperor returned. Qian Shaoi glanced back at the depths of the far north, then turned to leave the place he had called home for 3 years. Farewell, Schwerer, and you too, Binger. Qian Shaoi departed from the far north, hastening towards the Spirit Hall, uncertain of its current state. His friends from Shrek Academy were no ordinary individuals. Having them as adversaries was enough to cause considerable distress. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he became aware of significant developments aimed at unifying the continent. The Pope, Bibi Dong, was resolute in her belief that those who followed her would prosper, while those who opposed her would perish, enforcing a policy of execution for all dissenters. Chapter 90. Hatred to the Bone. Shaoi, where have you been? Why have you taken so long to return? Bibi Dong inquired, her tone laden with deep concern. Well, it's a long story. Mother, I have always wanted to ask, why is it necessary to unify the continent? Qian Shaoi questioned Bibi Dong. She gently ruffled his hair and smiled. I understand that you are troubled, but you must recognize that nothing is ever perfect. There are gains and losses. One cannot expect to achieve success without sacrifices. This is the essence of the saying. Blessings seldom come in pairs, and misfortunes do not arrive alone. My aim is to restore peace to the continent. Although the two great empires are not engaged in large-scale wars, the small skirmishes persist in the shadows. While these minor conflicts may seem insignificant to them, they are calamities for the common folk. How many families have been shattered by war? How many lives have been lost? Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter someone like Naur, and I cannot attend to every individual. To halt the warfare, unification of the continent is the only solution. If victorious, peace will dawn upon the land. If defeated, both empires will grasp the value of peace. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, our objective will be fulfilled. However, in defeat, I too will likely perish. Moreover, I sense that the continent's calamity is imminent. Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, the calamity loomed close at hand. Calamity? Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment, sighing. The world is bifurcated. Where there is good, there must also be evil, a truth that holds across all eras. Mother, no matter what, I shall stand by your side. Though I am not your biological son, I am still your child, and I will assist you, Qian Shaoi declared. Bibi Dong was not devoid of emotion. She held a genuine affection for this son. Shaoi, rest assured, I will retain the leaders of the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School. Bibi Dong anticipated Qian Shaoi's elation, but he merely shook his head. Mother, I have my own convictions. That night, at the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School, a figure cloaked in black drifted towards Ning Fingxi's study. The cloak was loose, obscuring the figure's shape and identity. So you are the one who has caused me to waste so much time, he murmured. Stop. Who are you? The study of the sect master could not possibly be unguarded, especially with the master present. Ning Fingxi, an avid reader, took advantage of his evenings to indulge in books after a day filled with obligations. Inform your sect master that I have urgent matters to discuss. Quickly, the cloaked man urged, his tone tinged with urgency. Please leave. Ning Fengji commanded, dismissing the guards. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your late-night visit to my humble abode? At this moment, Ning Fengji stepped out through the door. A faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, exhibiting no trace of panic in the face of the unknown. As Qian Xiaoyi observed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, he lowered his cloak and exclaimed, "Uncle Ning, it is I. Xiaoyi, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji, although fond of the boy, remained cautious, for he was, after all, aligned with the opposing faction. "Uncle Ning, the situation is dire. There is no time for pleasantries. We must flee. The Spirit Hall is attacking the 7-treasure glazed tile school." No sooner had he spoken than a long, piercing siren echoed through the heavens, shattering the tranquility of the night. "Is it too late?" Qian Xiaoyi murmured. "An enemy assault." Ning Fengji gritted his teeth, his voice laced with fury. "Uncle Ning, let us discuss a matter of urgency." Shortly thereafter, a figure approached, soaring on a sword. "Fengji, it appears your instincts were correct. The Spirit Hall is indeed restless." "Master," Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer as Jian Douluo, his mentor. Chen Xian nodded. "I heard the alarm and came to check on you. It seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity." Qian Xiaoyi let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "Master, I merely came to deliver a message. Although I may be a tad late, is it really necessary for you to regard me in such a manner? Young man, Rongrong currently harbors a deep resentment towards you. Do you still dare to show your face?" Qian Xiaoyi smiled and said, "It would be better if you hated me. Yet, this level of disdain is still insufficient." Chen Xian replied, "You should just go. After all, you are still an enemy, and your presence here is rather inappropriate." Qian Xiaoyi shook her head, proclaiming, "No? If I leave, the 7 treasures glazed sect will perish. The title Douluo dispatched by Mother possesses formidable strength, and besides, isn't Bone Douluo absent? Even if my master is exceptionally strong, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If they take me hostage, perhaps the 7 treasures glazed sect might survive. Here they come." Chen Xian exclaimed, soaring into the sky on his sword, gazing into the distance. "Oh, Chen Xian. Ha ha ha. As expected, it only takes you. It seems today, the 7 treasures glazed sect is destined for annihilation." Soon, 2 figures emerged on the horizon, one of whom spoke. Chen Xian's expression turned grave as he focused his mental energy on these 2 individuals, both titled Douluos whose strength rivaled his own. If he did not prepare adequately, the risk of demise loomed large. Moreover, their appearance indicated that the first line of defense for the 7 treasures glazed sect had indeed been breached. Behind these 2 titled Douluos, a dense throng of soldiers from the Spirit Hall gradually approached the 7 treasures glazed sect. "Fire!" Chen Xian commanded as the enemy drew near. The disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect, armed with Zhuge crossbows, unleashed a barrage, inflicting considerable casualties upon the Spirit Hall. Yet, for the vast army, such losses were negligible. Is that Tang San's Zhuge crossbow? However, at that moment, the bolts fired floated around Chen Xian, as the 2 titled Douluos fixated on him. Astonished by his actions, Chen Xian manipulated the bolts to create a metallic tempest amidst the Spirit Hall's forces, instantly decimating a substantial number of enemies. A smile graced his lips. These bolts were crafted from special metals at great expense, intended to turn the tide of battle in such dire circumstances. "You can actually control those bolts? That is not your martial spirit," one of the titled Douluos shouted. "Stop. Everyone, cease fire. No matter how many we are, we cannot withstand the slaughter." The 2 titled Douluos were enraged. They had underestimated him. If Chen Xian could indeed control those bolts, then with his power combined with Ning Fengji's unparalleled support, they could only hope to match him evenly. Yet, as Chen Xian noticed a faint smile appearing on one of the titled Douluos, a foreboding sensation crept into his heart. "Swift resolution," exclaimed Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong, who had been meditating in her chamber, furrowed her brow upon hearing the alarm bells. She made her way to Ning Fengji's study. The sound of the sirens signified an impending attack on the 7 treasures glazed sect, and her first thought was to join her father in commanding the front lines. The study was not nearby, and by the time she arrived, the war had already erupted. Standing beside Ning Fengji, she beheld the man she had longed for. Her love deeply ingrained in her very being. Any lingering resentment evaporated upon seeing him. Just as she contemplated embracing him, he extinguished the last flicker of hope within her heart. As Qian Xiaoyi seized the opportunity while Chen Xian was engaged in battle, he utilized his martial soul to slice through Ning Fengji's throat. Qian Xiaoi turned his head, feigning surprise at the sight of Ning Rongrong, and with a sinister smile remarked, Ning Fengji truly is foolish to trust me so completely. Ha ha ha. Ning Rongrong cried out hoarsely, her voice filled with hatred, as the love that had once been engraved in her very bones transformed into pure loathing. Chen Xian realized that Ning Rongrong had come to witness Ning Fengji's demise. Gritting his teeth, he composed himself, aware that allowing emotions to dictate his actions would lead to inevitable defeat. One of the titled Douluos shouted, "Protect the young master, retreat." Several sold Douluos encircled Qian Xiaoi, forcing back each formidable opponent. As they passed by Ning Rongrong, one of them attempted to eliminate her, but Qian Xiaoi gestured for him to withdraw. He waved his hand to disperse the soul rotation in Ning Rongrong's grasp, seizing her by the throat and lifting her into the air. Leaning close to her ear, he chuckled softly, "Years have passed, and you remain so weak. Do you hate me? Do you wish to kill me? Do you seek vengeance for your father? Then hurry and grow stronger. You have yet to unleash even a fraction of the soul rotation's power. I have no interest in slaying the weak. Ha ha ha. Off you go." With that, he cast Ning Rongrong aside. Once the enemy retreated, Chen Xian approached Ning Fengji's side, examining him closely. Upon confirming that he had indeed drawn his last breath, a faint smile crept across his face. Chapter 91. 5 years. Ning Rongrong had never harbored such intense hatred for anyone before. The one she loved most was also the one she loathed most. Time and again, he inflicted pain upon her, plunging her into despair. Following this ordeal, Ning Rongrong had truly matured. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong remarked, "Xiaoi, I never anticipated you could be so ruthless, leaving not a shred of sentiment behind." "Qian Xiaoi, it's not too bad. How is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan faring? Listening to you, deliberately allowing a few direct disciples to escape, in addition to those training outside, should sufficiently ensure the continuity of the legacy. After all, it can be considered a form of culture. Severing it entirely feels rather cruel. However, I am concerned about their well-being." Qian Xiaoi smiled reassuringly, saying, "Mother, do not worry. We shall incapacitate our adversaries. They are innocent, merely obstructing our path. And there is no need to bring them to their demise. Moreover, there is no cause for concern regarding them, nor even the Haotian sect. Our only apprehension should be directed towards 7 individuals, including the Haotian Douluo, at most 8. You are still too tender-hearted," she continued. "Wait, 7? Are you referring to your friends?" "I only believe that Tang San will pose a challenge to us," Bibi Dong interjected. "You are mistaken. Time will reveal all truths. They may not seem formidable now, but ultimately, it will be they who stand atop the continent. I have grown alongside them, and am acutely aware of the terrifying extent of their power. By the way, tomorrow marks the 5-year agreement, does it not?" The next day, at Shrek Academy, Qian Xiaoi walked along the path, gazing at the increasingly prosperous Shrek Academy with a sense of comfort and pride. After all, he was an alumnus of this esteemed institution. Today, Shrek Academy is widely recognized as the foremost academy on the continent. As he strolled, no one recognized him. He was merely there to admire the surroundings. "Shui?" Upon hearing someone call his name, Qian Xiaoi paused momentarily. Without turning around, he instinctively knew who it was. In the present-day Shrek Academy, aside from the dean, his former teachers, and a few friends, no one else recognized him. Qian Xiaoi turned her head and said, "Brother Dai, Sister Zhuqing, it seems that you have arrived early for our 5-year pact. After 5 years apart, Sister Zhuqing, you have become even more beautiful. However, Brother Dai seems to have fallen short in comparison." Dai Mu Bai had undergone a remarkable transformation. The youthful naivety he once possessed had faded, and now he exuded an air of dominance simply by standing there. "What do you mean by that? Besides, how could we have arrived earlier than you? The academy has changed immensely. It is far superior to what it was in our time. Ma Hongjun has a keen eye, which is why he chose to remain as a teacher. He never left, making him the earliest among us. Ha ha ha." Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, speaking little. Her figure remained enticing, and now she possessed an inherent elegance reminiscent of a noble woman. "Oh, are you speaking of me? What is going on today? Why are you all here?" At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Shui Bing strolled over, pointing at the trio and inquiring. Qian Xiaoi pressed his forehead, finally comprehending why Ma Hongjun remained at Shrek Academy. With such a mind, he was oblivious to the possibility of being sold outside. Perhaps he was aware of his own mental shortcomings, unable to retain information, hence he deliberately chose to stay at the academy, where forgetting wouldn't be of consequence. Ma Hongjun, as usual, had grown taller but remained quite portly. Should he succeed in shedding some weight, he would undoubtedly become quite the handsome fellow. Yet, his fondness for food seemed to ensure his belly was always satisfied, as if he feared it might suffer from hunger. It was a pity for Shui Bing'er, who had blossomed into a stunning beauty, making the fiery phoenix appear somewhat overshadowed by the icy phoenix. "Are you still together?" Dai Mubai inquired. Zhu Zhuqing responded to him with a sharp slap, offering him no semblance of dignity. "What do you mean, still together? Can you not articulate?" That hurts. Does it? What purpose does slapping you serve?" In front of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai resembled a frail cat, too intimidated to utter a word after receiving a beating. Boss Dai is still so submissive to his partner. How pathetic. Oscar approached from behind Ma Hongjun. Since leaving the academy, he had ventured forth alone, shedding his previous timidity and gaining a measure of confidence. Is his lack of ambition a point of contention for you? Would you like me to assess your own prospects? Oh well, I lack ambition, so there's no need to trouble you. When did you arrive? Qian Xiaoyi asked. Yesterday. I even managed to treat the dean to a meal, and witnessing his sorrowful little eyes brought me immense joy. Ha. Qian Xiaoyi, what brings you here? This seems unrelated to you. Upon hearing that voice, Qian Xiaoyi's previously pleasant demeanor instantly darkened. Qian Xiaoyi smirked and said, is that you, Rongrong? What is the matter? By the look in your eyes, it appears you've been crying for several days. Zhu Zhuqing, known for her keen insight among the group, discerned the complexity in Qian Xiaoyi's gaze upon seeing Ning Rongrong. However, he concealed it adeptly, quickly adopting a mocking expression. Yet, she was not foolish enough to expose the matter. With gritted teeth and eyes brimming with hatred, Ning Rongrong retorted, "At present, I am no match for you, but one day, I shall personally end your life. Now leave me." As Qian Xiaoyi approached and brushed past Ning Rongrong, he remarked, "To kill me? With your own hands? Is that truly within your capabilities? Very well. I shall await your attempt. However, do hurry. Should I grow impatient, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect may well meet its demise. You seem to be faring well. I have little else to convey. I must take my leave before Tang San returns. Perhaps our next encounter will find us as adversaries. When that time comes, do not show any mercy." Zhu Zhuqing, observing his retreating figure, felt a shiver run through her. She sensed Qian Xiaoyi's soul power conveying a message. Please look after Ning Rongrong and ensure she does not embark on a misguided path in her quest for vengeance. After Qian Xiaoyi departed, Zhu Zhuqing patted Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, we have all heard about your predicament. Rest assured, we shall assist you in seeking justice." Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, "Thank you, but I wish to avenge myself." As Qian Xiaoyi exited the academy, she encountered a striking blue-haired gentleman approaching her. In his arms, he cradled a fluffy pink rabbit, its eyes gently closed as if it were in slumber. "What ill fortune I seem to have today," she thought. The blue-haired man was none other than Tang San, though he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His previously ordinary visage had evolved into one far more handsome than that of Dai Mubai, and his demeanor had shifted significantly, no longer bearing the naive expression of yore. As Tang San glanced at Qian Xiaoyi, he did not slow his pace, brushing past her with an air of nonchalance, and uttered softly, "Next time, we shall be adversaries." Qian Xiaoyi perceived the wavering essence of Tang San, evidently wounded. Upon noticing the rabbit cradled in Tang San's arms, Qian Xiaoyi grasped the entirety of the situation. "It seems you have not managed to evade this calamity, Xiao Wu." Chapter 92. The confrontation with Tang San in the ensuing period, a formidable force emerged across the continent. Known as the Tang sect, the Tang sect was divided into 5 halls, each overseen by a leader, with the sect master being none other than Tang San. Arrival of the Spirit Hall. Today marked the day for the Spirit Hall to execute its next phase of plans. A piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire continent. The Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire was gravely ill. To prevent any treacherous individuals from seizing the opportunity, entry to the imperial palace was strictly forbidden. Many regarded this as a normal protocol, yet a select few sensed the peculiarity of the situation. How could the seemingly healthy Emperor Shuya suddenly fall into critical condition? Although he had reached an advanced age, it was expected that he could endure for a few more years. This leads to 2 possibilities. Either the emperor suffered an unexpected illness, or there were conspirators plotting rebellion. If the latter were true, then the instigator would undoubtedly be within the palace, wielding significant power. Otherwise, sealing off the entire palace would be implausible. Speculations regarding Emperor Shuya abounded, but none were pursued further, as most preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. For many, the primary concern was merely to live well. Who ruled as emperor, how they ruled, or even the existence of an emperor mattered little to them. However, those who had discerned the truth of the matter, in an effort to thwart the ulterior motives of others, felt compelled to breach the palace to rescue Emperor Xia. Among them was Tang San, accompanied by two individuals, one being the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, and the other, Yang Wudi, the master of the medicine hall of the Tang sect. They advanced into the imperial palace. Douluo, a guest official of the Tiando Empire, wielded considerable influence. Thus, upon reaching the chambers of Emperor Shueya, their passage was obstructed. "Who are you?" inquired a soldier clad in full armor. Douluo produced a golden token, inscribed with two distinct characters, Qin Lin, signifying the emperor's personal summons, implying that the bearer of the token was as good as the emperor himself. Yet, to their surprise, the soldier remained steadfast, coldly refusing to yield. At that moment, Tang Xin realized that the emperor's ailment must have been orchestrated by human hands. Tang Xin gestured towards Yang Wudi and proclaimed, "We are here to administer treatment for His Majesty, particularly this esteemed Yang Wudi, who is a luminary in the field of medicine. Should we delay and allow His Majesty's condition to deteriorate, the consequences would be dire." The leading soldier showed no inclination to relent, coldly stating, "His Majesty is resting. As per the decree of the Crown Prince, no one is permitted to enter and disturb him. Those who defy this order shall face execution without mercy." Fearing that further delay could lead to unforeseen complications, Tang Xin exchanged a glance with Douluo, preparing to force their way inside. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Brother Tang San, how delightful to see you. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Around them, soldiers knelt in unison. The newcomer was none other than Prince Xueqinghe, accompanied by three others, two elders and a familiar face, Qian Xiaoyi. Tang San cast a serene gaze towards Qian Xiaoyi and suddenly let out a long sigh. It seemed evident that those stationed here were all members of the Spirit Hall. "Your Highness," Xueqinghe said with a subtle smile. She was aware of Tang San's astuteness. From the moment he arrived, she realized concealment was futile. It would be better to be forthright. Thus, she had brought Qian Xiaoyi along. "If I am not mistaken, Your Highness, you two are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? And Qian Xiaoyi, you must have known of your identity for 5 years now. Have you both conspired on this matter since then?" Tang Xin remarked calmly. Xueqinghe smiled gently and raised a hand, reaching into her attire. With a swift motion, she unveiled an extraordinary mask that had been intricately connected to her hairdo. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her eyes held a fierce elegance. Compared to the originally approachable demeanor of Xueqinghe, she now exhibited a far more distinctive character, with a straight nose and slightly delicate eyes. While she may not be the most beautiful, she certainly belonged to the ranks of the exceptional. Qian Rinxue remarked, "Tang San, there is one point where you are mistaken. Among those conspiring, there is no Xiao Yi. On the contrary, it is Xiao Yi who seeks to impede me, although his efforts are of little consequence." Tang Xin cast a complex glance at Qian Xiao Yi, letting out a prolonged sigh. "Xiao Yi, such an endearing appellation. I wonder how one addresses you? I presume your standing in the Spirit Hall is quite significant. My name is Qian Rinxue. It is quite normal for you to be unfamiliar with it. For I am the trump card of the Spirit Hall, and Xiao Yi is my younger brother," she said, affectionately ruffling Qian Xiaoyi's hair. "Your biological brother? Yet devoid of blood ties, much like your relationship with Xiao Wu," Tang San replied. "I offer you an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Should you choose to align with us, you shall." Before she could finish her sentence, Qian Xiaoyi interjected, "Sister, do not continue. He will not acquiesce." Such overtures may delight others, but to Tang San, they are an affront. Tang San chuckled. "You are right. Truly, you are my worthy adversary, possessing a keen understanding of me. However, I am rather curious about what compels you to ally with the Spirit Hall. There is still time to turn back. Enough. Third brother, you lack the standing to critique me. Your enmity with the Spirit Hall is merely a pursuit of vengeance for your kin and friends, is it not? My alignment with the Spirit Hall is likewise motivated by the desire to safeguard my loved ones. In truth, we are evenly matched. Neither of us holds the moral high ground." Tang Xin shook his head. "It is not the same. Should the Spirit Hall ignite war, countless innocents would be rendered homeless." Qian Xiao remarked, "Do not speak so grandiloquently. If the Spirit Hall were to withdraw, would you truly forsake your vengeance?" "Absolutely not. Thus, all this talk is in vain." Tang San sighed. "Must you always position yourself as my adversary? The Spirit Hall embodies malevolence. You are merely toying with fire, risking self-immolation." Qian Shaoi glanced at Qian Rushiwei beside her and remarked, "There is fundamentally no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. What constitutes righteousness and what constitutes wickedness? They are merely judgments made by people. I protect my friends and family, which is righteous. You seek vengeance for your family, and that too is righteous. We are essentially the same." As Qian Rushiwei perceived Tang San's intent to speak further, she interjected, "Enough. Since they are our adversaries, let us cease this verbal sparring. Uncles, engage them. They possess but a single title Douluo. They cannot possibly match our strength. Leave Tang San to me." "Wait." Qian Shaoi called out to Qian Rushiwei. "Sister, do not underestimate anyone. Although he may merely be a soul Douluo, his presence is formidable. While our foes may not rival the Serpent Spear Douluo, subduing him will not be an easy task, and a fierce battle may attract unwanted complications. Tang San, let us settle this with a duel. If you emerge victorious, we shall depart. If I prevail, you must leave. During the confrontation, none shall engage in any underhanded tactics. What do you say? We have yet to clash, have we? I have long wished for this encounter." Tang San smiled, exuding confidence. "Very well. I accept your challenge. Old monster, young Wudi, step back." "Shaoi, my teacher once told me that if you take up arms against me, you will become my greatest adversary. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I wish to discern the extent of your strength. My teacher, you, imparted similar wisdom to me. Come forth, Brother San. Let us ascertain who truly stands as the mightiest graduate of Shrek Academy." Chapter 93. The battle. Qian Shaoi and Tang San made their way towards the entrance, stating, "Many believe that Qian Shaoi is the weakest among this year's graduates of Shrek Academy. To be honest, I am also eager to discover the extent of our disparity. Come on, Tang San. Whether the Snow Knight Emperor survives depends on your prowess." Tang San replied confidently, "This matter is of great significance. I have faith that I will not falter, and I, too, am curious to see what kind of challenges my greatest adversary can present. Moreover, you have yet to reach the Soul Emperor level, haven't you?" Qian Shaoi nodded, acknowledging the progress made, though 2 levels remained to be achieved. "Enough of the delays. Let us commence." With that, Tang San surged forward, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul and soul rings. 2 yellow, 1 blue, and 3 black, totaling 6 rings of blue-silver grass. He was unmistakably a Soul Emperor. However, Qian Shaoi observed that Tang San's blue-silver grass appeared transformed, exhibiting enhanced strength. It seemed that the evolution of martial souls was not limited to Tang San alone. Rather than an evolution, it was more accurate to describe Tang San's martial soul as an awakening. His original martial soul was indeed blue-silver grass, yet it lacked the deficiencies typically associated with it. Following the awakening, it was now called Blue-Silver Emperor, and its quality had escalated to a significantly higher tier. Coupled with Tang San's status as a Soul Emperor, he was undoubtedly formidable. Although Qian Shaoi was close to attaining the Soul Emperor level, he still faced limitations in terms of realm, contributing to Tang San's confidence. It must be noted that victory would not come easily. Suddenly, a black soul ring illuminated behind Tang San, and sharp spikes erupted from the ground beside Qian Shaoi. He recognized this as the evolution of Tang San's 4th soul skill, the blue-silver spike array. Qian Shaoi did not anticipate that Tang San would commence with such earnestness, unleashing a Millennium Soul skill right from the outset. With a deft tap of his toes, he leapt into the air, evading the piercing strike of the blue-silver. I mused, is it truly necessary to exert oneself to the fullest from the very beginning? Indeed, to initiate with a Millennium Soul skill is quite a bold move. Tang San chuckled softly. Despite his evident confidence, he was far from arrogant. He harbored a genuine apprehension of faltering against Qian Shaoi. "I cannot afford to be careless in facing you, Shaoi. Please do not let me down," he remarked. With that, a long spear materialized in Tang San's grasp, representing his 5th soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear. As soon as the spear appeared, Tang San hurled it with great force, targeting none other than Qian Shaoi. His timing was impeccable, striking at the precise moment when Qian Shaoi reached the apex of his jump, rendered without any means of support. Qian Shaoi's gaze sharpened. Even he felt the formidable power of the blue-silver Emperor's spear, a sensation of threat that lingered, yet it was merely a threat, one that could be unraveled. Before Qian Shaoi appeared a dark, circular barrier, a manifestation of her 4th soul skill, the Dustless Realm. This skill serves as a comprehensive defensive mechanism, encompassing a full 360 degrees without a blind spot. Through the rigorous training by the Ice Emperor, The dustless realm has evolved to adapt according to Qian Shaoi's inner thoughts, allowing her to concentrate her defenses towards a singular direction. After all, employing an all-encompassing defense against an attack coming from only one direction would be rather excessive. Compressing it into a wall not only conserves soul power but also enhances the defensive capability of the dustless realm. With a resounding impact, the blue-silver tyrant spear struck the dustless realm, resulting in a stalemate between the two soul skills for a brief moment. Ultimately, the dustless realm shattered, as Tang San's blue-silver tyrant spear proved superior, being his fifth soul skill and the most formidable attack of his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Chapter 94, A Decisive Strike. At this moment, Qian Shaoi had already descended to the ground. He felt no surprise at Tang San's ability to shatter his soul skill. If Tang San could not even break through this defense, he would not deserve to be his opponent. His intention was merely to delay for a moment. With no expectation that the Wachinzi could withstand the assault, the instant he landed, the first and second soul rings of Qian Shaoi shone brightly. With the support of his second soul skill, a swift sword aura shot towards Tang San. Following the trajectory of the sword aura, Qian Shaoi charged at Tang San, aware that his first soul skill would be ineffective against him. Indeed, Tang San evaded the sword aura with ghostly agility, and before long, Qian Shaoi found himself directly before him. As Tang San's right hand grasped the air, Qian Shaoi felt his entire body go numb, as if his flesh had been ensnared by the blue-silver grass that sprouted like weeds from the earth. Tang San had unleashed his second soul skill, parasitism. Simultaneously, a wave of pressure surged in Qian Shaoi's heart, making him feel weakened while Tang San grew stronger. A single word flashed through Qian Shaoi's mind, domain. Indeed, Tang San had activated his god of death domain, designed to disrupt the enemy's mental state, diminish their strength, and enhance his own. At this moment, Qian Shaoi maintained his forward momentum. If he continued barreling ahead, he would undoubtedly lose his balance and fall. Even a mere second on the ground would allow Tang San, with his formidable prowess, to determine the outcome of their clash. Just as Tang San anticipated the resolution of their battle, a flash emanated from the purple soul ring behind Qian Shaoi, signaling the activation of his third soul skill, body enhancement. As the name implies, its function is to fortify the body for a limited duration. With this enhancement, Qian Shaoi effortlessly disregarded the blue-silver grass binding and the paralyzing effects, even nullifying the influence of the god of death's domain. Unyieldingly, he charged towards Tang San, for he was, after all, a close combat soul master. The sword energy of the judgment sword was reined in, and the flow of soul power surged. Should it pierce flesh, it would not merely inflict death but would surely cause grievous harm. Realizing that Qian Shaoi had countered his second soul skill and that he could not evade the impending strike, Tang San resigned himself to the inevitable, allowing the judgment sword to thrust towards him. As Qian Shaoi observed that Tang San exhibited no inclination to evade, a sense of gravity descended upon him. The extraordinary nature of the situation hinted at an underlying scheme. Tang San's lack of avoidance suggested he possessed a hidden strategy. With this thought in mind, Qian Shaoi remained vigilant, readying his fourth soul skill, confident that he could withstand whatever contingencies Tang San might unleash. In the very moment Qian Shaoi pierced Tang San, the latter's form became ethereal, allowing Qian Shaoi to pass through him. Before he could fully comprehend the turn of events, a dark, heavy hammer descended upon him with formidable force. Although Qian Shaoi was startled, she remained composed and unleashed her long-prepared fourth soul skill, the Dustless Domain. The Dustless Domain only withstood the onslaught for a brief moment before shattering into fragments, yet it provided Qian Shaoi with ample time to evade. Qian Shaoi gazed at the hammer held by Tang San, recognizing it as the illustrious Haoyan hammer, the pinnacle of martial souls on the continent. With an expression devoid of emotion, Tang San remarked, "Initially, I had no intention of employing my sixth spirit skill. However, your prowess is formidable, and I lack the confidence to evade your previous assault. Moreover, your combat awareness is commendable. My attempt to catch you off guard proved utterly futile. Were you not my adversary, many troubles could have been spared." Qian Shaoi smiled gently. "It is not only you who are making progress, is it? Moreover, I could never stand in opposition to my mother, could I?" Tang nodded slightly. If his mother were to engage in a conflict with his friend, he too would find it impossible to side with his companion. At most, he would show some mercy. Ultimately, he recognized that he lacked the standing to judge others. "Shaoi, let this be a decisive strike. Prolonging this will only lead to your spiritual energy being depleted. After all, you are only at the 58th level." Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He nodded and declared, "Indeed, that is my intention. Third brother, unleash your most formidable technique." Chapter 95, Stalemate. Third brother, let us see to whom the ultimate victory belongs. Tang Sen nodded, grasping the Haotian hammer in his hand. He swung it through the air, conjuring a wave of dark energy, emanating a powerful surge of soul power, the initiating form of the Chaos Hammer technique. The aura of the god of death was inscribed upon the Haotian hammer, allowing its full potency to be unleashed only when wielded. Thus, as the Haotian hammer appeared, the oppressive nature of the god of death's domain, which had previously been mitigated by his robust physique, intensified considerably. Although the Haotian hammer bore no soul rings, the innate quality of the martial spirit, combined with Tang San's level 66 soul power and the engraved aura of the god of death, yielded an impressive effect. The dreadful killing intent of the god of death merged harmoniously with the overwhelming aura of the Haotian hammer. With every swing, Qian Shaoi felt the pressure mounting. Utilizing the force of the previous strike to amplify the next was indeed an admirable self-created soul skill. He could not allow Tang San to continue unhindered, or it would spell significant trouble. Just as Qian Shaoi prepared to take action, a soul bone materialized on Tang San's right leg, propelling him into the sky. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. Tang San's elevation diminished the threat he posed. Only the first soul skill was ranged, yet its power was insufficient to disrupt Tang San. Of course, Tang San remained vigilant despite his aerial advantage. Though Qian Shaoi's soul power was considerably depleted, Tang San did not underestimate him. He had witnessed Qian Shaoi defeat foes without relying on soul skills or soul bones, relying solely on soul flow. However, at this moment, Qian Shaoi had scarcely utilized this soul flow, and although his soul shock had reached a minor accomplishment, its efficacy paled in comparison. Qian Shaoi glanced at Tang San, who was quite distant, rendering it impossible for her to reach him. With no other option, she prepared to withstand Tang San's self-created soul skill. This skill, known as the chaotic cloak hammer method, has been passed down through generations of the Haotian sect and boasts formidable power. However, the number of those who have successfully mastered it is exceedingly rare, underscoring its immense difficulty. Furthermore, the practitioner cannot move while executing this technique, and Tang San could barely ascend into the air thanks to his soul bone. During the execution, the user becomes a living target, which is why few are inclined to undertake its training. Qian Shaoi was perpetually attentive to Tang San, whose gaze had never strayed from her. As Tang San prepared to deliver the final blow, Qian Shaoi was also gathering her strength. When Tang San swung his hammer for the 80th time, he descended from the heavens, utilizing gravity and the hammer technique to unleash his ultimate strike. At this moment, Qian Shaoi was fully prepared. As the temperature around them plummeted rapidly, the sword of judgment radiated a blue glow, humming ominously. Tang San narrowed his eyes, even in midair. He could sense the sharp aura, which felt like blades slicing against his skin. Nevertheless, Tang San remained confident. The hammer, being a blunt weapon, had greater destructive capability than the sword, which was primarily advantageous for breaching defenses. When the two clashed, the hammer held a slight superiority. However, just as Tang San and Qian Shaoi were about to collide, the fifth spirit ring of Qian Shaoi gleamed momentarily, causing her to retreat a short distance. Yet, it was this brief distance that resulted in Tang San's attack missing its mark, rendering his strike ineffective. Qian Shaoi's fifth soul skill, instantaneous movement, enables her to teleport to any desired location, subsequently enhancing her attack power. Tang San, suppressing the urge to spit blood, found this sensation more excruciating than crashing against a wall. However, Tang San was no ordinary individual. He summoned the last of his strength to deliver a final strike, albeit with significantly diminished power compared to before. Bang! As Qian Shaoi and Tang San collided, a tremendous sound erupted, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the vision of all onlookers. Shaoi, young master, sect leader, little monster, the four spectators exclaimed in unison. Their anxious gazes fixed upon the figures shrouded in dust. Gradually, the dust began to settle, revealing Qian Shaoi, who had coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Tang San fared little better. His entire body was encased in ice, his skin marred by a myriad of wounds. The external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances on his back, was riddled with cracks, a testament to his desperate attempt to shield himself at the last moment. Yet, despite standing, he succumbed to unconsciousness as the sword energy penetrated through the gaps. This battle ended in a draw. Chapter 96. The sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the battle ended in a stalemate, discerning minds recognized that, in terms of combat, Tang Xin had lost. Qian Xiaoyi, regardless of her age or spirit power, was inferior to him. That a draw could be achieved under such circumstances spoke volumes of her effective combat prowess. However, in terms of the outcome, it was Tang San who emerged victorious. Shortly after the battle concluded, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived, accompanied by Flinder, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, and the Shrek Seven Devils. Upon witnessing the frozen Tang San and the fallen Qian Xiaoyi, they were momentarily taken aback. They had hastened their steps upon realizing a battle had occurred, only to discover that it was merely the two of them engaged in combat. A draw? Murmured the young master of the stinging porcupine Douluo. Neither my snake spear nor I can match up to Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Not to mention the presence of Dugaboki and Rangshu waved her hand and stepped forward slowly. At that moment, Ning Fingji and the others finally noticed her. Though their gazes towards her bore an air of unfamiliarity. Being in the company of those two, she must indeed be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, Daimubai remarked. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement, asserting, "You are correct. She is undoubtedly a member of the Spirit Hall, and her status is likely quite significant." Xiaoxin speculated. "It seems she is impersonating the Crown Prince, does it not?" Although they had their suspicions, verification was still necessary. "Excuse me. Who are you?" Qian Renxue seemed oblivious to the arrival of the group, as she lifted the unconscious Qian Xiaoyi into her arms, murmuring to herself, "You've truly grown. Even your sister finds it difficult to carry you now. After several years apart, your strength has nearly caught up to mine. However, what is the use of showing off? Just look at you. You're already injured." Qian Rengshu gazed at the gathering of individuals and remarked, "Tang San is indeed remarkable. He has skillfully leveraged Xiao Yi's past affections for you all." They wagered, and the victor would be free to execute their plans without hindrance from the other. Although he did not emerge victorious, he has nevertheless afforded you ample time. However, it matters not. This scheme is merely an embellishment for us, and a defeat would bear no consequence. Qian Renxue smiled, albeit with a cold demeanor, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "However, having harmed my brother, I shall not let this matter rest. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's restraint, that Tang San would have perished before your arrival. Choose your path wisely. We shall take our leave. By the way, my name is Qian Renxue. Remember it well." Qian Ruxue, cradling Qian Xiaoyi, turned to leave but was halted by a voice. It belonged to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, who obstructed their path. "You may depart, Qian Ruxue, but you must leave Qian Xiaoyi behind." Upon hearing this voice, Chen Xian sighed and shook his head. Ning Rongrong's voice was somewhat hoarse, her eyes reddened, evidently having wept. Following Ning Fengji's demise, Ning Rongrong ascended to the position of sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, supported by Chen Xian. Though the process was brief, no one dared to object. Ning Rongrong's martial soul power, and innate talent commanded the unwavering loyalty of her subordinates. Qian Renxue furrowed her brows. To speak candidly, she harbored a profound disdain for this woman. Were it not for her, Qian Xiaoyi would not be enduring such hardship. "Your threat to us is considerable. I truly cannot fathom why Xiaoyi has not simply eliminated you." Gazing at the encircling disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Qian Renxue offered a faint smile. "Truly, they are worthy of being the second strongest sect on the continent, for even after a war, so many remain." That conflict left an indelible scar on Ning Rongrong. It not only inflicted severe losses on her family, but also took away her beloved father, casting the one she cherished most onto a list of those marked for death. In retrospect, the memories sliced through her heart like a blade. "Qian Renxue, you are quite the talker. Were it not for your spirit hall, would my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School be in such a dire state? Had your brother not slain my father, perhaps the situation would not have unfolded in this manner. If you release Qian Xiaoyi, I shall acquiesce to all your conditions." Qian Renxue maintained her composure and replied, "There is no need for that. The Spirit Hall will obtain what it desires on its own. However, you must allow my brother to remain. It is rather inappropriate to voice such sentiments in front of his sister. Furthermore, what gives you the confidence to impede our progress?" Qian Renxue is quite right. As a titled Douluo, it is exceedingly difficult to perish unless one recklessly invites danger or faces an insurmountable disparity in strength. If one cannot prevail, is there not always the option to flee? Chapter 97. The Strength of Ning Rongrong. Qian Rinxue glanced at the young Qian Shaoi in her arms, sighed softly, and spoke. Master Ning, although my brother and I have scarce opportunities to meet, I am well aware of the matters concerning you. You are indeed a pitiable soul. Even I did not foresee that Shaoi would go to such lengths for the spirit hall. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean? Qian Rinxue smiled.